what's the issue with what I've said? Anything of what I've said. Where's the issue? I really want an explanation for that.
I missed
If
it
I'm
all.
a dumbass and I'm not getting
Just
stuff...
show me the 99% of nothing in the rock that
I'm
you pick
telling
up
you
off the
what
ground.
they're saying. I never said that's true. I said that's what they are saying.
We don't care what they say.
Sorry.
Yes, I never said anything about what I think is the foundation of the universe. I never
So
got
why
to
are
say
you
that.
arguing right now then?
Because you're not even letting me finish an idea.
Bro, we know retarded people say retarded things that are insane. What else are we supposed to do? We're supposed to repeat that all day?
Hey, do you really have to call anybody retarded that just doesn't agree with
Listen,
you?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking
never
about the
called
retarded
anybody
people
retarded.
who come up with ideas that you shouldn't listen to if they don't have any substance.
Okay, cool. And then I'm asking you the substance of what you're saying, and you're playing the same game. You still have no
I just
substance.
believe that there is 99% of nothing in everything. I don't believe that. So I'm sorry, I can't play that game.
Cool. Then, because I never got the chance to say what I think, here's what I think. I think that the foundation of everything that we perceive in whatever way we perceive, it's unknowable, or at least we do not get it now.
There is no.
So that you know what my position is. This is my position.
Are you saying nothing is something?
Fundamentally, philosophically speaking, yes.
But is that fundamental
in reality?
philosophical equation of things coming only
Can
from
you show
a
me
perspective
nothing in
that is
reality?
limited?
Again,
Yikes.
you realize that something, it's a concept.
No, tables, chairs.
No, that's the
computer
big
you're
issue
on.
with you guys. Something, it's an
Very
idea.
We're
There's no
asking
such
about
thing as
Very
Don't
something.
you
The
guys.
computer in
Don't
front of
you
your face
guys.
is not an idea, asshole. Tell me how a computer you're sitting at and talking on is an idea.
It's an idea.
Your idea of a computer,
Depends
the
on
idea of the
definition
computer, it's an
perception of
idea. The thing itself is not called computer or something. That's
So,
not the actual
A
thing.
computer, if it's not something, it's nothing then. So there's no computer in front of you.
No,
is
I
what you're
didn't say
saying.
that.
Yes,
I'm
you
saying
are saying that. Nothing
I did
exists.
not say that.
Something. No, it's nothing. It's something. No, it's nothing. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm saying that the things you're pointing out in your mind, language, words, does not represent the actual thing.
That's what we're trying to fix. We're trying to fix all that retarded shit.
Well, I'm telling you that when you say something,
No,
that's
well,
an
don't-
idea. It's not the thing.
Man, you got kind of point on that because a computer is really not
Yeah.
a computer. You have an
No.
LCD,
It's just
you
a
have
I
quadrillion
never
ones,
have a
said
zeros,
that a
brain,
create
computer.
ideas.
you have
I never
transistors,
said
and you
the
have all
computer
kinds of
doesn't
things on
exist.
Subjective, Andrew.
So a computer is a bunch of components that are created to make a computer. A computer really by itself
That's
isn't really anything. I mean, there's motherboard, there's a processor, there's hard drive, memory, which without any of those things, the computer would not work. Computer
But
is
beyond
really
that,
is an
transistors
idea.
and resistors and etc. that make that all up.
Oh,
I'm telling you that if you point your finger, let me just say this, and you can just
let me ask you
okay,
a question. Just one question.
Okay.
What are you? What are you?
What I
Are you
am.
nothing, right? Are you nothing?
Well, here. Okay, that's actually a good question. If I'm answering you, can you please stop laughing?
Oh my god.
What's
I
so
literally want to
funny?
hear his answer.
What's so
That's the
funny?
worst
I'm
thing to
telling
say to
you.
someone
No,
like-
what's so funny when I say that that's a good question?
That's just
you are
reasons.
so
Don't worry
funny.
about. You'll laugh no matter what.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him. What was a good question? If I can hear it again, if you guys.
What
don't care.
are you?
What I am. And I was about to point out that if I answer with my name or my status or what I think I am, that's fundamentally false because it's an idea. It's not what I actually am.
You're your mommy and daddy's little boy.
So you're nothing, yeah?
Shit.
But
Can
yes
you
and no.
please
That's just a
rebuttal-
physical construct of what we are
Yes,
connected to
it's
to believe that we are.
It's an idea. Why
The
are you
things go
laughing?
much beyond that, but we're led astray to think that it's nothing or it is something. I mean, there
I'm
is a
not saying
multitude of
it's nothing.
things.
I never
that we
said
are.
that. I never said
I mean,
you're
we
nothing.
totally disregard soul, atma, energy, etheric, electrical energy. We totally only go with the physical. We don't even look into the spiritual of things. Science disproves the spiritual because it can't even look at it or measure it, so therefore it doesn't exist. So everything is a faculty of imagination to keep us limited within the construct that keeps us alienated to what we really are, which is a
This guy's
whole
really based.
multitude
This
of
guy's really
things.
based.
Well, I mean, that's the thing,
And that's
though.
why
I
his
mean,
name is
because
Arturo.
reality doesn't deal with the metaphysics, right?
But yeah, what do you, wait, stop right there. Stop right there. What do you mean reality doesn't deal with metaphysics?
No. I meant science. Science doesn't deal with the metaphysics. He said that science disproves the spirit or the soul. Well, science, that's part of the metaphysics, right?
Because they can't measure it.
Exactly. So because it deals with the natural world. And the spirit and the soul is all
what is metaphysics in your mind?
Yeah, but science
what do
is
you
just
know about
somebody's best
metaphysics?
guess,
What's
that's all it is,
metaphysics?
so.
Hold on, because you guys are
things
using
that doesn't exist in something that we can measure. I mean, or see itself. Really, like the souls, God, spirits.
Oh, so what are you saying, really?
I'm sorry, but some of us can see that shit.
Well, I mean, I didn't say I've never seen a demon. But yeah.
Demon is the figment of human imagination.
Ooh.
It's construct to basically bring to allegiance the understanding of something that they
spirits are
don't understand
not
through
metaphysics.
physical
I mean,
means.
They're not. That doesn't mean they're not.
That's not even true. Whoever just said that. Not the. Never mind. I'll stay out of it.
Okay, so what I'm trying to point out is that even when you say that there's something, even when you say you are something, that fundamentally is wrong. Because that's an idea.
You're nothing.
Even saying you're nothing, it's fundamentally wrong because it's language. You don't understand what I'm saying. Let me say it again. When you use language,
you're talking
you
like
can call me whatever you want. I don't care. You can call me
What are
anything.
you? What would you
What
define
are you?
yourself as a person? Are you nothing?
Again, listen, what I truly am, when I open my mouth and explain it in language, I'm already wrong.
I'm just asking you a question, and I just need a direct answer. What are you? What would you answer to the question? What are you?
The best answer to that is to shut up and to just show my own body.
How about
That's
your
the most
man?
accurate. No, that's a concept. That's also a concept.
Andrew, are you on drugs?
I agree that is a concept.
Dude, what do you mean? Do you guys study
All out the
basic
window now
philosophies?
because you say so. We
Andrew,
just
you on
think
drugs,
it's so. So it's not real. We're not men and women. That's just a concept.
Listen, no, that doesn't mean that we're the
That's not what
same.
he's saying.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the idea is not the thing. Why do you? Can you stop please strawmanning me?
I don't see why you're so emotional about this.
I don't want to see your body. I just want to know what you would define yourself as. Okay, so what would you define yourself?
So you want ideas? You want concepts about myself?
No, I just want you to answer the question and stop being a little prick. That's all. Just stop being a little div and just answer the question like a normal person would answer a question directly. If I ask you the time, you give me the time. You don't talk about a fucking watch. Do you understand the difference?
Well, what is time?
Wait.
It's time.
Gregorian Roman calendar construct to keep us limited.
Come on.
Fuck it, this guy has lost his marbles. What time is it?
Moving on. Anybody got any fucking proof of fucking global birth? No. Anybody got any proof of global birth? Anybody? Let's just calm it down, man.
This is what happens when there's no globies, bro. We start fighting each other. Fuck it.
I know.
The 3 questions: axial rotation, vacuum and air coexisting without a barrier, and the curve. Where's the curve, buddy? That's what this is for.
Reinforce
Not about
ideas.
trying to describe what you are and saying, I'm not a man. I open my mouth and I'm pretty stupid because I'm nothing. Because I'm a lie and in this concept and just an imaginary thing, the concept of men and women, or whatever the fuck.
Oh my God.
Let's not be
brain.
Can you?
Why this room is here, idiots?
Well, I mean, some people just,
Wow, congratulations. You just strawmanning me. You're calling me an idiot. Well done. You know a lot of physics and you're
Now,
really smart.
please answer the 3 questions. Axial
Andrew.
rotation, curvature, show me some, and
Don't
how
argue,
gas
you're
can
gonna say
exist
that,
next
Bob.
to a vacuum.
Just don't argue.
You're asking me. Wait,
up,
Jimbo,
dumbass.
you're asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you 3
I'm
simple
a
questions.
fucking flat earther.
Is anybody
That's
here
right.
Jesus?
Now,
Christian,
you have an option of answering the question,
anybody
insulting
Jesus?
and trolling like
Jesus.
you're doing.
Hell,
I'm the one insulting. I'm the one insulting. Hold up, Jimbo.
Yeah, sorry, Jimbo. You're the one insulting, not him.
I'm the one insulting, Jimbo. Am I the one?
I apologize for insulting. I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Andrew.
No, okay, cool. Jimbo, no, Jimbo, am I the one insulting? Answer the goddamn question.
Yelling and talking over everybody, and you're.
Am I the one insulting? Answer the question.
Just relax, bro. Fucking.
I'm not relaxing
breathe, bro.
because
Just breathe.
no, I'm not relaxing.
So does
Andrew,
everybody
calm
else.
down
They're
on
all
me too,
impressed by
Fred.
it.
Because you all just keep laughing and
No.
acting like you're gods and you know everything, especially Jimbo. You just laugh at whatever I say. You're storming me
Don't
and you're
let
just
him
making me
affect
a
He's allowed
retard,
to
an
have his
idiot,
own
a
opinion,
troller.
Andrew, calm it down.
Relax.
Just
bro.
relax, man. He's allowed to have his own opinion, bro. That's
I'm
okay.
not saying he's
Fucking
not
angry.
allowed to do that.
Jimbo just has a monotone personality. That's all it is.
Andrew.
Again, I have no problem with
Andrew.
people insulting me. No problem.
I'm
Shut up, you
sorry for
fucking cock.
insulting you. I'm sorry. I just want a
just
direct answer a question. I just want a direct answer
No,
a question.
forget about
If you could ask
questions.
me a question, I'll answer it directly, and I'll show you an example of how it should be done, like a rational person. If somebody asks me, what am I? I'll say a person, a
Reasons. Go
human
and shut up.
being.
Reasons. Go. Do me a favor, right? Go and shut up.
Yeah.
What is a person?
Goes,
Just go and shut up. Just fucking shut up, right?
me,
Who asked
I'm a
that
person,
question?
You are a
Who was
person.
that
Anybody
question?
get any proof of the fucking ball earth?
Listen,
bastards.
over. Hey, we have somebody new here, man.
Where?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute him.
Earth curve, axial spin, vacuum next
you
to
imagine?
air pressure without a
Imagine.
barrier.
Yeah,
Three
the
simple.
and
Let's
everybody
quit dodging
shouting
them,
at each
eh?
other like fucking retards.
It's like being in a room full of dong dodgers here.
Yeah, digwads.
I was
Right.
ready to beat
So
him too.
we're calm now. We're calm. Everybody cool. You want a drink? Here.
Hey, Ensign.
Yeah,
I'll buy you a drink.
energy.
Ensign.
I'm energy.
Hold on,
Alive.
hold on. Ensign, you have control of your mic right now.
Back to business.
Please ask us something about the globe and that come off mute. Otherwise, you have to go back to whatever.
Yeah, otherwise you'll go back to being muted or not having the VC verify removed. At least say hello so we can know you're not here to troll.
Is anybody got a mask I can wear? I have to go to the shop. I haven't got a mask.
I got my fart protector on.
Oh, well, no. I'll not use that. So
I wonder if
cool down.
corona can spread by farting.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, sir.
All right, Ensign, if the next 10 seconds you don't answer, I'm about to take the
Maybe we need ass masks too.
I wonder if you can smell corona.
Charcoal filter butt plugs or something.
Well, you know how you can smell sometimes a sickness or a certain smell when people are going to be sick or something. I don't know. It's a certain. I don't know. Sometimes I do.
Well, dogs can.
Dogs can. Some humans can with heightened senses.
I can smell it when people are sick. I can smell the breath there.
I can sense it, bro.
Get this maple sugar
Just shows you're more in
disease where
tune
they-
with your natural senses than others, brother.
Correct.
Anyway,
Because my
maple
kids used to
sugar
always be
disease.
like, "How in the hell do you know we're sick?"
The stream below.
Andrew.
Yeah, could you join us on the stream below,
Yes.
Andrew?
Which one?
Drawn down.
Andrew Broming
Arena.
wants to join you.
The reason's gonna apologize. He profusely said, "Listen, bro, I'm sorry for bringing a dickhead, right?" And he go, "I'm sorry for bringing a dickhead. Yeah, I love you. I do. I don't know. I love you. No, I love you. Everybody loves everybody." Okay, all right. That's enough for me. I'm away from the shop. I need facts.
Except for that Jimbo guy, man. That Jimbo guy is too monotone for me.
No, I love you. No, you do. No, I love you more. I know I love you more. Shut up, you dickhead.
Jimbo.
Jimbo.
What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, guys?
You just missed it.
I just tried to bring Buddy back to the 3 questions, Earth spin.
Mm-hmm.
It's about everything, about nothing, about concepts, whether you're a human or what are you, and everything's an idea.
Wow, man, I missed it. How long ago was it?
Maybe
I'll go back on the
just missed it.
Was it like a hour long?
It was probably about an hour long. I'm not lying to you.
Billy Preston had a
started off with
a great
curve and demock.
Nothing for nothing. Leaves
well,
nothing.
no, let me respond to that. Because the claim was that only the physical exists. And then I brought up the horizon because there's repercussions to when you make a claim that only the physical exists.
All I said was some shit about the dielectric universe, and then shit just blew up, man. Just went fucking crazy.
And your horizon still takes a lot of physics. Your eyeball, your optics, the fluid, your lens. Come on. It's not like...
Yeah, that's not nothing, man.
That's not nothing.
Indeed.
Is the horizon physical or not?
I have no fucking clue, man. I don't know shit.
Horizon, the word you use is apparent, just like Coriolis. Apparent.
So not physical. Not
right,
physical.
Not physical.
Then
but
you have a problem in your statement.
That does not mean that our senses, our optics, pick up, these contrasts and stuff at a distance that give us an image and what we call a horizon line and a vanishing point and other stuff. Right?
Yeah, you don't see the contradiction there, but it's there.
It's
nonetheless.
Not, English language is a cursive spelling language. If I told you I was, say, I don't know, a what do you call it when you're adopted and stuff, an orphan boy. Well, if I mispronounce it a bit, I might have said often. I'm an orphan boy. I'm often at the baseball field. I'm often at the store, candy store. I'm an orphan boy. But if I told you I'm an orphan and you thought I was an orphan, you might have some sympathy for me, right?
This is pathetic. I'm not going to sit there and argue with you about concept.
How people dissect them, interpret them, and try to, squeeze S's out of them and stuff. If language is used properly, it actually fucking works. With all this splitting hairs and bullshit, and it don't work no more. That's why we're now.
Right, but to make the claim that only the physical exists leaves you with a real problem with the horizon.
No, apparent visuals, effects, other stuff exists, but they're illusions. The horizon is an optical illusion. In a sense.
Illusion that everyone sees.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Everyone sees it, but not in the
Show me an illusion of something.
Stevie Wonder wouldn't see it.
Because what's an illusion of? This is the problem. What's an illusion of?
Our environment. What's the world we're in?
Yeah, circle talk for me. What is it? If it's an illusion of something, what is it?
Depth.
Depth. Is that the best you got?
Well, what else would it be?
Right now.
Well, when you look out, what are you looking into? The depth of the air, right?
I didn't make the claim.
You're looking further. You're looking further and further into the air, right? Hello?
We're given binocular vision for a reason.
We're talking about something we all
We're
see.
telling you ideas are ideas. Tangible shit you can touch is tangible shit you can touch, and you're talking about the horizon. Something the globers used to say that's where their globe curves. I don't understand where this is getting you. I don't understand how you think it's helping you.
You're talking about
a tree that you can touch is physical. So if we can go to a tree and touch it and tangibly smack that motherfucker, that's physical. If you say where the tree could be, that's just in your mind. That's not a physical place. That doesn't mean You see, they're real objects, right? I've never seen nothing. A such thing as nothing we're talking about. Of course, we're discussing fucking thoughts and ideas and shit.
Define the horizon. Define it.
But objects in the real world you guys are talking about, like fucking having 99% of nothing be a rock, that doesn't exist. So whatever else you're talking about, bro, good for you. If you can find a rock that's 99% of nothing for me, let me know.
I'm talking about the horizon.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
It's an illusion.
Yeah, I know. You keep talking about fucking globe hallucination things. I know.
I'm interested in the answer to the question. So, Broken Curve, what is the horizon an illusion of?
I didn't say it.
Here, real quick, guys. I got
a bad answer.
Hey, there you go.
I'm saying
Jump
that's
in.
a bad answer.
Here, listen up real quick. Hey, Elbrick, are you here?
I am.
Have you checked in the Enos or that guy?
I did, but he didn't answer.
Okay, because he's saying that you already checked him in, and then he can come right to the live stream.
Well, he can. I mean, I was trying to ask him questions, but he didn't answer, so I took away his.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. All right, sorry about that, guys. Continue.
I will not argue this in front of a Glober because I'll strangle him.
So, what is the implication of the horizon? Like what?
There's something
What does the horizon tell
exists.
us?
There's something that exists that's not physical. Like the claim that only the physical exists is in trouble.
Somebody said that 99% of everything is nothing.
Could we?
Yeah,
could we agree
with
that
Andrew's stuff.
No, I'm not strong. No, I said someone. I didn't say your name. You quit strawmanning me, if you would, please. I just said that someone.
Could we say?
And that's what led us to this point.
No, this was the
Could
initial
we say
point.
that? Could we say that these non-physical things require the observer in order to exist? Like the horizon requires you as an observer for its existence. It's parasitic.
Well, I don't know.
It requires your memory or comprehension, if that's what you're. I think.
Yeah,
But
no
it's
observer,
not physical.
no horizon.
It's not getting around this. It's not physical, but it's a thing we see.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like all the non-physical things that we experience require you for its existence. It requires the observer.
A camera doesn't see a horizon.
A camera doesn't see. And what a camera takes is neither a horizon nor anything else until you observe it.
I don't know. That sounds philosophical in of itself, because there's a horizon on that picture, whether you look at it or not.
Well,
point a camera
what
does
I'm
not
saying
see.
what I'm saying is it's only a horizon because you're calling it one. You're calling it a horizon as an observer. But if somebody hasn't been trained to see a picture and to identify the line on it as a horizon, it's a two-dimensional image. The reason why we're so good at looking at pictures, the reason why we're so good at
Trained
looking
to see a
at
picture?
the reason why we're so good at looking at photographs is because we have so much art in our world. Two-dimensional pictures that are made of three-dimensional things. If you look at how earlier and earlier artwork was, it was less and less and less dimensional because we weren't used to creating and looking at two-dimensional pictures that represent three-dimensional scenes. So it's our ability to observe photographs is a trained feature of our existence. It's not there from the start.
Well, I ain't saying that all this isn't interesting, but it's still just not the point. Like you're talking about something else.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deviate from your point. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
You're the
I'm saying I'm saying the claim that only the physical exists is in serious, serious trouble.
Yeah, that's why I added so all of those non-physical observations that we can identify, they require the observer. So that's one thing that we can say, as far as I know, we can't point out any non-physical observations that don't depend on the observer to exist. Where physical observations
can you put me to
exist
non-physical?
Physical observations don't require you as an observer to keep existing.
Sure,
The non-physical ones are dependent on the observer.
You make that's pretty good. That's pretty good because if nobody's there to observe it, okay, that becomes a philosophical question. But if it's non-physical, if nobody's there to observe it, would it be there?
Put me to a non-physical. Show me.
Okay, you guys are getting it a little bit,
All right.
but you're still missing the point.
What?
Symbolic abstractions are essentially, non-physical. But we still experience them, we observe them. We can say the room is filled with love.
I'm not talking about an abstraction.
We observe people.
I'm not talking about an
abstraction. We say
abstraction.
the room is full of love because we observe people's body language, for instance.
The horizon is not an abstraction. It's something everyone sees.
But if nobody's looking at it, would it be there?
Yeah, that's the thing.
If nobody was looking at reality, would reality exist? That's ridiculous. Stop bringing it into philosophical.
No, there's a difference between matter and optical illusions and observations and things that you can see. Everybody can see an optical illusion.
Hold on. It's an optical illusion of what? Demonstrate an optical illusion of a concept, please.
I'm comparing it. I'm not calling it an optical illusion. I'm calling it equal to an optical illusion. Because everybody can see an optical illusion the same way that everybody can see the horizon. Except for if you're not in that position, then it's not there. If you're not the observer from seeing it from that perspective, from that position in space, you don't see it. So
right, with an optical illusion, you need something physical first to create that optical illusion.
Correct.
But it takes on an appearance, right? That's immaterial.
With that reasoning, that's how you end up with a refracted horizon, and I'm telling you it's wrong.
Okay, if you say so. But it is. I've not heard any reason for it to be any different. If you understand what I mean, I'm just talking about the subject.
Then what is it?
To come up with.
Point me to
if it's an optical illusion of what?
Point me to the
I didn't call it an optical illusion. I called it equally observable as an optical illusion. Everybody can see an optical illusion.
Well, then it can't be defined as what it's not.
Horizon. You said everybody can see the horizon. I said everybody can see an optical illusion.
So it can't be defined as what it's not. It's not an optical illusion.
It's
you
not.
Just said that.
It's not any. It's not any more real or material just because everybody can see it. That's what I said. So everybody can see an optical illusion.
Controversy. That's in serious controversy with only the physical exists.
Everybody can see an optical illusion, which is an immaterial appearance rendered through a material object. The optical illusion on your TV screen gives you the impression of depth. Like
right.
we live drenched in the world of optical illusion, and these are all abstractions and symbolic constructs in our mind.
Correct.
Hold on a minute.
No, correct.
You whistle past it and you red herringed the subject. You talked about physical things being
sorry,
created into optical illusions, but the problem
to.
is the horizon is a thing we see.
Broken.
And it is in serious controversy with the claim that only the physical exists.
Optical illusions are things we see.
Point me a physical object. Point to me a physical object.
Say that again.
Point to me a physical object.
Are you serious? Am I supposed to take this serious?
I'm serious. Yeah, you're serious. I'm serious. Now point to a optical illusion. Which one is real?
So you're saying now that your claim is the horizon's an optical illusion, and that's incorrect.
It's an optical illusion of what appears to Earth to meet the ground. I mean, the sky and the air. It's a sky and the ground meeting. Sorry. It is an optical illusion of what is supposed to be a line where the Earth meets the sky.
Is it reality?
That
Put
line,
it like this.
that
If
line.
I
Right,
would-
cool. We got
So-
to a
so-
line.
so-
It's the line we see.
So, in other words, if I go to the ocean with my, let's say my 9-year-old, which is probably about 3 feet tall, probably not have bigger, pretty waffle. She would not see the horizon. She would not see the horizon where I see it. Would she?
Obviously not. There's no
Obviously
paradigm
not.
that would claim she would.
So, were the horizon therefore physical?
I'm claiming it's not. You bozos are claiming it is.
Who said?
What?
What?
The claim that we exist in a physical and natural world.
We do.
It's incomplete.
Well, so if I'm living in a physical and natural world, and I point to a horizon that's actually there, is that physical?
Your only way
you see
to
the
observe
contradiction
what you
yet.
call
Just keep on
the only
pointing out
way-
contradictions, and nobody's listening.
Your only way to observe what you call the physical world, right? Your only way to observe that is through the optical illusion. That is how you observe the physical world, and all of your observances optical illusions.
Okay.
They are optical renderings of a physical world, but they're not material. They are all immaterial. Your observances are not your observances are not material. What you
So it
observe
requires-
is material.
It requires concepts and what's built of the mind to create the horizon.
Your optical limitation horizon.
Yeah, it's not a physical place, right?
Do you think?
No, it's not.
Do you see newborn?
But
Do
I'm
you see
pointing
do you see newborn babies standing up and pointing out the horizon to you? No, it takes them years to accumulate the symbolic construct that allows them to do that.
Why are you now? You're going against the claim that we were talking about.
Like
Is that
the understanding of a horizon. The understanding of a horizon needs to be cultivated over a long period of time for humans to even experience it.
No, not really. Not really.
Yes,
bro.
a newborn
not
baby
really.
has no sense of sense of horizon.
No, a newborn
They
baby.
can't. They can't even. A newborn baby.
Cannot.
A newborn
you
baby
guys are
cannot
just
even
trolling.
move their. A newborn
I wanna
baby
say
cannot
one
even
thing.
move.
I got to say one
A
thing.
newborn
and then I
baby
wanna
cannot
go.
even move their. A newborn baby cannot even move their eyeballs.
No, I'm
properly.
trolling.
Never mind observing
I'm
horizon.
gonna say one more thing, and that all you guys that were trolling about what I was saying about the problems with physicality and the horizon, there you go.
I wasn't trolling because you're basically talking about the soul, the idea of spiritual or soul or something like that, or God or whatever. Well, the idea of God would be what to get there, or what would be heaven if it wasn't something to go or a place to go. Would it be nothing that you're talking about? Is your soul nothing that transfers from one place to the next? Is that what you're trying to say? Your spiritual soul is nothing?
Damn. He's
Just
gone.
because you experience physical things doesn't make you
Yeah, bro.
experience physical.
Wise man.
What? I'm just saying, the crazy shit he's saying, I don't know. I just don't get along with it. I don't know.
What was he saying? I understand there's a little bit of a contention there between them. What was he saying?
I'm just saying that even the soul would be made of something, right?
I would have done it, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
The soul's made out of like millions of layers and layers and layers of flat Earth.
You will say it's
Like a
intangible.
horizon?
I would say it's intangible.
Intangible or tangible?
Intangible.
Intangible. So it's not actual
I mean,
reality.
and you pick. Well, I mean, there we go again. Is the horizon really a reality?
No.
So are you saying that we lack the sense to detect soul? We lack the sense to experience it.
Well, what is soul? Can you prove soul to me?
Like, do you think that everybody has the same experience? Do you think that some people, that every human being is unable to experience soul? Or do you think that's just your experience?
I wouldn't say anything so fucking stupid, right? I wouldn't say anything.
Right,
so
I think that we have
ridiculous.
the senses required.
Like people believe there's a soul, right?
The senses
All
required
I'm
to
asking is
experience soul.
point to the soul. Point to the soul. Show me the soul.
I said it's intangible.
Well, if it's intangible, that means you lack the senses to experience it. I'm saying that we have the senses to experience soul.
Right. People didn't know that fucking electricity exists until fucking 100 years ago. Everything was invisible. Now we're actually living in an invisible universe. We're using invisible things that we cannot see, waves and shit, to communicate. That's how I'm talking to you right now.
But waves can be made tangible.
So I would never say that nothing. You know, like there can't be anything more than just.
Intangible has nothing to do with experience.
Well, okay, all right. It's a possibility. Right?
It's the lack of having physicality, the lack of being able to touch something or to grasp it.
Yeah,
I mean, like light. Grasp light.
Yeah, it doesn't make it untrue. Like, yeah. Nobody had an idea about electricity 100 years ago. Now we're fucking talking to each other because of electricity. Things that people couldn't even see, right? So there's a possibility that the soul might actually exist. And we just can't see it yet. Make sense? I'm gonna throw that shit.
Perfect sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just listened back. That was funny as hell.
I hereby declare I have asshole.
Assolitis? Sorry, I missed the last part.
Hey, Inside is back. What's up, Inside?
Assolitis?
Hello.
How are you doing, man? We were trying to get a hold of you a few seconds ago, but everything got a little distorted. What brings you to our server?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, I don't know. I'm new here, so I just thought I'd come and see how it all works.
Oh, no
problem. Me about half an hour to figure out getting my mic working.
Sweet.
Oh God, not another fucking Australian.
Kiwi.
Oh, Kiwi. Sorry, that's all we need. Another fucking New Zealander.
But I used to be a flat earther, but I'm on the fence now.
So you jump.
It's this kind of morning. Oh my god.
I put a video out today. Got pretty trolled pretty hard.
Let's start with
what put you back
on the fence. Yes.
I honestly think he was joking. It was a joke, mate. What's the joke?
What put me on the fence?
Listen to us, fucking retarded.
Yeah. What put you on the?
Well, a lot of things really. I started looking into the flat Earth about 2015, and kind of jumped into it straight away. And
that's too much. That's too much backstory. We meant what put you on the fence now.
Well,
it has a backstory.
I don't know. It's just it is. It's just a combination of things, I guess. Star rotations, lunar eclipses, just a few things that are good globe evidences, and I realised I just didn't want to label myself anything, and instead of jumping back to the globe side, I don't know, there's just too much bullshit happening in the world, and just decided I'll I'll be a gleam of sorts, or just jump on the fence and. Yeah,
so
that's where I'm at. I just don't know.
So you went back to the globe to the things that is intangible, unverifiable, and things that you can't validate.
Did you flip flop?
Sorry.
So I mean, stars rotations, things that they tell you a story about that you cannot validate or verify for yourself. Eclipse.
Yeah, well, I've done a lot.
Like eclipses. How can you verify that the sun is in between the Earth?
I can't, but I also can't. I also can't verify the flat Earth. So either model can't be proven, and I think
many things you can verify. That's the reason why we're flat earthers, not because. Anyway, you guys said model. I let that slide because I mean, apparently, he definitely wasn't a flat earther because we don't have a model.
Yeah. Your story isn't that up, bro. I'm calling bullshit.
Well, I mean,
you can have a look at my channel on
like
YouTube.
Let's say that he joined last year, and he's never experienced 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Nathan Oakley, any of us, right? Then, going based on the tools that a normie has to get this information, it's not far-fetched these days.
Yeah, I definitely understand.
2021.
Since 2015?
I've been in Flat Earth since 2015. I've got videos, I do observations. I've got a channel called NZ on YouTube. I've listened to all.
Right.
I've listened to all the streams. I've heard it all. I know it all. I'm new to Discord, and it's the first time I've kind of talked online to anyone about it. But
so ultimately, you're aware then that we can't possibly live on a surface that's curving at the rate in which they say we are, based on the size of the Earth that they give us, right?
Well, I just don't know. I really don't know, mate. I mean,
No. Don't answer an ambiguous question about knowing things. I don't care about random things. I'm talking about the specific metrics of the globe, if you know them, and how far is too far to see on that convex surface, so-called. If you don't know about that, then you're in for a treat, buddy, because we can get you off of that fence.
You must have.
Well, I've done the observations. I know a lot about what's going on.
It's cute about what you did. That was what your backstory was for. We heard that. But again, I'm talking about geometry, and you're kind of not getting it, and that lets me know that you don't really know that you're not on a globe.
What were the observations?
Well, no, I don't know.
What were the observations? What observations did you make?
I don't know what I'm on. I think maybe it's something else. It could be a globe and it could be flat at the same time.
What were the observations you made, bro?
How can something be a globe and all?
Be in some sort of bubble.
What?
I don't know. Space could be real, but we can't go there. So I just don't know.
But we can't be on a globe of the size that they give us. Therefore, we don't know anything about the sky, anything about putting satellites into orbit, anything about lunar eclipses, solar eclipses.
I get it.
Day and night cycles. All of this is predicated on us having a specific area of rotation based on the size of the Earth that they told us. So if that's not right, then they basically lied about space travel, going to the moon, lied about a number of things. So if we can't verify any of those stories, what are we left with?
He says that he made the observation. I'm
I heard that, but that's not. I mean, but if he doesn't understand what he's looking at, it's like kind of relevant.
Let's take him through.
Well, I do understand what I'm looking at.
See how much he knows about.
And what observations to make?
I haven't seen
the points first.
From what I've Well, I haven't seen. I've seen curvature, and I've seen also further than what I should have.
Where did you see curvature?
Looking out at the airport, Auckland Airport from Langholm,
Right.
in the Manukau Harbour.
Okay, how did you determine that curvature?
Well, because I couldn't see the full runway, so it just seemed
a runway.
It also matched up to the globe model.
Isn't a runway about like 2.5 miles?
I was looking, I think, over 10 miles.
And you couldn't see the end of the runway? Over 10 miles?
I could see the planes sometimes. Most of the time I could see miraging, right? So that was what I could see most of the time. And on the odd day, I could see a clear horizon and planes looking like the bottoms were missing, right? And then there were other days.
How did I prove Ball Earth?
Well, it didn't.
Well,
Exactly.
Here's the thing.
But it didn't prove flat either.
Here's the thing, right? You're talking about things getting cut off by physical Earth curve. That thing that's supposed to be the horizon, which is the limited boundary for the globe, right? Because everything beyond that is curving down, right? Okay, so that physical thing, or that has to be a physical place. If you're seeing too far at all, it's not a physical place. It's just an optical phenomenon that you tell yourself is Earth curve.
I think he's messing with us.
Oh,
so
I don't think it was Earth curve. I think that everything that we see from low down is all optical. It's
Well,
all,
we're not
most of
talking about not Earth curve. Why are we talking about? Look. Where have you seen Earth curve? Then?
Well, what's perceived to be Earth curve is what I'm talking about.
so
I'm not saying it is Earth curve.
Hang on.
Well,
I know the limit. I know the limits with the angle of resolution and.
So your reason for believing that the Earth is curved is because you see planes and half of them.
No, I don't believe the Earth is curved at all. I don't believe either model. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I'm confused about what I have seen and what I haven't seen. Some of the things I have seen appears to match the model, and some other things appear to seem flat. Like there's also
planes
some
on a
cement
runway.
towers that are about
like planes on a runway,
12 miles away.
Like planes on a runway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that
there's my channel on YouTube if you want to have a look.
I mean, does that make sense to you?
I've got a heap of video.
Like a plane on a runway?
Sorry?
Like a plane on a runway. Like I could see the planes and I could see the
planes landing.
So that doesn't prove fucking flat or globe Earth. I mean, do you hear how ridiculous that sounds?
EMAC, you mind if Albanique, have you taken anyone through the 3 points before?
Yeah.
You mind? Do you mind, PMAC, if Albanique takes him through the 3 points?
So basically, Ed, we have 3 questions we ask everybody that comes in new to see how much they know about the Earth or the claims that they make. This is questions that there's no right or wrong answers. You know, what do you think? Do you have any knowledge of these things? So the Earth, the heliocentric model claims 3 things: that there's curvature, right? That the Earth spins, and that we live next to a vacuum. So on the first step, we usually ask the first question is, have you known of anybody in either now or in the past that have ever measured the Earth's curve?
No.
Right. So I guess then that becomes a belief that you think somebody has done it, right?
Yep.
All right. So you don't have any other belief. So the next one is the axial rotation. Has anybody ever detected, or do you know of anybody that ever have detected the spin of the Earth?
Nope.
So then again, that's another belief. All right. So last thing is the vacuum of space. They're saying that there's gas pressure here on Earth next to a vacuum, which is minimal pressure where the air could, pretty much. I'm gonna say like Jedi says it fucks off to. In other words, the gas could just disperse into the available medium. That's what pretty much gas does. Have there ever been somebody that has shown gas pressure without a container? Or
not to my knowledge, no.
So then, then what happens if you have nothing to contain the gas? What will happen to the gas?
Well, it would disperse into the available space, wouldn't it? Into the vacuum of space.
Exactly true. So pretty much all the claims of the globe hasn't. I mean, at least for your knowledge, you don't have any actual evidence of it. So pretty much what you have really is a belief system that the Earth, either has curvature, rotates, or
doesn't.
Right, or we live next to a medium that's be against the second law of thermodynamics. So they don't really. It's just a belief system, pretty much. So I mean, other than that, man, those are 3 questions we have. You could that people can ask you questions from here. Not, but at least now that you know that all these 3 things that they claim, you really don't have any knowledge. Just believe that somebody's done it. It's just we could fall back on this part that you can't really claim this part.
Well, yeah, I know there's no scientific proof of anything really, but I've listened to a lot of Nathan Oakley's channel.
Sure, there is, isn't there? You can scientifically validate water boiling at a specific temperature.
Yeah, but not at the shape of where we really cannot scientifically validate through any experiment. So I believe both models are built upon assumptions, purely
This
all
is
observational.
1000% true. That's a thou wow right there. That's what we call a thou
Yeah.
wow. That's true.
But I think there is one way to verify it more than, I don't know, I think a flight across Antarctica with the right instruments, with the right FE people and the globe people.
Now hold on. Why would you think? Why would you think flying over a surface that we can't measure to be curving? Why would you think that would all of a sudden make a difference? If we could do this theoretical flight that they have claimed to have done, by the way, there's something called One More Orbit. They claim to have gone north to south to north.
Yeah, and that's more of a documentary with what NASA and those idiots. I'm not really into that sort of stuff, but what I do know is if we could get across the other side, in a plane with flat earthers and with globers with the right instruments, live video, or even we get Wolfie flying the plane. I don't know, but I think that is I think that's the only way to, for me personally, it's would swing it either way for myself. Is to do that flight. Now, if that flight was done and I was on it or knew some people that were on it, I would probably go to the globe side. But at this stage, no side have got firm evidence, I don't believe.
That's the thing, though, man. Flying through Antarctica, what would that prove? All you will see is just ice, and who knows where they really will take you.
Yeah, well, Wolfie could take us anywhere, but I mean, the instruments, right? Compasses and those sorts of things would tell us where we're going.
Well, okay. So you mentioned things that keep you on the fence. So there was lunar eclipses. What were the other things? Star
rotation,
star trails, or star rotation. Okay.
Yeah, flight paths. I actually put a video out today of my top 3 globe proofs. I just call them proofs because it's just easy to put that down, and I mean that's what I call it, even though It's only
Have you heard
evident.
of Flat Earth Manjo?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So let's skip that then. And go straight to lunar eclipses. How do you think they work?
Well, I believe that the Earth gets in the way of between the sun and the moon, and that's what causes a lunar eclipse. And that doesn't appear to be able to happen on flat Earth. Not that we know
Elijah's
what
awesome
actually
points.
flat Earth is. Sorry?
Did you hit one of Elijah's pet peeve, not pet peeves, but one of his pet peeve, not pet peeve projects, I guess you could say, Elijah? The eclipses.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I don't know. Well,
so basically, in a nutshell, you're explaining how it works in the heliocentric model, where you have the three bodies in a syzygy, right, in a line, and basically the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon. Yeah. Now, have you actually ever witnessed a lunar eclipse or partial lunar eclipse?
No.
Okay.
Only
Did
in
you
videos.
know?
You there? Hello?
Elijah, you kind of broke off. I see you lit up, but you're not saying anything, Elijah. I'm gonna kick him off just if we could. Probably.
Yep. My headphones, I do find it hard to hear you guys as well, so I need to work on how to turn my headphones up.
So, if you are you using it through the app or are you using it through the web page?
I downloaded the app, but I've just clicked the link.
I still can't hear
on
you,
YouTube.
Elijah.
I got disconnected.
I disconnected you because you were lit up, but you weren't saying anything.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No. Damn. Where was I? Okay. The bottom line is the heliocentric model states
You finished that
bodies
sentence.
have to be in a line. Yeah. And in reality, that's not what happens, because you're standing on the Earth and you can look into the sky and see the sun and the moon, not with the Earth in the way.
Right.
So yeah. I don't think you mentioned the name of the eclipse.
Yeah, it's called a selenilian eclipse. So that's one problem. The other problem is that the shadow comes from the top down. Sometimes it goes left to right, doesn't even touch the bottom.
Right.
So how could that be the Earth causing it?
Well, what's causing it then?
Yeah. And have you ever heard of a selenilian eclipse or dubbed the impossible eclipse?
Well, I have heard of it. Yeah, that the sun and the moon are in the sky, both visible at the same time, but there is some sort of eclipse happening. Look, I don't know a lot. I mean, I kind of.
So that creates more like an upside down shadow, right? If you were to draw a line between the Earth, the sun, and the moon.
What it would appear to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really difficult when we're actually on one of the bodies of,
Yeah, we're all on it. We're all on the Earth. Yeah. So we already talked about how if they don't have the specific size of the Earth, then they lied about space travel, right? So as far as we know, we're all on the Earth. No one's been to the moon. No one's been to the sun. So as far as we can tell, here on Earth, the sun and the moon aren't in a line with the Earth.
Right. And
Like
that's
so how would anyone, because I don't know, I'm not making claims about what an eclipse is, right? So how would anyone tell you otherwise, aside from your observation, my observation, anyone's observation?
well, I think people cleverer than myself, a lot of people, astronomers and whatnot, have a pretty good understanding of it. Now, the explanations that I have been given I tend to agree with, and
But
does
then,
But
seem
you didn't give us an explanation. Well, you gave us an explanation of how it works in the heliocentric model, but the observation doesn't match the explanation. You're not really telling us much more than you still believe in the explanation, even though it flies in the face of what you could observe had you ever experienced one of these eclipses.
well, I've seen them on video, but obviously that's not the same thing. But I'm not, as I say, I probably put myself on the fence about 6 months ago. So when when I first got into this, I basically went to the flat Earth side straight away, and everything that I looked into was all flat Earth evidence coming towards me about the globe model, right? So I haven't. So this is the first time I have been out of the flat Earth arena and looking into the globe side of it and their explanations. And to be honest, I haven't looked into it too much. I've only just started again. It's just because it's Christmas time. I'm normally doing other things, so now I'm freshly on the fence.
Well, you
And
know
now
that.
what
Well,
I'm
give us an argument. Give us, because I would just tell you we don't live on a model, and all straw man's coming
Yep.
from this model that they build up to burn down it's just irrelevant because it's just all fallacious reasoning. But um, why don't you tell us one of the things that, which is my first question, what put you back on the fence? You did before mention lunar eclipses. We just went into lunar eclipses and how the explanation doesn't fit, the description doesn't fit the observation in reality. So
That's from your side of it.
hopefully,
Now,
no, from anyone's side of it, because we're all on the earth. None of us have anything other than what we're observing. So when
yeah.
does what we're observing become what they've explained? How? Based on
Well,
what information?
well, this is why from from what I have seen and heard, and a lot
Yeah,
of
I
other
want you to
people
be
do as well.
specific about one of those things instead of vaguely talking about
Well,
what
it's
you've
a
seen or
lunar
heard. All right.
eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse. It's what is blocking the moon. What is
Right.
what is
Not the Earth.
what is putting that? Yeah. Well, what is it then?
Not
It
the
can't
Earth.
be anything.
Not the Earth.
Well,
You're assuming it's a shadow, but again, if it is a shadow, it's not the Earth causing it.
well, if it's something else, why doesn't it block out stars? It's just
Guess what?
as
Guess
it
what,
moves
Nate?
across the moon, or
I don't
I
know,
don't know.
but we can't just
Yeah.
hold on to it must be the Earth, even though I'm standing on the Earth and I can visibly see that the Earth is not what's in the way of the sun and the moon.
Well, it
Like
seems
that's what it is.
that's a perception, though. That's an
Okay,
appearance.
but you can say it's a perception, but when I ask you, well, outside of what we observe, how do they come to a different and opposing understanding of what they're actually observing?
Well, I think they
And
model it.
you're not really telling me. You're saying, well, I agree with their explanation, but their explanation is an explanation of an observation you're not observing.
Well, if let me put it this way: if I totally agreed with them, then I'd be a glober. So the issue is that I'm just not sure. The evidence is strong, yeah, and there's a lot of strong flat Earth evidence as well, but it's not proof.
but
So
it
I
isn't.
basically I just didn't want to label myself anything. And
I understand that. And
2020 was 2020 was a horrible year, and now 2021 has started off. I mean, just as bad, and with all the propaganda that's been fed to us, I mean, I just
It's not getting any better, bro.
and I understand about the whole label thing, but as for you put yourself in the fence in the middle, but there isn't any evidence because all they told you is stories, and you're just believing the story. You're not actually having any evidence that you actually can verify, especially when Selenium Eclipse debunks what they're saying.
Yeah, and
not only that, but
they
you
do
think
have
that
models.
you think there's a ball that's getting in the way of the other two balls. That like ultimately that's basically what you're saying. But we
Could be.
don't observe that to happen, so it couldn't be unless they have evidence otherwise. Because modeling something isn't the same as knowing, okay, well, I'm looking at the sky, okay, I'm standing on the earth, okay, both of these things are above the horizon, above the ground that I'm standing on. So these angles don't match up if this earth is supposed to be causing that shadow over there. That's not possible. And you're saying it's not possible on a flat earth? No, it's just not possible. It's not possible for the flat earth to be getting in the way of the moon either. The flat earth, the globe earth, I don't care what shape it is, it's not what's causing the eclipse.
Hello?
Right.
And what's crazy is the way they predict the eclipses is by something that was with a model, not a model, but with a cycle that's been created since the solar cycle.
You're seeing an eclipse of what? Of the sun?
Moon.
Of an eclipse of the moon, so a new moon. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
A cyclical 30 months a day cycle? What are you saying?
No, he's talking about the eclipse. Any lunar eclipse.
Yes, a lunar eclipse. Lunar is moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm actually
I get the argument. I get the arguments. I really do, and this is why. I mean, the globe. There is no proof, and I mean, a lot of things do match, and a lot of things don't.
Well, the thing is this though, man, and they're the one making the claim of something that you don't observe. You always observe the Earth to be flat and stationary in every kind of way. I mean, of course, we do have topography, especially in New Zealand, right? There's a lot of topography in New Zealand, but across the ocean, and when there is no when it's calm or whatnot, it's mostly always nice and level, right? So it
seems to be
right, and 70% of the Earth is water. 70% of the Earth is practically always flat. Other than what they call this curve, we have never seen that.
That's why I think.
I mean, you kind of that curve, right?
It could be something else. We could be living on something else. I think it's some sort of construct or realm or simulation, something. I'm not sure.
Claim. I mean, you're making a claim to where you can, show me any evidence of.
I mean, you can see the curve if you see a horizon, right?
Yeah, no. But it is like a realm of some some sort, right? I mean, it's where we dwell. We dwell atop the surface,
But see,
we
still, do you have a solid evidence, solid proof of that?
But we don't know the shape, right? Like that's what we say. We don't know the shape. Like what more can we give?
Maybe
Like, you already know that science is not going to determine shape because you have to measure sides to get shapes.
Well, we have measured it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
The Earth is not a perfect sphere. It is actually bulging at the sides due to the axis.
Can't measure
Can
anything.
you,
We
you
should
show
calculate.
This
Hold on,
should be measured due to gravity, and gravity is not a force; it is a phenomenon. So,
No. How did they measure the Earth to be?
how do you measure gravity? It's weight, dude.
No,
Right.
how did they measure the Earth to be curving at the rate in which they claim?
Geometry.
Right.
You always
geometry.
just
How,
walk.
How?
Sail.
Right.
It's right.
If you walk or sail, you're just walking or sailing over a level surface, right?
Oh yes. But eventually,
but they claim
reach the same point. You understand?
it was measured. They claim it was measured. I'm asking you how that's the case.
I'm pretty sure they use like a couple different methods, like light refraction and stuff. And it's kind of like you derive a measurement.
You can't derive measurements with not straight lines, right?
Elijah,
Like-
imagine this. Imagine I go to the equator.
To imagination, dude.
Elijah, imagine I go to the
quick.
equator.
Imagine you're on a ball. Yeah. Just imagine that first. That's where you got to start.
That's called begging the question.
Well, I'm just trying to like say something here.
Well, I'm just trying to get the answer to how someone has measured it. You said light refraction.
Well, I'm trying to tell you,
No,
and you
and
just
then
like
I'm saying, no. Well, then they can't have geometry then, because you can't have tangents to a point when you have bendy lines.
yes, you can.
No, how?
Light diffraction.
There's a live stream voice text that you can post information in. I'd love to understand.
Light diffraction can be completely modeled and understood.
I asked you for a measure.
It's not a bendy line. It's
light diffraction has nothing to do with refraction, which they would claim is the bending of light, right? So there's a difference. What does diffraction have to do with the surface of the Earth curving, though?
Mirage, which is a pretty.
You're all over the place, Fred. Now Mirage.
Mirages are a pretty obvious way to prove that something is below the horizon but still visible.
He doesn't understand what measurement means by the sound of it. You did ask him for a measurement to start off with.
Yeah, we said measurement,
right.
And then he said.
And you start saying diffraction,
I'm just being constantly.
Well, I understand, but
Mirage is caused by a disparity in density in the liquid that the light is traveling in. You understand this? Yes.
You are just saying words because you're claiming that I guess you can't get a point out. Okay, first you said we have measured the Earth. I said, well, how? Then you gave the answer of light diffraction. And
I'm trying to explain how.
And then I said, what does diffraction have to do with measuring the curvature of the Earth? So we're having actually what we're having is a conversation, and you're trying to find ways to not really answer the more pertinent questions.
Basically, the way that they did it in ancient times and for a long time up until the present. Now we use like GPS and satellites and stuff, but it's basically the shadow that the sun reflects something. You measure it from that.
Aristophanes.
What?
Talking about
Aristotle. All right. No.
Yeah,
okay. So
talking about
Elijah, just go on this with me. So imagine you.
Let's imagine.
You don't have to make fun of my. You don't have to make fun of my ways of speaking. Like it's just. It's just.
You just sound like an idiot.
It's not the way you're
speaking.
If you. I mean, do you want to go outside and like actually measure this? Like, what do you want me to do, dude? We're in a.
I think Elijah said, how did they measure it? And
yes.
I mean,
I'm trying to tell you, and you won't even let me speak. Like,
I'd love you to show us.
Let's let him speak. Let him get his. Nobody interrupt. Let's let him say his.
Just keep trying to say it's
yes, please, guys. Finish your point, bro. Finish the saying that you're saying. Imagine this. Let's finish that, please. We want to hear it.
So, light refraction is caused by different densities of a liquid, and the light traveling through it. Is this commonly understood? Correct? Is this agreed upon?
Just give us
Well,
the
now
measurements.
you're talking about now you're talking about refraction. We know what refraction is.
Oh,
It's
yes.
when it's when light traverses from one medium to a different medium, right?
Is he Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Precisely, Elijah, precisely.
Yeah, are you talking about terrestrial refraction? What refraction are you talking about?
Roundy, they can be modeled the same way. It's
Are you
different.
talking about terrestrial refraction? Is that what you're talking about? Light
can model
bending around the
medium
Earth.
in either way.
It's a simple question. Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Poundy, there's no terrestrial refraction. It's refraction.
Terrestrial refraction is
it's
light
refraction
bending
through a
around the Earth.
medium. It's not terrestrial or extraterrestrial. It's just through a medium.
Answer. Are you talking about terrestrial? Are you talking about light bending around the Earth?
This is what they do, right?
Okay.
Because they hold on. They try to convolute the two, right? So there's Snell's law, and then there's what you're going to be punting is Andrew Thomas Young's ideas about the atmosphere and how light rays bend around that. Those two things are separate. So
which would require R. Which would require R in the beginning. So you've already begged the question with R. Do you know what I mean? It's just all circular reasoning. It's imagine you're on a ball. Imagine it's this. Imagine that. Imagine sticks and shadows. If we imagine we're on a ball, we can. It's just nonsense again.
Exactly.
He asked you for a measurement. The very simple question was, how did they make? He said they measured it.
Well, listen. Look, it's a simple. Look, it's a simple experiment. You could do it on a much smaller
experiment.
No. Okay, look, listen. You could do it on a much smaller scale. Take a basketball. Take a flashlight. Okay.
Yeah, ball. We're taking a ball. Yeah, imagine you're on a ball. So take a ball.
Is geometry wrong?
Hold on. Just listen. Look. This is something that you guys can all do. Stop. Just listen. This is something you guys can all do.
Look, this is the thing. He asked you for a measurement. How did they measure the Earth? That's what he said. How did they measure it? You said they've measured it. So give the measurement. That's all he asked for. Pretty simple.
What do you mean the measure? Like how many? Like the circumference?
You said they've measured the Earth. You said
24,000 miles.
Curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. How? I'm not asking for a measurement.
I'm
3959 radius. Yeah. I know that. How? He said. How did they measure the Earth? You said they've measured it. Measured, not calculated. Measured. How did they measure it? He said. How did they measure it?
Look. Okay. Poundy.
Just
Quake, stop.
No. Listen. Okay, no, you're right. We have never measured the Earth. The Earth has been calculated.
That's thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so
okay, can we get you to let him speak, dude.
Look, so listen, we all agree that the Earth has been calculated and not measured, correct?
It has been measured.
Okay, well, no. Just let's get past.
Sit there with your delusions. Wow.
Listen,
Hold on. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just finish my example really quick? If you guys don't mind.
No, you asked a question, bro. I think all of us are rushing to answer it. You basically asked, well, okay, has the Earth been calculated?
No, that's not me. No, you asked if it's been measured. I will agree with you guys. No, it has not been measured. It's been calculated. All right?
I just said that. So
I agree with you.
Don't say no, you didn't say that, and then hijack the conversation by repeating what I said and then continuing because I stopped you for a reason.
Why would I say that? Just let me just say what I want to say. You can replicate.
All right, hold on. No. I've stopped you for a reason, right?
What's the reason?
I stopped you for a reason.
Yeah.
Did anyone else hear him say the same thing that I just said?
No, I'm saying I agree with you. I'm not. What are you saying? I'm not saying. I'm saying you're right.
We don't agree because in order to know the shape of something, you have to measure its size.
Okay, yes. Okay, I will agree with your axiom. Okay, but I just want.
There's two people speaking. One is Cook Wizard, another is Coog. Coog says no, they haven't measured. Cook Wizard says they have measured it.
Well, Quag is saying that.
I'm just trying to agree with your axiom.
Quag, just stop. Quag, seriously, stop, man. Okay. You're just no. There's no point. Quag, seriously,
Can I just ask, where are we actually getting these measurements from?
Okay, so are you saying that? So imagine someone walks from Washington D.C. to Los Angeles, okay, and then someone walks from Los Angeles to Hawaii. Okay. So
yeah,
That was a line. That was a line. It may not have been straight, but it was a line. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Bro, hold on.
So that distance.
Hold on.
You can measure. You can take both. You can take both the distances and add them together. That's the measurement. That's the measurement of the distance between those places. You understand that?
Okay, you just measured it.
Problem number one is you said it's not straight, but it's a line.
All right. I just named two. I just named two random places.
Number two.
That's two random places.
If you go from point A to point B on a globe, it's also
Elijah. I'm just establishing a ground rule. Okay, so now imagine
it's not a ground.
Elijah,
okay,
will you let me speak, man? You're just constantly interrupting me. Like I can't even discuss a basic theorem without you just being interrupted.
It's just nonsense. You're just obfuscating.
It's just nonsense. Well, just listen to me, okay? And maybe
obfuscations all the time.
But it's not a measurement.
Yeah, we want a measurement of curvature of the Earth, not a measurement of distance to one point to another. Distance from one point to another. If I walk to the end of my street with a wheel and measure it, I've got a measurement of distance. That's not
all right, Poundy. Yes, I'm going to tell you
curvature of the Earth. Get to it then. A minute ago, he said you couldn't measure it. It was a calculation. Who said it was a calculation?
You haven't interrupted me.
No, who said it was? Yeah, no, I'm interrupting you because you're talking through me. I'm trying to talk and you're talking through me. I just said, is it a calculation? He said, yeah. Was it you who said yes?
Yes, Quake does not know what
measured it.
Quake does not know what he's talking about. He's
no.
Earth's in the right place.
I was trying to make a point. If you guys would let me, if that's okay with everyone. It'll take like.
Hold on. Let me do some.
Look, guys. I think we need to think.
Hold on. Let me do some moderation right now. Because I don't know who I'm talking to. Like, I'm not sure any of us knows who's talking to who.
I am because I'm going to light up. Each of them.
Why don't you two guys hash the rest of this portion of the conversation out, and then let's just go through the 3 points.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
So that measurement,
because I mean he thinks that there has been measurement, and then he's saying that going from one point to the other
has been a measurement.
That's a measurement from one place to another.
No,
is a measurement of curvature.
Okay, look. It's a measurement of, what are you saying, of curvature? No, I'm not saying there's a measurement of curvature. I'm saying there's been an actual and real measurement of the size of the Earth.
That's what we asked for. You're not measuring.
So look,
the size means.
I'm not even going to say imagine at this point, Elijah. I'm just going to say you are on the equator. You are on the equator. You're looking due west. Okay. Now you don't have to walk all the way. You don't even have to walk all the way.
Equator, though.
Now there are thousands people that travel. Poundy, let me speak. Like, what do you think you gain from just interrupting me? Okay.
Let him finish. I do want him to get to the end of.
You walk a mile. You walk a mile. That's your mile. Okay. This has been established. That is a mile you have walked due west, perfectly west. You haven't even deviated a tenth of a degree. So that is a mile that has been charted on the Earth's surface from one distance to another, due west perfectly. Now, that has been charted thousands of times over, through the oceans, through the land, and over the equator. Now and you can see it's a straight line straight across the equator, reaching from the same point, due west, all the way back to the same point. And you want to know what that distance is? Circumference of the Earth around the equator, not around the poles. Because the same concept applies when you go due north, all the way to the North Pole, and then south to the South Pole, and then north again. You will reach the same point from going from due north down to due south.
Okay, so let me ask
It's not a concept, it's a reality.
Let me ask you this.
Circumpolar navigation.
If anyone's studied history, you know, like, it's just literally fact, man. Like, it's all been explored and documented.
They're shipping routes. They're shipping routes. This is just no.
Before I don't want to mute you, please listen to what Elijah's about to say. We quiet down and let you spew your spiel. Let Elijah speak now. Go ahead, Elijah.
How do you get the circumference of a sphere by going from point A to point B to point C, etc.?
Because Elijah, you have measured a straight line straight around the equator due west from one point to the same point by going in a
Yo,
direction.
I'm gonna get really pissed off if you repeat yourself after I've shown great restraint, not talking through that particular segment. I heard what you said. Tell me how you get the circumference from going from point A to point B.
It's not from point A to point B. It's from point A to point A.
How do you get the circumference?
Because you
add. How do you know that it's a sphere because you went from point A to point A?
Because what other? Well, that's a good point.
Not
Why is
what other? How do you know?
Elijah, that is a good point. Is it a sphere? It is. It is something.
No, it's not.
Okay, Elijah.
It's definitely not.
It has to be something that you can walk due west and get to the same point.
Definitely not.
And it has to. And it has to.
You asked me, well, is it a sphere? I asked. Listen, you're either gonna tell me how they.
Elijah, what shape is it then, dude?
Or you're gonna ask me what shape it is, in which I'm going to answer you, like this. Not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Wait, but if he went from point A to point A, how did he get from A to A going in a straight line?
What are you using to go west?
Listen, the question is not how did you go. The question, hold on. The question is not how you go from point A to point A. My question was, how did they get the circumference and the dimensions of the Earth? That's what I.
No, Elijah, right. You're right. How can you be able to? Elijah, how can you be able to trust?
You're not. I was in the middle of a sentence. You're not telling me how going from one location to the next location tells them that they're on a sphere.
Well, no. Well,
that's not even a measurement. That's really what I asked. I said, how do we measure the curvature of the Earth? Right.
Yeah, that was your original.
Yeah, it's obviously
Elijah,
from the measurement. Yeah,
I'm gonna post a map in chat.
Nobody travels around the equator.
You can't post images in the server.
Well, can I post a link?
Yeah, you can post a link, but it doesn't really show up.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna ask him how you measure,
can I get image posting perms? I don't know what to do.
Of the Earth, that's how you do it.
You went from a measurement to a point.
So look at that map. Look at the equator. Look at the equator. This is
going to give us a projection.
Can we all agree this is the map? This is the map of the world. Yes.
Listen, it's not a picture. We don't have a picture of the world, brother. I don't know who told you that's.
But is this a charted? Is this a charted map of the world? Is this the map of the world that is
right? Let me ask you a question.
Elijah, can I use this map to navigate anywhere in the world I please?
You can navigate with
maps. So I can navigate with it.
No, they use
charts. What is that? What is that? Listen. Are you about to wrap this up with telling me how they've measured the Earth to be a ball?
Yes, Elijah, I'm trying, but I'm really trying right here, but you're making me struggle. Just imagine. Okay, look. Look, you're in Singapore right now.
You're dealing with a religious zealot. That's the problem.
You're in Singapore right now, Elijah. You're in Singapore. You're looking due west, okay? Perfectly west. Not even deviating by a degree. You walk. Okay, let's just.
What are you talking about?
Let's just say you walk on water.
You can look due west, but the moment that you go in any direction, that west is going to change slightly.
No,
because you're using the compass.
Changes, Elijah.
You're using the compass. You're using a compass to get your heading.
Sorry to interrupt.
They've used compasses throughout history.
Where does compasses point at?
Okay, no, you're right. Why? How can we use a compass to determine what is north, what is south, what is west? You're right. How can we trust it? How can we trust it? No, you're right. So
that wasn't what I said. You're trying to use west as.
So you don't even need to be on. You don't even need to be in Singapore, Elijah. You're just on a single. Just imagine you're on a single point on the Earth. And you
Did
just
you hear what I said?
Yes. What did you say?
While you were babbling. Okay, so you said you can look west, and that's west. So I'm assuming
Bro,
that you're gonna be going in a
the
straight
Earth
line,
is as
right?
round as the coronavirus is true.
Yeah, and you call us trolls, by the way, Mr. Crit.
So Elijah, you're on a singular point on Earth, and you walk in one direction. Okay, you just walk in one direction.
You're not walking in a straight line, bro.
No, you are walking in a straight line. You're not listening to west.
No,
you're not
no,
listening.
you
Elijah, you're not listening to compass. You're not listening to anything. You're literally just walking in a straight line.
you have to. You listen. You have to. You have to. There's no other way to know how you're going to be traveling then.
Elijah, no.
Say you're a ship, right?
No, Elijah. Imagine you're Elijah. You're in a jet fighter. Okay, you're on a single point on Earth. You are literally going in a straight line.
So again, you're not going to be in an aircraft that's going to be ignoring.
Yeah, you can't go in a straight line around a ball.
What's wrong with you, bro?
It's impossible.
Look. Can I throw a
That's
thought?
the second point. You can't go
Poundy, but you can go in a straight line. That's what the equator is. That's what people have done.
Listen, guys, can I just throw a thought experiment out there for you guys? Just
God, another thought experiment.
No, listen.
I don't really know because I've let us get this far with.
It all started off with a measurement of curvature, didn't it?
Exactly.
No, forget
obfuscated.
Think about what if I told you you can measure?
Before you continue, Craig, you'll go next. I want Cuck Wizard to concede that there isn't any measurement of the Earth curve.
See the duck, it doesn't matter, man.
I want him to concede.
Concede, Elijah, you're in one point of the Earth.
Wizard,
you walk in a straight line. You will eventually arrive at that point again. Okay.
I just want my 2 minutes.
This is just a fact. You will eventually arrive at that point.
So you want to. Beautiful. Okay.
If you're in DC and you walk, if you walk north in a straight line, you will eventually arrive at DC.
Bro, listen,
it's
bro.
begging the question.
They didn't travel the Earth and then say, okay, well, it's a sphere with a circumference of 25.
They literally did. If you studied history.
Elijah, but they don't need to. Elijah,
so then, hold on. Do you want me to respond to him, or do you want to respond to what I just said?
I want to respond, dude.
I talk for 1 minute, man. Holy shit!
But a single person doesn't need to do the navigation themselves. Do you understand that multiple people can? If someone goes to a point and the other point was in their line,
to figure out one
stop interrupting.
And you keep, listen. I don't want to be the shit mod that starts muting you guys because you don't understand when someone is talking. You stop talking. Because the only time I'm cutting you off is to point out how you're not answering my question. The same question that you're still not answering, by the way.
I talk now for like not even a minute. Is that cool?
Go ahead.
All right. So what if I told you if you had a basketball, you had a flashlight, and you shine the flashlight behind the basketball, you could measure the circumference of that basketball using the light. You could do this experiment on your own using just formulas that you look up online. It takes 2 seconds. Take a flashlight, put it behind the basketball. The light will shine over the basketball. Take a needle. It'll cast a shadow over the needle, and you can measure the circumference of the basketball. And you can check and make sure these equations work by actually physically measuring the circumference after with a tape measure. We all agree we could do this, right? Hello?
I mean, it is yeah.
Yeah, it's like a simple experiment you can do.
Is the Earth a basketball? Is the sun a flashlight?
No, the point I'm making is that if you guys could physically verify with your own eyes that these equations work by doing it on a much smaller sphere, a basketball.
This is the thing. If you beg the question, why would you need to do that with a basketball? The basketball's got curvature because it's a basketball. It's a ball. God, Jesus, it's like
Poundy,
pulling
but
teeth for you
if
people.
if the surface you're on
If the
exhibits
surface of
these
the
same
Earth is
exact
curved,
qualities,
yeah, let's start with begging the question.
Stop.
So you're starting with, hold on, you're starting with begging the question, yeah, and then you're going to stick sticks in the ground.
Well, no, I'm not begging the question. Well, in your mind, you.
So what are you measuring then? Why are you sticking sticks in the ground? Why are you bothering? Because it's flat.
Because
it's obviously observably flat.
The
yeah?
flash. No, I'm simulating the Earth and the sun shining
That's
on
what
the
I'm
Earth.
saying. So the Earth's a basketball, a sphere. So you're begging the question to start off with, yeah?
Well, it's not. It's
Yeah,
not.
just say yeah. I mean, it's fine if
No,
you want to beg the question, but I'm just saying you're begging the question. Just admit it. Why can't you admit it?
Because it's not begging the question. You're.
So what is it then? So it's not a sphere then.
Because
so you're starting off with the premise that the Earth's flat and the sun's close.
Because do you want to know what would happen if I didn't use a sphere? Do you want to know what would happen if I used what would in your mind be an object that represents your flat model?
Right, let's take a. You're in your room now, yeah. You got a light above the floor, right? Put some below that light, yeah, so that there's no shadow cast. Then put some further away, you'll get a shadow. It's the floor cut. You can do those calculations and get curvature on that floor, but you know for full well that floor's flat.
No, you can't actually. You literally can't. You cannot.
Anybody can do it. Just do it.
There is no curvature of a floor, though. That's the
Exactly,
thing.
but you can do the same thing and work it. You can calculate curvature on that floor if you assume that light source is very far away.
No.
It's just begging the question.
The light doesn't reflect on the floor like it does on the sphere. You literally can't calculate anything.
Quig, that you're making an assumption, and Aristophanes made an assumption that the sun was far away, and the light rays are coming in parallel. Yeah, that's an assumption. He doesn't know that. If the sun was closer, exactly. So if the sun was closer and very small, and the light's not coming in parallel,
it wouldn't matter.
It would do exactly the same thing.
No, because it's derived from the shadow, which is refracted off of
the light. Always comes in parallel. What do you?
Your assumption.
How is it an assumption? You can replicate it, like I just said. Can you replicate that with any other object?
Yeah, you can replicate it on a flat surface. You're not listening.
I don't. How do you do that? I don't understand.
With the light source, you've got a light source, yeah, above the floor, right? You put something directly below the light source, no shadow, yeah. You move things away from the light source, you get lengthening shadows, but the floor's flat. If you assume that light source is a long way away and you've got parallel light rays, you can calculate the curvature on a flat floor, you moron.
You can't.
Poundy. I have a video for you to watch. It's a live demonstration.
I don't want to watch you. I don't want to watch your video. Yeah, but this is look.
Poundy, this is a live.
They start talking about. Yeah, listen.
No, Poundy, this is a literal demonstration of exactly what you're talking about.
Where is the sun? Is the sun apparent? Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Is the sun I don't care. Stop talking over me. Is the sun apparent? Does it have an apparent position or is it in an actual position? Is the sun apparent? You're talking about reflection. It's the thing you don't know what you're talking about. Because the sun's position is actual. It's not an apparent position.
So
is the sun in the sky? Does it have an actual position or an apparent position?
What does that even mean, dude?
Because we're talking about refraction. The sun's light is refracted, isn't it? Is when you look at the sun, is that where it is? Is it apparent or is it an actual position?
It reflects. Oh my God, dude.
Hey, Doug, can I just
you're just an idiot, though. I mean, it's like, I can't talk to. I can't talk to idiots. Sorry.
Fair enough. I have an argument here that's I think holds a lot of merit. So, just imagine if the Earth is flat. Okay, I'm sure most of people are there, right?
It is.
Why does the sun rise?
Imagine it.
Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west at completely different times, at the same time around the world? You can call someone in China and it's daytime there, well, it's nighttime in America.
You have an assumption of where the sun is and how far it is. You understand this part. This is the part we're trying to tell you. You don't know where the sun is at. They tell you it's 93 million miles away and it's 400 times bigger than the moon.
So is there two suns in this flat Earth?
No, there's always only one. The thing is, the sun, as you know it, you actually don't know it because you don't know where the sun is at. How far is it? How big is it? You don't know none of this.
By your own globe logic, it's 8 minutes where it was when you first looked at it.
Hold on. Right? How can I don't understand. So at what size and distance would the sun have to be for it to be in one place visible at one place on the Earth, but not the other? Hello?
Where is
Why
the sun?
talking sun at all?
Ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, because Neil deGrasse Tyson says
Well, no,
that a smaller and localized sun would show the exact same thing as a really big and far away sun. So we're arguing over something that would work on both models.
Yeah,
for lack
nobody
of a
knows what
better
the sun
term.
is for
How would it
starters.
work on a
Accounting
flat
for
Earth model?
refraction.
Though? If the Earth is flat, I don't understand. Like how would it not be day everywhere and night everywhere at the same time?
Because the sun is small, it's much smaller and more localized than what you've been led to believe.
Yeah, the horizon is
So
once
so
the
let me
sun
ask
goes past the
Where
diffraction
you
limit,
have a
you
light
can't see it
bulb
anymore.
in your room.
Sun
Would
also
it,
flat.
Would it would it light up the hallway?
No, actually, no. What you guys are saying is that the sun can be smaller, and that is just false because the sun. The sun bends light. This was measured by Einstein. The sun bends light. Light can be bended.
So
but you just said hold on. But you just said that the sun. No, you just said the sun is an actual location, not an apparent location. If it can bend light, then you don't know where it is because it's always bending where it would actually be. In addition to being 8 minutes, in a different place from.
Okay, fuzzy. But when the sun is directly above you, there is no refraction.
The sun has an apparent position and an apparent size. Yeah.
Okay, Poundy.
When it goes to stop saying
something is coming in,
cut me off. Look, listen, I'm talking. Yeah. So when it goes into the diffraction limit, which is the horizon, another apparent position, yeah, it's gone. You can't see it anymore.
Okay, hold on. So the sun's flat, or is it
day and night? I mean, it's not hard to understand.
Stop, Poundy. Is the sun flat or is it spherical?
What is the sun?
Poundy, look, I just posted a link for you.
What did I just say?
What's the sun?
Stop.
If you know what the sun is, tell us about the sun.
Poundy, look.
He's claiming.
Poundy,
look, stop cutting me off with my name. Stop saying my name and cutting me off. I just said to you, because you're an idiot. Yeah, the sun has an.
You're insulting me now. Like you don't even have an argument, so you're just insulting me.
Stop. I am giving you an argument. I'm trying to give you an argument. Yeah, and you just keep cutting me off with my name, saying Poundy. I've sent you a link, Poundy, because you got nothing. Because you know that I'm right. Because the sun, has an apparent position. It has an apparent size. The horizon is an apparent location. None of this stuff's actual. Yeah, and then you're saying, well, the sun does this and the sun does that, and you have got no clue. How does it? I mean,
by that,
the sun goes in.
Like, shut
up, the sun
dude.
goes to the horizon. Yeah. To an apparent, so the sun is in an apparent position. It goes to an apparent location to the diffraction limit and disappears. The light goes away. That's day and night.
All right, Poundy, but do you understand that at every point, at every day, there is a point where there is no shadows, or at some point of the Earth, there is a point.
Talking about
there is a place you can go to.
Your
Poundy,
question
there is a place that you can go to. There is no shadow.
I don't get. Yeah,
there is no shadow at some point on the Earth.
Something on
Poundy,
my
do you understand this?
Yeah, I've already said
it. Wait, Poundy, stop. Poundy, you got mad when you interrupted me when I interrupted you, but you're just constantly interrupting me.
Because I've already
I haven't even been able to speak 10 seconds. Literally listen to yourself. You can't.
I've already answered it. I'm not answering it again. You're just doing it. You're just circular reasoning again. You're going back to the same argument.
Well, it seems like we operate on different axioms. So I have a separate question then.
This is the thing, though. You don't
being on a sphere.
No, not a separate question. If you guys think you know what the sun is, prove it.
Fuzzy, I've been trying to say how I can prove it, but you guys will not even let me speak.
You're not going to be able to.
My question is this:
You're saying I'm not even going to be able to. You're just filibustering my answer, dude.
Fill us in, and explain to us how you can prove what the sun is
and the distance to the sun.
I mean, there is proof for it. There's science behind it. I mean, I can
show us the science.
Show us some science.
You want me to link you 50 or 100 articles and fucking theorems and
no one.
Show us how they
got the distance
according to you.
It's kind of begging. I mean, we all know that there's science behind it.
We don't know what science is.
Well, yeah. That's
we are
exactly.
Well, no, yeah, that's the thing. So then it begs the question: in your theory, what is the sun? Are you just gonna say you don't know?
I don't know. Yeah,
claim.
exactly.
We're not making
I'm not making a claim that we know the sun is.
So what do you know in terms of your theory exactly?
He doesn't know what theory means. He doesn't know what science
here's what
means.
we do
He
know.
doesn't
We do know for
actual or
sure.
apparent
We know
means.
for sure what
People
they're
are idiots.
claiming is inaccurate. That's what we know. We know that what the world presents, the governments of the world, they present the world as a certain way, and they are not correct. That much we know.
Okay, so what is correct then? Is there anything that's correct? Is anything real? Which part of it's correct? Which part isn't? Do you guys have any working theories on what the world actually is?
Earth itself is correct. Earth, you don't have to question.
Okay, so
right?
we all agree.
Hold on. Falsification is independent of replacement. Just because I say something that's false doesn't mean, well, I'm going to still believe it until you tell me some other story. Unicorns. It's unicorns, not what they claim. It's
Craig,
proven wrong.
let me have a sec.
ahead,
Can you
Des.
post a map that most people here agree upon that the world looks like then with under Flat Earth?
No, we can't.
No.
We don't know. All maps are
Do you guys?
manipulated.
Can we speak to
Okay.
one globe believer at a time quickly? Just
Yeah,
so we
sure.
can get a more
I'm
structured
here.
discussion.
I have two arguments here, but if no one has like a Earth of what they think it looks like, then I can't really
So
use that argument.
Des,
What?
have you looked into flat Earth before for long, or are you just getting into it?
No, I was mostly just getting into it. But
Okay. So
I'd
could you
imagine
answer a
most.
couple of questions for me then quickly?
I just have one
so we're on
point,
the same
and then
level.
you can ask them after if that's okay.
Go on then.
Most people here, I'd imagine, like all the NASA videos and the SpaceX and all the moon landings and all that stuff. Most people think it's fake, right?
Well, you can't verify it, can you?
Yeah, you can't verify it, but
So it can't be used as evidence because you
Can
can't
you
verify
verify
it.
that it's true? Can you verify that they're true?
No, he's agreed he can't.
Well, that's
He agreed he
my
can't.
point. My point isn't NASA videos. My point is there's videos of high altitude fighters from the 60s and 50s, right? Like the MiG-25, right? This plane could go into the stratosphere, and there's a literal video test footage of test pilots, right, from the Soviet Union. You can't edit this video. This isn't the 2010s with CGI and
What kind of
video
lens did
editing
they use?
software. There's video.
What lens did they use?
What? It doesn't matter, man. They're literally in the stratosphere.
It absolutely matters what lens they use, and it matters how bubble the cockpit was.
Okay,
It's not. Hold on. On top of the fact that Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see curvature at 120,000 feet.
Yeah,
so
how
unless
fast
these
is-
fighters are
go-
going beyond that, is Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong? Is Neil deGrasse Tyson
Claim you
incorrect?
can't see curvature from
Is
the
he
ISS.
incorrect?
He is 100% incorrect.
Oh,
Yes, in order to verify the whole video.
to go on television. and correct
I mean,
himself.
clearly, you haven't seen the videos. If you have, you wouldn't even be arguing with me right now. It's
Did
not
they go above 120,000 feet?
So you're saying from 33,000 feet, you're able to see curvature?
Yes, there's a you can.
No, Des, that's
Curvature
not even
anywhere.
what your model says. Des, that's not what your model says. So don't argue things that your model doesn't even argue, because we're not going to argue with your imagination, right? Your model doesn't say you'll see curvature at 30,000 feet.
Yes, you
not
do.
anywhere near it.
Globers tell you you're wrong, not just us.
You can just go look at the MiG videos, man.
you're just wrong, Des.
Des.
It's quite funny how Des is already chucking Neil deGrasse under the bus, the guy who hangs out with astronauts and has his own observatory. Somehow Des on Discord knows a lot more about the globe model than Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's your educational background, Des?
How many PhDs do you have, and how many times have you been on television to explain it all?
Have you ever?
So does you know that MiG-29 shows curvature at 3,000 feet? You know that?
I mean, I guess you guys know more than Einstein and Stephen Hawking.
Let's listen. You are right.
It's funny that we actually do.
Sure, then how do I
right.
not know more than Neil deGrasse Tyson if you know more than Einstein and Stephen Hawking?
Because you're telling we're seeing curvature at
It's just obfuscating away from the fact that you pulled.
I think that's a bad argument. Is fighting.
Okay, no worries. Des, listen to me. You are absolutely right, Des. You just need to answer just the three questions. If you answer that, we believe you. We all believe you. Please, but listen to us.
Well, let me start.
Would you like to please ask him? Yeah.
Yeah, let me start Des with these questions, right? You're aware that you don't observe Earth to be curved and in motion, right? You only observe Earth to be flat and stationary as far as you can tell. You agree with that, right?
No, I don't. I worked in the maritime industry.
Okay. So
And
where did you see curvature of Earth?
I've also been in airplanes and seen it with
Right.
my
Yeah, you don't see curvature from an airplane.
Yes, you do.
Just explain that. Okay, could you show us the
Des.
citation for this?
I did with my own
Demonstration?
eyes multiple times. There's thousands of videos and photographs online.
Right, I'll post you a video. I'll post you a video in live stream too.
Go spend $1,000 and fly to Hawaii. There's
Okay, Des,
an ocean for thousands of kilometers. You can visually see yourself.
I've been to Hawaii. I was in a plane when I went to Hawaii. Never saw curvature.
I mean, you're
This
just
is what I
lying
mean, right? These globe believers, they believe so hard they don't actually notice what they observe in the real world. Because in the real world, Des, the horizon is flat, it's horizontal, right? You go to the coast, that horizon is level. It's not a curved line, and it's not a curved line when you get in a plane either. We've all been in a plane. It doesn't curve; it's observably flat, right? So you're only lying to yourself when you say, "Yes, I observe curvature of Earth." No, you don't.
Okay,
no one
Des,
does.
listen to me.
The proponents
Des,
of the
listen to me.
model. Hey,
You are
listen, guy.
Don't interrupt, Wolfgang. Stop it.
Right, so Des, you don't observe curvature of Earth. If you want to claim that you do, we'll speak to someone else who's actually honest and has actually looked at Earth. Because no one in your model, no one who teaches the model, says that you see curve from Earth, or from plane altitude, or even as high as 120,000 feet. So
You truly believe that?
that's what your model states, Des. You don't even know your own belief.
And where's this model presented? Is it just Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Well, actually, you don't have a model that actually exists, but it's been modeled.
Why are you saying that
Yes,
as an argument?
there's videos of astronomers and people who work at observatories doing the math, showing you that 120,000 feet would be the equivalent of half an inch above a 6-foot ball or something like that. So there's no observable curvature. But Des, if you want to maintain that, then
Can I just make a point, just quickly? Yeah, if you're on a plane, right, and you're saying that you can see curvature, so you're looking out one window, right? Now follow that curve and then look out the other window. So are you looking then down to the horizon? Is that what you're doing? Can you make that link up if you're seeing a curve? How does that work with a gyro horizon on the plane? What happens when the plane turns? If he's using a gyro horizon, do you realise how ridiculous that sounds? To say that you can see curvature out of a plane window.
I looked. Sorry to interrupt. I looked into your claim about Neil deGrasse Tyson and the 128,000 feet. That's actually almost 13 miles lower than the stratosphere. So I think Des's point still stands.
Yeah,
Des said you see it from 30,000 feet.
Now,
Des said you see it from 30,000, and Neil deGrasse is saying you don't see it from
they go much higher than 32,000.
You can't see
planes
curvature
don't
from the
go
ISS.
120,000 feet in the air.
Go up 100,000. Yes, they do. MiG-29 actually go higher. I research all this stuff.
Okay, and my original question, is, what lens were they using?
Oh yeah,
how spherical was the canopy on the MiG?
I also
matter, man.
But
yeah, it does, because that can. Are you saying that a spherical canopy can't warp your perception of the edges of what you're looking at? On top of the fact that a fisheye lens can warp what you're looking at? Are you for real?
Yeah, someone said MiG.
Is this the MiG video that you're talking about? The one that shows convexity? That's a great story.
Look, we've got stuff going way higher than that, and it shows flat. No one in the model argues for it being flat at plane altitude. This is just desperation, Des. So if you're not going to be honest, we're going to move on to someone else.
Yeah, here's a MiG-29. It goes even higher than the MiG-25s. But these are the videos in the 60s are more compelling because it literally can't be edited. If you want to believe it.
How did you verify these?
Within the first 5 seconds of this video, it shows it convex. Are you kidding?
It's bending all directions.
1 second, it's convex. What are you talking about? That's why I asked about the lens. Look at that.
Yeah,
within the first second of your video, bro.
Fast forward to 5 minutes and watch the horizon bend up and down. You're a moron, dude.
Sellers.
Wait, but the camera is outside of the cockpit. I don't understand.
Yeah, what kind of camera? What kind of lens are they using?
What are you gonna say? It's a wide-angle lens.
So, Sueg, why is the horizon bending in a U shape and then an N shape, convex and then concave, if it's a globe showing a curve?
I don't know. I gotta brush up on
because it's a lens. Because it's a lens. You guys, come on, stop doing this dishonest bullshit. Right? Which one of you guys is actually able to have honest discussion? Sueg or Des? Either of you guys?
Are you referring to the camera lens or?
Quake and Des,
well, look, the horizon is flexing.
Like, there's LOL, man.
Like,
The horizon flexing up and
$1,000
down,
on an airplane
concave
ticket,
and
man.
convex. Right, Des, you're just getting muted because you're just annoying and you're speaking through everyone. So which one of you guys, right, who have we got? Cuck Wizard?
I'm here, dude. I'm here.
Sueg?
I'm
Which one of you guys can have a conversation?
I'm right here, man. Listen.
Okay, Sueg. So, do you observe curvature of Earth?
Before you continue, I posted something for Des. This is a mathematician. If you look at, he says, let's say we are at the elevation of the ISS. There's about 250 miles above the Earth. Okay. If we calculate the horizon line for the ISS is about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at the point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Is that 250 miles?
All right.
Wait, which mathematician?
Look, Poundy, look.
No, Cuck Wizard. We're not going back to that. Oh, for fuck's sake! Right, you're getting muted as well. Listen, guys, you're gonna stay on. We're gonna stay on topic, and what we're talking about right now is what we actually observe of Earth. If none of you can handle confronting what you actually observe, then you're far too emotionally fragile to be here. So the question's on the table: do you observe Earth to be curved? Sueg, since you're the only one out of those three not muted, do you want to answer?
You're asking me if I observe the Earth to be curved with my...
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Right, okay. Do you observe it to be in motion?
Not.
No. So you understand that someone saying the Earth is curved and is in motion, they have a positive burden of proof to fulfill.
I mean, it's interesting.
It's interesting. I mean, you're just talking about what you observe in reality, which you just agreed is flat and stationary. But you've got Cuck Wizard and Des here saying, don't listen to your eyes or your senses, guy. Listen to the TV. The TV says it's curved and in motion.
What are you talking to me on right now, computer?
No, I'm on the phone.
Do you, can you observe how your phone works? Like the inner workings of it?
What does that have to do with it?
You can take it apart and look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. So these are physical things we're dealing with, but you're talking about something that you don't actually physically deal with or experience. Well, so I'm just trying to establish if you understand that in this discussion, the positive claim lies with the side saying the Earth is curved and in motion.
I mean, it seems like you guys are very heavy into what you can see.
No, it's what you can just demonstrate, prove, and verify. Why is that funny? Is that not what you would want to do? Do you not want to know things are true?
Like science does. Proves and verifies claims.
Well,
science.
I mean, science does that. There's a lot of science behind it. It's all derived. I mean, I can go back and forth here. I mean,
Show us science for the globe. We've looked. We all believed in the science of the globe until we went to go verify it, and then we're like, oh, it's not here.
I mean, I told you guys to shine the light on the basketball, and then you said it's begging the question.
Right, of course it's begging the question, because how does looking at a basketball tell you what Earth is?
Because you're measuring, if you can derive the circumference of the basketball the same way.
Right, but you only observe Earth to be flat, not curved, so why are you assuming it's a basketball-like object?
Even observe it to be flat. Like
you just said you observed it to be flat.
You just said it.
I mean, I've never seen an actual horizon, but
you've never seen an actual horizon. This is why you guys believe in the globe, right? Because you've never seen outside, quote unquote. I've never seen a horizon, yet you're in here arguing that we live on a ball that spins, even though you don't experience any of it.
Have you seen the horizon?
Here, I'm gonna jump in here real quick.
Check it out.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, can I? He was gonna say, like, the whole when he got stumped on the burden of proof, right? If I had said that unicorns are the reason why, and all their magic is the reason why all of the globe is the way it is, and that's what we were taught in school, without ever having proven it to yourself or anyone else proven it, everyone just accepts it. That doesn't mean it's true. They just make up things that you can't prove, and everyone goes along with it. The burden of proof relies on the person coming up with the claim of unicorns. Yeah.
Why does it work though? Like all the measurements.
Because it's so easy because
you
it's
don't know
back
any
engineering.
measurement.
It's back engineering, and there are no measurements.
Swag.
It's all equations.
When you were asked for a
And you can
measurement,
back
when you were
engineer-
asked for a measurement, sorry, Fuzzy, just quickly, Swag, when you were asked for a measurement, you told us to shine a torch on a basketball for a measurement of Earth. This is how little knowledge you have of any measurement that's actually measured Earth.
Well,
You're
no.
talking about looking at a basketball.
No, I use that as an example because
Well, use Earth as the example. Who's used Earth as the example to demonstrate that it's actually curved?
Yeah, why wouldn't you shine a torch
Isaac
on a piece of
Newton,
paper? Why wouldn't you shine it on a piece of
all
paper?
this.
Why'd you use a basketball? Why did you use a basketball?
The thing is, you could try doing it on a piece of paper, but you won't be able to derive any measurements.
That's false.
So when someone asks
but moving
you,
on.
when someone asks you to measure a table, Swag, you get out your torch.
Well, no, try to cast a shadow off a two-dimensional surface. Well, what can you calculate off of that?
Why don't you just tell us who's measured Earth to be curved, Swag? It's a very simple question.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
I mean, I'm just using them interchangeably, but I assume it's a very big difference for you guys.
Well, do you know? Why is there two different words if they could be interchangeable? Like what?
Words have no meaning. You can just use them for however you like, apparently.
We definitely operate on different axioms, somewhat. But
What's the difference between a measurement and an equation? Because the reason why all the equations and the math works so well is because it's been reverse engineered from the things that we can observe. We observe the sun coming up every morning and going to the sunset. Someone takes that measurement and says, based on my back engineering of the calculations, this is how the Earth is. And because the sun comes up every day, you're like, well, it must be unicorn magic. Because the sun comes up every day, and I've got all this really complicated unicorn math, and must be true.
It's not just that; it's everything. All of our technology, everything we've built, everything that's derived from calculus.
Hey, Chuck, listen. Okay, let me break down this axiom thing for you. Okay. So I'll just ask you a couple questions. I'm not going to challenge any of them. I just want to test what to gauge what your axiom is compared to mine. I've got about a dozen questions here, just really quick. Just answer what the first thing that comes to your head, and that way I can see what I think the answer to these questions are versus what you actually answer. Okay, you ready? Who has the positive claim or burden of proof? Flat Earth or globe Earth?
Flat Earth.
Is the black swan about the horizon or something else?
Repeat the question.
Is the black swan, remember we talked about this earlier during your VC verified? Is a black swan about the horizon or something else?
Horizon?
Yeah. Okay. Is gravity a constant or an average?
It's a constant.
Can you predict what year, where they will go, and who will do the next manned space flight? Year, location, group.
You want me to predict it?
Yeah.
Man space flight where?
Wherever you want.
I mean, they send people to the ISS every couple of years, I'm pretty sure. So
okay, the U.S. federal government spends upwards of 100 million tax dollars every 39 hours. Is that figure too much, too little, or just right?
Well, what was the number?
100 million every 39 hours.
I mean, I guess it depends on your perspective on life and
your perspective.
The role of government.
Yeah, your perspective. Is it too little, too much, or just right?
My perspective is an arbitrary number that means literally nothing.
Is there more than one scientific method? Is natural selection the mechanism of evolution?
Yes.
Is natural selection the cause and evolution the effect, or vice versa?
Natural selection is the cause, evolution is the effect.
Has evolution or parts of evolution been validated with experimentation?
Experimentation? No, it hasn't.
Are there any parts of astrophysics or astronomy that make a claim or hypothesis about the Earth?
Repeat your last question.
Are there any parts of astrophysics or astronomy that make a claim or hypothesis about the Earth?
Yes.
Have you heard of the rare Earth hypothesis?
Oh.
Is there a working globe model or map?
Yes.
Who has a positive claim or burden of proof? Atheism or humanity?
Wait, the what? Say that again.
Who has a positive claim or burden of proof? Atheism or humanity?
Humanity. In relation to atheism. I don't understand the question.
Yeah, so basically all of humanity has some version of a creator. Is it the burden of proof on everybody to prove this creator, or is it the burden of proof on atheism to prove everyone's wrong, that there is no creator? Who has the burden of proof, atheism or humanity?
Well, gonna have to go with atheism.
Hypothetically, what or should an atheism program look like? Use one of the 7 as a closest possible showcase.
Wait, what? An atheism program? What?
An atheism space program. So you got China, Russia, North Korea, India, Iran, Japan, and the USA. Which one
have to do with the space program?
Okay, because of the 7, none of them are atheist. Okay, you've got 2 that are military. North Korea, which is kind of like a wild card in that. India is commercial. Iran's is state-sponsored. Japan is kind of a dual military, dual executor. And USA is dual, but a chief executive. We call in the United States, they're called the independent agency.
Yeah, what does atheism have to do with space exploration?
Oh, because these governments are mostly founded on that there is a creator to begin with. All these governments, except for North Korea, have a direct reference.
Yeah, but why does that matter? Shouldn't that support?
Okay, well, just say then skip it. Okay, what is one thing you have learned from a flat earther today?
One thing I've learned from a flat earther today. Some people like to see things to believe it.
All right, yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from now.
Does that mean that the other people like to believe things without seeing them?
I mean, as human beings, we have evolved the ability to abstract and conduct abstraction. We are all able to abstract and derive things from those abstractions. But I mean, if we want to sit here and not operate on that axiom, that's fine. I can still.
Well, let's go back to the positive claim piece, because if you don't understand this, then you're not going to get anywhere in this discussion, right? So you said that in the burden of proof in this discussion lies with the flat earthers, right? So let's say, for example, me and you come out of a cave and we've got no knowledge of what Earth is, but we're saying, okay, we want to figure out what this place is that we live on. So we look out at the horizon and it's flat, and we look around and it appears to be motionless. So I say, I think it's flat and motionless because that's what we observe. And you say, yeah, okay, it looks flat and motionless, but I actually think it's curved and in motion. You are claiming that I'm the one who's required to prove my side rather than you. So as a default, you would accept that it's curved and in motion at that point.
Well, I mean, I would probably believe you at first for some time, maybe for a couple thousand years. But then I will.
And then what would you do?
I mean, I will have probably spent a couple hundred to a couple thousand years at that point traveling the seas, and I will have noticed.
Then what? What would you have noticed?
You can't see past a certain point for some reason. It's like,
yeah,
no matter how hard I squint my eyes, I just
so you just see that flat horizon, right? As far as you see.
I have a question.
You see that flat horizon, yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, you have a question, but just wait. Be patient.
I just want to get to this with Swag quickly, right? Because listen, so you're saying that for a few thousand years you'd believe me because I'm just pointing at Earth and saying, hey, that's what Earth is. But then you are actually saying, but then I would prove it. My side being curved and in motion.
Well, no, I wouldn't prove it. It's that I will have for those thousands of years just believed what I saw with my own 2 eyes, right? But then as I experienced more years and I experienced more things, saw more things.
What things?
Generation after generation. Horizons,
kind of things?
Shadows reflected off the sun.
Horizon.
Seasons, the stars.
Horizon, yeah.
Astrology.
Yeah.
I will have observed all these things over many millennia, and
but we were observing them when we were observing it to be flat and stationary. We were observing those things too.
Well, no, we weren't. We were just looking at what was in front of us. We weren't looking at what wasn't.
No, we could see the stars. We observed the stars. We observed the weather, the tides. I mean, people knew all about that for thousands of years.
We didn't understand why the stars were where they were, how they moved, where they would be later. We didn't understand why the sun cast shadows, how it did, when it did. We didn't understand why. I know you don't like me mentioning the horizon thing, but why?
Well, the horizon's flat. It's fine for me when you mention it. It doesn't help your case. The horizon's only flat. It's not curved.
We began learning all of these things, and we began observing these things, and we began to understand, as numerous people did throughout history, that something isn't right here with our original hypothesis. You know,
right. What isn't right? What isn't right with our observation?
Learning and proving. He said learning, not proving.
I mean, you just listed off. I mean, this is a very common way that Globers will try to make their arguments seem substantial by just listing off things that are not actually proving their claim at all, that it's curved and in motion. It's just, we're looking at the stars and the sun. Yeah, we were seeing all that before. These are lights in the sky that we observe to move above us, right? So you're saying that some point along the way, you figured out how to contradict that observation of the lights in the sky moving around us and somehow say, we're the ones moving. So at what point in your journey over the thousands of years did you do that, and how did you do it?
I mean, you could go all the way back to, Euclidean geometry and the various Greek philosophers and go over all the
philosophy and maths. No, I'm talking about Earth. Like, how do you prove that we're the ones moving?
Like I said, Euclidean geometry and the measurements.
Explain Euclidean geometry and how that proves we're moving.
You got me pull up like 10 fucking articles in the whole history.
No, you just said it, so you must know it, right?
I mean, we all know it, right? I mean, I don't.
Well, you'll know what?
I can't. I mean, are you asking me to regurgitate it? Fucking add.
I'm asking you to tell me how Euclidean geometry proves that we're the ones moving, despite us only observing the lights in the sky to be moving. As was your claim.
Say it one more time.
So you said Euclidean geometry is what allows us to contradict our observation of the lights in the sky moving and claim that we are the ones moving because of Euclidean geometry, according to you. So could you explain that?
Stars are moving around us, right? There's two.
Right. Welcome to
stars. We observe the
right.
star. Okay, no. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We see the stars moving in the sky. Okay, I don't even need to pull up any fucking history. It's common sense. See the stars moving.
See how your subconscious is trying to wake you up right now.
Okay, you see the stars.
The stars go around you.
Yeah, we see the stars moving in the sky. Right? Why are they moving? Why are they moving in the sky? Why are they moving?
Well, you tell me. I just see them moving in the sky, so I'm saying the stars are moving in the sky.
Okay,
I don't have to say anything more than that.
Yeah, the stars are moving in the sky. Okay.
Right. So what does that tell me about me moving? I don't see me moving. I see them moving.
Why are they moving the way they're moving?
That's just how they move.
That's just how they move? What's causing them to move?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't have to tell you. You already know what I'm going to do. I'm asking.
Why is it that when we leave the thing that's spinning, does the sky still move?
Leave what thing that's spinning? You're talking about the Earth?
Yeah.
The thing
you mean
spinning, right?
You're talking about when we're in a space station and we're revolving around the Earth?
Well, when we're in a plane, a hot air balloon, a drone, or a helicopter, why is it that when we've left the thing that you're claiming is spinning, which is what's causing the sky to move,
you see,
leave that
when you're
spinning with them, and it still moves. Why is that?
When you're in an airplane, you're moving. Just like when you're standing still on the Earth, you are also moving because the Earth is moving.
I'm still not sure how any of this is showing you that you're moving and not just the object in the sky is moving as it appears to. You still haven't spoken about the Euclidean geometry that you mentioned.
Well, who's moving then? Explain to me.
Well, the stars are moving, aren't they? Look, we see the stars moving, yes?
So the stars move when you're standing still and they also move when you're on an airplane. How do you reconcile that? Yeah.
The stars are moving.
Yeah. The stars are moving now. Okay. Yeah.
So you. Oh, the stars are moving now. Do you observe the stars to move?
I mean,
Yes.
why? Yeah, sure.
Do you observe the stars to move? Thank you.
I do observe the stars to move. Yes, I do.
Okay, so then why are you asking the stars are moving now as if that's a funny question? I mean, I'm still trying to get to the point where you observe moving stars and that
Answer
somehow
my question.
equals
Why
you're
do
moving.
the stars move when you're on an airplane?
I don't have to tell you why the stars move. Why do I have to tell you why the stars move? I'm just showing you what we observe. Right? Because you're saying something else is happening than what we observe. I don't need to tell you why we observe what we observe. We just observe what we observe, which is that the stars are moving and we're not. You're saying, no, it's us moving.
No,
so you actually need to prove that.
But you can also observe when you're on an airplane moving that the stars are still moving, right? You can observe
because
that.
the stars are moving, bro.
Or a drone, or a helicopter, or a hot air balloon.
Yeah, the stars are moving. That is why you see the stars moving. I'm really not sure what you're not understanding about this.
Are they moving?
What do you mean? What?
How are they moving?
Why? I mean, I don't need to tell you how they're moving. Why would I need to tell you that? I'm saying they're moving because I see them moving. We both do. You're saying you're moving, but you're not providing me any evidence for that. Any thoughts?
I mean, I could go over seasons and fucking.
Yeah, but seasons is again just the sun. The sun moves, and so we get different temperatures, right? So again, how does that? What does that prove for you? We're still not moving, observably. I'm waiting for the bit that you prove that we're moving. Like, who did that? Obviously, I'm not saying you need to prove it because this is supposed to already be proven. And you're arguing here that it's proven, but when I'm asking you how it's proven, you seem to have nothing.
Let me ask you, why can a flat Earth not rotate on its axis?
Well, we're, again, observably not moving, remember?
Why does that matter? I don't understand. How are you observably not moving? How can you prove that you're not moving actually right now? Tell me. Can you prove it?
Yeah. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Stand up. Go to your window. Go to your window.
Yes.
Look outside.
Yes. I'm looking.
Do you see Earth moving?
Not.
There you go.
Do you feel it moving?
It gets better because anything that leaves the thing that's supposed to be moving,
I have another hypothetical for you.
It doesn't move underneath that
Listen,
thing.
Wolf, I have another hypothetical for you, bro. Go on a train. Stand up. Do you feel yourself moving? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on a train, moving.
You have to walk.
You hear the sound, you feel the movement, you feel the vibration, you see everything.
If you're in a constant turn, in a train, you're going to be feeling it.
So when you're on a train, you're actually not aware that you're on a train. Is that what you're saying? And we should believe you on what Earth is.
I'm saying you can be on a train and you can stand up and you will not feel like you're moving whatsoever.
Right. Okay. So what point did they prove that Earth is actually moving, though? Because remember, all you've got so far is no observation of movement, no sense.
What do you mean? I'm telling you, there you can be in an instance where you are moving, but it doesn't feel like you're moving.
So Earth is like
a train, right? On top of your train, if I were to take a helicopter and take off from that train that's constantly moving, would the train move?
It doesn't matter about a helicopter or anything. I'm telling you, there are instances where you can be in a moving vehicle.
Would the train move under the helicopter after it took off from the top of the train?
None of that matters. Are there instances where you can be in a moving vehicle and it doesn't feel like you're moving?
No, your body will tell you if you're moving or not. Your ear will tell you.
Earth has an angular velocity. Yeah, that angular velocity is a constant acceleration. Yeah, you feel acceleration.
I mean, unless you're super oblivious to what's going on in the world.
If you're not accelerating, you're not going to feel anything.
You're constantly
I mean, if you're dead, maybe you won't feel it.
Yeah. Okay. So again,
Yeah,
there
you've got
there are
an
observable
angular
instances
velocity.
of you moving in a vehicle and you don't feel like you're moving.
Yeah, but you're talking
Now
about
extrapolate
something
that to
moving in a
Earth.
linear. You're talking
Wait,
about a
wait, wait. No,
linear
why are you
fashion.
extrapolating that to Earth? Because you're not in a container, according to your story about being on Earth, are you?
Yeah,
He's
you
talking
are. You're
about
in
a
the giant
linear
container
motion.
called Earth with gravity that keeps you fucking on the fucking.
What's the roof and the walls of the container of your idea of Earth?
Gravity.
Wow.
Bro, you've been doing really good. Just keep it step by step and keep
Can I
your
just make
senses in place. You've been doing like really good. Come on, bro. Keep it up.
Make a quick point to that thought experiment. Yeah, what you're talking about is a linear motion. Yeah, moving in a straight line. The Earth has an angular velocity. Yeah, if you're moving in a circle, you're constantly accelerating, constantly being accelerated. You can't compare.
Okay, you know the
moving in
crazy
a straight line. Wait, you're cutting me off, dude.
All right, I apologize.
Yeah, and just quickly, something else you said as well. You said we're working from different axioms. Yeah, you need to look at the definition of axiom. Yeah, it's something which is self-evident. You've already said earlier that we observe the Earth to be flat and motionless. Yeah, right. So that's your axiom. We're not working from different axioms. Yeah. So just wanted to point that out to you.
You know, the crazy thing is, I can just as easily make the observational argument, and then you guys revert to using.
No, you don't have an observation though. We've been through this, Swig. I'm still waiting for you to demonstrate how you can claim Earth is moving.
I mean, I demonstrated how I can be.
You
in a
imagine
vehicle that's
being on a
moving.
train, asleep or something.
It's not an imagination. You guys, I'm sure you experienced being in a vehicle and you don't feel like you're moving. It's
Yeah,
not
but that doesn't mean that you are moving.
Well,
That just means you were imagining
but
being
then
in
I
a
could
vehicle
easily
moving.
You could easily prove that by launching something off of the thing that you're perceiving to be motion and prove whether or not you are moving by leaving it. But it still
Swig,
doesn't
do you
work
think-
that way.
Do you think the helicopters and the air balloons, when they go up, does Earth move underneath them?
Does Earth move underneath them?
Yeah, like if an air balloon takes off, right? You're saying the Earth is spinning. So is Earth spinning beneath the air balloon that takes off?
Yeah, it is.
How fast? Oh, okay, right. So
How fast? Do you want me to pull up the fucking speed at which the Earth
so when
revolves
an
on its
airplane,
axis?
so when an airplane takes off in, say, going west, and then an airplane takes off going east, one of them has the Earth moving 1,000 miles an hour at the equator in one direction, and the other one is chasing an Earth that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not how it works scientifically.
But you just said that the Earth is spinning underneath the hot air balloon.
Yeah, the Earth is always spinning.
Yeah. So separately from the hot air balloon. So the air balloon is going to see the Earth spinning underneath it eventually, is what you're saying.
No, you will never see the Earth spinning.
All right. So there's no observable spinning of the Earth beneath the air balloon.
No, there is not.
So why are you saying it's
not
spinning?
science?
It's not science because you can't observe it. You can't
Right, so
observe it. Actually,
how is it that the hot air balloon, when it's not attached to the Earth, is not observing this spin of 1,000 miles an hour ball beneath it?
Repeat the question.
So the hot air balloon takes off from the spinning surface, which is Earth, and it's now floating not in the spinning reference frame, let's say. And you're saying that it wouldn't see the Earth spinning beneath it. But if it was hovering up long enough, why wouldn't it see the Earth spinning beneath it?
I'm gonna have to look that one up, Chief.
Okay, well, I'll give you a minute.
Give him a minute. Someone else had a question.
I just wanted to just quickly, yeah. If the Earth was spinning and it was like moving underneath, hot air balloons and that, we'd never have invented planes. There'd be no point. Yeah, you just take off in a hot air balloon, wait for your destination to arrive and land again. It's just ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but this is it, right? Because these are things that people coming in aren't thinking about, and you've really got to like deconstruct their arguments to the most basic, right? How does that actually prove what you're claiming it proves? And they need to start evidencing their claims. So hopefully now this guy will look up why he doesn't see the Earth spinning beneath him, since he believes it is, and then we can go from there. Because these are the natural questions which you need explanations for if you're going to even entertain an opposite idea. So
you led him through that well. You did a good job sort of leading him through and questioning him about,
because this is it. I mean, you can have like an hour-long conversation with these guys about gravity, and then when you actually ask them, okay, but you do realize that we don't observe curvature or motion of Earth, they'll say, no, we do. They're arguing this as if it's something that they actually observe as a physical reality or have some experience with, when it's not.
Even though they admit they don't see it, they don't feel it, they can't prove it, but it's there.
Yeah, but this is it. In my view, I mean, these arguments, I mean, these debates or whatever, you have to start with the burden of proof. You have to agree what's actually observed in reality, because otherwise there's just going to be begging the question all day long, which is what I was hearing happening.
That's the point I wanted to make with his when he was saying we're working from different axioms. Do you know what I mean? Where an axiom is.
Okay, I figured it out.
You gotta say Coriolis.
Oh god.
So it's because when you're in the hot air balloon, you are revolving around the Earth's gravity.
Revolving around the Earth's gravity. Could you explain that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty.
Can you explain the mechanism?
You guys are asking me to explain every little thing.
Well, this is your claim.
It's your claim. No Coriolis then.
This is what you're claiming, guy.
I mean, I'm sure you guys know this. You've heard these arguments before. Why don't you just argue the argument?
Because this way you learn. This way you're learning what you actually know and what you simply believe. This is instructive for you. Yeah, we've heard it a million times, but this is why we're going through it with you, so that you actually realize, oh, I guess this is what I now believe because I just Googled it 2 minutes ago and this is what it's telling me. But maybe I should double check what the evidence behind that is, since I've only just heard it and I now unquestioningly believe it and will defend it.
Remember that whatever you Google and you see in letters in a digital format, you also have to try to use your physical senses and how you apply it in the real world, because you just read it in Google doesn't mean it's actual reality. So try to apply your senses into what you're reading and looking at.
You just said, yeah, I can explain it. Okay. It's pretty self-explanatory. Like, are you kidding? Like, you gotta have something more than that. We all used to believe what you used to believe. I used to think Flat Earth was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Didn't even look into it because it was some CIA psyop to make other conspiracies look bad. And as soon as I started looking into Antarctica, well, here we are. There's no proof for anything that you're claiming that we all used to believe in. It's like, is there any amount of evidence that could get you to believe in Santa Claus again?
Look, the thing is, like, first you guys asked me why I don't feel the Earth spinning, and I gave you the train example, and then you said, but how does that prove the Earth? I mean, it's like if you can't derive any meaning of anything in the universe.
And then I asked you if a helicopter took off from the train, would the train move under the helicopter? And you
if a helicopter took off over the train.
If the helicopter was on, if I put a drone on the train, right at the top, I'm chilling on the top of the train, and I take off a helicopter. Is the train gonna go move underneath my helicopter when I take off from it?
Are you taking off?
The answer is yes.
How is the helicopter taking off? Is it taking off in a vertical line? Like, I don't understand your question.
All right, so forget a helicopter. I'll take a drone. You know, I'm sitting on top of a moving train, and I take and I hover above it, and I just take off and I go up. Is the train going to go moving underneath that drone or helicopter?
Are you taking off vertically? Are you staying stationary? I don't understand. Yes, the train is moving.
Take your pick. I mean,
I don't understand. Are you trying to say the train's moving? Like, I don't understand the argument. Are you saying?
You said the train is moving. You said the train is moving. The train is moving, and I'm sitting on top of the train and with the drone, and I push up, and I go up, up, and I hover above, and I go up. Right?
Are you extrapolating this to say that the Earth is not moving and the train's not moving or something? Like, I don't understand what you're.
Just follow up the question, bro. And
I'm like, it's really, I don't understand what you don't understand about this. The train is moving, right? And someone is sitting on top of the train with a drone, right? It's not moving right now. The drone is not moving. It's sitting on the moving train that's moving forward.
Yes.
I then turn on the drone and go straight up and keep going up, right? Straight up. I don't touch any other controls.
Yeah.
Is the train going to be continually moving underneath the drone hovering, or is the drone going to stay in the same spot where it took off from on the car of the train?
The train is going to go in front of the drone. I don't understand the question.
It's going to move away from the drone, right?
Yeah, it's going to move away from the drone, right? Yeah. Eventually, it won't even be underneath it anymore, right? depending on how long it is, right?
Yeah.
So when does Earth ever do that to anything that takes off from it?
Does the Earth ever do that to anything that takes off from it?
Okay, can you get on an airplane? Can you get on a helicopter and wait for the west to come towards you?
Well, and then let me answer his question. The Earth does that when you break from its orbit and you get flung out into space. But what was the next question?
Break out of orbit. What do you mean?
When you break the orbit of the Earth and the gravity.
He said a helicopter, bro.
Well, hold on a sec. Wait. So do sniper bullets break the orbit?
Sniper bullets break the orbit of the Earth? No, they do not.
You're a little confused, I think, on to what your model is proposing.
Well, we already got to this point. I already got to this point.
When someone kicks a football in the air, does the Earth rotate underneath the football that's kicked in the air?
Wait, what's your question, dude? All I'm saying is you can observe being in a vehicle moving through space, but not feeling like you're moving.
Okay.
But for some reason,
hold on, let me break this down.
He's not getting it right.
Quickly, I need to break this down quickly with Swag, right? Because you keep going back to this vehicle moving, right? But you're saying that like that positively proves that we are moving, when in reality, at best, even though it's not actually true, because you can feel when you're on a train, we're not in a physical container and we're not moving in a linear fashion. Let's assume you have all that, right? Then you would only be able to say either we are moving and we just don't feel it, or we're flat and motionless as we observe. It doesn't prove that you are actually moving. It only gives you a reasonable place of doubt to say, I could still be moving. What I'm asking is how you actually prove that we are moving. Not how hypothetically you could be.
I mean, the reason I used that example is because you guys were very intent and keen.
Dude, the reason you use that example, let me talk for a minute. The reason you use that example is that's the example we've all been taught about being in a car or a plane. The problem is that example does not apply to the rotation of the Earth, because that example assumes that you are in a linear motion, right? So you're going in a straight line.
Actually,
all right, cool. You don't feel acceleration. You feel acceleration. You don't feel speed. But when you're going in a circular motion, someone already explained this earlier. When you're going in a circular motion, change in direction is also acceleration. So if you're stuck on a ball that's spinning, there will always be acceleration, dude. The straight linear motion example does not even apply. You understand that?
Yeah. Now you're just straw manning the Glober argument.
No, I'm not straw manning anything. Look, you need to understand that a linear motion is different from a circular motion.
You have
right?
to understand that when they say the Earth is revolving, it's not accelerating in its revolution. That is what.
Yes, it's not. No, yeah, I know. Look, the speed is constant.
So you're
constant, but you still have acceleration.
No, it's literally they pause it and they derive.
Dude, hold on. If you keep over talking me, I'm gonna mute you. Let me talk for a minute. Look, if you go in a straight line in a car, suppose you're in a car, right? You're going 50 miles an hour. Assume it's a straight road. You don't feel anything. There's no acceleration. And you're just like chilling. Okay, now you steer right or left. You're not changing your speed. You're still going 50 miles an hour. Do you feel that?
You do feel it.
Yeah, why do you feel that? Because a change in direction, right? This is where velocity and speed, you have the difference between velocity and speed. You understand that, right? Because velocity has a vector to it. So if you change your direction in the motion, even though your speed is not changing, you're going to experience acceleration, right?
Wait, what's the question, dude? You just keep repeating the same thing over and over again.
Because you're not understanding that a linear motion is not a circular motion, dude. It's not the same thing. You can't equate that.
There's no such thing as circular or linear motion. That's not even the correct terminology, dude. Like you're just throwing out.
You think circular motion is not a correct terminology?
It's not. It's literally not, dude. It's all about acceleration. The Earth is not.
Yeah, it is all about acceleration. Exactly. So yes, I'm gonna post this. Do you see the live? Hold on, dude. Stop over talking me. Do you see the live stream 2 voice text? I just posted a link there. Please take a look at this link. Physics classroom, right? It's explaining uniform circular motion. And I'm going to read it from it. An object moving in a circle is accelerating. Accelerating objects are objects which are changing their velocity, either the speed or the direction. You get this?
Does anyone here study history at all?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
So you understand that if you are like standing on the earth and it's moving at a constant speed, that because the motion is circular and you are changing direction, that you will always have acceleration. So your example for, oh, look, I'm going in a straight line and there's no acceleration, so I don't feel it, doesn't apply to the earth at all.
You understand?
You're just talking about the slowest motion, right? There's also an orbit and everything.
First of all, you can have circular motion without acceleration. First of all,
no, you can't.
Yes, you literally
How
can,
then?
dude. What do you mean? Look at the article you linked, bro.
Yeah, read the article I linked, bro.
So Swag,
uniform circular motion, constant speed, yet there is acceleration. Why is there acceleration? Because acceleration is more than just a change in speed. It's also a change in direction. This isn't high school physics, bro.
Yeah, Swag, I mean, just quickly then, are you claiming that Earth's speed wouldn't be felt because it's constant in its orbit?
I am claiming what the Globers claim, that the Earth does not accelerate in its revolution, and is a constant revolution.
Okay. What about
in
its orbit? Is it changing speed there in its orbit?
In its orbit, does it change speed? I don't know. I don't remember. I have to look.
Well, if it was accelerating or decelerating,
circle, right?
Would that be felt? Because you're just saying acceleration can be felt. So if it was changing in its orbit, would that be felt?
Yeah, sure. Maybe. I don't know. I have to do more research on it.
Also, are you also saying that there's no change in acceleration from the North Pole turning at almost 0 miles an hour to the equator, which would be 1,000 miles an hour? You're saying that that's not an increase in acceleration in some way?
Pretty sure it's a uniform revolution.
Yes, but you don't tactically understand what 0 miles an hour at the equator is. A car going at 0 miles an hour or 1 mile an hour, and then a car at the equator traveling at 1,000 miles an hour to make up the same amount of distance in the same rate of time has to travel at a certain speed. That would be an acceleration from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour. You're saying that in a convertible you wouldn't feel 1,000 miles an hour in your hair in your wind in your hair?
I'm just going back to the fucking. It's like a fucking circle, man. Like, again, when you're in
What's a circle? What's a circle? The orbit.
Are you gonna feel the 1,000 mile per hour wind in your hair just like you feel the fucking 200 mile per hour train when you're sitting in it? Like I keep going.
No, but the wind in your hair.
On top of it, traveling on top of the train.
Yeah.
Remember when we took the drone?
Here we go, on top, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Is Earth a contained place like a train inside of a train, or is it open to the air?
I know. In your mind, it's open in the air, bro, and a train is a closed container.
No, on your model it is. In your model it is. Not in our mind. On your model, it's exposed to the air, not contained, and spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That's your model. That's the belief that you're currently defending to us right now.
Can I chime in here for a second?
Well, hold on, Des. We're still with Swag right now. Swag. So listen, Martov demolished this train idea you had. We all have. It's fallacious. We're not physically contained according to the story of the globe. We're not moving in one direction without changing speeds. On the globe we are, right? And you would agree anyway, which you were agreeing with me before, that thought experiment of yours doesn't actually positively show that we are moving. It only, in your imagination, gives you reason to believe that you could be moving, even though it's completely undetectable. So you're reverting back to that, like, I gave you proof for how we're moving. Think about being on a train. No, that's you just saying we could be moving and still not know it. That's not positive proof that the Earth is actually moving, is it?
Like, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I guess I gotta move on to another argument then.
Yeah, can I make an argument here?
Yeah.
How about lunar eclipses?
Yeah, the next guy has a question. Just give him a chance, please.
Yeah, I don't know why Quake's not reading PMs. But anyway.
How do lunar eclipses happen, man?
Hello?
Hello, how does...
Go ahead, ask your question. We'll talk about the moon after that.
Moon, the Earth moves its shadow over the moon. That's how they happen.
Well,
someone has a new question. Someone has a new question.
The Earth moves.
Oh my God, Quake!
Shadow of the Earth causes the eclipse.
Any proof for that?
Let Des ask the question.
Okay, are asteroids like they exist, right? They're a thing that exists in the universe. They hit Earth.
Define an asteroid.
Like I don't even know what your opinion on them is. That's why I'm asking. I'm not trying to be condescending.
Well, I don't. Well, define an asteroid and then show us your proof for it.
Okay, so multiple GoPro. Like I'm just talking modern times here. There's dozens of GoPro and videos of asteroids hitting Earth in Russia, which is like a month ago.
And what do you observe? What do you observe in the video?
Giant rocks coming from the sky and hitting the Earth. Asteroids.
You see giant rocks coming from the sky and hitting the Earth.
Yeah, or maybe the Tunguska
in one
event
video
in 1912, which is literally the size of like 5 atomic bombs.
Was there a crater left at the Tunguska event?
Yes, it was massive. It was the largest crater ever.
I don't think there was
in the past 200 years, I believe.
Mm-mm.
What do you mean? Google the Tunguska event. You don't know what you're talking about. You're saying
no. I do. Yeah, there wasn't. That's why it was considered so odd, as well.
And also the airburst over Russia that may not have left a crater, but there was an airburst.
Yeah, so you see what you actually see in the light from the sky, because again, Des is being dishonest with what he actually sees.
They also do destroy windows and buildings.
I'm not. Did you think asteroids leave nothing?
You are. No, because dude, I've seen the videos. What you see in the videos is a light streaking across the sky. Yes.
Okay, cool. And then when they hit, there's little asteroids.
So what is that? What is that like?
There's broken up asteroid in the ground.
What?
It is a rock.
Okay. When did you find broken up asteroid in the ground?
Okay, you can touch it and you can feel it. It exists.
When did you do that?
Some conspiracy theory.
How about first-person experience?
Yeah, when did you have that experience, Des?
Is this really your argument? Are you arguing asteroids physically don't exist?
Des. Your argument is, I saw this thing on TV. How did
is this the level, man? Like,
so Des, you've seen a video on TV that shows a light going in the sky, right? Carry on.
No, I've seen multiple documentaries and videos on asteroids. Like,
you've seen
are you actually arguing this? Like, am I? I mean, it's late at night, but are you really telling me asteroids don't exist?
Because there is a difference between the actual observable phenomena, like you see what we call and have been referred as sporadic meteors that has been studied. There's an actual 6 sources in the sky where all sporadic meteors come from. And then you are relating that into the movie side of the equation that they show you rocks as big as Texas that are falling from the sky, and you're trying to put the the natural observable phenomena that is lights in the sky into Texas-sized rocks.
Most of them are
that has a difference.
Most of them are about the size of baseballs. And yes, I have first-person experience in having one hit close to me. FP first person.
So where did that object come from?
This is unreal, man. Like, meteors don't exist, asteroids don't exist.
No. That's just your low level understanding currently.
No. I can understand some of these arguments, but if you're truly
so how did you verify where it comes from? The story of where that object came from.
You're truly saying meteors don't exist.
Well, you're the one making the claim as to what they are. I'm just trying to get you to actually define and make your claim, Des.
What's the point?
Where
like,
are these
this is just common. This is like undeniable fact. These are things that. This
so
Oh,
is like
Des, we can move on from the fact that you have 0 first-person experience.
Oh yeah, have you ever had hail come down on you? Have you ever had hail come down on you?
Yeah.
What's your first-hand experience with hail, Wolfgang?
Did it streak across the light in the sky?
Did
when
you
the
see hail
came down?
firsthand? Well, I guess it doesn't exist then.
Yeah. We've experienced hail firsthand. Yeah.
Yeah, in Australia, New Zealand, by the way. I guess it doesn't exist because you don't live in, Europe or North America. I guess hail doesn't exist, right?
No.
Come on, don't spiral out of the
straw man, bro. That's a cool.
You are
straw
literally
man, bro.
giving me a
So
straw
we're
man. You're
actually
telling me
gonna
to
get to the
explain
gist
what
of
an asteroid is.
of your claim. I mean, you don't know what those lights.
You don't know what they are.
Des,
You don't know what
don't
hail
know.
is.
Right. So Des is a child, so he's just getting muted.
When one of them space rocks lands right directly in front of you, in first person, like as in right where you are, you're gonna know that they're real.
Little dumbhead.
We observe natural observable phenomena. We can observe the lights crossing the sky. Yes, that doesn't translate into the asteroids that they talk about. Hey, I'm in the middle of a sentence. That doesn't translate into Texas-sized rocks that people call asteroids.
He's not. This guy's too triggered. I've started to cog this. I mean, he's not been able to have an honest bit of conversation since he arrived. He still thinks he sees a curved Earth. So talking about his speculation and his incredulity that we don't just believe these stories about these lights in the sky that we've seen on TV.
How do you explain the hole in my roof from one? How do you explain the actual damage to my house from one?
From what?
An asteroid hitting my house, a smaller one.
Right. What's an asteroid?
That's not. You're calling that an asteroid.
A space rock.
How do you explain one damage to my roof?
So it came from where?
Thousands of dollars in damage to my house.
So you're saying that that rock came from. What you're saying is that rock came from Narnia. That's what you're saying. When you say space rocks,
Narnia is fake. Narnia is a child's story.
Right. So how do you verify the place where they said this rock comes from, that vacuum of space? How did you verify that story?
This rock I got is real.
Yes,
right, okay, but
rocks fall.
It comes from a vacuum above the sky.
That's the question. Yeah. How do you know it came from this place called space that you believe in?
Sounds like it just came from up.
It came from up, yeah, exactly. So if a rock falls from the sky, does that mean it came from Narnia? Space.
Malformed question.
Why do they go so fast though when the rocks fall?
Well, can we actually get some substantiation to the fact that you're claiming that these are rocks coming from a vacuum beyond the sky? Because all you're getting is an observation of an object coming and smashing up your greenhouse, which I'm sure is terrible, but it doesn't prove that we live in a vacuum. I'm trying to understand where this link comes from, other than TV. Is there anything more than that?
That's the cross that we have to reach, yeah.
Give this a thought. How else would that rock came down? How else would that rock?
No. It's not how else. It's not how else.
How else would that? No. How would the rock have came down to my roof? Give me an explanation for where that.
No. I'm not required to give you an explanation. You claim that it comes from a vacuum. You claim that it comes from a vacuum in the sky, correct?
The rock came from space. Where else would it came from?
So a vacuum. Okay. So how can we have a
some
vacuum?
guy has a Trebuchet somewhere? Is there a cannon?
No. I'm not saying what it is.
No. The other explanation.
No.
I'm saying what it is.
You're missing the point.
I don't need to, Glass Monster. I don't need to explain where this object comes from to make your story untrue. If you can't prove your story, so he bails. What was
on?
Yeah, they're missing the point. We could expand on it, but they're just saying the only place it can come from is from space. That's it. That's the only answer.
Yeah, it's just base illogical thinking. Like, well, if you can't give me another story, then my story that I have no evidence for must be true.
Yeah,
it's just emotional. Like, how are you going to get anywhere with that?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
I have a question.
Sure,
go ahead.
What does the scientific community think? What do they say? They say Earth is round, right? Like majority of science.
The round is not.
It's
spherical.
Yeah.
It's spherical and it rotates. That's what majority of scientists say, right?
Yeah. Remember that round is not a shape. You could have a.
They say spherical.
You could. Yeah.
It's a mass.
Exactly.
It's a mass that's spherical. Yeah.
You could have a table that is flat and round.
Right. I'm just gonna play devil's advocate here because I've been asked this question before. So if science majority says that, when when we have to prove that it's flat?
No, appeal to consensus is a logical fallacy. That's not how you prove something. That's how you think illogically. Just because most people think it doesn't make it right.
Well, it's not most people. It's when I say what it's scientifically accepted, it means that the people who are
the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question.
I was talking. So what I was saying is, when the scientific community accepts something like that, or that's the majority thought on it, those are people that are more qualified than the majority.
The shape of the Earth is not a scientific question.
What do you mean?
They have to use qualified methods, and their interpretation needs to be consistent. Did they use a straight standard to measure the curvature of the Earth against? It doesn't look like they did. It looks like they used pictures, which can suffer from barrel distortion with the lens.
I don't think.
You've got to be able to distinguish, right? You've got an idea in your head about what this consensus is and what it means, but there's actually no way for you to even know whether there is a consensus, even in the quote-unquote scientific community.
There's no way unless you were like an astronaut and you actually went up.
No. Unless you were a mind reader that knows what's in everyone's minds, which you don't, because a lot of people could just be going along to get along, right? They've got a job to preserve. They've got tenure to keep. It doesn't matter. They're not going to come out and question these fundamental assumptions, but that doesn't mean that they don't have that way of thinking. You can't prove that. And so not only is it a logical fallacy to appeal to consensus or the majority, even in this case, you don't even know it to be true. There is no data that says this is what each scientist believes. I mean, in every science field, there's dissenting views. That's the whole point. Right, everyone's always arguing, so they're not always agreeing on anything.
Yeah, no, you're right, and that's why like a lot of things they come up with can be found to be false later, and then they all have to go back and then. But I was gonna say real quick with what I was saying though is if we regarding everything, whether it's medical science or physics or astronomy, if we don't believe in what the majority of that's in that respective field the accepted scientific belief is, then how are we supposed to improve upon it?
This isn't hinging on science though. This is hinging on TV, because what you're getting for proof of the globe is not science. Science does not prove a globe. What science proves is the Earth is flat and stationary. That's all it's ever proven for hundreds of years since it's been invented.
I don't even have a television.
Right?
But I have a question. If that's
the only thing you get for the globe comes from a third party that you can't verify. That's just a fact.
If that's okay on that same thing, then why do the majority of scientists say it's round then if they never proved it?
Astrophysicists are not scientists.
And that's what they were taught. But that, again, isn't really relevant. I mean, the point is, the actual science, when you get into what science actually is and what scientific experiments have been done to ask this question, they only ever prove the Earth is flat and stationary. Michelson, Morley, it's not something that's in the scientific realm anyway. The shape of the Earth. It's a what is question. So it's measurement and observation rather than the scientific method. But the science only proves that it's flat and stationary. All that you've got for the Earth that isn't an assumption, or for the globe Earth that isn't an assumption or something referential, is NASA, and you can't verify them, and they're obvious fraudsters.
I want your opinion on something. See where that came from.
Oh, you're back, last month. Where did you go?
Internet shit itself.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Where did that rock come from that went down through my roof? Did someone fire it out of a cannon? Did someone drop it from an airplane, which there was no airplanes overhead? Where could it have came from? It weighs about 50 pounds. So it's going to take some serious power to get it that high enough.
Right. But you understand that even if we can't give you an explanation as to where this object came from that damaged your house, that doesn't mean that we live in a vacuum or that your story is correct.
It's definitely, it came from up. It came
from up. Yeah.
And there's only one way for a rock to come from up.
It wouldn't be the first time nor the last time that happens.
How can you say that there's only one? How do you assume all knowledge as to how an object can come from up?
Did I assume all knowledge?
Yeah, you said there's only one way an object can come from up.
Are you insinuating that I assume all knowledge?
Yeah, well, you said there's only one way an object can come from up, which assumes that you have knowledge of all this.
I never assumed all knowledge. You're displacing that in me.
You just said there's only one way it can come from up.
Deny assuming Oh,
so could there be multiple ways that is there more than one way that an object could come from above?
There are aircraft, but there was no aircraft above that day.
Right. Is it possible that there are other things which you haven't considered, which are out of the realm of your knowing?
Well, it won't be.
It could be natural phenomena. He could be. Have you ever heard of phenomena that people can't explain? Like something can fall from the sky, like ice has fallen from, like 50-pound pieces of ice has fallen from the sky, and
they call that
where
hail.
it comes from.
They call that hail. This was
they call them cryometeors.
It's still
pieces of ice.
It's still a form of hail. It's just very large.
So when we get the stories of, say, raining frogs, for example, does that
when
mean
you got an actual rock, when you got an actual rock that a magnet will stick to, it's definitely physical.
Yeah.
Going back to the shape of the Earth, the pictures from NASA are questionable because lenses suffer from barrel distortion, and NASA is known for using CGI. So that's no longer admissible scientific evidence because it's questionable. It's not consistent enough to offer, good enough evidence when we're seeing high altitude balloon footage show flat level land, and Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull jump on the outside of the capsule show what appears to be a really distorted barrel distortion image, but inside the capsule what appears to be a flat level horizon.
But this time I got to go because someone's calling me, so I got to take this call.
Okay, yeah, man. Share that image of the meteor, the asteroid. Send
it. That's cool. So TiVo, where were we? So you were talking about scientific consensus and NASA images. So are those the things that currently would sway you to think that Earth is a globe?
Yes. I mean, it's tough because, like, if the majority of scientists are saying that the Earth is round, and I was assume, well, their instruments are not reliable, or their methods to figure that out aren't reliable, and I assume they're wrong, I would be assuming that on other factors that I don't know, nor am I educated in that manner.
Have you thought about looking into what they claim to have done, so that you, instead of just like hearing it and assuming one way or the other, did you ever think to look into what they actually claim to have done, and decide if it's logically sound?
Yeah, a few things, but on that, right? Where do you learn that what they're doing is wrong? Where do you learn? You learn it online, right? Or are you reading a book?
No, from Earth.
Yeah, but if we only use our observation and our perception, and we only base the knowledge off of that. Yeah, but the advancement of civilization and discoveries in science and all that, and what's true and found to be true, is all based off of like what we learned in the past, and then using that and discovering new stuff, right?
Yeah, all of which included observation. All these advancements.
Yeah, but only observation. No, only observation based off of the experiences in the past. Observations of other people that we read and
they
believed.
all include
off of the science,
observation,
but only off of the science it's accepted. Correct.
But science requires observation. It's in the definition.
Correct. Yes. So, but exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. So.
But if the observation of the science community is saying something and we're denying it, that would be the same as denying
observing Earth. That's the question. And are they actually doing science? Are they following the scientific method, or are they just doing something which is getting published in a scientific journal, despite not technically being science?
Pseudoscience.
So the scientists are using pseudoscience and no logical means of actually telling if the Earth is round.
Yeah. It's an assumption, right? It's like the assumption is we live on the assumption is right. We observe a flat and stationary Earth, but we assume we live on a spinning ball because that's what we're told, and from there you work. Right? You don't work on a base assumption of, well, we see it's flat and stationary, so we go with that. No, we're instantly assuming, because of philosophy originally and like religious belief about the sphere being a sacred shape, we've eventually gotten to the point where enough pseudoscience has been conducted, enough videos and stories have been given from different agencies to convince people that this is more than an assumption when it's not. I mean, Eratosthenes measuring sticks and shadows, all based on assumption. Seeing a ship disappear bottom up over a flat horizon, again an assumption that it actually means it's curved.
Right? And so
these things, they're observing the sky and claiming that proves what's under their feet. It's illogical from the very jump.
So what would you say about astronauts that went to space? Did any astronauts go to space?
No, space
astronauts
in the way they tell us.
But we're assuming.
They went to the space under the firmament, like some of the flat Earth models say that there's like a covering over our world. Maybe they went that far, but no further. If you go with Project Dominic and Fishbowl,
but the issue lies
where it looks like they tried to send up nukes and break through something up there, or whatever. So.
Right, but the issue lies is then you have to ask different questions. If that was a lie and they never went to space and they didn't come up with those, like the pictures are fake. Whatever you want to go on about, like it could be, maybe they did, maybe they didn't, whatever. Why would they lie about that? If science is meant to be discovery and then the improvement of civilization and like discovering new things and discoveries, I mean, I don't know. Why would they do that, right?
Well, it's a lot to get into, but firstly, let's deal with space, right? Because this isn't about assuming they're wrong. This is actually about employing, as you say, science, things that we know, things that are verifiable, to test the story that we're given as children before we're old enough to actually apply these modes of critical thinking and analysis. We're told this story, and then we later try to make everything else fit retroactively. But if we do this from an impartial, logical base foundation of just analyzing this story, it falls apart at every section. And the space one is a huge one, right? So they tell us that we exist in this giant, infinite, or finite, essentially a vacuum, right? This super low pressure area with nothing in it. Yeah, and we're a ball that's spinning in it, and we've got water and air on our surface of this ball. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, man. It doesn't make sense to me because if it was only based off our observation, there's a lot that we can't observe.
Let me get through this. Let me get through this example, right? Just before we get onto it, just going from your conception of gravity, right, and how it works on Earth. So if I've got a rock in my hand and I drop it, what happens to it?
Hits the ground.
Falls. Goes down, right? And if I pour a liquid out, it goes down, right?
Yep.
Let's say I've got a container of air and I open the container and release the container. Where does the air go? Does that go down? No, that goes in all directions, including up, right? So there is no force that's pulling air down to the floor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they tell us that we've got air pressure existing on the surface of this ball in this vacuum, high pressure existing right next to low pressure. Well, that's a violation of natural law, that those aren't equalizing, right? Because if you've got air in your car tire or your bike tire and you remove that rubber or you puncture that rubber, all that high pressure air is going to flow out and equalize with the atmosphere, right?
Yes.
Yeah, natural law, entropy. If you leave a hot cup of coffee on the table, after a while it's going to go cold, right? The high pressure is just going to flow out into the low, unless physically separated, right? Gas pressure, in the definition, it's the force exerted by the gas upon the walls of its container. That's how you have gas pressure, right?
Yep.
So how is it that we have air pressure, about 14.5 psi on average on Earth, and it exists right next to a near zero pressure environment, this vacuum, and it's not just rushing out and filling the available space?
I guess I don't know, man. I'm not a scientist.
But do you not think that's like a massive contradiction?
Well, no, because I'm not well versed and educated as these people who say this, you know.
But you don't have to.
Even if you're not a scientist,
you observe the air to flow out of the tire. It's
a natural law. So
And the thing is, we're not scientists, but we can use our senses to kind of double check this story. You do it at least in a court of law to double check this story where, the thief says that he rode away on a unicorn. If in your past life you've never heard of a unicorn before, you're going to be very skeptical of the narrative. And it's the same with the space narrative. And if the land is flat and expanding outward toward a southern ice ring or whatever, like some of the flat Earth, pictures, appear to imply, that has the potential to hide huge tracts of land with bases, people, and you name it on it that we don't know about. That's a great incentive right there for the secretive governments that we already know lie and deceive their people to, use just to put out this, bad globe model instead of, the true conception. And so we need to see what, if anything, is out there on this land, and if there's bases, people, resources, black projects. I mean, NASA's getting billions of dollars a year, millions of dollars a day, and so they might be hiding a lot of stuff, and it may be about the money as well. So there's a lot of incentives that you don't need to use your imagination too much to think about for the government to lie.
Yeah, well, just before we get on to the why would they lie inevitability, which I know we all enjoy, I just want to make sure TiVo understands this point that we were just making, right? So gas pressure requires containment, TiVo. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So could we have gas pressure without a container?
Great question.
What was that?
Could we have gas pressure without a container?
Well, with certain gases, yeah.
How would you have gas pressure without a container?
I don't know, man.
You just said you could.
I don't know. I don't know. Wouldn't you say that
right?
different gases, due to the weight composition, move differently in other gases?
Think about air.
Think about helium, though. There's a good example.
Helium goes up. Helium goes up.
You know why? You know why?
Because it's lighter than air.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens with things that go that are heavier than air?
They go down.
Yeah. No gravity required. There you go.
That's okay.
So again, that's a little sidebar. But think about air. Air and helium go up, as you agreed. So why are they not going up and going out into the vacuum space?
Isn't it weight? Isn't weight what dictates movement?
Well, when we're talking about the atmosphere, the gas, the air, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, if you've got, say, do you know much about vacuum chambers?
No.
Okay, so it's basically, you get a reinforced chamber and you suck out all of the gas and everything in it to the point where you get it at the lowest possible pressure and you create a vacuum chamber, right? So let's imagine you've got a vacuum chamber and then you've got another chamber next to it which is full of air, and that air is obviously pressurized because it's in this chamber. So if I release the divide between the vacuum chamber and the pressurized air, what's the air going to do?
Rush in.
It's going to rush in, right? It's going to fill the available space. So this is natural law. This is just what we observe about how air and gas generally behaves on Earth. It's omnidirectional. So
yeah, I guess what I was saying about air when I said gravity and weight is that isn't the atmosphere held in by the weight of the atmosphere and the distance in which the atmosphere is far away from the Earth's surface?
But no, because remember, you agreed that air is not going down on the surface of Earth. Remember, we did the rock, and then we did the liquid, and then we did the air, and you agreed air was going up.
Okay, I mean helium. We're talking about oxygen. It goes in all directions, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that gravity pulls things down towards it?
No,
That's what gravity is.
Well, no, that's a longer conversation.
But that ties directly into why we have an atmosphere that stays
already. No. But already we've observably agreed that we don't observe the air to be pulled down.
Well, we've already assumed that the air isn't contained under, say, a firmamental barrier. We've assumed that gravity is the only thing that can pull things into place. So we might need to deal with our fundamental assumptions here, flat or round. If gravity normally doesn't assume a shape or pull into a gravimetric ball, it's begging the question to say that gravity is pulling us toward a round Earth, especially if we're not seeing evidence of curvature beyond questionable NASA pics. So we might need to reevaluate this whole thing. What, if anything, is making things take their place when stuff goes up, down, and floats? Maybe we need to look at something else like frequency, electromagnetism, or some of the other options that are out there.
Because if atmosphere directly ties into gravity, hence why we have an atmosphere and the composition of the atmosphere and the weight.
No. But you agreed. But gravity is. But you agreed that air was moving up. So.
I never said that. You said it was buoyant.
Remember, I said you drop a rock and it went down. We dropped the liquid and it went down. But when I opened the air, it went in all directions. Remember, you said that.
Okay.
So if it's going up, it can't be getting pulled down.
No, I'm saying it's buoyant. I'm not saying it's going up.
But it's right. But it is moving up. It's moving in all directions. So it can't be getting pulled to the surface. It's observably not going down towards the surface.
And I don't know because you referenced the what was it can't think right now. What were you talking about earlier about air rushing in, and wasn't that about
the vacuum and like a high pressure, like how you can have a pressurized air maintaining a pressure adjacent to a vacuum without physical containment? How can that be? That's a violation of natural law. Because remember, the air rushes into the lower pressure space.
I don't know.
That was the case.
It's always isolated incidences though to try to refer to something. You know what I mean?
No. This is natural law. We observe this with gas every day. This is
but I mean, it doesn't relate to why the atmosphere stays on the Earth though. That can't be a relation.
No. It directly does. It relates to the story we're told about where this Earth is, because they tell us we're in a vacuum without any kind of physical separation.
Well, no, I'm saying, but you can't. You can't because the circumstances of that are completely different than the explanation of why the atmosphere stays on the Earth. I mean, like, you don't have an Earth replica with the gravity and the explanation of that and the explanation of the atmosphere.
No, but gravity, remember, we agreed there was no observable air being pulled down to the surface by gravity. That's not what we observe. So there is no mechanism that's pulling the air back towards Earth. So in that case, it would be filling the available space.
I don't know. I've always thought gravity held the atmosphere in because...
I'm sorry.
But you actually said that air moved in all directions, didn't you?
It's buoyant. I don't know. You said that. I agree. No. It doesn't move in all directions.
You said it went up. You said it went up.
No, I didn't.
Well, when
I said helium goes up. Helium.
No. I said I had a jar of air.
Yeah, and you said I said it doesn't move, and you said it goes in all directions, right?
I said it doesn't go down, does it? And you said no, it goes in all directions, which is what we agreed.
Well, it's buoyant technically. I'm not going to say it goes in all directions because it's not going to just randomly go in all directions, right?
Yeah, that's what what it does.
How do we know though? I don't see it.
It does.
But my point is I don't know it though. I don't see it. How do I know it goes in all directions? How do I know it goes up or down?
I'll get an example for you. Yeah, when you blow a balloon up, does the air in the balloon sit at the bottom, or does it press on the balloon surface equally in all directions?
Well, you're trapping something. That's different. Yeah, it's like you could do the same with water.
It's pressurized.
Yeah.
No, I'm just talking about gas. So when you fill it up,
you can do liquids. You can do with anything though, not just gas. You can't use that.
We're talking about gas. We're not talking about liquids. When you blow a balloon up, does the air in that balloon press equally on that balloon surface in all directions, creating pressure inside the balloon? Does that happen? So it's moving in all directions. It doesn't pool at the bottom. We don't have to sweep gas up off the floor, do we?
Yeah, just quickly. Tivo, are you in the live stream 2 voice text channel?
Yeah.
Do you see the NASA gas meme that Martoth posted? 43 minutes past the hour.
Where?
It's in the live stream 2 voice text. Hold on, I can at you. What was your name again? Tivo. See where I've just pinged you?
Mm-hmm.
So do you see this NASA document?
This Neil deGrasse thing?
No, it's a NASA. It's a white meme. It's got Phases of Matter NASA document.
I clicked that link and it sent me to Neil deGrasse. I don't even know if I'm in the right area.
Did you click on my message that I tagged you in?
Mm-hmm.
So you're in live stream 2 voice text?
Let me look. I don't know. It's all bugged out. Let's see.
Are you on the computer or the phone?
Yeah, I'm on a computer. It's live stream 2 text. Yeah, voice text. And when I click that, it sends me this Neil deGrasse thing. Oh, I see it. Yeah, you mean at the bottom. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, the newest. It's been reposted. Sorry. So that shows you what the different phases of matter act like. And for gas, it shows you that it fills the shape of the container and the volume of the container in all directions.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this is all we're saying. We're saying this is what gas does. We're not making any other claims other than every example of pressurized gas requires a container, because this is the nature of gas. I mean, they'll move freely in all directions until they fill the available space. So the question is just very simple. Just how is it possible that we have a high pressure of air here and a low pressure of space next to us, and they're not equalizing? And I mean, observably, we know that air isn't falling to the ground. It does move in all directions. And you would have to provide a demonstration of somehow making that violation possible, where you can have air sitting next to a vacuum without rushing to fill the vacuum, if you even wanted to make the claim.
Have you mentioned the antecedent to gas pressure, which is the container, right?
Yeah, we said that this is in the definition of gas pressure. It requires pressure upon the walls of its container. So,
interesting question for you guys. Where's the lava come from?
Underground.
Underground.
How far underground?
I don't know. How would you? I'm not measuring the undergrounds of lava tubes.
You guys believe in tectonic plates?
I haven't measured that even now. Lava comes in channels from underneath the ground.
Wait,
a picture of it coming in a sea from under the continental plates. They've never discovered that.
He used a very good word there. You asked us if we believe in continental plates.
They discovered that in the main model. And so at best we would take the good science that's out there and just absorb it into the flat earth paradigm, if that, assuming it's valid. But they're sounding up to 300 miles down of thick land and saying that there could be more beyond that. We really don't know what's down there. We've only drilled like 8 to 10 miles. We imagine that there's magma, but we haven't even discovered that.
Yeah, where do you think it comes from, Swag?
Why is it relevant?
Well, we need to see what basis of comparison you have and what standards of evidence you accept. Because if you're not stating your standards of evidence, you're asking for something that you're never even going to know if you're going to get or not. But anyway, as to other reasons why
speculation
magma
really,
the Earth, it could be electrical. You can have electroplating of rock that turns it into a slaggy liquid. Perhaps the Earth is an electrical system, and when the rock is electroplated or whatever under the ground, it erupts as magma or something, or great pressure or whatever.
But we don't need to offer an explanation as to why lava comes out of the ground. It just doesn't really have anything to do with the shape of Earth.
It just does.
What?
Well,
so
there are other possibilities out there. I like to see where they're coming from, because sometimes they'll ask, questions, and it's like, I don't even know what your standard of evidence is. I need to see what you accept from the other model, if you're trying to
that's why I was asking where
you thought it came from. But do you guys believe in
no, hold up. Why are you asking us about belief?
What's wrong with asking about belief? I don't know.
He's just asking.
Yeah, generally we try and keep it to verifiable physical evidence and science and things in here, Swig, rather than speculating on belief.
Real quick, Wolfgang.
Anyone here
how deep
Swig.
has humans ever, the deepest hole ever?
Not
it's
more
like
than
7
8 miles. Not more than 8 miles. It's the Russians have done it, and it was illegal to go deeper.
For some reason. No, hold on, Andrew. I think Jamesy was speaking to Swag. Were you, Jamesy?
Yeah, no. Andrew's giving the right answer. I think he's coming.
Oh, sorry,
I think
I didn't get it.
Yeah, no, Andrew. Thank you for that answer.
Sorry about it.
Because the guy,
you were talking. Yeah.
The guy is probably asking that lava comes from the core of the Earth or something like that. Like that kind of reasoning. So we know that the deepest humans have ever dug is like 7 miles. So below that is just speculation, even from the globe perspective, right?
All right,
speculation. More like an inference, educated guess than a speculation.
general axiom I want to ask you guys, like, do you think you can understand the system without being able to observe it?
I'm not a flat earther, so yeah.
You need to look at the definition of axiom, dude. That's what you need to do.
Why? What's wrong with the way I'm using
an axiom is something that's self-evident.
Yeah, it can't be self-evident if you can't observe it.
Without the need to prove it, whatever it is in this case.
So yeah, I mean,
we have tools to prove some of these axioms. So if we're not using that, that becomes questionable. It's understandable if you can't prove everything, but if we have the tools to go back and prove the basis of this axiom, like seeing if there's a sea of lava under the land or whatever, as much as we can, well, then we have a problem if we're not really proving these axiomatic things that we're declaring.
So, my question, like, do you guys believe that you can understand the system without being able to observe it?
Of course. Yeah.
What do you mean, understand the system? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, because it seems like a lot of the arguments that you guys have, they hinge on not being able to actually observe.
Yeah, but your problem here is that
our arguments hinge on what is directly observed and what is directly measured. That's what it hinges on.
What do you mean?
That's exactly the point, right?
Let me be clear.
What you're saying is that axiomatically we should accept the opposite of what we observe every day.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Yeah, here's the thing. The globe is literally the opposite of what we observe. We observe it to be flat all the time, yet it's supposed to be curving. We observe it not to be moving, yet it's always moving.
Have you guys heard of like a folk?
Because of that, you're saying because of that, then we should.
Okay, we got Mushi jumping in every.
Yeah, Mushi, I'm gonna pop you on mute until you've calmed down a little bit. We're speaking to Swag right now. We'll get to you in a minute, Mushi. So just chill.
Yeah, the Foucault pendulum.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Oh, what the?
So
okay.
Foucault pendulum, right? So
how is the Foucault pendulum different than the airplanes, drones, and helicopters we were talking about earlier?
What do you mean?
Well, if
it's different.
Listen.
I'm asking how it's different.
Different in what way? I don't understand.
I'm asking you how it's. You just said it's different than planes.
I'm not. When did I say it's different from? I don't even know what you're talking about. What planes?
Oh, so are you saying Foucault pendulum? We had a conversation earlier about planes and drones and helicopters, right?
What was the conversation?
Coriolis effect.
About the Earth moving underneath the objects that are freely moving above it, like a pendulum, helicopter, or airplane, or drone. Yeah. So what exactly does a Foucault pendulum prove?
Just another example of being able to observe a phenomena and extrapolating, and understanding.
What do you observe? What do you observe?
Well, to begin with, do you even know what it's doing?
Yeah.
What does it do? Yeah. What does a Foucault
do you even know what do you know what's the fundamental thesis, the theory, they based that experiment on? You know what it says?
What does it say?
Oh, so you don't know?
We're asking you.
Why are you
asking? Wait, okay, hold up. Very relevant question. Then why are you using the authority fallacy by asking me, oh, there's a Foucault pendulum. You don't know what it does, but you presume it's smart and it does something, but you yourself don't know anything about it. So why are you asking me about it?
Dude, I'm asking you.
You brought it into the discussion. Don't bring stuff you don't know it's true in the discussion.
What do you mean I don't know, bro? Who said I...
Well, you didn't make a claim about it. You didn't say the Foucault pendulum shows this or that. You just said, what about the Foucault pendulum? Make a claim about it.
Okay, then I'm sorry. Maybe you actually know something about the pendulum. So I'm sorry, I was wrong. Go on and tell me about the pendulum.
Yeah, you want me to tell you about the pendulum? Why don't you tell me about it? Because everything I tell you, you rebuke and you argue against. I want to operate on your understanding.
No.
I want to argue.
Find out what you believe and trying to help you through it.
I want to argue.
We have heard about the Foucault pendulum before, but we just want to know what claim you're making about the Foucault pendulum. Are you saying it proves that the Earth rotates? It's hard for us to believe that when airplanes and bullets don't deflect similarly under the Foucault pendulum, when all hanging objects, gantries, construction cranes, and stuff like that don't swing like the Foucault pendulum, it becomes very tenuous, questionable proof. So what statement, what claim are you trying to stake on this Foucault pendulum so we can fully address it?
A Foucault pendulum doesn't swing until you swing it. If you put a Foucault pendulum up and just leave it, it just sits there, does nothing.
What happens after it starts swinging? How does it
stop swinging?
It stops swinging.
What are you trying to claim?
Yeah, Swig, I mean, are you offering this as evidence that Earth is spinning, or are you just saying, what do you guys think about Foucault's pendulum?
I'm asking, what do you guys think about it?
Well, it's nonsense. You're just you're swinging a pendulum, and then you're claiming that means Earth's moving.
Why does it behave in that way?
Okay, let me explain to you. Can you have perpetual motion? This is the first question. Can you have perpetual motion? Do you know what it means?
Yes, you can. As per Newton's law of motion, an object in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by an outside force. So yes.
Okay, cool. That's nice. That's a theory. Do you know in real life any object that maintains its velocity, trajectory, whatever it has, without changing it?
Yeah, when we propel a satellite into space, and what's that one satellite called? I can't remember the name, but it's like past Pluto now.
The problem with that is that it's a circular motion. Usually when we think of motion, we think of straight line trajectories for something that's not changing. Now, the problem with the Foucault pendulum, you start it has to be kept going with motors and magnets. This is the thing that they don't tell the public. Eventually, it does stop. And the deviation that you're saying, you're assuming that if you push it, it will go in a straight line with no deviation. It has a ball and socket joint. And that ball and socket joint is not perfect. So it's not going to go in a perfect straight line anyway. It's going to be weighted differently to this side or that side. It's going to swing around in its socket. It's not going to be a perfect straight line motion anyway. And then on top of that, it's going to stop. So it's not really showing anything. It's showing deflection and deviation in the spirograph, sure. But that could be from the movement of the Earth, which it probably is not since the Earth is motionless and at rest, and or the movement of the space over the Earth if you want to give space properties, substance, and make it like an ether, which is what it appears that they tried to do with space-time, quantum foam, quantum fluid, zero-point energy, and things that give space properties to be able to interact with matter. So there are other possibilities even over a flat plane.
Thank you.
Seems like you're just reaching, honestly.
Why don't we claims that you would like to imply?
What?
Do you have any other claims you would like to make, sir?
And about the Fulcrum pendulum, or just in general? Sure. To which one?
In general.
Well, anything.
All right. Do you guys, in your paradigm, do you think that I don't want to say believe because for some reason it offends people here. In your paradigm, do you believe that the Earth is heliocentric? Is that the model in which you guys operate your thesis on?
Heliocentric, mostly. Earth at the center, but at rest.
How can you prove that it's heliocentric?
We're not here about models. We're here about.
Stop. You don't even understand the model. You keep saying heliocentric when you mean geocentric. Swing.
Also, here's the other thing is that we're not here to tell you what it is. We're here to tell you that the people who are claiming the government liars of the world, what they're claiming, they're wrong. We don't know what it is, but it's not what they're saying. That's the
point. Swig, this would take us back to what we were talking about an hour or so ago. We observe the lights in the sky to move around us every year. Yeah?
You're moving around it. How can you know for sure?
Wait. I said we observe the lights in the sky to move above our heads in predictable paths every year.
How do you know the Earth isn't moving?
Well, I don't observe Earth to be moving.
Yeah, because you can't.
So if you're claiming that it is, so are you claiming that it is moving then?
Yes, I am.
Right. So what have you seen that's proven to you that despite you observing it not to move, it is actually moving? What was that evidence that you were shown?
The Earth specifically?
Well, yeah.
Shots from space.
Okay. So
question: can images be faked?
So now we're saying images are faked.
So no. Well, can you verify those images for starters?
I mean, it's multiple different countries, multiple different.
Yes or no? Can you verify them?
Can you verify that they aren't false? Because now the burden of proof.
No. You put them forward.
No. We can actively show. No, we can actively show the fraudulent nature of it. We have evidence. We have actual documentation of Photoshop being used for these images. Absolutely, we can prove fakery. Yes.
You're going to talk about the Apollo 11 moon mission and how they faked.
Wait, Quag, do you know what happened on 9/11?
No. Listen, dudes, no. Let me just stay focused on this, right? Okay, so I've said, what is it that you've seen that would convince you that what you're observing to be a stationary Earth is actually in motion? And you've said pictures from space. Okay, so let me just ask you then, do you think it's possible that images like that could be produced? I'm not saying this is what you think they've done, but I'm saying, do you think it's possible, using modern technology, that you could create images like that by other means, like production, computers,
yes,
CGI?
Of course.
Right, okay. Can you verify that they didn't do that?
The burden of proof is on you, though.
No, because again, this is what you're presenting as evidence to contradict our natural observation of a stationary Earth. So you would need to prove that claim, and to do that, you actually need verifiable proof, not a story that you can't verify. But you've already agreed people could fake these. We know that you can't verify them because no one can verify the images from NASA. So I'm not saying that, well, they are fake.
Look, you
don't even have to prove that they're fake. Listen, you don't have to prove that they're fake to know that they're inadmissible. They're inadmissible because can they be faked? Yes. Can you verify that they're not? No. So it's inadmissible.
Look at the word.
Image. They're supposedly taken from a place that can't exist.
Yeah, that's some good obfuscation there. You know, these are legitimate pictures.
Image.
No, listen. No,
legitimate by whose authority?
Legitimate
by whose authority?
Can you guys let me talk? The burden of proof.
I've only just joined. I was just wondering if I could just ask a quick question. Do you know the difference between a photograph, a picture, and an image, definitionally?
Photograph, a picture, and an image. No, I do not know the definitional difference, but anyway.
Okay. So this is the second, because I've only just got in. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I can already tell you don't know the difference, which is why you're having trouble here. So a photograph is something that comes straight from a camera, hasn't been altered in any way, right? An image is something that has either been taken from a photograph and manipulated, or was generated by a computer in the first place. So, which of those two do you think you're seeing?
Mike, I don't understand. Well, what is the purpose of your question? Can I go back to what I was talking about?
I think it's pretty simple.
No, answer Crypto's question. Crypto will be fair with you. Just be honest.
You want me to answer Crypto's question? I don't agree with
answer his question.
Okay, I don't agree with the premise of his question. I don't agree with the definition that he gave me. No,
I don't agree with the definition of things that are objectively defined in that way.
Here, there's a Merriam-Webster definition of image. It's completely different from what you just told me. So
this is relating to NASA because they're giving us manipulated images. Just getting back to the point. We don't have to get too abstract if you want to get straight to the point.
Well, I mean,
no.
It doesn't matter. You just joined the channel and said, I don't know the difference between an image and a photograph. And
he asked you, and you don't.
What do you mean? I just gave you the definition of image. It's different from what he told me. I don't understand.
Well, because you're the one claiming that the things that we're getting from above the Earth are evidence of the Earth moving or something.
When did you define image? Because I didn't hear that.
It's in the chat. I just sent you the Webster Dictionary.
Okay, well, I'm driving. Why don't you say it?
Okay. A definition of image, a visual representation of something, such as a likeness of an object produced on a photographic material, or number two, a picture produced on an electronic display, such as a television or computer screen.
Exactly what?
Yes, a photograph.
Right, not a photograph.
Not a photograph.
A photograph can be an image, but an image cannot necessarily be a photograph.
Okay, can we give Crypto some space?
Have you not
Hold on,
noticed how similar images?
Also, when did he prove?
Just let him talk, please, guys. Let Crypto talk.
Guys, can we chill for a second? Can we let Crypto have some space to speak to him?
Pull up the definition of photograph. Got me to read it to you? Definition of photograph. A picture.
You understand there's a fundamental difference. You understand that there's a fundamental difference between taking a photograph, printing that, or generating an image on a computer, right?
I mean, I'm a CS major, so I know how digital images are produced. I mean, I don't understand what.
I mean, that's a yes or no question. You either understand that that's the difference, or you don't.
I mean, are you not listening to what I'm telling you?
Dude,
I heard what you said, but it sounds like obfuscation. So I would like an actual answer to the actual question.
There's a difference between a photograph and a digital picture. Yeah, sure, there's a difference. Yes.
Okay, there is a difference. Now, the question that's being presented to you is, how do you know which it is that you're being presented with from groups like NASA that you claim are legitimate?
I know.
How do you know?
You see, the burden of proof is on you, actually.
No.
You know, you keep saying that, but you're wrong.
On them. Now, I'm asking you, how do you know whether they are presenting you a photo? I'm finished. Whether they are presenting you a photograph or an image that's been manipulated.
Let me ask you.
How do you know is the question. Asking me a question is not an answer. How do you know?
I know as much as you know, buddy, about the picture.
Exactly.
Wait, just be honest, bro. Be honest. Jesus.
I mean, I'm being completely honest, and I'm being.
You're not answering the question directly. Just be honest and answer the question directly.
How do I know? Because it's a trusted institution, and it's numerous institutions. It's not just NASA. It's Russia. It's China. It's India. It's Elon Musk and Tesla. It's Jeff Bezos.
Dude, chill, dude.
So we still need to answer that question. How do you know they're legitimate?
I know they're legitimate because it's not just one institution; it's all of them. It's every.
Okay, so if me and 5 other people agree that grass is blue, right? Because there are multiple people, does that make it legitimate?
5 other people? You're talking about 10,
20 other people.
Do you know how many
1,000 people?
A
million people. Fuck it.
Yes,
I'll start the.
Yeah, let's go with 1 million.
Fuck it. I'll start the. Why are you talking? Okay.
Calm down.
Why don't I start the Bluegrass Society and then we can have 1 million members? At what point does it become legitimate? How many people do I need to get to agree with me before it becomes legitimate?
At what point do you have enough people involved in a conspiracy to where someone whistle blows and exposes the whole thing? And how many people do you think are involved in the conspiracy about the Earth?
Completely irrelevant. First of all, I can tell you're not listening. I can tell you're not listening. Yeah. You haven't answered mine. Why don't you answer a question, at which point I'll answer yours?
Because he can't.
What number does it take for it to become, in your words, because you are talking about your definitions here. We're trying to find where your boundaries are, yeah? If you don't answer questions, then it allows you to be a slimy little prick, to be honest, which is what I'm experiencing right now. You don't want to be nailed down on anything. We need to find definitions. So, how many people, how many organizations have to agree before something is legitimate? Go.
All of them.
All of them? Okay. So if everyone in the world agreed that grass was blue, would it be blue?
Yes, it would be blue.
Okay, well, that's all I need to know.
Wait a second. Does this mean that Santa is actually real?
No, don't give him a yes. It doesn't mean it's true.
How would it be blue, though?
We would call it blue, but it would
call it blue. We would call it blue.
We would call it blue, but it would remain the color.
It matches the rest of reality if we're talking about something that's true. And so getting back to NASA's manipulated images, are they giving us a full rendition of reality, or are there stages of possible digital manipulation to cobble together a fake image? That's all that we're saying.
Yeah, NASA's website. They all say image. They all say image on NASA's website.
Is there anything else?
The point that was being made.
What's your point?
That was being made, and I'll be happy to answer your questions after this, by the way. But the point that was being made is that there should be an objective basis for reality. Yeah, you're not trusting people who you have assigned as legitimate because they agree with each other. Of course, they're going to agree with each other. It's what they do. Do you really imagine that a space agency is going to come out and tell you space doesn't exist when they get $50 million a day to tell you space exists? Never going to happen. Them telling you something about space isn't evidence that space even exists at all. It's just evidence that they want to keep telling you space exists because it's where their funding comes from.
Are you using GPS to arrive at your destination while you're driving right now?
What's that got to do with NASA?
What does that have to do with NASA? What does that have to do with the Earth being flat? How do you think GPS works if the Earth is flat?
Has nothing to do with NASA, You are trying to obfuscate the point.
What do you mean I'm obfuscating,
you know it's legitimate.
Red herring.
GPS has nothing to do. GPS has nothing to do with NASA. Why are you talking about it?
Okay,
let's stick on NASA.
Because you said you were going to answer any of my questions.
What was your answer?
You said you could answer any question.
GPS doesn't have anything to do with NASA. You tried to tag on. You tried to tag GPS. You tried to tag GPS onto the end of the NASA discussion. Don't pretend you didn't. Now, if you have a question, feel free to ask it, but don't pretend. But don't pretend that GPS has anything to do with NASA. You know I destroyed you on that point, but ask another question.
Okay, I will argue that point with you then if you want me to, and then I'll go back to the GPS question. I believe these institutions are legitimate. Prove to me they're not.
Believe. You believe.
Okay, so do you know how basic logic works?
I do.
Okay, so who has the burden of proof?
Burden of proof?
Yes.
The burden of proof is on you to disprove something that million.
No, that's not even what I asked.
Stupid as shit.
That's not even what I asked.
He said you.
That wasn't even what I asked.
Yeah.
What did you ask?
I asked was, who has the burden of proof? It's either the claimant or it's the person listening to the claim.
And what is being claimed right now?
In this scenario, right? The person claiming that the Earth is a ball, or the person claiming that NASA is legitimate, is you. So the burden of proof is with you.
But you understand, you are also making the claim and saying that the Earth is flat. No, you are also making it. Okay, so what do you mean you're not? Is the Earth not flat?
When did I say that in this conversation?
Okay, so I don't understand. Are you guys not making a claim about the Earth here, or just saying it's not a globe?
So, do you want to answer the question? When did I say that in this conversation?
When did you say that in this conversation?
Yeah.
Say what exactly? That the Earth is flat?
When did I make a claim?
When did you make a claim? Isn't this whole?
When did I make a claim?
Isn't this whole Discord?
No. Isn't an answer? Answer the fucking question. When did I make a claim?
When did you make a claim? When you started arguing with me about the Earth being flat?
No, that's not making a claim.
That's not making a claim. Claiming that the Earth is flat. Arguing with a guy on.
I didn't do that.
So what are you arguing with me about if you're not saying that the Earth is flat?
So what I'm doing is I'm asking you for your evidence of your claim. I haven't made a claim. You've made a claim and provided zero evidence. I'm trying to get you to provide some, and you are having a bitch fit over that.
Which claim would you like me to provide evidence for?
Why do you talk halfway through my sentences constantly? Stop that. Right, here's what you need to do. You need to actually provide evidence for your claim instead of shifting the burden of proof onto me.
What is my claim? So I can provide evidence?
Your claim is that NASA is legitimate and provides you with photographs.
All right. What will be acceptable evidence to you?
Well, an unmanipulated photograph that I can verify for myself.
No. You said my claim is NASA is a legitimate organization. How can I prove to you that it's legitimate and it doesn't lie to you? How can I prove that to you?
You're not going to be able to.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to be able to. Yeah, and here we go.
That wasn't my answer.
Yeah.
Why are you taking someone else's answer?
Okay, so what is your answer? How can I prove it to you?
Okay, the answer is that you have to have verified it for yourself. Have you done this?
I have to have verified it for myself.
He's asking how, though. I'm sorry to cut him, but he's asking how he can do it.
Well, that would be down to him, wouldn't it?
Well, my father worked at NASA for 30 years.
Okay, but that wasn't my question, and I don't believe you anyway because you're not American. But
I'm not
have you
American.
verified it for yourself?
What am I, dude? Excuse me?
Dude, have you verified it for yourself?
Have I verified it for myself?
Yes.
Well, my father didn't. He told me.
Not what I asked. Have you verified it for yourself?
For myself, dude? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What kind of question? No, so if you got a job at NASA and you work there,
okay,
and you're in a pretty high-level engineering position.
Didn't ask that.
Would you then?
I asked if you verified it for yourself.
Let me ask you, how can I verify it for myself? What is acceptable to you?
That's not an answer to the question.
Yes, I have verified it for myself.
How?
I did research. I watched videos. I listened to many engineers talk. Many fucking people that work there talk. Hundreds of people that work there talk about what they do.
Opinions, right? Okay.
Oh yes.
So no actual evidence. Fantastic.
Yes. Now actual evidence. So hundreds and hundreds of people. So if I sat here and said the Holocaust is fake,
people say things.
So if I sat here and denied the Holocaust, you couldn't.
Bro, there's millions of communists in America. Are they correct because they agree?
Correct about what, dude?
About communism. Is communism correct because people agree on it?
Because people agree on it.
That's your argument.
No,
people agree, therefore it's true.
My argument is that NASA isn't lying to you in a grand conspiracy about the Earth being flat.
Okay, how have you verified this?
How have I verified it? Because there's hundreds of thousands of people that have worked for the agency.
People agree. And not an answer.
What do you mean people agree? Not a single person. How has not a single person come out?
Do you know what departmentalization means? Do you know what departmentalization or compartmentalization? Do you know what that means?
Oh yeah, it means you keep it in house and you make sure not that many people know about the conspiracy. Again, tell me who has come out about the conspiracy.
Bro, you clearly haven't been paying attention. There have been people from pilots to astronauts to engineers.
What's one person?
Bro, if I wasn't driving right now, I'd be able to link you at least 15 different videos.
There's like 30
for one. Regardless, those do exist and aren't relevant anyway to the argument. What matters is whether you verified it for yourself, because those whistleblowers, again, that's just opinion.
How can how could I verify?
So we've got people with opinions on one side and other people with other opinions on the other side, which are both worth absolutely nothing.
So if I worked for NASA,
what matters is the evidence. So a measurement would be really nice, rather than opinion.
So how do I verify for myself? Do I have to work for NASA?
Well, here's what's troubling. Look, give me 2 minutes and then I'll shut up, I promise. Here's what's troubling. You haven't verified this for yourself. So you have an opinion, you haven't even bothered checking, right? This is the problem. So you've just said, oh yeah, my dad works for NASA, that's legit. A bunch of engineers said it was true, that's legit. You haven't checked it for yourself. And now you're here arguing with us about something you couldn't possibly have confirmed to be true. That's an issue.
I'm just not a fucking schizo and I don't have to fucking...
Okay, so this has obviously got nothing to do with schizo, and the fact that you're insulting me and other people
I apologize.
Is kind of pathetic.
I take that back. I apologize. Honestly, I sincerely...
Well, no, did NASA... Here's the bigger problem, right? Like, I would say anyone who's legitimate would be someone who could prove that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Well, look,
anyone who can do that would be legitimate in my mind.
Look, I just want to know, how could... in my mind, I am satisfied with the fact checking I have done on NASA. But in your mind,
in my mind, when I was little, in my mind, the fact that my parents told me about Santa Claus was enough for me to believe in it. Is there any amount of evidence that we could?
Well, look, I'm like, what?
Could you ever believe in Santa Claus again after you know what you know now? Could you ever go back and believe in Santa Claus?
Hey. Can I make
the whole world would have to be in on it. You mean billions and millions of people? Come on, people have been to the North Pole, bro.
Hold on, before we carry on and keep going, I just want to double check if Crypto's finished and he's happy to carry on into the next bit.
I mean, we can do if you want. I just feel like, look, we're coming up against really basic problems with your ability to do any kind of logical philosophy, right? So trusting people who said things, that's not good enough. That isn't evidence. You know, people thought things before and people have agreed on all sorts of things that were wrong. You must surely understand that that's the case. So all we're saying is that just because people who have been educated to have a certain worldview agree, I mean, that's not good evidence for anything. So what we're looking for is actual physical evidence, which you haven't even verified for yourself, so you can't present it to us.
Well, I mean, you're asking me to trust you over these people?
No, I'm not. I don't give a shit if you trust me.
So
anything I say, you can go and check for yourself. That's not true.
Are politicians legitimate? Like, are we supposed to take the word of people who've lied under oath? Was he legitimate? He was legitimate, right?
Yeah.
We're supposed to believe the people who lie to us all the time and forcibly take our money and spend it on stuff that we don't really have any choice in. Is that legitimacy? Is that legitimate? Like, because NASA's one of those groups. They take $50 million a day, legitimately. Do I have a choice not to give them that money? Would that be legitimate?
All right, so I'm gonna let Swig respond to Fuzzy, and then we can hear Mushi. If you've actually got a question to ask, you can ask that.
It was on the subject.
Carry on.
Yeah, sure, you can carry on. It's fine.
Well, Swig, do you want to respond to Fuzzy first, and then?
Yeah. I mean, you can have a deep mistrust of institutions, and that's fine.
Or a deep belief in them.
Or you can just understand that institutions are people, and while there are conspiracies and there is shady shit that goes on behind the scenes, to have a conspiracy as grand as the one which is being propositioned, where you have every single institution, every single country, both private and public, all over the world.
Can I add something to this quick?
Like every single parent in the world believing in Santa Claus, like every parent would have to be lying to their kids. It can't be that big.
Yeah, that's just an emotional argument. Andrew, did you want to go quickly?
Yeah, so I wanted to add something to you quick. Here's the thing. So let's say you got a boss, right? And you're somebody on a hierarchy. And you're hired by him. And he tells you gotta do this. And you don't really check what he does. Let's say some tests. You're a doctor. And you're supposed to do some tests. And they're telling you if so-and-so says at the test, it means so-and-so. You don't check it for yourself. You don't want to find out what it actually does. You do the thing because otherwise you won't get paid, 1. And 2, you won't keep your job. So keep doing it. Then the same thing is going to apply to you, to your fellow employees. And it keeps on and on and on and on. So really, it's not like everybody's consciously aware of it and lying in millions of numbers. It's a couple of dozens, maybe let's say hundreds of people that own the things, say what you gotta do, and then everybody follows. Guess why? Because we're all slaves, because we only get paid if we are slaves. The system is made in such a way that you have to follow. It's not hard that this is an entire conspiracy. People just follow.
Yeah. And here's the thing.
You just need to control the top. Go on.
Exactly. 99% of the people who work at NASA, I believe, would think that they believe that everything they're doing is legitimate and real.
Well, how long
because they bought into it a long time ago, as we all did, and just because it's compartmentalized, just because someone's making an XYZ screw for some
look, how long
whatever doesn't mean that it's actually someone's actually legitimately making the screw, right? That's why they had all kinds of different manufacturers across the world, because everyone could then say my uncle's brother worked in a factory that made a Z screw for the ISS. Are you saying that he's lying? No, he made a screw, but that doesn't mean that everything else about the story is real.
Well, look, right? How long has the conspiracy been going on? Because there has been a belief in a spherical Earth for thousands of years.
No,
wrong.
Factually
wrong.
That's factually wrong.
Factually wrong.
Correct. It goes all the way back to
guys.
You can validate history. You can validate. Did you make a time machine?
You know, there are people who are still alive today who claim to have been educated in the flat Earth when they were younger. There are people alive today. So, First of all, the idea that there's been, maybe 1 or 2 people thought it was spherical, thousands of years ago, but it certainly wasn't the majority idea. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that this is actually one of the easiest things to lie to the population about, believe it or not, because nobody can check. This is why I asked you earlier, have you verified it? Well, I knew what the answer was. You can't.
You can read the history.
You can't go up in how high can you go up? 30,000 feet in a plane, that's it?
So do we just don't trust history anymore? Like,
why it's bad? Why is that bad?
Wasn't talking about history. Or you're not even listening. I wasn't even talking about history.
I was though. So what are you talking about?
Okay, so what? Well, maybe if you'd listen, you would know what I was talking about. So, what I was saying is that you can't go up high enough to actually check. Right? You can go in a plane. You can go 30, 35,000 feet. I've flown many times. I know what that looks like. It looks flat as fuck. You can't go to space. No one here can go to space. Right? Can't be done. So none of us can check that what they're telling us is actually legit, which makes it one of the easiest things to lie about.
Back to what I was saying.
So, do you have anything to say about that?
About what? About how you can't check it yourself with your own eyes?
Yep.
How old are you, man?
Sorry?
How old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
You will probably be able to check in your lifetime, man. And I hope you remember this conversation.
Are you going to say that one day we're going to go to space? Oof.
Yeah, I hope you realise that they've been saying that since I was a kid, right? So since the 90s, they've been saying commercial space travel is 5 to 10 years away. That was 30 years ago.
Yeah, they've been saying McDonald's in the moon and hotels in the moon for decades now.
Yeah. You know, in the 60s, they had propaganda saying that we would have like robot maids in the 80s, which never happened. Stuff like this. So, yeah, don't believe the hype. It's not going to come. It's not going to happen.
Also, breaking news. In about 1 year, everybody's going to be free.
Yeah, breaking news, you still can't have gas pressure without a container. This is all begging the question, all of it.
Crypto, like, all I'll say is, man, like, what if I told you the phone that you're on right now is actually run by fucking shrooms, magical shrooms? Has nothing to do with computers.
Well,
can you prove that?
Have you got any evidence for that?
I don't need evidence. You're the one claiming that I'm wrong. So,
wow, you're an idiot.
That has nothing to do with anything. So,
no, actually, my claim is that it's an interconnected series of towers.
As usual. Why? So, as usual, it's the person who makes the claim who has to bring the evidence. So, you've claimed my phone is made from shrooms or run on shrooms. No evidence. I can discard it.
So at any point, if someone here claims that the Earth is flat, I can use the same.
I've made a claim. What claim have I made?
Nothing. You have not. You just don't. It's
so you don't have an argument then?
Against you, no, I do not, since you don't believe anything.
Okay, perfect. No, it's not I don't believe things.
Well, what do you believe? Make a claim so that I can invoke my
I care about what can actually be verified, what can be proven, what can be evidence-based. That's what I care about. So if someone makes a claim, you better back it up. If you're not making a claim, fine. I don't care. You can believe what you like.
Yes. So in reality, crypto doesn't tend to believe things.
You can see too far. Remember that. Everything should be hidden under curvature. It's not. So what do you do with that? Fuck NASA.
Yeah, sorry guys, I know I've been a bit dominant. I'll row back a little bit now so you guys can.
No, you're all good, Crypto. Whenever you want, jump in. So, Swag, I mean, you realize that you can't really rely on NASA because it is unverifiable no matter what you believe. But presumably you think this can be proven by a person on Earth anyway, right? That you live on a spinning ball. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So how would you prove that you live on a spinning ball yourself if you could on Earth? Without saying launch yourself into space, because that's just begging the question.
There's a lot of different methods. You have the sun different times throughout the day, different time zones, changing seasons.
The sun moving. Okay, so the sun moving. Let's go with that for one, right? So you think the sun moving proves that you live on a spinning ball? Could you explain that? Because what you're observing is the sun to move through the sky as you're still beneath unobservably flat ground. So how does that observation make you think I must be on a ball that's spinning?
Because the sun is in different positions for different people on Earth.
Yeah, but it's moving. So obviously it's going to be in different places.
Then why is it like day in China?
Well, hold on.
Why would it be day in China but night in America?
Because the sun's over China.
Like, you know how there's different time zones, right? In different places, the sun will be up, and in different places at the same time, the sun will be down.
Right. So we've got a moving sun, a light in the sky above us, and it's moving throughout the day. And then when it gets far enough away and out of our sight, it's nighttime. So tell me tell me how that observation makes the observably flat and stationary Earth somehow curved in motion.
What do you mean by observably flat? By the way, I'm sorry.
Well, so you don't observe it.
No. I mean by that because like.
So when you go to the coast, when you look out at the horizon, Mushi, chill. Right, when you go to the coast and you look out at the horizon, it's flat.
Yeah. No, it curves in. Why you can't see really far away.
No. What you observe is a flat line.
But why can't we see buildings really far away then? No, that's my bro. Sorry.
Well, we can get into that, but listen. This is what we observe. You asked what we observe. What we mean by observably flat. What I mean is it's observably flat.
Okay.
There's no curve that you can see.
Let's say I was on the beach, right? Let's say I was at the edge of the beach and I had the boat. Like my friend went into the boat, right? And then he went forwards, right? I would slowly see him disappear, right? I would slowly see him go down. Why?
Maybe. Well, you don't all the time, but you might do.
I do.
Right. So what would you say if I told you that you can see this effect on a flat surface?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Okay. Well, would you be interested in seeing it?
Sure. Yeah, I'm open to that.
Right, so look in live stream 2 voice text. Are you in there?
No. Is it okay if I can check that out later? Because like originally I was going to ask a different question.
Okay. Well, just assume. Well, I mean, I'm showing you demonstrations, but you can do this yourself. Get a friend to pull a coin away across a table as your eyes down to the table, and you'll see the object appear to disappear bottom up. So it doesn't prove that the surface is curved. It just proves the perspective of your eye that things will appear to disappear bottom up once they get away from you over a flat surface. So again, you're observing a flat horizon and you're observing an effect that occurs on a flat surface. How does this prove you live on a curved surface?
I don't know. I haven't seen the video yet.
Well, it's in the live stream 2 voice text. So you can check it out at your leisure.
But I'm going to assume to believe you, right? Originally, I was going to ask a different question, but like you guys were having a long conversation with so many different people, and I had loads of stuff into my mind. The original question I was going to ask when I came in here was, why would the government lie about the Earth being flat? Like, what would they gain from this? I'm just curious.
Why do you think people lie?
So you're saying the government and you're saying so thousands of people, like let's just say 500 people, right, lied for no reason.
I asked you why you think people lie.
I think people lie. Usually, sometimes people. There's different types of lies. Okay, you have white lies to protect people from something. You have lies just because people randomly do it out of impulse. You have lies.
Wait, how does a lie protect somebody? I'm confused.
In a white lie, let's say.
I get what he's meaning. It's fine. Mushi, continue.
You know what white lie?
I've got a simple answer for you if you want. Money, power, control. There's your answer.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
So how would you then control? Like, I get that control you, right? They control what you think about the Earth, right? But control that you think it's flat. But how would that gain them anything?
Yeah. Well, it makes much smaller lies much easier. So, for instance, you believe you live on a globe and you don't really.
Can you tell how it makes it?
Well, I'm trying to do that. Let me finish my sentence. So global warming, for instance. That can't be a thing if you don't live in a globe, right?
Yeah.
So they can tell you all of these things, and you have to believe them because they've already set themselves up as the expert, and now you have to pay them a bunch of money. Now, money itself doesn't matter because money isn't value, right? So what money really is control. So you have to go and earn this money, which means that you have to spend your day earning this money, right? So what it really is control of your time, control of you as a person. So by making sure that they give you as little of it as possible, and then they take a bunch of it in other ways, they control you. Really simple.
Yeah, that answered my question. Thank you. The last one, this was to do with earlier. If you don't believe anything, like let's say if you can't observe something, right, and you can't test it yourself, would you believe it's real?
I mean, you can believe what you like, but we're talking about the fundamental nature between what can be verified and what can be believed, right?
You know, you don't believe right? Because NASA just told you to, okay? And you don't believe in NASA because NASA could just be lying, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I've never seen a monkey in my life, right? So
you never seen a what?
I don't want to see a monkey, right? Okay. Let's just say assume I couldn't see a monkey right now. I didn't have the ability to see a monkey. The only way I would know a monkey would exist is by somebody else telling me, right? So would that mean I don't know if a monkey is real? Are you saying I have to find out every single fact on this earth by myself? And
Why do you have to? Why do you have to?
It's the fundamental difference between a belief and a...
Do I have to see myself? everything, every single thing on this earth, science, other creatures, everything else. Well, I have to see it and observe it myself.
What? Why do you have to?
I went to the zoo and saw monkeys. That was pretty definitive for me.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever seen? Let's just say. Okay, in that case, it's not a good example, right? Because you can see them in the thing. Let's just think of something. Have you ever seen an iceberg before in your life? An iceberg?
Yep.
Really? Dude, I need an example. Just everybody has, okay? Me personally.
Bro, I live in the UK. We see ice in all forms.
Mushy. Ask them if they've ever seen a dinosaur.
No.
Have you ever seen a dinosaur?
No.
So how do you know they existed or have ever existed?
How do you know? How do you know?
I don't believe it.
It's a simple answer. If I'm allowed to make the answer, it's a simple answer. Okay.
Jesus. Guys, I'm just going to have to mute people. Right, let Crypto go. Mushi, you've been muted quickly, but I'll unmute you. Just chill.
Yeah, it's a simple answer. I don't believe they existed. The end.
Well, there you go, man.
Okay, yeah. So, if you don't see cells, like, if you don't.
But guys, how is any of this helping you prove a globe? I don't understand.
Well, have you ever seen? Have you ever seen
I've seen cells develop it under a microscope. I've seen it with my own eyes in biology in college.
Have you seen electrons?
I haven't, so I don't believe it.
Be converted.
Yeah, you're spiraling, Koji. You're spiraling.
I have a question. Have you ever seen electrons, right, be converted to another electron? Then how do you believe it? How do you know it's real? You don't.
Bro, I don't necessarily believe in electrons per se. Yeah, I don't.
I mean, that
they
kind of
proven it. Can you take a picture? Show me an atom. Can you show me an atom? Well, that is the point. Can you show me a quasar from a trillion light years away? Can you show me that real quick?
Can you show me dark matter? Can you show me dark matter?
I'd love to see me some dark matter. I'd love to see me some space time. How about space time? Can you show us space time, please? The space time continuum.
Show me time.
Show me God.
Time is a construct. It's a construct, bro. It's a construct.
So you can't show it to me, so it's real.
Yeah, I agree.
And you guys are asking for a lot. I mean, I'm still waiting for the curve of the Earth.
Right?
Okay, yeah, I understand your mindset now. I do get what you're trying to say, right? But I don't have that mindset, so that's why I don't agree. If I feel like
you don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, that's the problem. We're not talking about mindsets, Mushi. Mushi, you're too annoying, I'm afraid. You just keep talking. Is Swig, are you still there?
Hello.
So, have you come up with something that you could do on Earth yet to prove that you live on a globe?
There's like 10 things, but you're just gonna...
Well, what's the best one?
What's the best one? They're all the best.
They're all the best. What's the best of the best?
There is no best of the best. They all prove the same thing.
Prove what? We've all been looking for years to prove
give
one.
Me your favorite.
You've got 10. Oh boy. Yeah.
Give me the one that personally convinces you that isn't just pictures from the US military.
That's actually a good question. Let me think. I'm going to have to go with time zones.
Right. Again, how does that prove that you live on a spinning ball?
Well, how could it... Well, what other system would
sun's moving, right?
You have a flashlight in a dark room, right? You go to the corner of your room and you shine the flashlight down to the floor, right? Yes. Is the entire floor lit up, or just a certain section of it where the light is being illuminated?
Oh, just a certain section.
Okay, now how much curvature is in that room then?
Yeah, but remember when I gave you the train argument and you said you can't extrapolate that? I'm going to give you that same argument now. You can't extrapolate that. So now where are we at?
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying you use the same logical fallacy that you created.
No, I know. Which is why my point is that it doesn't prove it one way or the other.
Oh, that's true. So
it doesn't prove it for flat. It doesn't prove it for globe. Is my point. I agree with you. Yeah, so that's why I'm telling you that.
So how are you a flat earther then?
Because your weak ass argument didn't convince me.
Yeah, but your argument is no better than mine then. By your logic.
You're trying to convince us that what we see
didn't go with that argument. That's not my time zones is not my.
You're trying to convince us that what we experience isn't true.
It might be FE core time if someone wants to go through that, or maybe Black Swan.
Yeah.
So you did the Black Swan?
Yeah, I did.
So why was the horizon beyond the oil rigs?
When you calculate it, you have to take into account the height of the whatever you're observing, like the object.
No, but it's not the objects; it's the horizon itself. You know that thing that you think boats are going over.
Oh my god! I spent like an hour and a half arguing about this, man. What was your
reason for why it's seen beyond the oil rigs?
What is the definition of a horizon? Like, what is the horizon? Is it what you can see?
Well, it's where the sea or the land appears to meet the sky,
it appears.
right?
Yes, it's what you can see. It appears. It's only what you can see appearing to be there. It could be very close because it could be foggy, or it could be very far.
So why are the objects there? Why do they matter? Why are the two oil?
That is there
just to let you know what the distance is.
It's a marker. Yeah, it's a distance marker.
Yeah, it's a distance marker, right?
Yeah.
Because a boat could be hard to maintain a distance marker for a vision of something beyond it. So the oil rigs, they ain't going nowhere anytime soon. So they are a good marcation of distance for looking at something beyond it. So we know that it's beyond 10 miles.
Yeah,
and that's
also
a big problem. It's a big problem for the globe.
Look, if the guy just took a picture of the horizon, there's no way to say, oh, the horizon is 12 miles out. Like that, there isn't. You can't eyeball
the horizon. You see the horizon.
You can't eyeball it. You need a demarcation to eyeball. Okay, it's clearly past something that you know the distance of, so therefore you don't need to eyeball it.
Exactly.
That's why they're there.
Yes, exactly. So my argument is, if those weren't massive oil rigs but tiny little boats, you wouldn't actually see them.
It doesn't matter. That's the distance.
I'm still waiting for you to tell me, Swig, why the horizon is seen beyond the oil rigs. That's all I want to know.
Here, I'll pull up the fucking equation for you. Give me a second.
You agree that the globe model says that it can't be more than 1.2 miles, right?
No, that's not how it's actually calculated, so I don't agree with that.
Where does the globe model say the horizon should be for a 1-foot observer?
For a 1-foot observer, it's based on the height of the observer, which you said is 1 foot, and it's also based on the height of the object which is being observed.
No. I'm talking about the horizon, not objects. Where's the horizon?
No, the horizon is what you can see with your eyes.
For a 1-foot observer. How far away is that for a 1-foot observer?
Okay. The thing is, you'll be able to see. It doesn't matter. You can see a skyscraper, but you're not gonna be able to see a little tiny shack.
You're not understanding the argument. This is the problem. You're not understanding the argument. The argument isn't about the objects. The argument is the horizon itself. Why are we talking about horizon? Because we're told that this is the physical curve of the Earth that we're viewing. Correct?
I can just link
That's a yes or no question.
Hey, what's your question, dude? I'm telling
you've got to listen.
I am listening.
What did I say?
Dude, you're the one not listening. You're saying that we're calculating the horizon.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, that's what you asked.
I asked you a yes or no question, and you can't repeat it back to
honestly,
me.
Crypto, I don't want to.
You're not listening.
You're very berating, and you're very loud.
You're not listening. That's why I'm getting annoyed.
I enjoy talking.
What did I say? What did I say?
I'm not going to talk.
What did I say? What did I say?
Swig, it's cool. Just respond honestly.
What did I say?
Just listen to him.
I mean, what did you say? I just said what you said, and you start cutting me off.
What did I say?
You said that we're measuring the horizon and not the objects. That's what you said.
Okay.
Yes.
What did I say after that?
You mean what did you? That's all you said, dude.
No, this is why you need to listen, because when I say things, they matter, right? Yes, you're looking at the horizon. However, the bit that I added on, which is really, really important, is that the objects are telling you how far that horizon is, and that horizon, according to Globus, this is really important, is the physical curve, right? That's super important. Because if it's not physical, if we can prove to you that it's optical, then there is no reason to believe you live on a ball. That's super important.
You said nothing of import right now. I don't understand.
That is fundamental to the argument. If you don't get it, you're not very bright.
This guy's just trolling.
Check it out. Check it out real quick. Maybe last
he's
chance.
Useless.
Maybe not. Well, check it out. Let me try one last chance. Right? It is. All right. Let me try to break this down. Right? When it's going over the horizon when they get far away from you at the beach, and that's why they disappear.
How far is the actual horizon in that picture? Is it just
just real quick? Is that true? Boats are disappearing over the horizon, the curvature of Earth.
Boats are disappearing over the horizon. Disappearing as in you can no longer see them.
Right, because of the curvature of Earth, they're going beyond a hump of Earth, a corner, as it would.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so that would mean that there is physically a practical amount of water that they are going behind. Yes? They're going behind it.
A practical amount of water has nothing to do with the water. It's a distance.
Well, the water, it's an actual physical thing that they're disappearing behind. Walking behind a building, there's a physical building in the way. Right? It's a geometric, it's an actual physical, place. Right?
Sure.
Okay, so if that's true, then at a certain point, if that's true, that the horizon always has to maintain a certain degree.
What do you mean, a certain degree of what?
A certain measurement. It has to be. Yeah, and if you're going to sit here and say, and now you're saying, though, that it's all just observed.
What do you mean? I'm not saying it's all observer. I'm saying it's based on the observer's height and the height of the object which is being observed. A taller
horizon is the horizon.
Dude, just why do you guys refuse to read the article that I linked?
No. The horizon is what's being the horizon is what's being observed here. The horizon, the thing that the boat's supposed to be going over, the curve of, they are supposed to be going.
Okay, in your example, where is
not at 10 miles? It's beyond 10 miles, but boats are supposed to be disappearing over the horizon based on the height.
Listen,
like you just said, it's based on the height, and the 1 foot observer, a boat should be disappearing at around 1 to 2 miles.
No, it's not just. It's based on the height of the observer and the height of the object. Let me ask you, and you're
right again. Everyone here agrees that it's the height of the observer. There is nobody here that disagrees with that. Right?
It's the observer.
So we're on the same page.
No, we're not.
We're on the same page. We are on the same page with regards to the observer's height. Okay. Everyone agrees with that.
Even his article says it.
Stop talking! I need to just finish the sentence.
Why are you allowed to scream and not...
Bruh, because people talk over me. I'm not talking over anyone else. This is why I'm screaming. So, I'm going to finish. We're on the same page with regards to observer height. What we're not on the same page on is that we're not observing an object. We are observing the horizon itself. Now, if the horizon itself is the curvature of a physical ball, it must be in a certain position, right? And at 1 foot, so that's the observer height, it must be 1.22 miles away. This is the ball you think you live on. If it's further than that, then what you're observing isn't physical curvature, it's an optical effect. Does that make sense?
What do you want me to say, yes or no? Because any other answer I give you, you're going to scream at the top
truth?
of your lungs.
No, I'm screaming over you when you talk over me midway through a sentence.
Let me know when you're done that every time.
How do you understand?
I finished, and I'm waiting for an answer. Now, I don't think you were listening.
Okay,
this is why I'm getting frustrated.
I am listening.
What did I say?
What did I say? You want me to repeat what you said, or do you want me to answer your question? Which one will
Give me a summary. In your own words. Either of those would be fine. I don't think you were listening, so either answer the question or summarize what I said. I will accept either.
Okay. The curvature of the Earth, the horizon. You're saying that it should be 1.22 miles away if the observer is 1 meter tall. Am I getting that correct?
For what reason?
For what reason? For what reason?
Yeah, because that was what mattered. Yeah.
Tell me the reason.
Because a ball that size would have physical curvature
yes.
of that amount. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So if we're observing the horizon further, then it can't be the physical curve. It has to be an optical effect. Agreed?
Agreed.
Fantastic. You're not observing a ball when you look. You're observing an optical horizon. There is no evidence for a ball. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Moment of silence for the globe, please.
Bum, bum, bum.
The moment you say that it's an optical spot, well, you're arguing for our side. That's what we're saying.
Doofus, are you serious?
I mean, I don't know how I can repeat the same thing a million times, but I'm gonna do it.
You don't have to, Swag. You already agreed it's an optical horizon, so
Thanks.
there is no globe.
It's an optical horizon.
Yeah, so the globe is a physical horizon, not an optical one.
Your religion requires a physical horizon.
So.
No, it doesn't. Bro. Did you not just read the link that I posted for the millionth time?
Your link also says the same thing. It actually gives it even less because it says 1.17 times the square root of your height.
Yes, but look what it says. Look what this. If you want to calculate the distance at which an object becomes visible, you guys are using the object as a reference. Like I don't understand why.
You're not using the.
You're saying it's disproven because you can see the object even though it's 10 miles away. I'm telling you.
What are you talking about? We're the reference. If you're talking about the black swan uses the distance of that object for reference of how far the horizon is.
I'm telling you can see an object further away than the horizon.
Right, but we're not talking about the object. We're talking about the horizon.
The whole argument of the black.
Go get the argument.
Check it out. Real quick. Check it out.
Hold on, I'm having a conversation. I'm having a conversation.
But he's not.
I didn't speak to me. Give me a second.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Continue.
Okay. No, please go ahead with it, Marco. Go on.
All right.
Let me understand.
Whatever your name is, Cog.
Yeah, sure.
Quag, right?
Sure.
Okay. Again, the distance to the horizon. Those are just reference points. The objects. I don't care about them. They're just there for a distance measurement. We see the distance of that object at 9 point something miles, 9.4 something, right? But the horizon is behind it. That's what we're speaking about, not about the objects. They're just there for reference. We don't care. They're there, yes.
Why
demarcate
This is why they're there. Okay, if we were to if I went to the open ocean on the beach and just took a picture of the ocean and asked you, how far away is the horizon? There'd be no way to tell, correct? You would need some sort of thing in the foreground.
Exactly. So we see the horizon further than those objects, correct?
You see the horizon further than the objects. No, that's incorrect.
Oh, you don't see where is the objects at in those black swan?
Objects and the black swan, they're 9.51 miles away or 41 and 6.
Right. So where is the horizon at? Is it before or after the object?
If you want to calculate the distance at which an object becomes visible, you must know your height.
You don't care about when the object becomes visible.
What do you mean? But that's the whole argument, though, bro.
No, it's not.
No, it isn't. You don't get it. You don't get it.
So then take the platforms out. What do you have left in your argument then? Tell me.
Oh
no. Swig. You need to answer where you see the horizons in the image. Are they in front of the rigs, in between them, or behind them?
The horizon, and the horizon is based on the object you're looking at. That's what you guys aren't understanding.
Just look at the image. Just look at the image.
Can I ask a question?
Again, the
questions.
Go ahead.
The horizon has nothing to do with the base. According to your model, the horizon has nothing to do with where the objects are. The horizon has to do with the distance of the person, how high the person is, and how far the calculation for the horizon is.
I think he knows all this. I think he does know. So I want to ask him in a different way, and if he wants to sound stupid, that's fine. So, based on an observer of 1 foot, where should the sky meet the water, aka what you believe is Earth curve, aka horizon, the thing that blocks boats from the bottom up? Based on geometry, based on the size of the Earth that they claim it is, where specifically, distance-wise, should that horizon be?
Depends on what you're looking at.
Based on everything I just said, where should the horizon be?
Based on what you just said, again, it depends on what you're looking at.
Based on what I just said, where should the horizon be?
If there are no objects in front of you, where is the horizon?
Based on what I just said, which is all
you say, repeat the question because you keep repeating.
Okay, you're looking at the horizon.
Okay, all right.
So the object you're looking at is the horizon.
Hold on. You're 1 foot. You're a 1 foot observer. Based on the math, where should your horizon be if you're 1 foot off the ground at sea level?
Where should the horizon? It's based on what you're looking at.
Where is the horizon as dictated by the model?
Yeah, I think the problem is we don't understand.
See, this is why, because you might have to go on mute because I'm asking you a very easy question, something you can Google, something you can figure the math to. If you can't answer this question, I'm not going to allow this conversation to go forward.
Yeah, the object you're looking at is the horizon. You need to understand that. That is the thing you are looking at.
Oh, thank you. You agree with me. Someone finally agrees with me.
No, you're actually wrong. When you're looking at the horizon, this is what Elo's trying to tell
let him answer.
No.
Are we going to allow him to dick us around?
No, of course not. But that's what I'm trying to get to.
It's super simple.
I've answered the question. The object you are looking at is the horizon. That is the horizon. So, if that's further than it should be, it's not a ball. Really simple.
I don't know how else to. You just agree.
It's all right, Swig. You don't have to explain anything. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're willing to be that honest at this point now.
Wow.
So
well, how am I not being
honest? See if there's someone else.
It's not what they claim. It's not what they claim it to be. I mean, this should at least give you pause enough to think that maybe NASA doesn't have it all right, because this observation goes directly against what is supposed to be known.
I don't understand.
I don't want to tell him anything further. Yet for like 30 minutes. I don't want to tell him anything. I only have one question. It's the crux of the argument. Where is the horizon for a 1 foot observer at sea level? If he can't answer that question, he doesn't understand. We may as well be adults speaking to us. We're sitting here talking about the limitations of a globe if it were a specific size. And he's not answering to it at all, which leads me to understand that he either doesn't understand or he's trolling. I really don't care which one.
Yeah, I agree with you, Elijah. So Swig, this is what we're gonna do. Swig. Right? Just bear with me here. If you're on the computer, are you on Google?
I already posted a copy paste.
No. I want you to go on the curve calculator.
He can't even answer if he's near the computer. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Swig, you're going to be given one more chance before you're muted here. Can you put into Google distance to horizon calculator? Can you do that, Swig?
Yeah, I just did it.
Okay, so you just click on whatever calculator it comes up with. It'll suggest a few to you. Distance to horizon calculator. Click on the calculator and put 1 foot into the observer height. Right? It'll give you an option. Right. So have you put 1 foot into the observer height section?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what is it telling you for the distance to the horizon?
The distance to the horizon is 1.2 miles.
Okay, right, so we got there. So the distance according to the globe model for that horizon can be no more than 1.2 miles if Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, blah, blah, blah. We see the horizon beyond the rigs, which is beyond 10 miles. Right, so globe model says 1.2 miles. Observation of Earth says beyond 10 miles. So do you see where the issue is, or do you see that that's not matching up?
I'm not seeing where it's matching up.
Yeah, it's not matching up. Earth is observably not matching the model we're told is true. Do you understand that?
So if those giant platforms were a lot smaller, would you still be able to see them?
It's not about the platforms, it's about the horizon.
Can you answer my question? Would you be able to see the platforms if they were like 100 times less the size?
It's not about the platforms. He just said that.
If they were 100 times smaller, they'd be 100 times smaller in the image.
So you would still be able to see them.
But
you would still see the horizon.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be answering another question.
No, this is why I'm just trying to get him to answer if he fully understands.
I haven't licked my fingers on his concession about how the horizon. He hasn't even said it. Well, that horizon is behind the oil rigs, which means it has to be beyond 10 miles. He hasn't actually.
Really?
Yeah, what is the point of you asking if they're smaller? Do you think we should have used tennis balls to demarcate what a 10 mile?
I mean, Fuzzy, I just interrupted Wolfgang to not participate in that conversation.
It doesn't make any sense.
And you're making us participate in that conversation. I don't care what size would be what based on if it was 100 times smaller, larger. I don't care about that. We're looking at what we have. And we have a horizon that we know is beyond 10 miles. It's as simple as that.
Elijah's correct. So, Swig, don't obfuscate the point about where we observe the horizon to be. You just agreed that the globe model predicts 1.2 miles. Now, you do see the horizon observably beyond the rigs. I know you do, so it doesn't matter what you say. The question is, what does that mean? Right? The globe model says horizon at this distance. Earth says horizon far beyond. So it has to be something else.
Is the horizon apparent?
Well, you tell me, why are we seeing the horizon beyond 10 miles when the globe model says it can't be further than 1.2?
I told you 30 times, you're just not accepting it. It's because the height of the object.
What object?
The platforms.
He's trying. He's trying to drag us away from the point. We asked the question.
I'm going to try someone else.
That's not an address to the question.
We're going to need to try someone else because that's too much. All right, Mushi, are you still here? Are you calm?
Oh yeah, I'm calm.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you thought about looking into who proved the Earth to be a globe?
I mean, I'm more convinced, but the thing is, I'm not really in the mindset of I believe stuff that I can't prove myself. That's and with the thing, when you're talking about the horizon and everything, the whole argument kind of falls apart when you factor in that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. There's many lumps because.
Right, no, but the whole argument is that the Earth would have a horizon at no more than 1.2 miles. Where the argument falls apart is that observably, Earth doesn't have a horizon at 1.2 miles there, it's beyond 10.
But those numbers change when you consider that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
Why? Well, no, because that would mean that Earth's size would physically have to change.
In some sports, yes.
No, because the horizon is predicted based on it being a ball. So if it was to increase, then that would mean the ball's getting bigger.
I mean, no, you don't understand what I mean.
No, I understand, but I'm telling you, this is what the globe... You're not understanding that... Right, you know what you think boats are going over?
Yeah.
That's that curve of the ball.
Yeah.
So that's a geometric position on a ball. Right, so that's geometrically calculable, and that's what we're talking about. The globe model has a physical horizon. Right, it can't change place. It can't be any further than its geometric limit. It could appear closer due to atmospheric conditions, but it could never be further.
I have a question. Would that change, just assuming a huge lump of the Earth disappeared, right? Let's say 1/10, okay? I'm just throwing out there, right? Would that number change at all?
What? If a huge lump of Earth disappeared?
Yeah. Why does Earth look like a perfect sphere from all the NASA photos? If you're talking about it being oblong or in different ways, how exactly is it? Show me that in the pictures where it's not a perfect circle.
Oh, two reasons. First of all, from far away, the imperfections aren't as great, right? Second of all, NASA does change their photos definitely. You know how when you're in iPhones, right? There's this option to take a photo of 360, right? I forgot the name of it. It was start with P, right? It's to do with that because you can't see more of the Earth essentially. That's what they're doing. So
right, but Mushi, why is the horizon seen 10 times beyond the claimed physical limit of the ball?
10 times?
Yeah, because it says it can be no more than 1.2, but it's seen beyond 10.
I don't know, but it could be to do with the point I mentioned about it not being perfect.
That's off by an order of magnitude. The Earth would be the size of the distance from here to the moon. You'd notice that from a photo, wouldn't you?
So Mushi, you can at least agree then. You can at least agree then, Mushi, that the observation doesn't match the model.
Yeah, kind of, not completely, but yeah.
Well, it either does or it doesn't, and the model says 1.2 miles, and the observation says beyond 10. So that is not a match.
Isn't that model assuming that it's a sphere, perfect sphere?
No. Well, it's just assuming that Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is what NASA says we are. It has curve everywhere. Right?
Okay.
So, again, you would have to agree that the observation of Earth itself doesn't match the model that we're given.
Okay, wait. I have to kind of process this, sorry.
So you understand the observation doesn't match the model, yeah?
The numbers you've given, yes, definitely no. Of course not, right?
Well, but those numbers aren't our numbers. They're NASA's and the globe's numbers.
Wait, are you talking about the mass of the Earth or the country?
No, we're talking about the horizon distance on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
But does it not be affected by the shape of the ball?
The ball is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, according to NASA. Right. So no, it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, and it means a physical horizon.
According to NASA, how the Earth was formed, right, was a bunch of rocks, like how most planets.
No, Mushi, again, this is non sequitur. This doesn't matter. Don't talk about how it was formed. You don't know how things were formed.
You don't know. No, listen.
We're just talking about what the observation says.
I get that. But you haven't heard the end of my argument set, so why?
No, I don't care. I need your response to what the observation says.
Which one?
The oil rigs, the horizon behind them. Why is the horizon behind them if it's a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I said I didn't know. I'm not a scientist, man. I'm a 14-year-old boy.
Okay, so you understand then that the observation doesn't match the model, yes? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. Observation of Earth doesn't match the model. That's it.
Bro.
Can't be a globe.
I'm just saying yeah because I don't understand what you're saying. It's like... And there's other factors as well. You can't just be like, you're a flat earther now, bro.
No, you are.
What are the factors? What are the factors? I mean... We are here on Earth, Mushi. We are here on Earth. We can measure the surface of the Earth, right? The same as you can measure your table. So can we measure the surface of the Earth. And when we do this with long-range observations, right, with high-powered zoom cameras, with telescopes, with lasers, shooting over lakes, and it hits the other target, that cannot happen on a globe, right?
Okay, and there's other factors. Like, there's more than one way to prove the Earth is flat, right?
No.
There's no more than one way to prove the Earth is flat.
There's more than one way to prove that the Earth is flat? Yes. Have you ever looked at water? I mean, water is always flat. So let's think about this, right? You imagine you're on a big giant ball flying through space, right? Now, it's covered in, what do they say, 70% water, okay? But when you go look at water, everywhere you look, it's flat. So how can a big giant ball be covered in flat water?
Gravity, man.
No, I said flat water. Do you understand how this is like? Take a basketball, right? And you put a plate on it. Does the plate conform to the ball? No, because it's flat, right? It's like water. So how does flat water conform to a ball? Is that not confusing to you? Flat water on a ball? You've been to a lake, right? You've seen the water, how it's just flat, right? So how does that cover a ball? How does that work?
Let me answer you. If I did anything like this, and I've done half of this and I've been muted in the past, there's a guy literally screaming in his car and nothing's happened to him. So can you please be a little bit more respectful?
What?
I beg.
Mushi, don't concern troll, just answer the question.
Yeah, for real. Like, the people in here have been discovering the lies told by the establishment for double the time that you've been alive. Respect people who are trying to help you.
Yeah, so Mushi, how does flat water work on a ball?
Because no matter where you are, right? No matter where you are on the planet, gravity will always go from your perspective down, therefore flat. The same
What's
reason
gravity?
Do you not know what gravity is?
Yeah, what's gravity?
I just walked in. This is the first thing.
We can't really argue if you don't understand what gravity is.
Okay, well, hold on. You're saying a thing, right? You're saying a word, gravity, but you're expecting me to know what it is. How is that possible?
It's just like common sense, you know.
No, it's not. So hold on. So you're saying that I can just go outside and look at water and I'll automatically in my head just assume, gravity. Oh, there it is. Is that what you're saying?
Hey, fellas, I don't.
That it's out there for me to see.
In a flat Earth, okay? In a flat Earth, in your flat Earth.
No, on a globe with a ball.
No,
the ball has geometry. You're avoiding the geometry of the ball.
Yeah, we're still stuck on the flat water on a ball.
No, we're talking about actual geometry. The actual geometry of a ball requires a certain amount of drop over distance. Don't interrupt me. A certain amount of drop over distance is required. You're interrupting me. Shut up. Shut up. Can you close your mouth while someone else is talking?
What have you done to me?
Okay.
You interrupt me. I think like
you're done. You're done.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think he's grasping the arguments of distance, and he's just not grasping it because I think we're more mathematical in nature. So once I started seeing like things in the distance were further than they're supposed to be, I kind of got it. You know what I mean? Even before the Black Swan argument, when I just did the math and I saw like the FE core thing, I was like, that's impossible. The laser over the water, they measure the distance from the laser to water, and the distance over there, laser to water, same. Just being like having a construction background, I could see it. You know what I mean? But I don't think he can grasp it because I don't know if he has I don't suspect he has a construction background either.
I think he's a kid.
Yeah, I was going to say. So if I use a different example with people because this is the one that gave me my aha moment, where it's like I could visualize it for myself and nobody could take it away from me. I just use like the North Star example because even if like he doesn't want to come to grips, the star is not going anywhere. You know what I mean? The stars, every time he sees a star, he's gonna have to think about what I'm saying. And that's why like I used the North Star Polaris example. So I don't, is Mushi still here or did he leave?
No, I think he left. But you can finish off your point because there'll be other people listening, Vagabond, and Swig's come back if he wants to speak some more or ask questions.
Okay, yeah.
I gave
this example to I gave this example to another kid the other day, and he got it. And I was like, oh, thank God. I was like, because me, like, I don't know, like, I'm no rocket scientist. Well, that doesn't exist now that I know. So I'm not even, afraid of being a rocket scientist now. But, I couldn't get a lot of the arguments that were presented to me when I first, came upon the subject. But the star patterns, like the whole Polaris and like the time-lapse photography, for me, that broke it in my mind. You know what I mean? It cracked open enough so I could look at everything else more judgmentally, more skeptically. But so the people here, it's like, you know, the example I gave the other day was like, if you just had time lapse photography and you took a time lapse of Polaris, like it creates a perfect circular pattern. Now, the only way that circular pattern could be created is either we're moving or the stars are moving. But like if you just took into account your camera and the understanding that to create that image, the lens of your camera and the North Star must be tightly locked with one another, meaning both faces have to be facing each other. When you start to look at that argument, what you start to discover is that the different planes of motion that the Earth is moving in, it is impossible for that image to be created by anyone's camera should we be moving in the planes of motion we're told, given the pattern that's created with our camera. But all anyone has to do is just like focus on that. Focus on the North Star. It's always going to be there. It's always there. And it's not supposed to be. And even if it is, we could never capture that image. It's impossible.
Hello?
Yep.
I have a distance to horizon calculator I want you guys to look at. I posted it in general chat. It takes in the viewer's height and the object's height, and the higher the object's height is, the further the distance of the observable object is.
You didn't catch the argument, right?
You really don't get it, bro.
What do you mean?
Don't get it, right? Your father. Listen, Chuk. I'm probably butchering your name, Chuk. Listen, you don't get the argument, right? It isn't about the oil rigs.
It's about the horizon, right? Yes.
It's about the horizon.
Yes,
right?
it's about the horizon.
10 times further than it is predicted on a globe.
Okay, it's about the horizon.
Repeat after me. It is 10 times further than it is predicted on a globe. And you can spam this. It's fine.
It's a horizon calculator. You're talking about the horizon,
we
yes?
Know.
Okay,
we know,
so
yes.
now refute the calculator. Tell me how the calculator is wrong. It calculates the horizon.
Calculator's right. The calculator's telling you your distance to horizon should be no further than 1.22 miles, period. End of discussion.
Excuse me? Plug in the object's height. Hello?
Dude, did you just find this? Did you just discover this curve calculator?
What do you mean that I just discovered?
Yeah, that's what I thought. The horizon is 10 times further than is required of your ball for the physical obstruction of curvature can be no further than 1.22 miles. It's 10 times further.
I've told you guys 100 times that the height of the object is factor.
We're not talking about height of an object. What's the height of a? Wait. What's the height of the horizon?
Jesus Christ, dude.
What's the height of a horizon?
What did you put down for height of object?
It doesn't matter. You can put down any.
Yes, it does. What did you put down?
If you put down 0, you get 1.12, whatever the hell it is. But if you increase the height,
welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Dude, are you guys serious right now?
You just said 1 mile, right? 1.12.
No. Dude, read the calculator. View height is the height of the eyes above ground. When the eye height. Listen, just read the description of the calculator. Just read the description.
So, yeah, when you're in the calculator, you put the height of the observer as to 1 foot, right?
Yes.
That's what you put, right? And then what's the next value you put in?
The object height. The object is what you're observing. Read the calculator.
Why did you put an object height in? Because the horizon is the thing you're looking at.
I can't anymore, man. Like, I thought you guys were like genuine, but like I really don't know anymore.
Swig, listen to me, right? You can go on your calculator and it tells you the same thing that we've told you. So I don't know what you're saying.
The description of the calculator when the eye height.
No, I've read it. I put it in, right? You put in 1 meter observer height, right?
It's put for the object height.
Your distance to C, which is your horizon, is 3.9 kilometers for a 1 meter observer. So we're talking about a 1 foot observer. And that means that your horizon distance is 1.2 miles. This is telling you the exact same thing that we told you. I don't know why you're spiraling like this.
What do you, dude? But why is the object height? Why is the object height variable in there?
What object? What object height did you put in for B?
What object height? The height of the platforms.
In the calculator.
The exact height of the platforms,
No,
but
we're not going to the height of the platform.
This is where the confusion is. That's exactly what I thought. Okay, why the reason why those pretend that those oil rigs were actually just tennis balls. It's literally just a place of measurement.
They were tennis balls.
Fuzzy.
No. Listen, it's literally.
Fuzzy. No, you listen, Fuzzy. You're telling him what you already told him. I don't believe his act when he comes in here and he says, "Look, this is what it says." I don't think you guys are genuine. No, I didn't believe him 15 minutes ago, and I don't believe him now. The calculator that you have states that the horizon should be at what distance based on what observer height?
The calculator says that the horizon should be exactly what I said it should be. All right, do you agree with that?
Which was how far?
Which was how far? Just read it.
Which was how far?
How far based on what? It depends. Like I said a million times.
Which was how far based on the observer height? How far is the horizon?
Not just based on the observer height. It's also based on the height of the object.
So it's based on the how far is the horizon?
Based on the
hold on. I don't care if you put 1,000 feet for the object. How far is the horizon?
Oh, if I put 1,000 feet for the object, the horizon would be 127 kilometers.
Show me that on the calculator.
Why does the
Show me that on no. Show me that on the calculator.
You can't post images. You could paste it for yourself, but I haven't seen it.
Please send it to Sonny or somebody.
Give him Globe Earther. Give him Globe Earther if we could post images.
My friend, do you understand what they're trying to say?
Nah, he's trolling. He doesn't deserve Globe Earther.
It's height. Am I really trolling? Like, just open the calculator and put it in yourself. It's not that hard.
Yes, you are, because we're giving you very simple.
Give you very simple things. I'm telling you, open up the calculator I provided for you and read.
We've already been in these calculators a million times.
Yeah, really.
What the calculator says.
Yeah, really. At this point,
no. But I don't believe him. That's why I'm not telling him anything. I asked him a question. He said the horizon is like mad far based on the object. I'd like to see where in the calculator it says that. That's all I want from him. I don't want anything else.
I can show you that. Do you want me to, like, I can't post images. Like,
I already told you to send it to someone, not me.
Send it to me. Send it to me.
Send it to who?
Boricua.
There you go.
I don't know if you have an arts and crafts.
I mean, you guys can all check this yourselves. With
No. Just be quiet. He's going to check it because that was the purpose of you sending it. Sit on ice.
I still don't got it.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting it. So, my friend, what they're trying to communicate to you is that the object itself has nothing to do with how far the horizon is. The things that are in the image, don't interrupt me. The things that they're trying to point out to you is the oil rigs are just place markers. They are not what we're measuring here. We're measuring the distance to the horizon. And if you just look at the image honestly, as an honest observer, what you will observe, which we all have observed, is that the horizon is past the second oil rig. That's all we're trying to make sure you perceive from the image. The crux of the argument is that given the parameters or the size or the radius of the Earth we were told we are on, it is impossible, not improbable, not unlikely, impossible for said horizon to be past the oil rig if someone is at a height of 1 foot off the ground. Geometrically, mathematically, if you do the math honestly and slowly, take your time, the horizon must be at 1.22 miles. But the image refutes that. So stop saying, when you're talking about the height of the oil rigs, we're not talking about the height of the oil rigs. We're talking about the horizon.
Okay.
And the fact that it's beyond it when it's supposed to be in front of it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm just.
But before you say anything,
yeah,
did you get what I said to you?
Yes, I got what you repeated for the 30th time. What everyone else is.
I had to do it slowly because you're not listening.
Yes.
I did it slowly for you. Not for
let
me.
Let me ask them. Let me ask them a follow-up.
Can I answer now?
Piggybacking off of no. Let me ask.
Elijah, let him get an answer in. Let him get an answer.
Hold on, because this is piggybacking off of what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So based on what he and everyone else has, like you detailed, repeated numerous times, right? Are you telling me that the size of the Earth or how much convexity it has is purely based on the object that you're looking at and the observer height? Both of these?
Yes, it is. That is what I'm saying. That's correct.
Well, I mean, you gotta let him say what he's saying before we can.
But did he not understand?
He said it. He just said it. No, I know what he's not understanding, but he just said it in words. He just said that the size of the Earth is based on how big something is in the distance.
No.
That's literally what he just said.
I did not say the size of the Earth is based on that. I said what you can see, where the horizon is, that is based on the height of the observer and the height of the object which you are observing.
So he just said what I just. He basically said what I'm saying. He's saying.
Can you give me a second? What do you think distance C? Hold on. What do you think distance C is on the calculator you're using?
Distance C?
Yes.
It's the distance from the observer to the object.
To the object. Yes. Not the horizon, is it?
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's the horizon. I apologize. Because don't.
You're right the first time.
No,
you're wrong the second.
No, I'm not wrong. It says calculate the distance to the horizon. Look at the calculator. It calculates the distance to the horizon.
Read what it says right there on top of that.
Oh, you're actually right. C is the distance to this object. You're right, dude. So how can you see an object that's 130 kilometers away?
This is where you're wrong, and
because the Earth is flat. That's why.
Exactly. So this isn't the flat Earth. This isn't
welcome.
The distance to the horizon. Is giving the distance to the object.
Someone want to link him to an actual calculator that has the distance to the horizon in it, so that he can check it for himself.
Yeah, we actually look for the distance to the horizon, not to an object. Regardless of where the object's at, the horizon is always going to be depending on, according to your model, depending on the person's height times 1.22, means squared. So 1.22 times the square root of the person's height in feet. Doesn't matter where the object is at. So again, our black swan.
Well, the calculator also says when a high object, example, a mountain.
Objects aren't a variable.
Protrudes
behind. No, objects aren't a variable.
Why are you allowed to interrupt me? I don't understand.
Objects aren't a variable.
Why are you interrupting me?
Listen, we told you to look up the formula for getting the distance to the horizon.
Yes, you can.
You're talking about something that has nothing to do with that formulation whatsoever. Says nothing about objects. It only deals with where the horizon should be, that physical Earth curve, as you're having a straight line of sight to that horizon, the tangent point to that ball. The tangent line. That's all it wants to. It doesn't talk about objects with respect to. Does it L equal anywhere? Does it say somewhere in the calculator that, or did we just come to the understanding that it's not talking about the horizon?
It is talking about the horizon, though.
I didn't know your name was L equal.
This doesn't give you in any way, in shape or form, the distance to the horizon. It always just gives you distance to the object. So this calculator is
no, it it gives you the distance to the horizon if you just put in 0 for the object height.
If you put in 0 for the object height, there is no object. It's telling you the obstruction between. It's giving you where the obstruction would be if there was no object between you and where the geometric Earth curve should be. That's what it's telling you. So if it's 0, then you're not dealing with an object. You're just dealing with how far you should see in relation to how high off the surface you are. If the ground was curving away from you.
Do you finally get it now?
What? We're just going.
He doesn't get it.
We're just going in circles.
He doesn't want to get it, man. Just put him in the hamster wheel and get rid of him.
Maybe you should ask your dad. He worked at NASA for 30 years, right? Maybe he gets it. Can explain it to you.
That the distance to the horizon has nothing to do with an object. Do you understand that? It only has to do with what is supposed to be the radius of the Earth and your height. Do you understand that?
Remember when I asked you about the ocean?
Hold on, I asked him a question.
No, I know that's what I'm saying. Like if you when you're just looking out at the horizon.
Quag?
Yes.
Do you understand that the distance to the horizon only has to do with the radius of the Earth and your height?
Height?
The height of the observer, yes.
Yeah, in the vacuum, yes, when there's no obstructions.
What? A vacuum? Like a Hoover? What the fuck are you talking about?
Why are we allowing this brain dead nonsense?
Now he's adding extra shit to it now.
He's smoking meth.
Elijah, I told him that he was trolling 30 minutes ago. Like
math. Okay. I mean, the best proof for a flat Earth is these globers that are retarded.
That's true. That's actually true.
That's 110% true.
Good point.
How do you not get that if you put 0 as a value, you have nothing between you and the obstruction that's supposed to be the Earth curve? How do you not know that? Like,
don't waste your breath on trying to understand stupidity. It's not worth it.
It's a case for the psychologists.
What? They're even the leaders of stupidity? Bro, it's the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is beyond psychology. Like, this is a literal detachment from your observable reality.
Reality, yeah, I agree.
This is like talk about cheese. It's way more productive.
Yeah, it's a purposeful, deliberate avoidance of reality.
Anybody that's new here?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was hot lacking.
If these trolls are actually getting paid, it's got to be from some late night ad of like, do you want to get paid to troll flat earthers online? Well, call this number and you can, for, I don't know, like, I don't know. I think who was it? Vagabond was illustrated and to such a fine point that entire argument it was so just perfectly coherent And he walks away, that was well done, but it was this guy. I don't know. Can't tell if he's a really good or really bad troll.
I mean, I don't know how many times I can repeat the same thing, but like it's just like an endless fucking. Like I'm literally exhausted.
Do you realize that? That's why I asked you. If you're in the open beach and you're just looking out at the horizon, and I asked you how far is it to the horizon, you'd say, I don't know. I can't tell. Right? How would you be able to tell the distance? You'd have to rely on math that's already been given to us by the people in charge as to the dimensions of the Earth and how you would just calculate it. Well, it's got to be based on how high I am. My height is 6 feet, so it's going to be, or put the camera on the ground, and at 1 foot, it's going to be 1 mile away. Has to be if it's a geometric curve. But if we
now, Swag, do you know why you're exhausted? Because your brain has to work overtime to keep your world view in place.
Just repeating the same thing over and over again, man.
So,
I know it's mentally exhausting for you. I can understand that.
Let's try it one
because you don't get it.
I'm gonna try it one more time.
Check it out. So the reason why it would be really hard for we would know there'd be no way to prove that because I can't look at the horizon and actually tell how far away it is, right? So I'd have to actually go out somewhere and measure it and then look at the horizon to see if it's before or after the thing that I know the measurement of, right? You'd have to put.
Are you using the objects as a reference in your picture? Yes,
right. Well, no, as a reference of distance.
As a reference of distance, yes.
Right. So like, I know that from here at the beach to that distance marker, it's 10 miles, right? I know that.
Okay, so in your mind,
if I see if I see something that's beyond that, I know that it's beyond 10 miles, right?
Yeah.
Or if I see something in front of it, I know that it's beyond before 10 miles, right?
Yes.
That's why. Okay. Right.
So in your mind, because the oil rigs are further away than the distance that the horizon should be, it doesn't add up, right?
What?
No.
The horizon itself
is beyond the 10-mile marker.
Yes, and you know it's beyond the 10-mile marker because you can see the oil rigs, right?
Because you can see beyond the oil rigs. As a place marker, they're there to tell you that's 10 miles. So anything beyond that, like the horizon that I see, it's clearly beyond 10 miles. So, but we're supposed to see a curvature rate at 1 mile, 1.2 miles. So that doesn't quite add up. The math doesn't accurately describe what we're seeing in reality. Yeah?
Can we mute this guy and see if there's any sincere people in here who got a question?
So Vagabond did. He put it very succinct. It was very simple. I already knew he, was trolling, but when he didn't get it, when he said it,
what does this guy not get?
Well, he doesn't get it because his dad worked for NASA for 30 years. I get it.
The fuck does that mean?
Well, because he's very much indoctrinated more than most people.
He's the fucking son of a fucking priest.
Right.
Yeah, he's a junior.
Indoctrination as an extra layer.
He's a junior priest.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
that's based on the assumption this dude even has a dad.
I get it. My parents were teachers. The teachers, right? I believed in NASA. I've been to all the space stations. I've been to all these places.
How should the picture look if the horizon were in front of the oil rigs? Would you be able to see the oil rigs?
No, we wouldn't be able to see the oil rigs.
You wouldn't be able to see the oil rigs, really. Really?
Keep it real.
You wouldn't see the base of them. That would. You
my
wouldn't see
God,
the base
Fuzzy.
for sure.
Jesus Christ! I let you talk. I was quiet. I let you.
Okay.
Yo.
Oh, I'm sorry if I was stepping. I'm driving. I'm sorry if you were. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. So, basically, what you're telling us is you don't accept the geometry of your priest. That's basically what you're saying. Because
I'm telling you,
in black and white, if you understood the formula, if you understood how to do the math, or if you could just use a calculator, it tells you how far the distance to the horizon is. You're looking at a picture, right, of a horizon that the distance is 10 times further than it's supposed to be. You have not once questioned, hold on, why is that 10 times further than it should be. You've not once actually addressed the problem. All you've spoken about is the oil rigs. That's all you've spoken about. You haven't really spoken about anything in relation to the argument itself.
How should the picture look if it were the correct distance?
So that being said, I told you to give us Alberico. Where did he go? Because he was supposed to get a screenshot of what you were saying the horizon was, and then you made a mistake because you thought C was the horizon, I guess.
So there's a couple of people in here. Jonathan plays with Jerry.
So how should the picture look if it were correct?
You just shut up. That is exhausting.
Oh, I don't know if y'all want to start speaking to the guys that are just new.
I don't have the stamina that Mickey has, man. I don't know if you guys do, but I can't fuck all night like Mickey, so I can't handle this guy.
We have a new guy here named Jonathan. Somebody want to say hi?
Hey, what's up, Jonathan?
What's good?
What's up, Jonathan?
You sound cool. What's up, John?
So I just want to get a little bit of an understanding. What are some of the like very understanded points that the Earth is flat?
What was your question?
What is like a very strong point in your belief that the Earth is flat?
Well, let's start with gravity.
No,
gravity is.
Let's not. Yeah, listen. Who is that?
Scar. Who's Scar?
Who's that clown?
Anyway, so who wants to take it? If not, I'll just go ahead and say.
Go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
Okay. The simplest proof that the Earth is not a ball.
And then he got out.
That should. Am I
You cut off. You cut
Yeah.
off? Oh. No, I was just
Proof
saying,
is that Discord rumpused you.
Yeah. We see too far. And I know you've heard that before. You might not have understood exactly what we meant.
Point?
Huh? Okay, maybe someone else should take it because I don't know if I'm going in and out.
He kind of cut off.
Yeah, a little.
It's pretty simple, really. You observe it to be flat. Water always finds it.
I don't see it.
So,
Jonathan.
get past that, and maybe you have something, but you can't. So deal with it.
Are you still there?
Yeah, hello?
Hey, Jonathan.
Hello? Hello?
Okay.
Is the Discord like lagging or something?
Weird.
I think mine is cutting in and out.
Yeah, sometimes when there's connection issues, like we all, exit out and come back in to fix them. That's the best we can do. So if you're having issues, probably just leave and come back, which I see you've done already. Because
yeah, I think
you can hear us.
You sound good to me, John. And I can hear you when your mic lights up.
So did you hear what Elijah said about what is one of the proofs that we have? Is that we see too far?
We see too far?
That might sound a little vague, or you might have heard that terminology thrown around by flat earthers, and then someone might have come by and maybe debunked it with a YouTube video. But we know that the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, because it would have specific geometric limitations to the things that we observe in the distance. These limitations aren't realized that just means that the Earth isn't as convex as they claim. So why think it's convex at all?
Yeah, my Discord is so laggy. I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna have to come back later.
Okay, sounds good.
Who's next?
See you then, man.
Ready for this?
Scar was talking about gravity.
Bruh.
Gravity.
Right.
Fuck, Scar.
Gravity, Scar.
Sorry?
Gravity.
Right, I was gonna say, gravity's not real. I was gonna ask him, has he ever seen evidence that gravity's real?
Roger, could you mute yourself?
Oh, sorry.
Please, thank you.
My apologies. Excuse me.
Okay. And then sort of a secondary thing, right? Like, I'm sorry, but gravity's been bumped to second tier status because we've realized that in order to claim the physics of a globe and from that getting or calculating what the gravity of it would be, you would have to have the actual size that they claim. So we just go straight to that instead of talking about pretty much.
Sorry, what was that last part?
Gravity's a side chick.
Yeah, pretty much.
She's the side chick, side chick.
Yeah, she's a side chick because before even gravity, we go to container gas pressure.
Yeah, basically, show me bendy water, and then maybe we got something. Until then, you're done.
The whole trick of gravity is that you have to accept that it's a ball to begin with, and then you can start making reification fallacies about the ball.
Everything they say though, you have to assume that it's a ball.
Hey, we got Dr. John D here. What's going on, Dr. John D?
What's up, Dr. John D?
A real flat Earth celebrity. If he is the real Dr. John D, then kudos to you, man.
I think he was, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot who was.
He did some awesome work. Sorry.
But has he been verified to be real?
Who it was that went up there?
Citation needed.
We need to validate this. Dr. John D.
Yeah, I'm always sharing Dr. John D's laser test. Awesome work.
Lasers.
So I gave Spacebound VC verified. He's new. Hey, Spacebound, you have a mic?
What's up, Spaceballs?
Well,
he's playing Fortnite on Xbox Live.
That's unfortunate.
That is a shit game, but
I play Fortnite. It is not a
shit game. Shame, man.
Fortnite's a flat map.
Actually, Fortnite has a container.
That's true.
Hey, Spacebound, if you don't answer in the next few minutes, I'm going to revoke your VC verified, and you will have to go to VC check-in to able to get VC verified again. At least say hi, so we know that you're not going to troll.
Anime profile picture checks out.
And revoke.
Anime YouTube channel checks out.
Look, Fortnite is a game. It's a first-person shooter game that is that gets you outside of a box by putting you in a box.
Okay.
Third
You're
person.
trying to justify your behavior. Mate, just like the globe, we have to learn to let go. Get escape from Tarkov and see how long you last.
The question is, how long do you last in Fortnite?
Long.
As long as I choose, you know?
Just hide around.
No, I just don't play.
That's why you just fucking camp out in a building. That game's like crack for little kids, man.
It's crack for everybody, man.
For little kids especially, though, like, because I like teach kids, and like the little guys, they fucking love that. Once they get to like 11, 12, they don't like playing it anymore, usually. But like the little guys, all they talk about, and they come in flossing and doing all the dance moves and stuff.
Mate, what happened to learning how to use actual weapons?
Good question. Miggy.
Did you see that episode of South Park where they were doing Guitar Hero and the dad walks in with the real guitar and they're like, wow, that's gay.
Yeah. Yep.
See, that's what belts were made for. Come on now. Chat shit, get banged.
Did you guys scare off all the Globers?
There's no claims left to be made.
Yeah. There aren't any Globers.
Seems like
It would have to be a globe for there to be any Globers.
Yeah, there weren't any Globers to begin with. Exactly.
They're just confused
Lots of
individuals.
local leaders, but no actual globe.
Hey, is Dr. John D actually Dr. John D? Are you there, Dr. John D? Dr. John D, can you unmute your mic? No. Interesting.
If that's really him, I want to say he makes some good video. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it is really him, guys. He came in yesterday. They had a meek and brought him in.
Oh, really? Sweet. Well, welcome,
Yep.
Dr. John D.
Hi, Adam.
Hey, what's up, Adam?
I heard Meekin just as
And you jumped out. Adam,
How loud is my background noise? Is my bearable?
Pretty loud.
Really loud. It's like a hurricane.
Hurricane alert.
All right.
Like completely unbearable, homie.
I've been trying to be down, you know.
I think Elijah's one of those like durable winter weather clothing testers, and he's in one of those wind tunnels getting blown.
I know, right?
Yeah, this is fucking up my street cred on the FE streets.
Yo, every time I picture Elijah,
I love
every
it.
time I picture him, sat at the subway, and people are just walking past him, and he sat by himself, just spitting on the.
No, I see him on his bike. Like I picture him on his bike with like ambulances, police cars, like people being mugged. I don't know, like all kinds of noise in the background.
Meanwhile, what's actually going on is he's just blowing into his microphone to troll you.
Well, that's why I have a battery powered bike, right? Because I'm aware of all of that stuff, and my girl is like, "Why do you go out late night with that expensive bike?" And I'm like, "Because if I was on a pedal bike, someone would catch me and jump me."
Yeah, they could.
No, need more speed.
No kidding, man. I relate. I love my bike now. I could get away from anything.
Have you ever seen that movie Premium Rush?
Is that about the?
Oh man, I love that movie. Yeah.
The bike messengers? Yeah. Good stuff. That's how I picture Elijah.
I used to be like that. I used to be one of those guys. There's legitimately guys like that. Like if you ever been to New York City and you've been to 14th Street, Union Square, that's where all of the bike guys. Well, there's a few places that they hang out, but that's one of the places they hang out. And they look exactly like the Premium Rush dudes. You know, the Sean from Street Fighter cap on, the book bag, and the shorts on. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Not me though, but
I was going to give him the.
But that's how I picture you anyway. Sorry. What about Pulp Fiction?
I was getting ready to say I picture him as sort of like after Samuel L. Jackson had the religious experience from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. Wandering.
Walking the earth where it's real windy.
Right.
yeah, you know what? I've been thinking about this whole Coriolis thing. Other than the Coriolis is happening in my microphone. There should be 1,000 miles an hour surface winds.
Yep. Huge tidal waves, thousands of feet tall. Attention, everybody. Attention, everybody. There is a predicted 1,500 foot tall wave coming in your area today. Back away from the coast 100 miles.
or just head north.
That's another example of why. That's another example of why gravity is a secondary argument, because then they would say, "Oh, gravity's keeping it from happening like that," you know.
No. Gravity is keeping it's stopping entropy from increasing, right? That's what gravity is supposed to be doing. But that doesn't say anything about the actual physical Earth turning away from everything else that's not physically attached to it.
I think I figured it out. Gravity is pretty much like the aether. Like gravity is like the aether is to flat earthers. You know?
Yep.
Does that make sense? Gravity.
It's like what?
Gravity's the village bicycle. Everyone's had a go and everyone's used it.
Like, you know how we say the aether is literally everything? Well,
no,
so
I don't agree.
Gravity does literally whatever they want. Everything.
Well,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
When you put it like that, maybe. But like the whole spinning away from, like, if we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, like I don't really care about the 15 degrees an hour, like 15 degrees of a circle. Like I don't care about all of that. Like I only care about the 1,000 miles an hour.
Right? Yes.
That's how fast we're moving.
The trick is to put it in a closed system and say, well, you're traveling at 500 miles an hour on an airplane, but your drink's not coming out of your cup. You see? Then you trick your mind again.
But it has nothing to do with the fact that it's an enclosed environment. I mean, sure, you don't have the air coming into you at 500 kilometers an hour, But
Well, yeah, because you got the pressurized cabin and all of its
right, but you don't
windows
feel
and
anything
walls.
while moving at a constant speed because there's no delta in acceleration.
Well, guess what? I'm not talking about feeling movement. I'm talking about the wind smacking you in the face because the thing that you're standing on.
Right, the same thing applies. It's the feeling comes from an actual movement. So if you want to put it another way, if you have acceleration, you must have movement.
What does that have to do with not feeling the wind hitting you in the face when you're traveling east?
What do you mean?
What does that have to do with the wind not hitting you in your face every time you look east and walk that way?
No, all I'm saying is that nothing moves as long as everything is constant. Even if the globe would come and say that it's.
I get what you're saying, but how is that related to what I was saying? Because if not, then I don't understand why you interrupted what I was saying to say something that has nothing to do with it.
No, I was adding on the thing with the plane.
Yeah, but what does the plane have to do with feeling wind in your face?
I just added to that thing with the plane. That's all I've done, literally.
You guys are playing in the same playground. You're just talking about different items in the playground.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's great. But okay, so even more. Okay, here's another one. Like, how the hell do you travel from coast to coast? How do you sail anywhere? Like, if the Earth is turning, then, like, say for instance, like you fill up a container, right? Like one of those clear iced tea containers, right? And then you spin the bottle, but the liquid is not moving with the bottle, right? Like you might get it to spin eventually, but it's not moving with the bottle, right? So you have the oceans, you have the Earth turning. So why wouldn't a landmass just be totally somewhere else the moment you set sail?
You know what totally debunks the globe? It's as simple as this. I can watch a hummingbird lift off and sit there hovering above the same place it took off from. At the same time, watch a leaf falling out of a tree going straight down to the ground at the same time.
Right, exactly. Good point.
Those two things right there. The hummingbird, a leaf falling down the opposite direction. Yeah. Done.
It
It's
only
over.
disproves the globe if you think about it. Did y'all hear that in Nathan's after show today when that guy he was like agreeing to everything and then he was like still trying to hold on to the globe? Like he was saying that you won't let nobody have an argument, and then he come in with absolutely no argument, agreed with everything Nathan said, but still believed in a globe.
Yeah, that was extremist.
Wow.
That was extremist. Easier on the server.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's like what do they call that? A little cat toy that's been battered around for a couple of years.
Yeah, I had to get my jab in and say, is this the best the globe Earth has now? Just to agree to everything and just ignore it?
Yeah. And then just go on with the belief afterwards.
Well, no, a belief is without evidence. What is it if it's contrary to evidence? It's a delusion then, right?
I would say, yeah. That's another level, right?
Right. Belief without evidence, that's, you know, kind of faith, I guess. But what is it if you got a belief with contrary evidence in your face?
I'd call it insanity, actually.
Yeah, that's why I call it a delusion.
Everything, what happens.
Dave, I think I interrupted you. What did you say?
I was just answering your question. A lot of these people go into cognitus and just won't let themselves think about it logically, for whatever reason.
Yeah, keep avoiding the point, going back to another detour that was, like that Quag person, right? Kept going back to the freaking oil rigs. Like, it just honestly seemed like he didn't understand, that's why it seemed to me like it was on purpose. Not understanding on purpose. Going back to the oil rigs over and over and over again. Couldn't even mention the word that we were actually looking at was the horizon. I was trying to bring up the point, if you put a little flag marker at 6.4 and 9.4, there you go. But they just didn't understand that we're not talking about the oil rigs, and they kept going back to the oil rigs over and over and over again.
Well, what happened with him is he went to that, well, what should it look like? He was wanting a model to replace the models in his mind. You know what I'm saying?
And bro, well, you're coming in low, number one. I don't know. You were perfect just a second ago. But also, I never mentioned this about, not the Black Swan itself, but the image or the photo itself, the screenshot itself. And we never talk about any other aspects of it other than, how far the horizon is, blah, 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 blah. But even if we gave them distractions like objects with respect to the horizon, dude, there's a buoy right in between the two oil platforms that should definitely not be.
It's a boat. I think it's a little boat. I think there might be a buoy and a boat.
We had an argument about what it was. Nobody knows what it really is. I don't know.
Yeah, it's in the video. It's in the video, Elijah. You can go look.
No, yeah, I think we disagree with what the dude in the video thinks it is too. We was laughing about that for 30, 40 minutes long when we first started talking about it. But whether it's a boat or a buoy, that it should. Let's take the Black Swan argument away from it and just look at the image as if it was, pre-Black Swan. Why can we see the boat / buoy?
Exactly. That's the point I was bringing up. No, not refraction. Yeah, because that's an immediate concession in my book.
Yeah, you surrender the model as soon as you say refraction. There's bye-bye globe model.
They just gave up. They said it moved. Bye-bye.
Even if I wanted to pretend that I didn't debate the way I did, and I was to give them refraction, which listen. Okay, so you're saying that the buoy is refracted up over the horizon, but now the horizon is refracted up and back behind.
Do you see the darker?
All of that has to be happening at the same time. I don't even know how they mentally do this every day.
Do you see what I put in the text, the voice text? It's just another still. I took the video. I stopped it right at that point where you can see the time, 2:22, and I just put it in and I darkened it. That's all I did. I just darkened it. You can see everything all along the water. You can see everything. Everything rises above. The further back, the higher up. That never occurs on a ball. There's so many ways.
They would just point at it and say, well, why is that getting lower? But it's also rising at the same time because it's getting smaller, but they'll just point at the top of it,
I know. Yeah, they're stuck on that, man. They're just
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of a willful ignorance because they want to believe that they know it's a ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the problem is they have to completely ignore perspective and the way it works in reality. In this reality on Earth, the way perspective works, they want to avoid that completely. They've hijacked perspective.
Yeah, and it's because of a philosophical argument. You know, like they've like their philosophy is obviously false, but they want to stick to it.
Yes. They got to avoid this reality of where we live at all cost.
Well, and that's one of the reasons. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that's one of the reasons they want to bring everything into the conceptual mathematics all the time. Because if you can argue about it there, anything can happen, you know?
Exactly.
Like Harry Potter, you can calculate Harry Potter's broom speed and how much force he would feel if he, you know, turned too sharply. Like, you can calculate anything there.
So here's the thing that I've been looking at in the last, few months since I've been on the Discord here. As far as Coriolis, if you were on a bus moving and you ran back the other way, there you go. If you were on a spinning object and you turn direction, that's a change in vector. They're done.
Guy.
It's over. What I like to point out is see the image in the Black Swan, how it rises up, and then this second image I put in at 14 minutes after, it all rises up. When someone's making a drawing, they create the same perspective lines because it's real. Like they need to go back to Art 101, I guess. I don't know. They want to avoid this question about perspective. There it is, over and over again.
Well, it's damaging to them. That's why they avoid it.
Yep.
I mean, if you believe Santa was real, well, no, hold on. If you believed everything your parents,
who's that
if you
real?
believed everything hold on. If you believed everything your parents told you were true, right? And they tell you Santa's real, you don't accept it when someone else tells you Santa's not real.
But like, what do you mean by they what did you say that they need it or what? Like, who needs the globe? Like, who needs
They have
it?
to.
Like,
Yeah.
Well,
They think they do. It's really a dependence. It's like a drug.
there's nothing like you know how they usually come in. Okay, say it's flat, like nothing changes. Like, right, nothing changes because the only thing that is changed is you acknowledging that you had a belief. But your reality is going to work the same as it always has. So why do you give a fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just now, I don't mean why do you give a fuck like the way they mean it. Why do you give a fuck? Why don't you ignore the lack of evidence? We say, why do you give a fuck? When we have evidence right here, just accept it and move on with your life. You know?
Yeah, that projection.
That is a buoy, huh? I thought I saw a boat between them. Never mind.
Yo, we argued for like 30, 45 minutes. Nathan was like, oh my God.
Oh, shoot.
He was so
Oh my God. Yeah. On different days. Sorry. On different days, there's going to be different things out there because there's like 4 or 5 rigs out there. Actually, maybe more.
I was gonna say Randy Flat Earth was the one that pushed that. I think that argument about what that little white spot was, but I think he was just feeding into the red herring that they were trying to push with the bendy crane refraction.
Bendy crane, fucking ridiculous. That sounds like some martial arts pose or something. I will now attempt the bendy crane.
This silence that's like we're experiencing in Flat Earth right now, I think it's going to get a lot worse because the more that they come to argue against it, the more it's revealed to them it's not. The best thing they could do is stay the hell away. Just
Probably so. Because they don't have a. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, but their religion tells them that we're stupid. So that pride drives them to come in and just shut these morons down, by God.
That extreme motivation to go along with the majority is really astonishing to me. The clinging clinging on of it so desperately.
Well, they call it skepticism.
Yeah, it's really just ignorance. Whether it's willingly ignorant or unwilling ignorance, still ignorance.
I had someone on Twitter actually take 3 pictures of a globe from different distances and then use Paint Shop Pro to change the shape of the continent on, I guess it's been years ago, but actually changed the sizes of the continent on the ball on the globe just to try to prove that
that can be done, right? Yeah.
Yeah. See, there's no way to tell.
I'm telling you, man, a 10-year-old could do just as good a job.
You know what would have been nice in school? For everybody to actually learn logics, like the actual ones. Learn how to spot out logical fallacies.
Yeah.
Everybody to know how to point these things out. That would be awesome.
That makes the most sense, right?
But the problem is that actually it makes a lot of sense to not teach people this from their standpoint of view, because if we get to know this, then they will get debunked by a lot of people.
Yeah,
So,
the whole entire religion just goes down the toilet where it belongs.
Right, you have to be stupid. Everybody has to be indoctrinated. And not think for themselves. That's the most important one.
See that, Globies? This is how perspective works. Yeah. Go back to your basic art 101. And see how those lines all converging on the vanishing point matches reality.
Hashtag shit shrinks.
When I was surfing, I had seals come right up out of the water about 3 or 4 feet from me and go, arr, arr, arr. That's the weirdest thing ever. It's like this dog all of a sudden appears from underwater and starts barking at you.
Were they in front or behind the horizon?
They were before the horizon.
Were they Navy SEALs, Sonny?
I don't know. I think they were undercover. I didn't see any insignias.
Okay. How does it work on a spinning globe? My question.
It doesn't. There is no globe.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I was listening earlier and someone said the globers. I think the whole thing is there are no globers. There's only future flat earthers. They're actually, well, I take that back. They're already flat earthers.
That's what I said to my boss, Sonny. I said, she was like, "Oh, I heard you're a flat earther." I said, "You're a flat earther too. You just don't know it yet."
Don't know it. That's right.
Can we say there's no actual globers, only globe believers? Maybe.
Yeah, that's more appropriate. So I like this little joke. How long does it take a flat earther to be born? Anyone?
Depends how hard the mum pushes.
9 months, approximately.
9 months. 9 months, yeah.
Well, it depends on if you're.
Is that guy legit with the aliens?
Not counting aliens.
You're gonna have to define your terms.
Yeah. Aliens would be like measuring the height of the oil rig. So no
Oh, I
aliens.
thought you were just talking about Mexican.
Yeah. Makes sense.
the oil rigs might as well be aliens at 6.4 miles and 9.4 miles or whatever it is. The horizon's still further than 10 miles. I don't care what you put there.
If only they understood what horizon meant, they wouldn't even be in this situation.
Yeah, that's why we need to define terms. Maybe we should have them go to the definition of horizon first. And then start asking them about basic geometry. Do they know what a circle, a radius, a circumference, do they know those types of things? They know what
words are.
Do they know what words are? Yeah, exactly.
Basic comprehension, man. It's back to primary school with these people.
They know what measurement means.
Hopefully there's people out there in the audience that see the globe represented here that will and start to critically think about stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pull the plug, which they could well do, but anyway, I digress. January 11th, 21. So 11121.
So do the geometry on that real quick. No, don't. Sorry.
No, I don't. I just kind of look at the pattern and I go, I don't have to look at that too closely. The Fullerton Informer, he's pretty good.
Is it exceptionally quiet in here? Or is that just me?
It's just you, Jedi.
Cool. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are we today?
We've had several, at least 2 or 3 well-represented Globers in here. They represented them all very well.
Oh, way. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, what's up, Jedi? I missed it.
Oh, what up? Yeah, probably. I'm sure it'll all happen again at some point in the future, buddy. But
Yeah, it wasn't nothing
Sounds
but
like
a
you've
little
had fun.
cognitive dissonance.
Well, nothing but a little bit of cognitive dissonance. I'm sure we can cure that for you.
Hey, Jedi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sadie, my friend. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty well. I wake up and there's Globers on here, so it's pretty good. I have something to do. It's good. I wanted to thank you, Jedi, for a couple of weeks ago. I didn't make enough notice of this. You said something that was very kind and really nice. You mentioned how important all of us are to you, and I wanted to make note of that all of you are very important to me as well, and I really appreciate you having said that, Jedi.
That's exceptionally sweet that you remembered and thought to speak about it, mate. So yeah, back at you, buddy. I'm glad you got that.
Yeah, I did.
Hello, everybody on Flat Earth. How the fuck are you today?
Ramastan.
What's up, buddy? How you keeping?
Hey, I'm slaying him in the chat. I just figured I'd join in the voice.
Good stuff, buddy. Good stuff. Slaying him in the chat. Yeah, I like that. You slayed him down, mate. All right. Let's see who else we've got in here. No, I haven't heard just yet. Ice. All right. Which one do I pick on first? Is it? Should I talk to the Adam Egan? Adam Egan, are you there? Adam Egan, are you there? You're next to your microphone, Adam Egan. Are you there? What did he fuck off? Ah, he fucked off. All right, so let's go. I have to pick on chocolate. Then.
Wow. What's up? Do you guys get along or what?
Well, me and Adam. Yeah, no, it's just I don't know. It's developed into a thing that every time he joins the server, I have to shout him out straight away to see if he's right next to his microphone. So yeah, as soon as I see him, I have to shout him out. So we get on really well. He's a great friend. I've got lots of love and respect for him. So yeah,
that's cool.
He was in the chat, and I scrolled up and I thought he was still here. But as soon as I started shouting him out, motherfucker, pissed off. So
there you go. Now you got something to talk about next time.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I will definitely remember that and hold it against him. Sure. Poor guy.
That's the British way, right? I mean,
yeah, you got to bust each other's balls, mate. It's got to be a bit of banter. So our friendship's made, mate. If you can't take it, don't ever fucking expect to give it.
Yeah, I really like that friendly banter back and forth. I think it's really quite healthy. Yeah.
It comes from a place of deep respect and love and admiration, mate. It comes from nowhere else. Talking about deep love and respect and admiration, Chocolate saying, "You crazy motherfucker, are you in the house? Are you right there?" It's probably busy at work or something.
Jedi. What's up, man?
What's up, buddy? How you doing today, my friend? Are you well? What up?
I'm chilling, brother.
Yeah, I'm all good.
How you doing, man?
You're chilling. Yeah.
Working.
Been a ride,
chilling.
I'm not gonna lie. Cool. I got you. Ain't nothing but a thing to you, is it, man? Ain't nothing but a thing.
What's up, Chocolate?
You know, bro. What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Alrighty then.
Yeah, we can get one of them deep ass alrighty then's going. For real.
I tell you something, being as I'm scrolling around the chat, I just want to introduce Dr. John D to the conversation. Dr. John D's got voice verified and is able to speak, so welcome to the server, Dr. John D. If you're there, next to your microphone, give us a shout out. If you're not a problem. I will pick on you again. Obviously, we all recognise the name, so I'm trying to figure out if it actually is Dr. John D.
Dr. John, fellow ball buster. What's up, man?
Well, if he is, he's no doubt needs to get his roles squared away.
Well, he's got voice verified and shit, so yeah. As soon as you speak to
him, he came in yesterday saying Adam Meekum invited him in, and Adam confirmed that he had invited him in. So I gave him the voice verified. I haven't actually spoken to him, but being that Adam gave me the heads up, so I hooked him up. But I have yet. That's why I didn't hook him up with all the roles, because I don't know for 100% certain. So.
It says he's writing in the chat saying testing. Okay. 25 minutes after. Alright.
Hey, Jedi, I'm not sure Platypus
What's up?
I'm not sure Platypus is aware that my 1v1 challenge was creator, my position, evolution, his position.
Oh. This is going to be another one of those shit shows where you're just going to be, like last night, you're going to be going against someone's belief and not real understanding of the technicality and stuff, just the belief that somewhere out there, it all really does make sense and it's fine and this is what it is. Because, you know, Big Bang and shit and evolution and stuff. Because, no, I don't want God.
If the referee is great, it's over in 30 seconds.
Yeah. It's got to, that'd be fun. I want to do that then. I'll ref you. And then we can talk to Platypus again about why gas always just fucks off when you don't contain it. Should be fun. Hopefully he'll turn up. You said about 8 o'clock your time, yeah?
Yeah, I doubt he'll show though.
Oh, he will. He will. He's got that bug again. He seems to be one of these people that pops up for a while, fucks off for a bit, pops up for a while. Yeah, so piquing his interest. He always pops in, man. He's been on his server for time. He's not up to, let's say, Kosho, Zanuck, you know, these type of standards. Well, not that they are standards, but he's not one of these high hitters. He doesn't do it every day, but he's got, I don't know, some kind of, he's a military man, well, Navy specifically, submarines and whatnot, which is again quite interesting if you start bringing up periscopes in the geometric horizon, how far you can see and how far he's not allowed to tell us he can see, and, you know, how high he can get with his periscope because of, you know, military shit. But he's been to the North Pole or under it and came up underneath it. So he says, so he's told, which one, who cares? Magnetic, I bet, probably wasn't geometric, but whatever. But yeah, he's done that. And I think he's got some kind of personal bias because of, you know, his background and so on, which is fine. We all have that.
Yeah, I felt the same way.
Platypus,
I felt the same way towards Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny till I was about 15.
You all got to grow up sometimes, mate. Let go of these beliefs and these fantasies, right?
Yeah.
Scrolling. For the globe as I'm scrolling. Sorry, guys. I should always mute when I sing. Do apologise. All right, so Andrew 11/7's in the house. Obviously, golden voice of Ramistan, California Nightmare, Chemtrail, the one, the only, Chocolate Saint, Consel, Dave Hinkle, D-Mark, Dr. John D. Crypto's in the house. Elbow Fork and Tuna's in the house. Mr. Savvy is in the house. Richie, Enrico,
Cool,
good to see you, buddy. Fuzzy Swan, what up, my friend? How are you? Mr. Savvy, you're right there.
Living the dream.
Yeah.
Ah, there's Swan, man. Good lads. Yeah, as soon as you shout out, I will fucking respond to you. There's Ganja Rambo, Gemsy's here. God Rocking, great to see you, buddy. Little Russie. It's just got a listening pass. Right, you listen on then, Little Russies. I shout the lunatic out.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi. Good to see you, buddy. Great to see you. Lucky FE, Marth on the white. Always a pleasure to see Marth on the white here. Mode for Truth guy. Philominic. Oh, however you pronounce that name. Whatever. My friend. Great to see you. Els, deafened. Puck Creole. Or however I pronounce your name. Probably just butchered it. Voice verified and Colosseum sitting. Having a decent chat with you in DMs last night. Very smart, intelligent man. Rock is here. Sunny, as always, is here.
What?
Who else we got? What? Will Be Flat is here. The car is here.
What up, Jedi?
Is obviously. What up, motherfucker? Great to see you. Great to see you. So yeah, that's everybody that's in the house. I see Reasons has just dropped in as well. So I get to the bottom of the list and I already have to start reading through it because Reasons has dropped in with fucking Reasons and shit.
What's
What
up,
Reasons?
Jedi?
You got Reasons.
What's up, man?
What up, my friend?
I got
How you
loads of
keeping?
reasons.
Loads of reasons.
Yeah.
They've all got fucking reasons. Great to see you, mate. Great to see you. So yeah, I was just rolling through the chat, see if anybody was in here. Andrew17's just asked me if you can have a debate in the arena today. Yeah, man, of course you can. Who do you want to debate? What's the what? Open your mic. Tell us all about it. Who do you want to debate? What's it about?
So there's been some people before. It's been like in the morning. Well, of course, in my time zone. I was reasoning with some people specifically, but more exactly, I was talking with Reasons, and we try to get together on a consensus on the idea of whether or not you can have something without the existence of nothing. And we both came to the conclusion that it's best to have the discussion having a third person, a mediator, a judge, whatever. So
Basically,
we both came...
He was chatting absolute waffle, and I said, I'm sick of going around in circles. Why don't we take him to the arena tonight? And, yeah, that's it, really. He's up for it. If he agrees, we both do agree that, because like, I'm just saying my side, he's just saying his side, we're just shouting at each other, and it's just not getting anywhere. But I think, like, he's not listening to me, and he thinks I'm not listening to him, so yeah, mediation is necessary.
I agree.
What is there to debate?
Sounds like something for Cogdis, huh?
No.
So
basically, he's saying that nothing. What's he saying? That basically everything has an opposite. So he said, name something that hasn't got an opposite. And I said something because the absolute the confirmation of something eradicates the possibility of having nothing. You cannot have nothing and something. That you can only have one or the other. And he disagrees with that. He thinks you can have both.
Yeah, that's the discussion, basically.
So you guys want to argue about literally nothing?
Literally
nothing at all.
Probably the best argument you can ever have. That's every argument, isn't it? Over nothing.
A good ego.
Oh,
Ego argument.
wow. No, it's not nothing. It's just that beliefs on what is or what isn't.
True, it is an intellectual battle still because he's trying to say that these two things can coexist, and I think the very evidence of something will mean that nothing could ever exist, or nothing ever has existed. It's just literally the only way you can have nothing is by having nothing. It literally is nothing. So to have absolutely nothing is impossible because we're having a conversation for a start. That's something. Well, however you want to define anything is the eradication, the elimination of nothing.
Mm.
And that's it.
Nothing.
What we talk? Yeah. I get you.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I've got. Yeah. So we're completely out of physical, and even if you're thinking about shit, you got something, right?
Yeah.
Problem
absolutely.
is you're trying to nounify something that's not a noun.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
Two words actually. It's not one word. You can't make it a noun.
Mean?
It's
what
no
I like
thing,
how you
right?
said nounify. That's
Yeah, but that's what they're doing. They're capitalizing nothing and they're making it something. But you can't do that because nothing is no thing. So it's not a thing. It's not a thing. So you can't make it you can't make it a noun. That's incorrect.
So the actual word itself
I'm sure Jedi could explain it a bit better.
That was pretty good.
You've done that well.
Well, so to clarify my point, I was saying that the idea of something or nothing is fundamentally an idea. It will never represent the actual thing itself. So because we're in the realm of ideas, language, per se, you must have opposites. Always.
Define thing. Sorry, define thing.
Cog this, please.
Define thing. What thing? What do you mean?
Well, a thing doesn't
physical
exist.
Thing?
It's
a metaphysical thing. What thing?
Any of it at any level.
Physical
really.
thing. Any of
Can
it.
say that?
So this is just going to, yeah, okay. What? No, this circle. I will make this conversation going round and round in circles, just so you see how kind of ridiculous it is. What thing? If we're talking about no thing, are we talking about something physical, or are you just sitting there contemplating shit? I mean, you've got to be there to contemplate shit, right? So, thing. But if you're talking about no thing in the physical world, that's really hard to do because there's always something there. Even if you have a vacuum, there's always the background of the magnetic field of the Earth there. What, you're going to move that?
Right.
There's always something there, mate.
Cool. No, I completely understand that, and I've always agreed with that. What I'm saying is that at the metaphysical level, you cannot have a positive without a negative.
Mm-hmm. I get you.
Right. So the experience feeling alive can only exist if I felt death. You go to sleep, you experience not being consciousness, and then you experience consciousness when you wake up.
Hold on. Say that first sentence again.
What was the first sentence?
Without, you're talking about life and death, mate.
Right, so you cannot experience life unless you've experienced death.
Hold on. You can't experience life unless you've experienced death.
Yeah, you could invent
I haven't been dead yet.
Yeah.
How do you know you haven't been dead before?
Did you experience being not alive?
I haven't been alive all my I haven't been alive all my life.
Okay, so define dead. Do you mean being alive and dying, or not being in existence before you were? Two different things.
Basically, fundamentally, it's consciousness or no consciousness.
Were you conscious of being not alive before you were born?
No, because there was no consciousness.
Jesus, you're reaching, mate.
You can only experience death if you've lived, but not the other way around.
Why not?
Why not? I can't be. This is what I was arguing.
Mate, we need a cog this arena, man. Just shut this stuff down.
Are you being serious?
Yes, I actually am really serious with this.
This is like the sound of one hand clapping, but it's against the back of your head, though, bruh. I mean, think for 2 minutes. You're alive. End of story.
Get busy living or get busy dying, your choice.
Today.
So you're saying existence comes from existence? Because I'm saying existence comes from non-existence. And the other way around. From existence you go to non-existence.
What are you smoking, bro?
How can something exist from non-existence? If it non-exists, it doesn't exist. So how can you exist from something that's non-existent? This is the same. It's the same point. We're arguing over nothing. You are saying that nothing and something can both coexist, and I'm telling you that you can only have one or the other. But even if you try and choose nothing, that's impossible anyway. So there's only one choice. The second choice is an illusion. If I had a box of nothing and a box of something, you tell me which one you can have, and you're telling me you can have both.
My point is, you cannot experience something unless you've experienced nothing, fundamentally speaking.
No, you
can't. How to get nowhere really, really effectively.
Look, it's fine if you want to mind fuck yourself, but don't try to fuck me.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
I
that's
can
very, that's
real
very
quick.
Jesuit.
Do you remember when the dude was talking about abortion? You can only object to abortion if you were never a victim to it. You can't have an opinion on something unless. Do you know what I'm saying with the abortion analogy? Somebody else needs to figure it out. I'm working, but he said you cannot say no to abortion
unless you were a victim to it.
So I can't say no to people being. I can't say no to people being killed by war because I haven't been killed in a war.
You can
And here we go.
you experienced it. You can say no.
I can't be blind
No,
unless
basically
I've
what
already
you
seen.
said is you can't experience life because you haven't experienced death. Are you living right now?
It's dumb. You need fiction, Andrew. We can try and save you. Not everyone's making fun of you. Don't go spiraling. But this is why I pulled you to the side in a 1v1 room and try to talk to you and try to bring you back to reality, bro, because the things you're talking about are massive contradictions. You cannot have a non-physical, like, for example, you cannot have nothing and something at the same time because one only can exist without the other. You cannot have both existing at the same time. You can't have nothing as well as something. Okay?
But again,
it's not
something. It's an idea. It's not the actual thing.
Oh, well, just explain to me, right?
Everything you explain, everything we verbalize about reality, it's words, it's ideas, it's concepts.
Let me finish my sentence. You've got two choices. You've got nothing and you've got something. Explain to me how you can even choose nothing. How can you even choose nothing?
How could you define terms of any of this discussion? Like, you're always going to be in this endless, like, not understanding each other because you can't define the terms of the conversation. How could you ever define the terms of nothing? Where did nothing come from?
Nothing can never exist. There is no. It can never ever exist. Conceivably, imaginally, any type of way. It's just a concept.
Hold up. So the universe has existed since always. God existed since always.
I think God is eternal. Yeah, I think God is eternal.
From the very beginning.
Hold on. You stated that you can't experience life if you haven't already experienced death.
Yes.
When did you experience death? Can you tell me about it?
Before I've been alive.
Bruh.
I can't tell you the time, how it felt.
Bro, are you a concept?
How would you know what that was? How would you know what that was if you were dead?
Well, I can't feel it because there was no consciousness, but there must have been this way for me to exist now.
No, something that hasn't existed yet is not dead. Something that hasn't existed yet is not dead. Something has to live in order to die.
Yeah, okay, so non-existence. Let's go with these terms.
You're talking about something that is literally unknowable.
I already said it.
Can we make a room called Needs and just take this room
Whoa,
to
dude,
this
chemtrail,
debate?
you're really hot, man.
Sorry. This. You can't have an opinion on it unless you were a victim of it. Nobody here has experienced death, homie. You can't fucking do that. So, if you're living, you haven't experienced death. You fucking goo.
It's a contradiction, bro. It's just everything you say is a contradiction, and every argument is a contradiction.
Well, I'll put it this way: is consciousness the foundation of everything?
Water is consciousness.
What is consciousness?
No, I gave a. Nobody can explain. Nobody can explain it. It's whatever there is.
Shut up.
Bottle and a glass of water. It was pretty interesting.
If you don't know what you're talking about, then why are you talking about it?
Elisha.
That's what I said. It goes to me. I'll teach you now.
I will refer you to 52 minutes past the hour. It's right there.
Round and around. He asked me earlier if he was going to teach me about metaphysics. So I said, "What's metaphysics?" He goes, "Oh, it's unexplainable." Well, how are you going to explain? How are you going to teach me something you can't explain? How does that work out?
And I told you.
Yeah. How are you going to describe something that is literally unknowable?
The only thing I can point out to is that there's something you cannot know. That's the thing.
Thank you for the concession. Yes, there are lots of things
we know that.
not know. Yes, that's.
But here's the thing: is that there are a bunch of people who have control over the media and what we are taught in schools that think they know, and they have answers, and they have very definitive claims about what they know. And all we're saying is that it's not that.
Okay, cool. Well, what I'm saying is basically...
We don't have to replace that with something else.
Right, just to clarify quickly, what I'm saying is purely just Eastern philosophy and religion.
So. Yes. So that Usually we could go in like the speculation area.
I'm giving him the direct realist role so that he can be both a walking contradiction and an oxymoron at the same time.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Bruh, that's rude. He doesn't deserve that.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Can you be a direct realist when you're floating in concepts?
Yeah, exactly. You'll never get out of those concepts, man. Like you'll never have an objective truth if you just lost.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you this: who are you?
Psyche all the time.
Who are you?
I guess that's my business between me and
Who are you?
Like, there's no way to describe who I am because you can't get in here and experience it as well as I can't go into your experience and know what it's like to be you.
Wait, hold on.
Andrew.
You don't know who I be?
Andrew. Okay, so now Andrew, who are you?
Who I be? Come on now.
I don't know who you be.
Yeah, well, I'll give you.
You got
one. Okay.
You got the answer. Now, who are you?
If I answer, let's say.
No, who are you?
Let me. I'm saying, dude, chill.
Who are you?
Chill. He answered. Now you need to answer.
Dude, I'm just answering. Stop it. If I identify myself with, let's say, my persona, my name, my job, my position, my being, whatever. Would any of the, let's say, with all of them, is it accurate for you?
It doesn't matter what it is to us. It matters what it is to you.
Okay, to me. Is that objective truth or is that an opinion?
No, it's a subjective.
Listen to that.
It's a subjective experience.
Right, I'm trying to point out to what I am objectively speaking, not subjectively.
You're trying to have a subjective opinion about an objective truth.
No, I'm asking for the objective truth about the objective truth. An objective
Let's say
statement.
that you're a human being. Can I say that you're a human being?
What's a human being? Is that a concept or is it the actual thing?
Oh my god.
That's something different from the monkey, mostly different from the flower.
All I'm saying is that you can never truly define whatever something is using words.
Human being, it's more similar like a flower, but it's like a monkey, chicken.
In legal terms, a human is more like a monster, like an animal almost.
Andrew, did you just come down from like an acid trip or something? Do you take a lot of psychedelics?
No, I don't.
Andrew, can I ask you a question, mate? Can I walk forwards and backwards at the same time?
Well, that's a very good idea. Backwards and wait.
That's a good idea.
No, going in front and back.
Please.
To whom?
Can I walk
From whose
forward?
perspective?
Oh my god, bro! I can't be asked.
He said it in the fucking question. Can I? So to him, can he do that?
Right.
Can anyone? Can
Fucking
anyone walk
anybody
forwards
else.
and backwards at the same time?
Yeah, but that one person.
From your own perspective, of course, no.
Okay, cool. All right then, cool. All right.
He's only talking about his perspective. Sorry.
You might be able to be saved then, Andrew. But what you're saying then is, you must experience life to experience death, whatever. That's like saying, you can't walk forwards without walking backwards, like at the same time. It just doesn't make sense because for you to be alive, and you'd have to. To be alive is to be alive, and in saying it, you'd have to have died without. How can I put this? I'm fucking up now. Someone save me.
Can I give you a question?
Yeah, go on then.
Can you have a cigar only with one end?
Can you have a cigar without never having a cigar?
I don't know. Why don't you ask
I don't think you can have a cigar about one end. No, I don't think you can have a one-sided side either.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm pointing out. You need two to have one. You need both sides to have one.
I got you. I got you. What's the opposite of north?
Well, north
South.
is a concept, and the opposite of north is south, which is another concept.
North is a real thing.
No, it's not a real. Show me north.
Yes, it is. The compass.
Show me north. Show me the object.
Compasses point to it.
Show me the object north. Show it to me.
It's a magnet. It's not an object. It's a magnetic.
Oh, okay. Let's go with that. It's a magnetic. Okay, cool.
Magnetic direction.
Is it a point? Is it a volume? Is it an area? What is it?
It's a
vortex.
direction.
Who said it's in direction?
Vortex. Somebody said vortex.
Well,
Oh,
the compass, when we point to it, that gives us the absolute direction of north.
So supposedly
That,
it is
how,
a point.
that's absolute, mate.
Supposedly it is a point, but it's a point
North
that does
Star,
move. It changes. So
North Star is a representation of north.
that depends if you're talking about magnetic north or geographic north. But magnetic north, if you're talking about magnetic north, changes. Although, but it's supposed to be a point at any given time.
Sorry, Luna. I just wanted to say to him, like, no, he's just being pedantic. At the end of the day, you ask me what north is. We say it's a direction. We can classify it as a magnetic direction. Get to the point that, you know, don't try and just, when someone asks you a question, what's north, just answer it just generally, rather than being, like, awkward on purpose. It's just, obviously, Jedi's asking this question for a reason. Can we just get to the answer?
I answered to the question. North is a concept.
But
But if we call northwest, we will be confused, you know?
But it represents.
Right.
It represents
Hold up! I never said you can just combine all concepts.
But it,
Can we have?
north
Can we
is
have
the
any
concept.
direction?
North
Can
is
we have
just
any
what we
direction without it?
Alleged, I talk a bit. I didn't get it. Jedi, say again. Hold up, Fuzzy. Hold up.
All right, so we're talking about an absolute direction, north, right? We can't have anything else without it, can we? So everything else would be relative. You're talking about opposites, right? So down is opposite to up. Relative to me, left is opposite to right. And we've already spoken about forward and backwards, but that's relative, isn't it? And that's absolutely relative to me.
Completely agree.
When we're talking about north, when we're talking about north, that's an absolute direction. We can't have anything else without that. We can't have east, we can't have west, we can't have south, can we?
I completely agree with that too.
Very cool.
And I also
So we
said
talk
that north
about
is a
that
concept.
absolute.
The thing itself, north itself, it's different than the word.
Okay, but curve, it's not a concept. Where is the curve?
I'm not a globey, by the way.
Well, yeah, where is the curve? That is not a concept. Because something what has spherical shape should to have curve. It's obvious.
Right, and is curve a thing or is it an adjective that we've invented to represent something? I'm just playing the game of words, guys. That's all I'm doing.
What we are representing with curve.
The definition?
Of what?
How many degrees you have in change of a line through distance? I don't know what's the definition of it, but
I'm asking you, does spherical object has a curve?
It's a concept. And in the realm of logic,
that spherical object has triangle on, how to say, on the end.
No, here's what I'm saying. When I'm saying
spherical object has something, I don't know, rectangular.
That's another concept, and in the realm of concepts, it's.
I'm asking you a question.
Yes.
Does spherical object has a curve?
Yes, it doesn't. In the realm.
Where is the curve of the air?
Wait, sorry. So you're saying about the triangle or the curve? Because I'm just a bit confused.
My first question was that curve is not a concept. It's a point of the spherical object. It's a physical thing.
Look,
you know, where is that physical?
Wait, let me just clarify something. When you say the word red, it doesn't represent the thing itself. Please listen. I'm just playing the word of game. You guys don't get it.
Please listen. This word mean rage. That mean in Serbian. Mean parola in Italian. Okay. You know, that mean three different, but they're meaning the same. Okay. You know, word, parola, rage mean the same in three different languages. Now, curve mean krivina.
Okay, what's the point? I don't get. Okay, cool. So, I'm sorry. I just don't understand what the point is. You're literally saying more things mean the same, which is basically what I'm saying fundamentally.
Let's don't speak about curve. Who invented word curve? Because we all know what is curve. I think. Do you know what is curve?
Of course, but what I'm trying to point out is that the actual
we are speaking about that properly about that curve. what is curving on spherical object, and Earth is spherical. That means where is the curve of the Earth? Please, is it,
say again.
there or is it not there?
Say again. Sorry.
Is it curved there or is it not?
Sasha, I don't think he's a glober.
This is not what you think it is. I don't think.
What he is concave?
Concave, yeah.
No, he's a flat earther.
Andrew is talking about philosophy. Take a break, bro. Leave this to Jedi. Jedi wants to take this one.
Again, guys, no. Let me clarify.
Okay, that's the matter.
I don't disagree with you. That's the thing. Wait. Let me say this. You guys don't get it. I actually don't disagree with you. None of what you guys said. All I'm saying is that at a higher level, at a metaphysical level, you're wrong. It's just like saying a logical statement. Wait, let me clarify. A logical statement.
I agree with you about a metalogical level.
Hold up. Philosophy is higher than logic. That's the order. You have logic, then you have philosophy, then you have metaphysics. You can have things true at the level of philosophy, but not true at the level of logic. You can also have things true at the level of metaphysics, but not true at the level of philosophy. And you can also have things that are true higher than metaphysics, that are not true at the metaphysical level. And that is the unknowable truth. You can call it Brahman, you can call it Tao, you can call it God, you can call it what you want. That's the unknowable truth. What I'm trying to explain.
Andrew, the curvature is there. You can't see it, but it is there. But it isn't there, but it is there. But it is. But on another
that's
level,
not what I'm saying. Again,
no, he's not.
No. Listen,
listen
this
to
is
me.
better.
No,
the better argument is this
when
one.
I say something
listen
implies,
to me.
Please, let me just say this. When I say something implies nothing, we're in the realm of words. You're not pointing to a real thing. Reality is not material. It's not spiritual. These are concepts.
Okay, but listen now the words. I go to the top of the building and I watch the horizon and it's curving. Then I go to the beach and it's curving, and everywhere it's curving, but it's not curving. It's flat.
Nah, he's not speaking about any of that.
But I'm speaking about that. We see that it's curving everywhere, but it's not curving. It's invisible because of refraction. It's flat. That's the story. All the time.
Yeah, but we're talking about philosophy, not curvature.
Well, what is philosophy of pseudoscience? He was speaking about that. That somebody after that discovered.
The hamster is on the wheel, but it's not on the wheel. But it's off the wheel on another level. It's actually on the wheel while it's not. But it can't be on the wheel while it's on it. But it is. Do you know what I mean? Because on another level, it is on the wheel when it's not. Okay, I understand it.
Can you expand on what you said about the words? You could name something red, but that thing is not the red word.
Red is a concept. It never represents the thing. We can be accurate and actually understand by the word red what it actually is. But red does not represent the ultimate reality. Why are you laughing? This is objective truth. This is literally objective accurate.
I can imagine someone going, mate, do you want to... Can you buy this from me or something from the shop? And you pass him $10 and you go, oh, $10 is a concept.
Yes,
bro.
Hold up.
Bro, I'm trying to understand what he's saying, bro.
Wait, $10 is actually a concept. Good point. Listen to me. The $10 itself, it's a piece of paper. It's fiat currency. It means nothing. The value of it, it's an idea that we agree upon. Yeah. If you literally laugh at this, I'm ending the conversation.
We know that.
That's true.
Know that. What's the point?
No. Not that you know that. Reasons always says that I'm wrong in everything. It doesn't even listen. I literally just pointing out to the fact that money is a concept. The value of it is a concept.
Yes,
money itself as in paper, it's the real thing.
I'm just saying everything to you is a concept. This conversation.
Because it is. We are living in the world of ideas.
No, you are. Don't put it on me. That's your concept. Your whole world's a concept. Your whole everything you think and talk and speak is a concept. Yeah, it's in his own world. I'm not part of that world.
Okay, cool. Then what world are you part of? Of
Reality?
The actual things? So what's reality? Wait, what's reality?
Reality is every single possible thing I can possibly word it. Every single thing is reality.
Wait, did you say? Wait, did you say reality is what you can talk about, what you can express through language? Is that
reality is what is physical?
Yeah, every single possibly conceivable thing.
And is
reality.
physical an actual thing, or is physical a concept?
What, like when I walk into a wall?
Wait,
Is that
just
a
to clarify,
concept
so
or a
it's
damaged
electric
by
waves. It's electric waves. It's electric waves physical.
If I fall down the stairs, is that concept?
I physically hold on. If I physically interacted with something else that is physical and broke my nose physically because I wasn't fucking looking where I was physically going.
Okay.
What the hell are you going on about, mate?
I don't really understand this conversation at
Shut
all.
up. Like, everything is a concept, man. Right? And now because you're not understanding that, it sounds ridiculous.
Well,
we will conceptualize. We will work in conventions. That physical thing. Well, we've got hundreds of languages in the world, and some of them, will define or undefine things because of the way that we conceptualize and communicate. Now, that's conceptual. The apple I'm eating is physical.
Yep. I got a question. Is like beauty a physical thing?
No, it's a concept about a physical thing.
It's love a physical thing?
No.
Okay, so love doesn't exist because the foundation of the universe is physical.
Love for a physical thing.
Sorry?
Love is a second-hand emotion.
This is you, and this is emotion, and this is in your head. So that's conceptual, and you, and an experience.
Right. So what I'm
experience, mate.
What I'm trying to say is that the foundation of the universe goes beyond the physical realm. What we can conceive, it's very limited. That's my stance. That there are lots of things we do not understand that are out there, like consciousness.
Stop saying we.
No, you know what? You're right,
we
though.
understand that, man. The very fact that you were able to formulate that sentence using your thoughts, we understand that. I don't understand what the basic point that you're trying. Concepts. You have a problem with concepts between?
I love concepts.
I'm just trying to understand. Can I understand what he's trying to say? Because this has been going on for a while.
Well,
what are you saying, bro?
Didn't the conversation start with you can have something and nothing? So that's what I'm trying to drag it back to. I don't know where you guys are at.
I'm at where I'm at right now. I'm just trying to find out. Is there a difference between something conceptual
maybe
and
he
something
can explain, maybe he can explain in which world we are living.
Can I explain?
Can I explain? Ask the guy the question, man.
Guys, can I explain myself?
Can you explain which world we are living?
No, but we're getting mixed up because listen, we know that the metaphysical isn't physical. Does that mean it doesn't exist? No, it does not mean that. No,
100% agree. Okay.
No one said that. So why are we talking about this? And why are you not making your case for something and nothing both existing at the same time?
Because I'm saying that at the metaphysical level, existence implies non-existence.
Metaphysical things actually are a thing, like information, right? Just because it's not tangible.
Yeah, sure.
I understand us using metaphysics if we don't have the tools to, figure it out, but we can figure out stuff like the shape of the earth with a laser.
You don't need tools. Tools don't work for this, mate. You will never have a tool for love or beauty. Never.
We have a tool for figuring out whether something's going level to the land, and that's a laser.
Okay, cool. But again, did you hear what I just said? You won't ever have a tool to measure beauty, love, or attraction, or any of these things.
Lemon, I don't know if you just got here, but this isn't a debate about the Earth's sphericity or anything like that. It's
no,
yeah.
Just do you remember when the dude was talking about you can't have an opinion on abortion because you're not a victim of it? Like you weren't aborted.
With that one, I don't understand the logic.
It started
honestly.
out here. I'm gonna catch Meadow up. It started out with him saying that you cannot live if you have not already experienced death. Okay.
Non-existence. To be
No.
more
Now you're changing it, but that's not what you said. And either
Why?
way,
But what I mean by death is non-existence.
You cannot experience non-existence.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't have existence.
We do have a tool to measure beauty and love. It's called the human heart. It's subjective.
And the thing is, you measure the products that come from this. If you say that this is a beautiful thing, we say that like comes from like, that an apple seed gives rise to an apple tree. So if this is a seed of beauty, then we should have a beautiful tree growing from it. So if a bunch of ugliness is coming from this beauty, then at that point we're going to have to ask, what do you think beauty is exactly? Is it actually ugliness, or is this thing actually ugly? So we look at the products that come from the thing when we extend it. What was that?
You can't have an opinion on murder unless you've been murdered. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying exactly.
What? Are you mad? Are you fucking dizzy, blood?
The hell? Saying that we have to go through it to know it. That's not true. We consider things knowable.
Oh wait, I was talking about chemtrail. I was talking about chemtrail's point.
Do you understand what empathy is? Do you understand what empathy is, mate?
Yes.
So you understand that you don't have to directly go through an experience to have an opinion about it, to make a judgment whether that is correct or not, whether it's beautiful or not. You have to go through. I can't believe you actually agree with that statement.
With what statement?
Actually, I think I want to ask him a question here. So, is there a such thing as evil?
Of course.
How do you know unless you've been evil?
Is there a difference?
That's the thing, because I've been evil.
Is there such thing as right and wrong?
Yes.
How can you determine that? Like with all these other stuff, how can you determine the difference between right and wrong?
Because I've experienced both of them. I've realized both of them. I've detected both of them objectively. That's why one exists. You can't have the God without the devil. That's why you must have the devil. Because if the devil doesn't exist, God doesn't exist.
This is what undercuts your morality, because you're basically implying that you have to go through it to know it to be able to pass a judgment on it.
That's the foundation of Christianity with the apple. You must
your child from being like raped or murdered, because you're going to say, well, you're not going to know whether it's good or evil to be raped or murdered, because you're going to have to go through it, sweetie. So, you're going to undermine your own morality by making people have to go through horror to be able to make a judgment on morality. That's going to undercut your argument.
No, hold up. No, I didn't say that.
This is all good and well, right?
No, hold up. With killing, you can.
I think we have a little bit of ADD. Because like last time I picked up the headphones to say something and put them down, I believe I was asking you what any of this has to do with proving something or nothing. Did that happen yet? Like, did you finish making your case for how something and nothing can exist at the same time?
Exactly.
Because I personally think that nothing is just a concept. Because we think of like if say if I have a phone in my hand and then I don't have it in my hand.
Hold up, and is something an actual thing? Is something an actual thing? Is something an actual thing, or is it an idea? That's what I'm trying to get you guys at.
No, listen.
No, give me the answer.
Listen, I'm telling you, right? Things are an actual thing. When you use your mind to put them together in reality, they become physical things because we manifested them through our knowledge and understanding. So they are then actual things.
Well, it sounds like you're kind of talking about the thing that we perceive, and perception is a passive process. It only deals with what's brought to it and accurately interprets secondarily what is brought to it. It is not the primary thing. There is something out in reality that's sending us this stuff for us to perceive it. The next question is whether or not we're perceiving it accurately, but there does appear to be an objective reality beyond the mind and the things that we make with the mind, so we need to see if we're accurately perceiving it. And a bunch of us can agree on certain things that we're perceiving, like a loud noise happens, we all all turn our head in that general direction. So there does appear to be more or less an objective reality with objective things to accurately catalog and perceive.
Elijah, but the reason we're talking about different concepts of this because we're trying to bring him to the realization that what he's saying is a contradiction. So when we bring up like, well, you know, you can't have an
Hold up,
opinion.
reasons. Again, as I told you in the discussion, it is a contradiction. Listen, it is a contradiction at the level of logic.
He was in the middle of telling me something.
You know, we're trying. That's what the reason why we're changing it and making it more like obvious. Like basically, you can't have an opinion on murder unless you've been murdered. It's just patently false, and anyone who disagrees with that is completely illogical. But oh, go on. You respond. Go on.
Okay, so you can go to the idea of what it means to kill somebody and figure out it's immoral. You don't have to experience it. You're strawmanning me with that.
Yeah, I don't need to jump up. I don't need to jump off of a mountain to know that I don't want to do it. You know, I don't need to. I don't need to chop my head off to know to know that it's something that I don't want to do.
Right.
You know
Okay. Cool. So I'll give you a question. Can you think about what it actually means to be dead?
Can I,
really? While you're alive, can you deeply think of what it means to be dead?
Yes. Give me a fucking chance to answer. I think it's before you're born. Before you're born is the closest thing I can imagine to being dead.
Wait. I got a good answer. That's a yes. What I'm actually trying to say is that because we got that idea, you also have the idea of existence.
No, wait.
That's all I'm. No, let me say that.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Before you're born, like in the human physical form, like we call being born alive, right? But as far as what happens to the you inside your body before you get there, no one knows.
Okay, but is there a thing that gets in? Wait, is there a thing that gets in?
But the thing is, your statement is contradicted also because you're asking what it's like to not exist. You would have to have existent senses to sense non-existence to know what it's like to not exist. So even that's self-defeating.
No, say again.
Yes, Lemon. Everything you say is a contradiction, and he's backing up the contradiction.
I said it is. I conceded it's truly a contradiction at the level of logic, and I pointed out again. I'm talking at the metaphysical level.
When I ask you to explain the metaphysical level of this contradiction, you say it's unexplainable. So
this is okay. You want me?
Why don't you just let me fucking finish? At the end of the day, I've asked you, okay, what on this metaphysical level does it make sense? And you just say the metaphysical can't be explained. So basically, I can just say any fucking thing in the entire world, yeah, and it makes no fucking sense. But you know what? On the metaphysical level, it does make sense, which is just stupid. And I'm not willing to learn that because it's backwards. You just said, all right, listen, I can walk through the sun while standing on the earth. And you go, how'd you do that? Well, on a metaphysical level, I can't explain it, but it's possible.
Dude, you're strawmanning me. I never said that. It's not like any statement is true at a higher level. That's bollocks. I never said that. I said that a statement that is true at the metaphysical level does not necessarily have to be true at the lower levels.
At the metaphysical level, I can walk through the sun while standing on the earth.
No, it's not true. Oh, God.
It's on the metaphysical level, bro. It's on the metaphysical level.
You're trying to have physical and metaphysical. Now, I've only heard of that in the occult circles, and that's the only time that I accept that, because an occultist said that you can look at the doctor and he's, working on you, in the physical realm, but in the spiritual realm, he was cutting up the organs because he was an occultist that was involved with the other occultists, and they were trying to murder somebody. I can believe that, but metaphysics, I need to see more of your philosophical system to see how that makes sense in the physical, metaphysical, or whatever you're talking about. Are you talking about the spiritual realm or what?
I just pointed out that reality is not spiritual or physical. These are concepts. But if you want me to point out to something exactly, it's basically the yin and the yang. How the yin and the yang is not actually two things, it's just one thing. That's all I'm saying.
Interesting. You're talking about like a world of ideas or something, or
no, I never said that. It's
unexplainable, but I'm saying yin and yang. Yeah, unexplainable.
No, he's saying yin. You're thinking.
And I are just trying to make sense out of this. Like, what's the basis for this? What grounds this? It's more than just declarations and ideas.
Okay, what do you?
Is it like this, where you have a positive and a negative, but a battery is just one battery. It's not two separate things. Type of thing.
Exactly. That's
it makes
exactly
up
what
one
I'm saying.
cohesive unit.
Exactly. And what I'm saying is that if you understand the foundation of that, you cannot understand how you've been dead, but you understand you must have been dead.
But that's only predicated on whether or not we were created and there were certain ideas put in us by like a god or a creator.
Well, I mean, you've been created.
Wait a minute.
I think that's what you're trying to say, but I think we've been created with these ideas and they've been put in us. That's why we have a concept of
Well,
it.
who's saying, wait a minute?
Elijah is literally in an echo chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no. You say we can't experience life unless we're dead. First of all, that we only understand death to be what happens when a life is stopped abruptly or when it's reached its maximum limit, like a 90, 100, whatever it is, right? That's how we understand what we have defined as death.
Who's that? Who's this we? Wait, who's this we?
You know who this we is? Us.
Hold on. Yo. What do you mean by?
Because I can point to some billions of people that don't define death like that way. I can point to billions of people that don't define death that way.
No, you can't, because
well, I'm just saying what people do.
Because no. What we experience is people who live, die. We've come definition for that. We don't pay death benefits to babies who aren't born yet, right? So as far as death is defined in the physical world, that's after life has been had. You're talking about what happens potentially before, what that is.
Wait, okay, so I'll give you guys this question. Wait, I'll give you guys this question. So you're telling me, okay, so basically my life begins, then I die. What begins from the maternity ward to the crematorium? That's life. Then I'm dead. First question, is that death infinite?
I'm not telling you what is beyond what I'm not telling you what is beyond what we're describing as death. Don't know what happens, what it really means for someone to not physically be here anymore. I don't know what that means. I just know that what we define as death, hold on. All I know is what we define as death is someone who was physically alive is no more animated.
Cool. So you did what we're talking about with what we actually experience, as opposed to this idea of metaphysical ideas you're talking about. We also have near-death experiences where people supposedly die, no function, no heartbeat, whatever. They're pooling in their own bodily fluids as they rot and stink.
Yeah, I mean, you can point to these two, but that's not really what I'm getting at. What I wanted to point out here is ask you guys, what's before life? What was there before you being conscious?
Why?
Because you have to answer. I've answered. I said there's non-consciousness.
It's where we go. It's the same thing as where we go to when we dream. How about that?
Hold on, Fuzzy. Who knows what his, and I think Lemon said this, and I think Reasons agreed, so he probably said it too. Who has an experience of before they were born?
All of us.
So the options are eternity, that we were eternally pantheistic and always existing in some form or in some sort of, substance, and or creation from nothing. Those are the only intelligible options that we have. The only other thing that we have to ground this is looking at a car. The car did not exist until you put the parts together and made it the car. It may have existed as metal or a little bit of plastic here, a little bit of electricity here, maybe, but as a car entity, it did not exist until creation. So
right, so wait, the whole components that the car is made out of did exist.
Time before you were not created or whatever. There was a time before you existed and after, and before you existed you had the creator or whatever made you milling around doing something.
Okay. No, I agree.
Well, first of all, you know what? None of this is even now I'm gonna drag the conversation somewhere other than where it actually was supposed to be, right? So you have this thing that's a sperm cell. That's like the size of whatever sperm cell.
Yeah, whatever.
is the
Okay.
size of, right?
Yeah, cool.
And then you have a 6'2" me.
Okay.
That unshaven looks like a very rough and rugged man. Now, where does all of that come from? All of the skin, all of the bone, where?
Good question. Good. That's actually my question to you. Well, that's actually my question to all of you.
No, it's everyone's question because no one will ever fucking know.
I can answer it. Basically, you that sperm cell, it's come from a living being, right? Which is give it enough energy and life to get to the egg. Once it fertilizes the egg is then incubated inside the mother. It then eats off the mother like a parasite, getting nutrients and building the building blocks. And it basically it's a byproduct of the mother. And then when it gets big enough to self-sustain, it then needs a lot of feeding and a lot of nutrients and a lot, you need to then look after it. So basically, every single thing comes from a living thing already.
Right, Reasons, I got a question.
We still talking about nothing?
Yeah, kind of. I think Elijah asked a
peace.
different question though.
So here's
how
the
did
question.
a human being come about?
You actually tied it back. I did it. You actually tied it back into your argument, which was good. Like that didn't come from nothing. Like look, it came.
Hold up.
When did?
Hold up. I got a question. When did life begin? When were you born? When did that happen?
God is eternal. God is eternal. God created the universe. That's it.
Well,
What do you want?
Wait. Hold on, Mido. So you've been born from the very beginning? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying God is eternal, and there is no beginning with God. And then obviously our universe may have a beginning.
Cool. I'm asking you, when were you given life? When were you
When
born?
was I given life? I mean, I was born. I mean, in my past life, I may have been something else, but that's.
I don't care about your past life. I'm talking about now. Define the moment you've been born.
I remember when I was about 5 years of age, and I asked my mom how old I was, and that was my earliest memory.
Dude, I'm asking a question again. I think it's the sixth time. When were you born?
I was 5 years of age. Since I was 5 years of age. Since I was 5,
What's
that's when my world
conception?
began.
Hold up,
My
what's
world
conception?
began at the age of 5.
These are endless metaphysical questions, but basically conception is when your parents stoop to make you, and fertilization occurs.
Right, couldn't I also argue that you've been born when your father has been born? And can I also argue that...
Look, no.
Think about it.
Let's go back to before Meadowlark answered your question. And answer this. How would anyone know?
That's what
Meadowlark gives you his theory. Right? No, okay. Meadowlark gives you his story, right? And then you say, no, I don't agree with that. I've made up a story of my own. Or someone has made up a story that I identify with. Therefore, I'm going to adopt that story as my own.
Elijah, can I clarify this? What I'm saying is that... Hold up. What I'm actually saying is that all of us are wrong at the highest level.
Oh my, no, you are. Don't drag me down with you, because you're
No, I'm saying it's unknowable. You cannot know.
No, I'm saying that you think you cannot know. Do not tell me what I can and can't do. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
My earliest memory is when I was 5 years of age. That's where my world began. Before that, I couldn't fucking tell you. I've got like mirages or little flashes.
Right. Well,
I couldn't tell you that if they were even my thoughts. I couldn't tell you if there was or not.
My earliest memory was like about 2 or 3 years old.
Wait. So, Reasons. Do you identify yourself with your memory then?
Well, do I identify my memory? It's a different question to what's my earliest memory. Now you're tying in a separate question and trying to pin me down on something separate.
I asked you when you were born.
What do I identify myself on? No, you asked me. Yeah, and my earliest memory was then. I was born.
Yeah, and you answered with your memory. So basically,
I was born 5 years before that, but I was.
My earliest memory, I remember I was swimming, and then there was like a bunch of me near me, and I was swimming really, really fast, and then I reached a point, and it turned into a light.
Guys, it's irrelevant what your first memory was.
No, you're asking me a question, right? Let me go through it, guys. Can I go through this with him? Because he keeps asking me questions, and I can't really get to the bottom of it without everyone interrupting. I do apologise, but just quickly get to the point. What's the point you're trying to make?
Told you the point I'm trying to make is that life, that existence implies non-existence at the highest level. That's my point.
All right, there we go. I never get stuff.
Hell no.
I'll 1v1 you later.
No. I'm sorry. But how the
No, it's all right, because Lemon Bird needs to answer every question that was asked not to him for some reason. At the end of the day, he's asking, like, I just, all I want to do is...
For a point before you relinquish the mic, but go on, Brummy.
I know, bro, but he's asking me a question about when my earliest memory, and now he's trying to equate that to...
I never asked you about your earliest memory. I never asked you that. I asked you when you were born.
Then, sorry,
and you're asking me with your earliest memory. I asked you when you were born.
When I was born? I was born 5 years before my earliest memory.
Oh, okay,
sorry, bro. I was born before 5 years before my earliest memory, apparently.
Who defined that?
Who defined that? That's just from my experience in my life. You know, my mother and my father and my friends and family telling me what age I am growing up and having all these little bits of experiences that all correlate to my age. Huh?
You're not getting the point. I'm asking you.
What point is it? You're asking me questions. I'm answering them.
Okay, let me clarify then, because whatever. Wouldn't it be accurate to say that you were actually born when that spermatozoa was actually conceived? Would that be
possible? Yeah, I could actually be the sperm head.
Okay, cool.
That could be my brain.
Let me ask you something else. Couldn't I also say, using the same kind of philosophy, that you've been conceived when your father has been conceived? And I can push this infinitely. Wouldn't
possible,
that be
accurate? I'd agree with that.
No, not possibly. No, not possibly. I want exact.
Could that be?
No, I'd say possibly. I couldn't
I don't want possibly.
Your father didn't produce sperm till he was like somewhere around 12 years old. Okay, so.
Okay.
I'm just part of that genetic, that DNA makeup, that information. I'm part of that informational line. That's all.
So
a dog will always be a dog. A cat will always be a cat. I'm part of
DNA.
I'm part of that code. Yeah. Yeah, and we're all part of the same code because we're all the same thing. We're all humans, so.
So basically, when I'm asking you who you are, you would answer me your DNA.
I'd say we are all one. We're all the same. You really want to go to the metaphysical level?
Don't go with we're all the same, because you don't sound like. Well,
you're asking. How deep do you want to go? Because we can say, oh, was my granddad's sperm head, or was my granddad's granddad's, and my granddad's granddad's, and we'll go forever. So let's just say we're all the same thing. We're all one. We're all the same. We're all God's created children.
I'm actually saying we're all the same thing. That's what I'm saying. That's why you're not saying it, because you don't agree with me.
I just said it. I don't even know what you was getting at. I'm saying, how deep do you want to go with me? And now you're telling me that it's your idea.
I told you I want to go into metaphysical realm.
Just make your point. Just make your point. Just make your point.
I made my point 1,000 times. Existence implies non-existence.
By asking me questions is about making your point.
Wait, who's not muted?
No, I'm really okay. I don't know what he said.
It's kind of loud, Elijah.
But you know what's so funny?
Elijah, you can hear your background.
Because I think I've told you. I don't know if I told you that, but.
Right. By asking me questions, you're making your point. That's not really making your point.
Because I'm trying to clarify to you what I'm actually getting at.
Can I say something?
Go for it.
So you suggested that me, the self,
right?
You're trying to say that philosophically somehow that I was born when my father was born. That's a category error. What I mean by that is self is not the same as the other.
Okay, then I'll give you this question. How can you identify yourself unless there's something around you?
That doesn't mean I am my father.
No. Hear me out. So,
yeah.
You actually are your father at the metaphysical level.
That's why you said prove it.
Oh my God, this metaphysical bullshit. You gotta stop it.
I can prove it. Take a coin.
A coin is my father? What?
No, bro.
Am I God?
Let me talk.
Are we all God? Are we all God? Are we all God? Because God created everything.
We are.
Totally.
Okay, there we go then. Okay, then. Well, there you go then. So let's just go straight to that. So that's the metaphysical ultimate level, isn't it? We're God's creation.
Cool.
We're all the same. What's your point? What's this got to do with having nothing and something at the same time? You cannot. God is eternal. You can never have the opposite to God. God will always be.
No, you must have the opposite of God.
What's the opposite of God then?
Well, based on Christianity, it's the devil. Let's say.
No, there's no such thing. God is the only thing that is it. God has no equal or opposite. He is the God is God.
Yeah, God.
You don't get it, bro.
Even God created the devil, right? Like he created all good, all evil, created the devil.
And that's contradictory because the devil's a creation, God is not. And the problem with what you're talking about is if you're saying that everything's just eternal and everything's everything, there are certain things that don't operate. The car does not operate in the state when, even if you want to go with this, it's rubber, electrical parts.
I never said everything is eternal. I never said that.
You're talking the activity of the mind, which is an activity that is secondary and can only operate if the structure is created for it to operate. That's contradictory. The car does not operate as a car when it's in its several different parts. It only operates as a car when it's fully created, operational, and functional, and you're using the activity of the mind.
Okay, so would you? Let me ask you something. Do you think you're a conscious being?
Yes.
Where does that consciousness come from? Is it the brain? Is it the neurons connecting each other?
It's created to do that way by God, and He puts a spirit inside of me to make it
Don't answer to the question with just inventing a spirit and saying, yeah, there's a spirit. Answer exactly.
Metaphysical questions. I'm sorry, this is the only alternative.
You can't get away with just inventing things. You must prove them that way.
You have nothing to replace it with. You just want to open up.
I can. Hear me up.
Anything, whether it's true or false or a lie.
Hear me up, because I can.
That's what you're talking about.
So again, do you have consciousness?
Dude, listen, as soon as you cut off Meadowlark, let me tell you, everything that has a water content seems to be conscious. So, I'm telling you, water must be conscious. So,
agree. I agree.
You're going to take this even further down into the fucking weeds,
I actually agree. That was actually the point I was trying to make.
All of a sudden, we're going to get... Oh, my God. No.
So then the water... So then the gas is also conscious because the water gas.
Well,
you're gonna need a pump. You're gonna need a pump.
This is just going to go anywhere because you're just going to resist the conclusions if they lead to an eternal triune God, so you can open up any possibility and believe whatever the hell you want. So we need to see what this is grounded in beyond just mental abstraction, solar system, and metaphysics. What is grounding this? As far as I can tell, my mind has a bunch of activities that cannot be put in a box or accurately cataloged like a television. A television has activities, but if you break it apart, all it is a bunch of moving parts. That's it. It has activity that's not in the parts of the television. That's the mind. That's the consciousness. It's an activity.
Right. So the consciousness is the activity of the mind.
Lemon. No. What Lemon just said was good. Right. It's working on a certain level. We can have metaphysics. We can have all these different levels, and each different thing is going to operate on different parameters. The physical level, the things that hurt when you get hit in the head with, that's physical. That's operating on some sort of physical, nature, which is different than somehow metaphysical. So, how exactly is this? All things can represent, or not represent, can work on different levels. So
isn't water and blood witnesses?
Okay, can I go on with that consciousness thing, because I didn't get to say anything about
it. Can you make a statement instead of asking people questions and then trying to take credit for what they're...
You've already covered this. You don't need to go down this rabbit hole. You guys already basically brought up the cart with, I think, therefore I am. If you're able to have that thought, then you are conscious.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that consciousness exists in absolutely everything at any level. That's what I'm saying.
If everything can think and can ponder its existence, sure.
What do you... No, think has nothing to do with... It's not the same thing with consciousness.
Does God have an equal? Does God have an equal? Yes or no?
What do you mean does God have an... God is what there is.
Yeah, does God have an equal? Does God have an equal and opposite? You said everything has an equal and opposite. Does God have one?
That's getting at the point where
answer
plus
the fucking
and minus...
question. Stop whinging. Just answer it straight.
I'm answering the question. No, there's none.
Yes. Okay,
because
there you
God
go.
is also plus and minus.
There's your answer. There's your answer. Not everything has an opposite.
That's why I don't want to answer that. Oh, God.
But that's it, because you just ended your bullshit that you've been running around with all day.
Are we done with this guy? We've been doing this way too long.
I want to hear more.
Sort of physical stuff,
I'm gonna move him down to speculation. You guys go right ahead.
Yeah, how does any of this apply to the shape of the Earth?
Well, he tried to get away from the logic of the shape of the Earth, probably by going into metaphysical solipsism. So it's a good, fight, one knowledge system against another.
No, what happened is this morning he was arguing in the room. He was arguing in the room saying that you can have nothing and something at the same time, and then basically I tried to talk some sense into him, and then he wouldn't concede that you can't. You know, he's trying to say that basically you can have a nothing and something simultaneously, and I said that's an oxymoron, it's a contradiction, and he goes, yeah, on the metaphysical level, it's in a contradiction, you can have it. So basically, he's been running with this fucking idea that you can have two things that are that contradictory. And he's even saying that you cannot have an opinion on murder unless you've been murdered, which is just another contradiction, because how can you have an opinion on something when you've been killed? It's ridiculous. But he's then now saying, oh, well, you know, we've been dead before we was alive. And then that postulates there must be the egg or the chicken, that one must be before the other. So he's just constantly just making these contradictions and trying to say that on a metaphysical level it's possible, which is ridiculous.
Well, this is how we explore topics with order, with time, place, order, A before B. That's the only way that we can figure out the truth of something. Could there be another realm where this doesn't occur? Maybe, but we wouldn't be able to know it, because the way that we know stuff is with order, A before B. Contradictions, things that can be existing with each other and things that cannot be existing with each other. And nothing and something in general don't really coexist as far as
exactly.
Are you guys gonna join Andrew down in speculation, because he waited for a period of time and jumped back up
okay.
here.
Yeah, okay. One second.
If you want to continue this, do it down there.
All right, speculation. Here we go.
Yeah, but does the speculation room actually exist, or is it something or nothing? Oh, I'm sorry.
Any flat earth or globe earthers here want to prove the curve? Got any? What do we got?
I'd love to prove that curve for you, Lou. I've been trying to do it for 5 years.
Puckerell? I don't know how you say it. The Santa Claus guy. You want to speak up? It's about all we got, actually. I don't even know where he stands. Hey, Puck. Yeah, I hate to kill the chat up here in the live stream, but that was something that's gone on too long up here. We need somebody to fill us in with something interesting and maybe Earth related.
You saying we need something and not nothing?
We need something and not nothing. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Nothing from nothing gets nothing. You gotta have something.
You gotta have something.
So no current heliocentric enthusiasts among us, huh?
It's amazing we can have like 16 or 17,000 people in this server, and we're always looking for one person to speak up that believes in the globe.
Yeah, that's amazing. So out of those 16,000, like maybe 14,000 number of people that thought they were going to prove the globe and never come back. They just don't look equal. Why was I guessing, speculating on it there?
That Puck guy I tried to talk to moved on to freaking speculation.
He's got punked.
Dick.
What about Cairo? No, wait a second. That's girl always changing her name. Yeah, there's nobody.
Why the fuck did Chrome just send me a notification asking me to start playing Candy Crush Saga? Are you kidding me?
Probably somebody around your phone said something about Candy Crush or something. Unless you got that off.
I've never played it before. That shit's been old for like 5, 6, 7 years now. Who the fuck?
I didn't know it still existed. Shout out to God Rockin' for not hot miking. Good job, yeah. Just messing with you.
Let's go into the lobby and pull some people in here. Tell them, make them get in here. Take a look up there.
I guess a globe believer up in here. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. We focus on the shape of the Earth topic around here. We need measurements of Earth curvature, measurement or method of detecting axial rotation, and while you're at it, you can prove the vacuum of space existing next to a gas pressure system. Great. Any of those three, and that would be great. Back to Lou with somebody from the lobby, hopefully.
I just threw a message up there in the lobby, see if anybody bites.
I'd like to echo like Miggy's sentiments from yesterday. Like, I feel sorry for these guys that come in here and get pummeled, and
Can I get a mic check?
we got these smart scientists that are holding back all the information. They just won't come in here and talk to us. You know? Come on, guys.
The lobby, let's go troll the lobby.
The lobby, I'm watching this, like pretty much everybody right now is breaking one of the rules, like saying, making claims that the earth is yada yada shape, whatever.
Earth is glob.
Yeah.
Is glob.
Earth is a triangle, earth is a middle finger. Earth, as a flat earther, my argument is that if you can't see from far, it's because the chunk isn't loaded. The earth is shaped like G-Man. Crazy, right? What do we got here?
Hey, the baby just showed up. Maybe they'll talk. Hello, the baby. And they're gone. It's something I said.
Nothing he said. Wait, what? I'm just reading the... It's hard to pay attention when you're reading this shit in the fucking lobby. What?
How about Whitsett? I think he's a glober.
Whitsett's a glober?
Yeah.
He's a good faker, if that's true.
He's doing the best LARP ever. I guess it's not near his mic. He would have responded to that. Just kidding, Whitsett. Anyway, back to Luke.
Nah, I don't got much. We just need to pull somebody in here to defend their globe. I'm not one for just like... It's hard to talk flat earth with flat earthers. You know, we've done this all before.
Yeah. And down there, road. Just sitting there trying to figure out how you have a globe with 71% flat water, whatever the number is. That feels.
Oh, what up, guys?
Hey, it's Glover Whitson. What's up?
I heard somebody just made the claim that you're a Glover.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Care to defend your model, your globe?
Nope.
He's got nothing.
Hey, could y'all hear me when I said mic check earlier?
No.
I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't think I paid attention though.
Or because like I got this computer. Dave Weiss actually sent me a computer. As crazy as that is. Anyway, I'm trying to like get on Discord on it, but I didn't hear anything. I didn't know if it was quiet in here. And I was like, damn, what if I'm just interrupting with mic checks? But
Are you trying to do it on the computer with the app or on the like web browser?
With the app, and so when I pulled up the browser, I could hear the audio coming out, but I guess y'all still didn't hear that mic check either. But I couldn't hear anything coming out on the app. It's a Mac.
Oh, a Mac. I wouldn't be able to help you much on that.
Yeah, I got nothing on the Mac. Maybe somebody in here does.
It's all good. I'll figure it out. Something simple. I normally get on Discord on my iPad anyway. You feels me. So what's new with you guys?
Well, we just got done getting stupider. We kicked them down to speculation to continue that conversation.
About what?
Well, we have a guy who claims to be a flat earther, but he basically thinks everything is a concept. And like it started off with him saying that you can't live without already experiencing death. And it just went crazy. It just went crazy.
Where he was trying to prove nothing and something can exist at the same time.
Before you have to die.
Number one. Person. Due to 3 a.m.
How profound.
Whose center you must be already aware of. This we have included him in our previous list many times for the most previous content. In one of his videos titled A Haunted Person.
Hey Jimbo.
He visits an
What is that? Indian call center?
On his camera.
Jimbo.
Right anymore?
I don't know what you were playing, but it was annoying.
What, when I got him started off? Nothing. Something. I was annoying. I haven't said anything for 2 hours.
No, we were hearing background noise like a television, sounds like some Indian woman.
Oh, I might have had the keyboard down for some reason because someone pressed to talk, but I don't know. Was I hot miking?
Yes.
Sorry about that. For long?
The last, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds before I started yelling at him.
Oh, okay. So you didn't hear me dealing drugs or anything like that?
No.
Okay, great.
It's been in and out, off and on. Like for 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Hold up, Eli.
What up, brother?
You know, it's cool.
You're coming through super low now, Eli.
Was it Eli? It sounded like he's in a big Coca-Cola can.
Yeah, he was in a gymnasium earlier, but he was loud enough. Now he's quiet.
I'm about to switch mics.
Dude, guys, legit, this mic right here is like a $45 gaming headphone set from Walmart.
Wired?
Yeah.
It sounds.
Yeah,
great.
for that price to get
I've always thought that.
if you go wired, you can get a pretty decent sounding mic for pretty cheap. But to get
like I'm not. It's not this mic is like incredible. Let's go record on. Ironically, I did record like that song on it, but it's just like it is good for stuff like this. You can turn it up loud enough to it's like you know.
I've seen USB Yetis at $80 now. You know, Yetis at $80.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll just do it this way, I guess, because the iPad's real like easy to move around. It's got the headphones plugged into the USB-C adapter or whatever.
Thank God for adapters, huh?
Yeah, Apple be screwed, bro.
Thank God for Universal and USB.
Apple's incredible, dude. Eli,
I wish you would
Apple
realize that it's a slave
Eli.
market over there. Okay.
Eli,
That's
listen,
what
bro.
it is.
Outside of all of I agree with like all the points about like how there's so many disadvantages that come with it when it comes to software and money, etc., and usability in ways. But the computers and devices themselves are incredible.
Well, the computer is definitely
Incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, I can't even front on that one.
Yeah. So
I don't know about the phones, but the computers, like, I'll go with the Apple over anything any day.
yeah,
That
and
might not
the
be
phones
true,
are the
but
same
I mean,
way, Eli.
you know,
Eli, that's the whole marketing plan for the whole
The Hackintosh.
nah, nah. The computer's dope. I don't need.
I'd rather have Apple over Windows any day.
Yeah, same, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're just incredibly more efficient, man. Like, it seems like they're more efficient, and that's gonna make people spiral that word. I don't know, because you can get like super decked out, incredible computers, and we all know that. But you know, MacBooks are too expensive, but they're super clean and like quick and
So
good with processing and
you make a
graphics.
Hackintosh. You make a Hackintosh. You take a good PC with a EFI board that will do the job, and you zap the ROM and you make it a full Macintosh.
For
Called
gaming,
Hackintosh.
for
anything.
gaming, you're never gonna really convince a gamer that a Mac is the way to go, though.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I mean, if you get the most
I knew
decked
there
out
was
MacBook,
something.
if you get the most decked out MacBook Pro, I mean, you're gonna end up spending like, dude, this is gonna sound wild, but if you deck a MacBook Pro out like as much as you can end up spending like $7-8 grand.
Easy.
Yeah. So, but they're awesome for gaming. But I mean, dude, think about how much money that is. Ridiculous.
Well, you can. The thing is, you can for PC also. Like I've seen like these basically super fucking computers, like $30,000 PCs. Like,
well, you can build these gaming supercomputers now with 4 PCIe cards, you know, and they work off the CUDA and the graphics cards. They're supercomputers on your desk, basically workstation motherboards, and they're made for gaming. They're called gaming supercomputers. There's companies out there that make them, well, $10,000 or more or less, you know.
yeah, no, I saw one that I think popped up on my YouTube feed about it. Like it was like a $32,000 gaming PC. I looked at that thing. I'm like, oh my god! Like,
of course, we got to point out that like a MacBook is a laptop. You know what I mean? So
insane.
So way different than like having a PC.
you get a lot more. You get a lot more having a desktop than having a laptop. You pay way more.
Right. For sure. But like, can you name another laptop that could compete with decked out MacBook for gaming?
For gaming, yeah, I'm sure. Like like PC is like Windows. Even though Windows sucks for so many things, like Windows is pretty much the way to go when it comes to gaming.
Yeah, that's what I've always kind of heard.
Laptop though?
That's what I'm saying. I looked into the laptops. I actually have a gaming laptop before Dave Weiss hooked me up and sent me this MacBook that he had. But like, I just got it today. But I had a gaming Dell, which I'm gonna sell and try to make him take the money, but he won't.
That rhymes, bruh.
But like
Put in your
I
rap.
was looking into them, is what I'm saying, back in the day, right? There are really expensive gaming laptops that look pretty dope for sure, that are made just for that. But
like the Alienware and all that.
yeah, crazy, like a couple stacks, and you get a pretty. They're bulkier, right? They'll usually prop up.
Nvidia makes a pretty awesome one too. Like they make their own gaming PC.
My boy,
or gaming
my
laptop.
boy Jonathan. My boy Jonathan could probably build like an amazing PC for like probably 1,500 or under, better than a Mac or any other standard Windows, whatever computers.
Yeah, see, for me, I'm not saying that like a MacBook laptop is the best computer ever made, but you can just bring it around with you, man. Like it's nothing, and it's super efficient. So like, I'm super content with what I do.
I guess
like anything else.
I guess what my point is like the build. Sorry, Lou, but like when you can customly, like when you make it yourself, when you put all the parts that you want, that's got to be better than any standard out there, right?
Yeah, any laptop you build, like the best for graphics was the i7 IBM laptop, and the one with passive cooling. Any graphics person will tell you never get a laptop computer with the fan. Get passive cooling. The fans get dirty over time and heat up, and you wind up with heating problems and issues that eventually ruin your computer, especially in heavy graphics.
Yeah, they're always trying to cram so much.
They're
trying to cram so much into so little space, and those fans are not very big, and they're running all the time. They have a lot of their job is really important. They're running all the time, and they get gummed up. Like that's where I had a nice Surface Pro 4 or whatever, like. And it didn't last that long because, the fans started, struggling, basically.
It's more expensive, but you get the passive cooling on a laptop. If you're going to have it custom built, get the passive cooling. It'll last. You don't have to clean it. The fan will only last as long as it's not dirty, and then you have the overheating. Take it apart and clean it. And it's no fun taking apart a laptop. Take out every freaking thing just to get to the fan and clean it and put it all back together. It's illogical. I think it's defect engineering. They can make them all passive cooling. Why don't they? Because if something breaks down, you sell a new one.
So what I was about to say earlier, though, about a minute ago, like whether Mac is for you or PC is for you, it depends on what you plan on doing with it. There's not really a right and wrong like this, like a just end of all like arguments. This is the best computer. It all depends on what you're doing with it.
Mac was intended for desktop publishing. That was the initial idea of all the Mac computers, from the first Mac SE and Pluses to very late in Macintosh development. That was the purpose. Other computers were.
That's so true. Though. If you want a little, you go with Apple. If you want more, you go with everything else. Yeah.
No, if you want the best, all I'm saying is, like, for me, I don't game anymore. I decided to quit a while back because I would game a ton, and so that's not even a thing for me anymore. And so videos, right, like high quality graphics, editing, and the compatibility with my devices that get the video. So like my iPhone, right, and I have an iPad, and just going right in there, easily editing, like that's what Apple's known for, right? And that's like what my use case I need to fulfill is.
Oh, wow. That sounds like what no. Like my nightmare is waking up every day to this problem that you've detailed that Apple has no problem with. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm just because I'm just sitting here thinking like all this shit that I want to do, all this editing that I want to do, I have no space to do it. Like I just don't have the power. Like, I might be an Apple head. You might have just fucked me up right there.
Yeah, and dude, if you get one, you'll never go back. So
Well,
I just got a little. Sorry, go ahead.
I've fucked with you about the whole Apple like thing too. I'm not an Apple fan. I don't want Apple for my phone, but with my drone, like I'm kind of now in the market for like a used iPad Mini. I'd like to actually have the larger, brighter screen for the drone monitor, and the controller for my drone. Actually, if it's on Apple, if it's through Lightning cable, it keeps the tablet or the phone charged, where it doesn't do that with USB or micro USB. So
wow.
Yeah, no, but actually I need to find out if USB-C will charge, because I know micro USB won't, but USB-C might. I know Lightning for sure does.
There is a big danger buying used anything with a USB connection, because they are very kind of fragile and they do wear over time.
Yeah, well,
so
I just want
it's already worn.
I want it specifically just for like linking to my drone controller. That's it.
That's all you want. You can get them for the low, man. If you're not going to be really, really picky about the iPad Mini, you're just going to get one that's compatible with the drone. And you can
as long as the charge port works, we're good, because even if the
just get the Amazon Fire, bro.
Bro, shut up, bro.
I'm dead ass.
He's talking about how it's made for compatibility with Apple specifically. It's real easy if you had an Apple iPad. It was made for it. And you talking about some Amazon, what'd you say? Brio? Dude, I was going to say that. I didn't want to interrupt you. I just ordered a little bitty microphone, like a low-key microphone. And did they make these glasses that you can tape people, but you can't tell that they're
the spy glasses,
yeah, but like legit ones, and then this low key mic, and it can connect. I want to say 200 meters or something like that. So technically, someone could be videotaping where the person you're engaging with can't really see them.
Well, you see Nathan Thompson has that, right? He's done a couple of videos, or at least one.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We're about to go around together, and we're both gonna have those glasses. And there's this microphone. It's like super low key, so you can like. Have you ever seen the videos online where they'll like go up and like prank people or whatever, or like it'll be a video about hitting on girls with a certain line or something, whatever it is, and the person's kind of ducked off videotaping it, so the girl doesn't see that it's being taped, right?
Yeah.
So that's the idea, right? And it just plugs into the iPhone.
See, like I have an issue with that. Like, I know it's legal, but that doesn't make it right. It's like you shouldn't be doing that to people, like without letting them know that you're recording them. Like
the Govy does it.
I thought about that too, but dude, like if you're on a public university, for example, it's just known that like everything there can be recorded at any time. Everyone knows that, and it's like if you just walk up to everyone, which I have a gimbal, which most of the time I'm just gonna put my iPhone in this little gimbal that stabilizes the shot and just walk around. Everyone's gonna know I'm videotaping, but a lot of times people are way different, way different. With a camera right there, you'll get some of the most golden conversations without it. But I feel you too. It gets tricky where you're like, dang, we got cool, or maybe they said something, they opened up to you about something, didn't know you were taping or something, where I wouldn't feel comfortable putting them on blast. I guess you could like block out people's faces. I just know that there's an opportunity for like good content.
That would fix it for me. Like if you blur their face, oh, no face, no case. Fuck them up, ruin their lives secretly. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's what
you said. That. Yep. You said that. That's you.
Nah, just
it's you.
See, that's the thing. Like, if their face is blurred out, what can they say? Like, guys, we have to break the system, right? And there are things that go viral. Now, obviously, anything flat Earth related is super, super censored from the rip. But like, there are things that break the system and go viral, and they have to be funny. And anyone that sees them that thinks they're funny, they have to be like good, golden. They just go viral, right?
Like,
and that's what you have to do. We have to get more of that.
I'm totally okay with it, with recording. Let's say it's a politician or a celebrity, somebody that's in the public eye. Go ahead, record them. Like, without their knowledge. I don't give a fuck. But when you're walking through the Home Depot and just grabbing people and talking with them, I think that's shady. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I would probably say something. But think about this in the scenario where, say, you're in a store, we'll be at all different kinds of places, and say some store in some city's tripping, as I'm sure we will oftentimes run into, and say they come in the store and they start giving us a hard time about not wearing a mask. Like, I'm just gonna turn on my glasses.
yeah, okay.
So I think it's pimp to have, you know. They're super pimp. They have like sunglasses and some that look like glasses. So I'm gonna get a pair of each.
you probably want the ones that look like actual like reading glasses because indoors or at night you're gonna look like a fool for I'll wear my
glasses. I want to get one of each, you know. Yeah. Hey man, I think it's cool to invest into this because I don't really care about money. I'm like that guy. But so the people are like donating money and stuff. I'm like, okay, I'll just buy a bunch of stuff to get like what I think is gonna be good content. So I'm a live stream a lot. We're just gonna walk up to people. You know, like Nathan and I are gonna have exactly the same style. You know, we're gonna have conversations, I'm sure.
For real, when you have money, you might as well spend it because it's just depreciating sitting there.
Yes, and I just don't care about money. And in fact, we call currency money. You know, so funny. Like money's really like
money's just a tool. You use it to do things and get more stuff done. And if it's not something to worship or hang on to and bundle up and stuff under your pillow and have people envy it, it's a tool.
I think
as sure as a drill or a hammer.
All right, I agree with you, and I think money can actually be like super cool if you just like let it perpetually go in a cycle, not attached to it. But that's so hard for some people to do.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the easier it is to let it go, the easier it comes to you, and that's a fact.
Yep. It's a tough concept to wrap your mind around, you know. Especially when we've been engineered, like work this many hours a day, sleep this many hours a day, save your money 401k. You know.
Well, we used to say, an honest day's work for an honest day's wage. The work is still there, but the honest wage isn't. That's where the imbalance is. Money's not good or bad, but the system manipulates it so it enslaves us. Instead of being a tool, it's part of a prison sentence.
So I agree. My point with the money thing is like I'm just throwing all the money into whatever we need because I don't really care about money. And so since people like donating for it, I'm like, okay, well then you're buying the stuff that we need, whatever. And so I have this little anti-theft bag. Then Dave Weiss hooks me up with the MacBook, which is wild. It's absolutely wild. And then we have a drone. Someone on here, watchmaker, was like, I haven't been able to use it. Live too close to the airport. That's a way I could donate to your channel or whatever. Like what? And he's freaking sending it to Nathan's address, and I'm flying out the 19th. So we have a drone. We have the spy glasses. I'm gonna get glasses. He's gonna get clear ones. I'm gonna get clear ones. So we're gonna both have suns and clear. And then we have the little discrete microphones. I got the iPhone with the gimbal. That's the automatic stabilizer. It's a nice gimbal that makes the shot legit. And so we got the iPhone, iPad, Mac trio with the low-key recording devices and a drone. I mean, my goodness, we're just able to capture everything, All right, I'm done.
So are you about ready to buy me that Coke pretty soon?
No, you're gonna have to buy me a Coke. I don't want a soda though.
What do you want for $1?
I don't know, because I don't even want like a branded bottle of water or anything.
An apple juice.
I love apple juice.
$1 scratch off ticket.
I want
not more than a $1 one. You're not going to win on a $1 one. You need a $3 to $5 to $10.
I'd give him a three. I would upgrade the bet to a $3 scratch off.
Yes, and you'll win something then. Then you can get something.
I'm down to still upgrade the bet to like $5 organic apple juice. I'm not kidding.
No, apple juice is good shit. Smooth as shit.
Yes.
$5 organic apple juice?
Okay, we got $3. I don't know how much. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
like,
what about $10 organic apple juice?
All right, we'll go with 3. We'll go with 3. Jeez Louise. We can find something for $3.
Yo, you ever had Martinelli? I think it's Martinelli apple juice.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
The one that comes in the glass.
Yep.
Like in the little glass.
Little short glass, yeah.
Yeah, sounds
that
familiar.
Shit is crack, man. That's the best apple juice.
That's the crack.
The best one is you buy those gallon jugs.
CIA created. Think about how good juice is, man. God, like the earth gives you everything you need. There's just like all kinds of. If you were to really get super fresh fruit and they're like legit fresh juice, oh man, there would be no sodas. Like, what kind of juice do you want, bro? So anyway, yeah, I still think that. So I guess, Clue, you're pretty confident that I'm gonna have to buy you a.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're waiting for Inauguration Day, right? That's coming up. Like,
yeah.
So
there's a worldwide shortage on cherry.
So I mean, if Trump doesn't manage to pull some crazy shit like now, then you've lost.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still would. We'll bump it up.
I did tell you. Like, I've been disappointed before. I wouldn't be surprised if I was disappointed now, and that's exactly what it is.
What disappointed for me, if they put in Joe Biden's a good thing.
I agree completely. Like, it's not because Joe is good for us. It's just that in order for Trump to stay in, it's going to be really bad for the people. It would require like martial law and the loss of liberty and so on and so forth for him to whatever he would have to pull at this point would be really bad for everybody.
No. This is what will happen though, Luke. I have to do it now. I disavow the PSYOP. Okay, but what he can do is say that he let it play out the full legal way without intervening at all. It went the full constitutional route, right? And then once all the way played out, nothing happened. He didn't do anything. And now he can step in. He can sign what's called the Insurrection Act. There are rumors that he already signed it. I don't know. But anyway,
is that the one that was passed like 2 years ago, or like 2018 during his term?
That's another one about foreign interference in the election that he can invoke. Yep. And now it's coming out that there's a guy that was working in Rome at the time on the night of the election who's come out and testified admitting that he was one of the main people changing the votes over to Biden in the U.S. election from Rome. So that gives him the right to go that 2018 route right there, foreign interference. And then at that point, he's able to instill justice basically via military enforcement. So, I mean, he can do that. What's Trump's personality? Oh, just to give up or not. And he never said the word concede. And he was very tactical and cryptic with the speech. And something's going to happen. The world's a stage. And to think that is just going to go like float away in the wind would be wild to me. They have something up their sleeves.
They're really waiting to the last minute if they got something up their sleeves.
Hey, like I said, if they don't pull anything out of their sleeves and Joe Biden's the president, I think that's actually a good thing. Like relatively, right? Like
just
relatively.
Remember, just think about the fact that if we was a side, we said that Trump being in office is a good thing. And also, another faction of this side, quote unquote, said if Hillary Clinton was actually elected instead of Trump 4 years ago, then That would have been a good thing. All because, not because they liked them. The common denominator between all of this was it's a good thing because people will now hold them to account. Right? Or now we can finally get the drop or the juice on these people and you know, their true colors will really show. I mean, but ultimately the people don't have memories long enough to count dick squat.
All right, so here's the deal. For 4 years, people have run around with this Q narrative. I call them Q-tarded, you know, and they just like go a million miles an hour every time, and they have this. They'll pass these memes around, like where they've got this inside info leaked as to the timeline of events over the next few days. It's about to get crazy. Pedophiles going down, you know, for like 4 years. For like
I think I might have.
years.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I may have got this from actually. I was watching the other night. I watched part of one of your shows, and I think that's probably where I'm actually getting this. But I agree completely with that. Like, Q-tards are incredible. Like they really think like right now Trump's just holding his cards. He's ready to frickin' show his hand. Everybody should be scared. It's all going down. We got rolling blackouts, but you should trust the plan because you know it's coming here to the United States. Get ready.
I know it's so wild. It's so wild. But wait, that's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say, guys. I will tell you, dude. There are videos right now with of Washington D.C. and there's these huge generators rolled out with tons and tons of generators, and they're building up this like fencing and protection around the buildings in Washington D.C. and all along the streets on every corner is military.
Are you talking about?
There are videos of.
Are you talking about a potential? Are you saying that they're insulating themselves against a potential blackout?
No, it's the whole thing that was foreshadowed with Trump, like about it, you know, 9-10 months ago, where he started talking about this winter being the darkest. People are reading into that, saying like that they have been all along, saying that they were gonna cut off the internet or cut off the power, and when that happens, everything goes into chaos.
I can only give you the facts, you know, and so then we can talk about what the Q narrative is and it's speculation. But those are facts, right? I almost wanted to be like, Nathan, let's go to DC real quick, you know, and videotape everything so we can get straight to it. But there is action there. All those things I told y'all about what's going on in DC is true, and also there is. You have to go look at the video of the guy that's from Rome talking, okay, and like admitting his role that he played in manipulating the U.S. election live on that night. And so what did happen was the Vatican had a blackout for hours and hours. And I went and looked at it.
Yeah.
And actually, while I was live, it ended up flipping back on.
Yeah, see, that's the one that I was watching, but you never mentioned the fact that at that very time, just like Truth Flat Earth put up, that Pakistan also was in a blackout. They had over 200 million people without power.
Yeah, I think I covered it very quickly. Yeah. I just showed it on the screen, but yes, correct. I should have done more. Yeah, and so there you go. And to think that this is all unrelated seems wildly naive to me. But so I think the world's a stage, and they're going to act like they're doing these sting operations, bro, and everyone's going to fall for it. And all the Q people get to run around saying I was right, even though they really weren't. They've been wrong for 4 years. They've been making shit up for 4 years, and they've been wrong every single time. And now they're just going to run around saying I told you so. And all the people that hand waved it, the entire time, just entirely, they're going to kind of not be able to say anything. I've been trying to warn against that for a while.
So that's how they keep the Q psyop going after Trump doesn't stay in office. They're just going to have.
Oh, no. I think that Trump stays in office big time.
You're sticking with it.
I'm just giving my honest opinion, Lou. Like, it's very here. I'll say this: it's very possible that like they just keep on ramping up all these people, and they keep running with the Q narrative like they have this whole time. Nothing's ever happened. Nothing does happen, and then boom, you just have Joe Biden. He dies mid-inauguration speech, and Kamala finishes it. But I don't really see that happening. I just don't see it. So my honest opinion is that I don't see it. I didn't like bet. I owe you a Coke, dude. You know, like I didn't like.
No.
bet.
I
I'm
didn't
not
want to make
invested.
it. I don't want to make it a big deal. It's a friendly bet, you know, just to say, hey, I told you so.
That's
one
what,
of
yeah,
those.
of course. And that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not invested. Like, I do know people that did bet with like crazy odds against Trump, like 34-1 or something. Isn't that crazy? If he's president, so I don't know, but I didn't, so I'm not viewing it like that. I think if they put in Biden, that would be a super incompetent slip up, and that's a good thing for us, and we'll wake up organically. So that's my take. I just don't think that they're incompetent, and so I think they know.
Well, I personally don't think that it matters whether Trump or Biden is in there. That it's the same damage will be done towards globalism and the New World Order.
Well, if you
But
go the
I
Biden
wish
route, it's implemented by force with at least 80 million people or something pissed off and not wanting to comply. And those are the actual people in the side that if they don't want to comply with the totalitarian takeover, they actually are a threat because they're the ones that will form the well-regulated militia because they have all the arms. So, you know, that's how they know that.
This whole attack on the Capitol thing too. I don't know if you noticed, but I saw, maybe I can dig it up. Apparently there's another one scheduled for like the 17th, so in 6 days. And they're calling everybody to bring their weapons, and they're going to be marching from the Washington Monument to, I think, the Capitol building again, or maybe the White House, or I forget what it was. But they're also calling for it to happen on every single Capitol building in the United States. So all 50 Capitol buildings. And I think this may be where shit really, like, it's possible if it actually happens, like, this is where shit's going to get absolutely nuts.
Right, and that's where the National Guard's going to go around and build gates and stuff. Dude, I booked my flight for the freaking 19th, man. I don't even know. I'm thinking, like, that might not happen. Like, seriously, because, dude, they don't just... The world's a stage, bro. And with Trump, you're able to just pull off the most insane Orwellian things. And they have a great cover story for it. And they have millions of people running with the cover story, begging for the Orwellian things. It's too perfect to just throw away. They haven't fully used it yet. Like, dude, there's troops everywhere. There are millions of people that are like, hell yeah, we're about to take our country back. They're cheering on.
They don't realize that they're falling victim to a fucking psyop. Yeah.
Right.
Well, maybe they got what they wanted for now, and then they're gonna. And then they're gonna let him rerun.
So any draconian measures he takes will be actually welcomed with open arms to all the people that support him because he's not Trump, and anything he's doing is progressive. So everything he's doing that's Orwellian is going to be accepted and thriving, like celebrated.
Trump is pulling off all the Orwellian. You didn't know, dude, that when he said new administration,
it's all Orwellian.
When he said new administration, what he really meant was Mike Pence won't be the VP. It will be him and Mike Flynn will be the VP. And some of the Q-tards, let's call them, say that it'll actually be JFK Jr. But the word on the street is the new administration is Michael Flynn is VP. Pence is out. They all knew he was a snake or whatever. So there's the Q narrative. And so that's the new administration. And when he says transition of power, just like he said in his inauguration speech, this is the play on the Q narrative is in his original inauguration speech, he says this is a transition of power from DC back to the power of people, back to the people. So that's what they're going to play about those phrases. And he never said I concede or anything. So I'm just telling you that's the narrative. And to think that intel agencies don't know the narrative that millions and millions of Americans believe right now is naive, right? Like they know that, and so what are they gonna preemptively do with it?
Of course, they know that they started it.
Exactly, and that means they have a plan to finish it. They have a plan to finish it, bro.
Yeah, it's just a matter. We've talked about this before too. It's just a matter of seeing how they spin the drama. You know, like we're just here, just like guessing, like in a mystery. You know, like I think It was the butler in the den with the wrench, and we're like, no, I think
yeah.
We have no idea, we have no idea how they're gonna spin it at the end, but it's gonna be a brilliant surprise.
Dude, we have to admit how many times that we've sat here and talked about it, and then like something happened that we didn't speculate at all. Like they're pulling things out of left field.
Yep.
The whole last year. So.
Yeah, it's just the way it's always been. But this year, it's made everything so surreal. Like the stuff, they've never been so obvious about just turning it into a fucking reality show. Everything around us is just.
Well, it's because they've never wielded this much of their power all at the same time.
Well, all the Q people are now saying the thing that they're saying is. Y'all, you just don't. You need to understand that Q was never about public mass arrests of pedophiles. It was about getting you prepared for this. That's what everyone's saying. And we have lawyers, like 23-year lawyers, right? Linwood. There are people that like truly wholeheartedly believe this, have looked into the evidence, and they perceive they have like legal precedent and evidence for all this that they say. And so it is a psyop. I just see like if you were the government and you wanted a new world order or anything like that, or a totalitarian takeover in the US, more power to the federal government, who would you see as a threat to prevent you from doing that? Like the quote unquote left or right, the Trump supporters or whoever hates Trump. Who's going to prevent you from really implementing a totalitarian government? It's not the left. They want that, man. That means you have to get the right. You have to get the right. That means, it's no other way. If Biden's president, they're not doing anything right now. They got to set things up longer, and maybe he reruns in 2024 for 2 terms or something. I don't see it, but I'm not the one that writes the script, to be honest.
Well, I don't think they want this to end anytime soon. I think they want to drag it out. They're doing such a brilliant job at steering everybody. Why not just steer everybody forever? Just keep making it more and more of a drama.
Can they hear us in China? Can they hear us in China with this Flat Earth server? Can anybody in China hear us?
I don't think so, man.
No, that's my point. Is that I think that the idea is to make the whole world China.
Well, yeah. No, that is.
But they're going to do this. They're going to do this with the illusion that we're fighting China, and that's the war that they've programmed. They're actually going to be presented to us as enemies allied with Iran. That's obviously what's going to happen. So, and who's going to do that? Joe Biden? No. Trump would do it.
Look, the whole Agenda 21 versus, and then moving into Agenda 30, like these are all stepping stones, like what we're going through, and expect all of this drama to last for the next 9 years. 2030 is the goal.
I think you might be a little confused with your labels. I'm almost 100% sure that Agenda 21 doesn't refer to the year 2021. No. It refers to the 21st century.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're right, but that's the way that it's written.
But it still could technically. It could have a double meaning. Like that's oftentimes the case, actually.
I mean, Agenda 30 isn't about a 30th century. It's about by the year 2030.
Yes, that is about 2030. Like the way it's publicly, claimed is that's about the year 2030. 21's about 21st century.
So the end goal is 2030, and this is a stepping stone towards that end goal.
Yeah, but looking back now, after 2020, well, quote unquote, the year hasn't ended yet, but after 2020, the craziest year any of us have experienced, now we're in 2021. I mean, now looking at 2021, we have to admit we do have a bit of a different perspective than prior to 2020, thinking about, it's just a 21st century. Like, okay, well, I don't know. I mean, this is getting wild. I mean,
the 21st century was marked basically with 9/11. So everything happened since then. I mean, yeah, it was before, that was 2001, but the 21st century is from 2000 to 2010, right? Or I'm sorry, 2000 to 2100.
Yeah.
So it's about reshaping the world during this century, and they have a certain goal laid out for 2030. All of this stuff, 9/11, and everything that's happened since then, the economic collapse of or the recession in 2008, like so many other things, like all of the the false flags and everything else, like mass shootings, and like all this stuff is all contrived, working step by step, just little steps at a time, baby steps towards an end goal.
Yeah, and the end goal is all the people actually like demand and want one world order. Do we have any disagreements there?
No.
Right. And it's just simple, right? It's the most efficient slave state. It's the most efficient way to control things. One world order. And that's what they want. And so you'd want the people have to want that. So how do you convince the people to actually want and demand a new world order? Well, you make them take giant steps towards the infrastructure that will be what's in the new world order, and then you trick them, make them demand it, thinking that it's good or that they came up with it. Even making them think they came up with it, is perfect. Then, and in fact, it's not even. It's like Trump,
that's the
man.
Democrats. No, but that's like a Democratic playlist too. That's Democrats all day.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's both sides. They just lie about their agenda differently either way, but they're still moving forward.
Yeah, all of them. Like, we love to hear the conservatives say that the Democrats are communists, and the Democrats love to say that right now, the conservatives are being communist. And really, it's not that one is right or one is wrong. It's that both fucking sides are communists. Okay,
that's the crazy part. Both sides think they're arguing each other about the other side being communist, and they are both, in fact, becoming extremely communist. What clown world confirmed.
It's as long as my commies are the ones who are in power, I'm happy.
That's what a commie would say,
Yeah, if there's election fraud that it's in my favor, I don't see it. But if it's in their favor, how dare they?
The whole election is a fraud.
Oh, 100%. But if they're arguing about the individual fraud, then they're not looking at the entire thing. That's how they keep their people occupied.
Joe Biden, people are just going to be like, wow, screw the system, bro. And people are going to start bucking. That dude instills no authority whatsoever. No one's going to ever want to follow him.
No, that's not entirely true. There's so many blue-pilled Democrats
that listen to Joe Biden and want to follow him.
Well, yeah, that they are so happy that he's not Trump, that whatever he says is going to roll with it. Like, whatever,
that would wear
it's
off
bad,
like
but at least he's not Trump. At least he's not Trump. It's bad, but imagine how much bad it would have been if Trump was still there. That kind of thing. It's only.
You're exactly correct. I'm surrounded by people here in Portland, Oregon that are exactly like that. Trump is bad. Trump is evil. Don't say anything about Trump not invading foreign countries. I don't care. Trump is a meanie. Trump is a bully. Don't ask me why. Don't confront me with the facts. Don't confront me with the facts.
The problem
and anybody that's not Trump is perfect.
The problem with that is, they're not wrong. It's just that Biden is no better, and it goes vice versa. Like, Trump is not good. Neither is Biden. They're both very evil. They're both terrible for our country, for our liberties, for our rights. They're both going to screw us no matter what.
I agree with Tim Dillon when he says that President Trump is a casino boat captain, and Biden is probably like the Sith Lord or something. Neither of them are really great, but I think one might be a little bit worse.
Okay, but that's the whole trick, man. That's my whole point. But dude, no one cares about Joe Biden, and y'all are saying, well, they don't care. They'll just be happy and they'll follow him and be cool with the government taking all your rights away, even more than they have already, because that's obviously what they're trying to do. They'll be cool with Joe Biden forcing them to do that. Just never mind the tens and tens of millions of people with guns that will not do that because they hate that dude, right? But all the people that love him.
But here's the thing:
that,
as soon as Biden like rolls out the National Guard to help to take those people out, they're going to be applauding that because look at these domestic terrorists; they have got to go, and you can unfriend me if you don't think so, type of thing.
Yeah, this is the
whatever force is used against
grab.
them is going to be completely justified and cheered on by anyone against Trump.
Okay, so
because all those people are still just Trump supporters who can't get over it. That's it, and they don't look any further about how they might be right about all this other stuff.
My point is, bro, once he's president, say, how long before it wears off that it's just not Trump? Now it's like, well, that's your president. And if what happens is the government starts just because what the truth is, most people that vote for the left, like they don't really like the system overall. They want it to change massively, and so they don't really pay attention to it day to day, right? And now they have not Trump in there. They're good. They're going to keep going, and then the government's going to start trying to clamp down on them even further, and they're going to have to be cool with it because Joe Biden said so.
No, they're going to
even if
be
they
cool
are
with it
cool with it. What about the 100 million, 120 million or more Americans that aren't cool with it, where there are millions and millions and millions of guns?
Yeah, I totally hear you. I'm not like disagreeing with you, but I'm saying that I'm just telling you the other side of the coin of the blue versus the red. The blue is absolutely going to just say, well, these are old Trump supporters and they deserve any amount of National Guard and restrictions put upon them because we got to get rid of the bad people.
No.
Don't take my rights away because we've got to get rid of the old Trump supporters. Any amount of violating our rights is going to be worth it.
We're seeing it all play out right now with that, what they're calling the attack on the Capitol. It was peaceful protests when they were burning down fucking portions of cities all across the country. This is like the most egregious thing that could ever be done. This attack on the Capitol where one person got shot by a freaking suited officer and 3 more died of medical issues. The windows were smashed, so on and so forth. After let them in and opened the gates, the whole thing was a spin. Antifa, we know Antifa and actors, crisis actors, we know they were there. This is the right wing being pimped out right now. They're getting a whole bunch of right wingers with guns to get pissed off, and that's where what I mentioned earlier, where they're talking about on the 17th storming every Capitol building in the United States. Don't go thinking that Antifa is not going to be there at every single one of them. Don't go, that the crisis actors won't be there at every single one of them. The instigators won't be there at every single one of them. And they're already painting all of these gun owners and people who would dare protest with guns as terrorists. And this is the gun grab that we're about to see. They're going to say that this is the reason why we can't have extremist citizens owning weapons, and that's the way they're going to play this. Especially when Biden stays in office, he'll be pushing that, or gets in office, I should say.
Because again, if I think if you want to cause the most division, having Trump, I mean, I hear you, and I get it both ways, but I'm thinking if you want to cause more division, to me, it makes more sense to have Biden stay there because it pisses off everybody, and rightly so, that they just stole. So their righteousness in them is going to be justified, but then they just spin that in the media and have all the people who support not Trump are going to go with it and applaud it.
Well, the setup that we have right now, though, is okay. So if the right wing doesn't get their way with keeping Trump, they're going to storm every Capitol building with. They're going to be using their weapons to try to bully their way through. And if somehow Trump does get in, Antifa and every city, every BLM, all like they're going to do what they were doing after the George Floyd thing. They're going to burn down every freaking city. So we've either got guns on one side or burning buildings on another. This is pretty much what we're left with.
And either way, that the other side is going to be justified in their belief.
Yeah,
we've never been so divided ever. We're
absolutely
family members
not.
at each other's throats.
United we stand, divided we fall. And they have divide and conquer. That's the way that you make changes.
They literally have it down to a science. Because here's the other thing too. Yeah, if Trump gets in, it is going to piss off every single Democrat or anybody who voted against him or thought that he shouldn't be there. That is going to piss them off so much that it would literally, that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and they grab their pitchforks.
So that's why you would probably build all kinds of structures around all of the Capitol buildings.
Yes,
could be. I know that could be one thing. I'm just saying, like that they could, whatever they do, they know how to divide us either way, type of thing. But
If
right,
Trump's-
I don't know. It could be that way too. That what you're saying, absolutely. We don't know because they have so many cards in their hand to play.
Well, they are building. That's another building those structures.
No, that's actually interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. That's interesting to know.
Yeah, they're building barricades around every Capitol building in this country.
If Trump stays, though, I think the Democrats
it's a
won't take
Hegelian
the
dialect.
vaccines.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I was just going to say, if Trump stays, though, then the Democrat Party's not going to want to take the vaccines.
Well, the Democrat side is the most likely to take the vaccine, actually, and all the people that would call themselves Q, that would be the movement that tricks everyone and leads this, they are sketchy of vaccines anyway. They'll have to introduce some new type of technology that will trick everybody. But the left is the side actually more prone to just like they're the person that's going to run around driving with their mask on, then jump out with the mask, telling everyone they have to take the vaccine and take their
But it's Trump's vaccine. So if Trump stays,
I kind of understand
could be
what
a
you
way
mean.
that it would, like,
I kind of see your point, but I gotta say, if the television tells them to take the vaccine, if the TV says take the vaccine, the Democrats will take the vaccine. Trust me, I'm surrounded by them. I know these people.
100%. They're already on Facebook posting their cards that have their vaccination card. Proud of it.
And one thing the
thing with them setting up the barricades and stuff, they literally could have just incited this nonsense by themselves, simply to just further their barricades, and then being justifiable in the eyes of the left, thinking, yeah, we got to protect ourselves. This one guy at the Capitol only had a club to defend himself. In the United States, at the Capitol building, the hero guy was leading them in the wrong direction and that kind of thing, because all he had is a club to defend. Are you kidding? Congress defending them with clubs, that's all their issue with. All right, good job. You're now a defender of the Capitol building of the United States. Here's your club.
Are the companies that are building the barricades also leaving pallets of bricks out there? Like,
dude, this is what we do know, right? Based on the videos, what we know, I'll say it again, right? We have them building the barricades all around the Capitol buildings. They have huge generators, like these huge generators, dude, and tons of little generators. And then they have troops on every corner. The military's all throughout the city, all throughout Washington, D.C.
Well, the National Guard has been deployed since, like, I want to say like June or something like that in every single city around this country. They've already been there when they started doing their COVID testing and shit like that. They've been deployed. They've had all of their tanks and other like heavy equipment like stuffed away in like corners, like near railroad tracks and quarries and stuff like that. We got plenty of pictures of that. We know that the military is already in place and has been for a long time.
Yeah, Lou, what would you do if so they have put them in place, which is what you would do if you were going to pull off this military psyop? What would happen? What would everyone do, right? I mean, obviously, at this point, everyone would have to, but like they say that because of the social media censorship, Twitter kicked him off, et cetera, et cetera. Again, this is all script. It was all known this was going to happen. In order to circumvent the censorship, he's going to use the emergency broadcast system.
Actually,
And it goes even further where now one of the lead people that speak for the like Q narrative thing, right? Like I lost my train of thought. Good.
All right, so you're thinking about the EBS, the emergency broadcast system. Remember very early on, like shortly after Trump was president, he did a thing where all of a sudden, all phones were supposed to also kind of like the Amber Alert go off if something like that was to happen. And then in Hawaii, they got the false alarm of a nuke coming, right? Like, or an ICBM coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even back then, I knew that was a setup for something to come. Like, This is where, like, that's.
Well, check this. This is what I was going to say. And one of the main guys, right, and he's getting censored by everyone. He says that Apple is actually going to do like if you have an iPhone, to turn off your automatic update, because Apple's going to try to put something in an update that doesn't allow the emergency broadcast system. And in the guy's what you would call a tweet, but it's on Parler, which I think is shut down now too. They're making it so obvious this is a script, in my opinion. But I lost train of thought again.
Yeah, they Amazon pulled the Parler's.
I'm distracted.
Amazon pulls Parler's servers.
I want to point out something to you guys that I think is very important. So I live here just outside of Portland, Oregon, and back in 2016, 48 hours after the election was finished, and Hillary Clinton did not contest that. Keep in mind, that's an important part of the story. Hillary Clinton did not contest it. Right after the election happened, on the Thursday and Friday and Saturday afterwards, there were 3 nights of consecutive rioting. And keep in mind, these people were all angry and pissed off because of a just election. And keep in mind, like with $1 million damage being done the first night, and I don't know about the other 2 nights, but I was down there in all 3 of them, trying to show people, the New World Order and that the Democrat Party and the Republican Party are 2 sides of the same coin and stuff like that. But the point I'm trying to make is, if these people are crazy and stupid enough to riot and cause damage because of a just election that wasn't even contested, for God's sakes, it wasn't even contested, what do you think these people would do in what numbers if the television told them that Trump is a dictator and he's circumventing the law and he's being president for another 4 years?
Oh, exactly.
Right now,
Exactly.
The thing is, you have the dirty courts that are not contesting the obviously fraudulent election. You have the in the tank fake media that's putting out the propaganda, and you have just wall-to-wall censorship with Twitter, now Parler. You got to go to Gab now because they don't go through their censored speech channels, and so they're just using propaganda now to make anybody other than Trump the president.
And a lot of those protests are inorganic.
Yeah, it's Antifa. Antifa is just trying to light the spark for revolution by assassinating the occasional person in the melee, or doing the occasional photo op. It looks like to me.
I mean, shit, the protest of the Vietnam War began inorganic, and then sleeping people joined up believing the official narrative. All not.
Yeah, I agree with that. The point is, they can fool a lot of people into doing a lot of stupid things. I watched it over the summer, for God's sakes. I watched the friend of a brother of mine who I ran into in downtown Portland right before they started, putting tear gas on Antifa on one of those nights. He put a gas mask on with another friend of his and started walking towards a crowd. And I was asking him later, like, what are you doing? Like, what the hell are you doing? You're creating a human barrier with a gas mask between open space and Antifa clashing with the police. Like, what the hell are you doing? The guy's so fucking retarded. He doesn't have a clue. He doesn't have any coherent answer to that or anything. These people are fucking retarded. I'm serious. They are dangerously fucking retarded.
Well, they're victims. They're victims. Their emotions are being played with. it's natural for people to be steered that way. You know, like most of us here are lucky enough to see through the bullshit, right? Like, and most of us here aren't going to, you know, engage in that bullshit. But most people in the country are falling victim to it. Most people are being steered. It's not their fault. They're not retarded. They're just being human. Unfortunately, that's really what being human is.
That's why we have to tend the sheep, tend the flock.
Well, and how is this fight going to go down? I mean, eventually the side effects of the vaccine will kick in, and then the liberals will just die themselves. They don't have guns.
There's going to be, in
and
my
they'll
opinion,
die. And the military is also going to be forced to take this as well. So, I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to actually end up dying off themselves.
Well, no, see, all right. And you and I we're just going to disagree about this. I don't think the vaccine is going to kill people on a mass scale. Like, there might be some people with reactions that do die, but the main point of the vaccine is actually to modify your genetic code and to pass along these modified genes to your kin.
Yep. Well, I'm not going to say that can happen, but yes, they're modifying genes.
Yeah, Lunatic, there were many, and I can post shitloads of citations and proofs in the post text, where Bill Gates' vaccines in the past caused massive amounts of loss of human life. I agree with you that this current vaccine cycle is not focusing on the loss of life as much as sterilization. And
genetic modification via a binding domain that overrides your genetic structure with messenger RNA that's 100% synthetic.
Yeah, if they can change your genetic code to basically program it to what they want, then they have a way that they could isolate the people who carry the genes that they like and also modify certain parts of it and make them be very reproductive. And they could also make somebody sterile who has genes that they don't want to pass. You know what I mean? Like, they could say this person carries this gene, which makes them defiant and makes them question authority, you know, like, and they could make those genes not pass through to their kin. Where I think that's more of what this is. It's such a long play. It's not like we're going to see people start dying off. It's not like we're going to see an immediate drop, like not a huge one anyway, in fertility rate. It's just going to be those of us who already are what they would call dissidents, you know, like, yeah, all of a sudden their fertility rate will drop off.
Well, we don't know. We honestly don't know what the side effects are. We can speculate, but it's going to take years to actually see what the purpose of this medical product is for.
Well, it literally uses a binding domain and it latches on to your genetic structure and effectively overrides it. It gives it commands.
Yeah, so we're going to see the side effects of that because, yeah, it can make you infertile, but it can also maybe make you paralyzed. Like, who knows, right?
There's no telling.
Yeah.
You're
so
saying
that's
that
what
the
I'm
military
saying
has
is, like,
to get it, and so they'll get messed up too, is what you're saying?
Like, I'm just trying to point out, like, I mean, shit could really hit the fan, but, like, at the same time, the side that doesn't have the guns is going to be more inclined to take this product that could make them injured. So in the long haul, I mean, and same with the military, right? They're going to make all the people in the military take it. So I don't know. Maybe in the first year they could kick our butt, but after a while, they're going to have their own internal issues.
Have you guys seen some of the evidence from the VAERS website?
Want to take the vaccine that are on the quote unquote right. So, you know, like
that want to take
that don't. There's a huge percentage of people that don't trust, and then if you talk about like a percentage of people that like just certainly don't trust it yet because it hasn't been tested by people and shown that it's safe or whatever. Yeah, like a lot of people are sketchy about this. In my opinion, you're gonna have to
That's
find
good,
something better than this vaccine. They've already admitted it doesn't work and that things are mutating. Blah 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 blah. Like they have
It's actually the vast majority of people who don't trust this vaccine and don't want to take it, even if they believe in coronavirus, they don't want to take it. And we can see that in the fact with this Operation Warp Speed. They were projecting that they were supposed to have, the goal was to have 20 million Americans vaccinated with this vaccine before January 1st of this year. And as of a couple of weeks ago, or like as of like the 4th of this year or 7th of this year, they'd only had like 4 million people out of the 20 million that they projected in order to get it, which means, seeing as how it is only available to, it's not available to you and me, it's not available to the general public, it's available to the frontline workers, the healthcare workers, right? It's available to the elderly, those who are most at risk, those are in the nursing homes and so on. That means that those people who are supposed to be most at risk are denying the vaccine.
Well, that's good. The more people that deny it are more likely to also own guns and more likely to be on the side of freedom. So that's just more healthy people.
Yeah, that is a good sign. That is a good sign.
I mean, they have this elaborate plan, but again, I just got to see how it plays out, because I do think that they're going to fuck themselves over, honestly. Because
one thing you can do, iPhones and all their devices just like suddenly were taken over by an emergency broadcast system, and it just looped. This is the narrative that it's just going to loop evidence, detailed evidence of these crimes for certain allotted segments of time.
You can organize right now a boycott at your places that you work or places that you grocery shop. I've already done it myself at a butcher shop and the restaurant that I work at, and more than half of the staff at both these places were willing to write their name down on a list. I didn't ask them for a signature because I didn't want to be too intrusive, but for those of them that I put, a simple heading at the top of it saying, "Are you willing to take a mandatory injectable?" And the vast majority, not the vast majority, but more than half of the people at both places were like, hell no, I don't want to take a mandatory injectable. And you got to remember, you got to keep referring to it as an injectable, not a vaccine. Because when you call it a vaccine, you're playing their game. We shouldn't play their game. It's an injectable, a manufactured product in a syringe.
The fact that it's an mRNA, so-called vax, injectable, it tells you right away that it's not an injectable. In fact, the Moderna website will show you that they're calling it an operating system. They're saying that it's like an operating system that they're injecting. One that is programmable, one that they can alter and write. You know what I mean? Like a computer. Yeah. They're telling you this. So yeah, no, it is not a vaccine in the sense of what creating antibodies. It doesn't do that.
It's crazy because think about all the stuff they can pull off with this narrative if they were to go this route with the PSYOP. Trump can end up saying like, look, these vaccines aren't working out so well, and in fact, the only reason that I even went with them was because they were a new kind. They didn't require replicated stem cells from aborted babies. This was a new kind, and they said it was going to work magnificently, and we listened to them, and it didn't work. But we can't go back to the other vaccines. You could just play the vaccines are bad card with Trump in the future, and I called that a way out. And then I got to where I thought, "There's no way." Wow, this dude, Operation Warp Speed, what a clown show. And now I'm thinking, well, dude, if people aren't even taking it, that was already known that tons of people in the United States were sketchy of vaccines before all of this. So.
Well, that's the thing also that I wanted to point out, though, is if the frontline workers, the people who are nurses and doctors and stuff like that, are refusing it, they're not taking it, well, then they're the ones who are educated on the topic. It's when you guys were talking about how the Democrats are lining up for it, yes, they are, but it's these ignorant people who are lining up for it. The people who are in the know about what this is are scared. They're scared of it. They are unwilling to take it. They don't want to be the first person in line.
Dude, if the company owner that makes that vaccine hasn't taken it yet.
Yeah.
I mean, like Lunatic was saying, it's groupthink. Like Pennsylvania wanted to, didn't want to be the first state to contest the election. Oh, when other people file in, we'll go ahead and join. So, the vaccine's the same way. They don't want to be the first ones to stick their neck out and be observed.
Well, and I don't know how these liberals are going to try to fight the patriots. These people are hiding in their house still. They're too afraid to go to the grocery store. I don't know how they're going to switch somehow and get all this courage to start fighting people. They're pussies.
Yeah, you got to
be very careful not to call them that. Be very careful not to call them liberals. That's what they want you to call them. They are not liberals. They are leftists. And the reason why they're leftists is because they wipe their ass with their left hand, don't wash it, and then go and eat with their left hand.
Yeah, whatever.
I am a liberal.
Whatever you want to call these people, they were Richard said, they wear the mask in the car. I don't know how they're gonna just hit the streets and start fighting. They had to hire homeless people to be Black Lives Matter. They had to hire those people.
That's another thing in Australia where they've been so draconian with so few freaking problems. That's one of their latest things is now they're mandating that you wear your mask even alone in your car.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Wow, dude.
Well, Australia, they don't have guns. They took those.
You didn't hear?
Why they can't do that here.
Did you see what I posted? Did you see?
You
what
didn't
I
hear Joe Biden's spew after he took the second dose?
Oh. Joe Biden took the injectable.
Yeah, he took the second dosage or whatever.
Oh wow.
Supposedly.
Yeah,
supposedly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know if they're shooting him with saline or if they're using a freaking one of those retractable needles, just like a prop knife where it just retracts into the handle. You don't know if they're doing that shit.
They probably gave him drugs to give him an upper just to get him going for the day.
Yeah, his amphetamine syrup.
If they really wanted the truth, wouldn't they get one of these doctors that are super skeptical and they talk all bad about the vaccine, or are they check it, they think it's sketchy, right? You would give them the vaccine, right? They would give the vaccine. That way we know it's legit. And how is the fact that they just feel compelled to show politicians on camera getting the vaccine to try to convince you that they're safe not sketchy? How is that just brushed past like it's normal?
Yeah, incredibly, I heard there was a poll of people who actually the vast majority said they would be willing to take it if they saw their political leader take it. That's what people make their decision based upon. It's absolutely crazy, but that's the way people think.
Then they'll go home and tell their kids, do as I say, not as I do.
You think everybody watches and is for sure that dude got the vaccine that modifies your genetics? I should go get one.
No, they have no idea that it actually modifies your genetics. They have no idea, even though they tell you over and over and over again that it uses that it's an mRNA vaccine, messenger RNA vaccine, and that it doesn't actually have a depleted version of any virus in it, that it actually modifies your DNA in order to make you somehow, some way, unsusceptible to it.
Yep. But if you look it up, the normie looks it up, there's fact check, talking about how that's not true. You'd be surprised. Have you read those? The ones that say, fact checking the conspiracy theory that the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines modify your genetics.
I realized that a lot of these Democrats were mentally lost when I realized that so many of them around me, including my own family members, think that President Trump is worse than President Bush. And when I bring up the topic of the Iraq war to them, they're like, oh, no, he's still worse. No, President Bush was much better than Trump. That's the moment that I realized these people have no intellectual integrity. They are dangerously stupid.
Well, whoever is in power at the time is the most dangerous person in the world. That's just how that works.
So y'all think it's just coincidence they built all these barricades and rolled out the generators?
Oh well, it's fucking across social media that armed people are going to be storming every Capitol building. No, it's not coincidence. It doesn't mean that Trump's going to stay in.
Oh, I'm not saying it means that Trump's staying in. I'm saying who's in charge of the military? And who's been in charge for 4 years, and built it up and had it doing things and moved it in place? I mean, it's the commander-in-chief.
You're pointing out that Trump is the person like behind all this shit, basically.
Well, yeah, just based on the way that the powers are delegated, like he's in charge of the military.
The Joker from The Dark Knight, basically.
Halliburton's in charge of the military.
No, they're a private. Halliburton is a private military contractor that they get the contracts for rebuilding when shit goes crazy.
Or they're the ones who make money off the military.
They're one of many who make a lot of money off the military.
Yeah, Lockheed Martin, you going down the list.
Yeah, so all the movement within the military, who would have to okay that and or would have directed it, Donald Trump.
Does anyone know anybody currently in the military? Like, what is the vibe when it comes to the coronavirus within the active military? Like, do they think it's legit, or are they like, this is bullshit? We've seen way worse.
Can I just add something about the vaccine? That this thing is actually not a vaccine. They're using the word vaccine to sneak it under the public health exemptions. This is, as you mentioned, it's an mRNA packaged in a fat envelope, and it's a medical device designed to stimulate the human cell into becoming the actual pathogen creator. So this is not a vaccine in any legal definition under the CDC or FDA. This is actually considered a treatment. And if they were to say to you, this is a treatment, you could also ask them, well, what other treatments are there available? So they're sneaking this thing under a vaccine title to try and get certain exemptions.
It's basically CRISPR, which is gene editing technology. And what people don't seem to really grasp is that once it's been introduced into the populace, whether it's 10 people, 100 people, 1 million people, it doesn't matter. Eventually, this thing changes the genome of all human beings forever. It's irreversible.
And think about it this way as well.
How could it change it for all of them?
So
eventually, it just the thing is
the days that will be shortened for the elect's sake, for no flesh would survive.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, okay, if all they have to do is introduce it in, and if that person reproduces, and that person's children also reproduce, and that person's, it gets passed on forever, and it is irreversible. Eventually, given many generations, pretty much almost everybody will have it.
Right.
But wait, I thought you said it was going to make them sterile.
But think about it this way as well. Like Moderna was started as a chemotherapy company for cancer and not as a vaccine manufacturer. So if we said that we were going to give all people a prophylactic chemotherapy for the cancer that they don't yet have, we'd be laughed out of the room. But yet we're going to be giving them prophylactic gene therapy for a flu that they don't yet have.
That's crazy.
A very good analogy. I like that analogy.
And for something that is, a so-called pandemic where we have less deaths this year or over the last year than in the previous 13 years. Since
because you're wearing masks, Lou. That's what someone said to me like 2 days ago. I said the flu. Actually, specifically, I said, look, but the flu just disappeared. It's just the flu. The flu just disappeared this year. Yeah, masks and social distancing and everyone making sure they're using hand sanitizer. Bro, if you don't kick rock, so
you're just
calling the flu something else this year.
We're finally being responsible, just like in China. They've been doing it since SARS in like 2003 or whatever it was. Like,
is social distancing an oxymoron?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You can't be social and distance yourself from society.
Double speak almost.
It's like gender fluidity. The construct.
So I was wondering how they were going to pull that off with the whole like flu thing, and turns out they just straight up just came out later down in the game, you know, and said, "Yeah, the flu's like 93% down this year."
Yeah, but at the same time, they're telling you it's more important than ever to get your flu vaccine.
Like, dude, they just came out and told them that, you know, like months and months ago. I was like, how is this going to play out? This is clearly just like what they call the flu. And, you know, now come to find out, they've got the people so freaking brainwashed. They can just straight up tell them, yeah, I promise this is real. The tests are super sketchy and all this stuff, but I promise all the numbers are accurate. This is real. And we're not misdiagnosing it. And coincidentally, the flu's down 93% this year.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've heard like 98, 99%. Like,
oh yeah, okay. That's even worse.
But the thing, okay, so check this out. So like I said, I've heard it on my news, and I'm sure you did too, that they tell you that getting the flu vaccine is more important than ever this year, even though it's down between 93 and 99%. So people are sketchy about getting this mRNA coronavirus vaccine. What's to say that isn't the same vaccine that they're putting into the flu shot?
Hey, Lou, does it come with a Trumpy bear? Because then I'd have to consider it.
But
that would be a crazy trick. That would be a crazy trick. Yeah,
they could easily trick you into taking the vaccine.
Yeah, because people have been taking it, you know, so they're gonna justify it to themselves that way, that they've taken flu shots for years.
Yeah. They could just stick the same thing into the same mRNA vaccine into the flu shot, and now you've taken it unwillingly.
If they served it in a liquor glass with an umbrella and some ice, I might be a little tempted.
The thing is that you just gotta stay away from vaccines. I'm trying to point out that there's articles and stuff acknowledging that over half of Americans are skeptical of vaccines years ago. Like, you know, a few years ago, 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, and in the 70s as well.
But you know, the problem is that this is not really a vaccine, even in the legal term, but they've pulled us into the vaccine debate, and now you're either an anti-vax or you're so they've steered the conversation towards where they want us to argue. It's a treatment. It's like it's a medical treatment. It's a forced medical treatment, and I don't want. If a woman has a right to choose my body, my choice when it comes to abortion, how can you not have my body, my choice when it comes to injections? So
injectables,
double speak.
Medical malpractice is the number one cause of death everywhere in the world.
Correct.
So there's a reason why people don't trust big pharma and the medical industry.
Okay. And that's malpractice. So that's just when the doctor got it wrong.
Guys, what happens when they use this technology Lou was talking about, right? And it's in the form of something super convenient, not detectable, doesn't take long, super efficient. They give it to tons of people. You see it not only does it do something bad, but like immediately starts like working really well. And they can even update it remotely because it is this nanoparticle, and it can actually, using the quantum dot, can basically keep track of your body activity. So in theory, they would say, look, it's going to monitor your body activity and make sure you're good to go.
It could even be time released, like most psychedelics.
It does this with bioluminescence, so it tracks the light in your body, right?
And the bioluminescence is on the exterior so that they can see if you've had your updates.
That's
so
the Lucifer.
The luciferase,
Yep.
It's a light emitting enzyme so that they can basically flash a light over your hand and see if you've had it or not.
Yeah.
But
yeah, well, really, they could
the
from a distance.
nanoparticles. They've even described that the nanoparticles are they can recombine into multiple applications. So if they send it a certain signal, for example, it can become like an ambulance that it takes things to cells, and then if they need, it can also become a tank and destroy cells. So
yeah,
Look at the bright side. If the bioluminescents are bright enough, then you'll never need a flashlight.
No, I kind
look
of
on the bright side.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't think it shows itself all the time. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be only viewable under like a certain light, like a UV light. Like
Yeah,
they
you can't see it to the naked eye. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah,
You're right,
wave
Lou.
like a UV light over the skin, and then you can see it.
Yeah, we're talking about why everyone will take it. So you roll out this vaccine. People are already sketchy of vaccine, traditional vaccines. This is a brand new, and people are super sketchy of it, even more so. And then they say it maybe gets worse, or it mutates, or it comes from somewhere else, or whatever narrative they run with. Or maybe even they come out and it dies down or whatever. But whatever they run with, seemingly the mutation that it's getting worse, and these vaccines don't work, which they're already showing you, and that they're dangerous and stuff. Like they even have a girl faint on camera. I mean, it's wild. Like everyone knows they're sketchy, and so they're gonna come in with the new one.
and the mutation could be time released, like they do in all psychotropic.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I got a question. It's like my, you can say, kind of first time in here. So I have a question that what are the proofs that shows that why the Earth is flat and the images that we see of Earth is fake?
Okay, well, we observe the Earth to be flat, we measure the Earth to be flat, and we practically use the Earth to be flat.
We see too far, basically.
Like swamp.
Yeah, we see too far when we have measurements of how far we see. It's a flat surface, and we see too far again. All right.
And NASA images have been proven to be faked.
They actually admit that they are composite images on their own website.
Oh, so they admit that they are fake on their website?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
bro,
do.
it's
I mean, they don't
It
say
has to
these
be.
are fake images, but they say that they are not actual like photos. You have to understand the difference between an image, a photo, and a picture. Okay, three have a specific definition. They call them images, and images are doctored. They use computers to blend images, other images together, stuff like that. They don't claim that is an actual picture, like a photography photo from space. Nothing that they have claims to be that way. Well, there's two images that they do claim to be that way, but they're easily debunked also.
Okay. So what you're saying is like, that you have a flashlight that, shines 1,000 miles away, and you're standing in India. If you shine that flashlight, and in the way it's shooting, there's no hills or anything to stop the flashlight. If you shine that flashlight all the way to America, if that flashlight is possible, it should hit the target.
No, not a flashlight. No.
I mean, a laser. Okay,
even with a laser, no matter what, like a laser has culmination. Like you have a culmination filter on a laser. Even a laser, it's like a focused flashlight, but it still spreads out over distance like a flashlight and gets weakened. So over distance, it is going to become too dispersed to be able to actually receive. And then also on top of that, we have atmospheric light extinction. Like we're not living in a vacuum. There's all kinds of stuff in the air that helps to obscure that also over very, very long distances.
I get you.
Yeah. And plus, dude, they say the Earth is like 72% water, bro, and water always finds its level. You know.
That's why I wonder why NASA has so many number of artists and graphic designers more than astronauts and these things.
Yeah, man.
They probably have more than Pixar. Hey, I have a suggestion for you. You should go to duckduckgo.com and type into the search engine USGS World Map and look under the images section.
Okay, I'll do that just right now. Tell me what to do.
Go to duckduckgo.com, the search engine, and type into the search engine.
It was just cracking.
DuckDuckGo, DUCK.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and type in USGS World Map, as in United States Geological Survey World Map.
Okay.
But the point is, Mr. Defaulter, did you get the answer? Hello.
What's up, Angad?
Hi guys. How are you?
Hi, man.
Hi, Roger. What's up?
Not much. We're talking to Defaulter.
Defaulter, yeah. I was saying that, did he get his answer or not? Mr. Defaulter.
Hello, Defaulter.
You mean about the world map?
I don't want to call him again.
No, he said that. Yeah, the proof thing. Yeah.
The proof. He wants the proof by the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we answered him, man. We're having a conversation with him, and he's
That's why I'm
maybe his net or something, dude. I don't know.
He's working through it. I see you're on the fence, but you've been taken down by the 3 points yourself. So,
yeah, man.
So, yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing. And when I also said, so you got observed to be flat, right? What you see too far. Measured to be flat, and then practically used to be flat. For example, airplanes assume a flat, non-rotating surface, right? That's how they're engineered. That's how they're built. Like, that's practically how they're used. It's the only way that they work. So, it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat.
I have one thing to say. You say that these companies are doing this to get control of our knowledge, right? To get control, basically. Can't they just keep it like this? The Earth is flat, and then they could get control of our knowledge. Because no one's gonna check if the Earth is round or flat. Because a common person doesn't have the ability to go up. So can't they just keep it like?
Assumption you have to go up. I don't know where you're going up to, right? Because we know what they called space can't exist because the pressure would go out into the vacuum. So there's some type of firmament or containment. There's some type of containment there, right? So we can only stick to the surface of the Earth. Like, what's the Earth doing?
Oh.
And so what you could do, though, is you could just go to the center, for example, where people aren't allowed to go. Like, you can't just go to the North Pole. Unbeknownst to most people, you also can't go past the 60th south latitude. So actually,
no one's. Yeah. I know.
Right.
That.
So, like, if you really could figure out, you don't have to go to this idea of space that they showed you in movies and stuff because it defies physics.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so like what's in the center? I don't know. We're not allowed to go, man. What's at the outside? I don't know. Everywhere we go, bro, the Earth is flat and we see way too far everywhere. It's flat everywhere. There's no curve anywhere. It is the elusive curve. It is nothing more than imagination.
I don't know why people say that if you go on an airplane, you see flat surface. I don't know why they say this, but is that a lie or something?
No, of course you see flat surface from the plane.
You see flat.
I mean curves.
Oh yeah, that's not true at all. No, you never would.
Yeah, I know,
right? You have certain planes have certain window panes that are like layered, and they'll impose.
Yeah, that may be the window. Correct.
Yeah, but I've been in a plane. Every time I'm in a plane, it looks flat, and the sun looks super, super local.
I experienced this thing now just before. 2 or 3 days I experienced this thing.
Do you know what is the sun? The sun is flat. The moon, no, nothing.
We don't. I mean, we don't make claims as to what the sun and moon are, bro. But
Yeah, I know, but I was just,
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
we only see, for example, with the moon, we see one quote unquote side of it forever, always, right? Like that would be assuming there's another side, though, to even call it a side. Really, technically, we just see the moon. It looks the same forever. To assume that it's a sphere, well, we have no evidence for that at all. You know, and they try to
We
say
just know
this.
that it is there.
Yeah, yeah, and it's balanced with the sun, and it has a cycle just like the sun does.
We can
Actually, Canon,
And
it's
they're the
only
same
guess
size.
what it is.
And they're the same size, which is actually a huge difference in the models, quote unquote. We don't have a model though, but right, they say that the sun and moon appear to be the same size in the sky, but in fact, the sun is actually 400 times greater in size than the moon. It just coincidentally is also 400 times further away, which makes it look like they're the same size in the sky, so that we can have eclipses, etc. As opposed to they're just local and both the same size, and that's why they look the same size, which is what flat Earth
And
is.
yet, somehow, some way, when an eclipse happens, the path of totality is 70 miles in diameter, and they tell us that the moon is 2,150 miles in diameter. How does that make any sense?
yeah, size matters.
Just think about that, dude. They say everything came from nothing basically and exploded into this ever expanding universe and all this stuff, right? And so what would make the Earth so special that this could happen to where somehow it just looks like the sun and moon are exactly the same size in our sky, to where we have like eclipses, but the way that we do, yeah, full eclipses, but it's just a coincidence somehow.
So the shadow that projects on the moon of the Earth when it is a lunar eclipse, that's something else.
Yeah, that is not a shadow of the Earth. And in fact,
Have
dude,
you
there
ever
is an
seen
eclipse.
a red shadow?
There's a lunar
Canon.
eclipse called the Selenelian eclipse, also coined the impossible eclipse, and it's where the moon and the sun are both up above the horizon during the eclipse, which could never happen in this globe Earth heliocentric model, right? Because they say eclipses are because the sun's light is being blocked by the Earth and it's casting a shadow onto the moon. Yet the moon and the sun are both up above the Earth, up above the horizon during the eclipse. Also, there are eclipses where it will in fact come from the top down, the shadow, quote unquote, will, where it would be the opposite. It would come from the bottom up if the sun was going down under the Earth. So yeah, there's an eclipse that happens called the Selenelian eclipse that literally couldn't happen if their model was true. But no, it's not the Earth casting a shadow.
They tell us that Mercury is 26 million miles away from the sun and that the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun. But yet somehow when we're facing away from the sun during the nighttime, we can see Mercury.
How is that even possible, dude?
It's possible if you're a leftist.
It isn't, right? It isn't possible.
Yeah, it isn't. No, it's not.
Yeah, welcome to Clown World, man. They told us all we live on a ball, but we do not, my man.
Still, Canon, it is very difficult to explain the world. The Earth is flat, and if we started talking about the sun and the moon, nobody's gonna listen.
See,
well, we
some
just discussed
global
the sun and the moon. The sun and moon do nothing but further evidence for the flat Earth in the sense that there are things that happen in the sky that falsify the heliocentric model.
Yeah,
but it doesn't prove what the surface of the Earth is. In order to do that, you have to go look at the surface of the Earth. You know. Oh, we did that though. I'm actually about to go all around the United States, tentatively, in theory, and try and look at the Earth all over the place. And it is flat everywhere, bro.
In order to observe, yeah, it is flat. There's nothing extra.
But if it's flat everywhere, and when it's clear, you can see further, and we have days where you can see super far, and the horizon's really, really far away. I mean, that can't happen on a globe Earth, and it can't happen It can't happen, period, on a globe Earth one time. It certainly couldn't happen all over the Earth and it be a globe, right? It's flat everywhere. So there you go.
And it's so amazing once you can see it, and you get on the open road and you drive and mile after mile after hundreds of miles, and you just gone straight till you see that vanishing point, and then you suddenly reach the vanishing point, and then there's a new vanishing point, and it's just so flat. It's so obviously flat. It's like, how did we not see this stuff?
Anyway, there you go, man. All kinds of things, like when you see this, you've seen a sunset.
Yeah.
So, you go out wherever, say you're on the beach, right? And you're looking out and you see a sunset. You see the sun go out in the distance and then the sun sets. So it's called a sunset. But according to the globe Earth model, in fact, the sun is still and it just looks like it's moving. And during a sunset, actually what's happening is you are falling backwards.
Correct.
Can you explain that again, please? I didn't understand.
No, okay.
I mean, the globe Earth model says that when you see a sunset, the sun's not actually setting. It's still. It just looks like it's moving and setting because you, in fact, are falling backwards.
Yeah. Like we are.
Because you're rotating, right? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
And if you've ever said to someone, do you feel like you're falling backwards right now during a sunset? They'll say, you're being...
No, why? But, okay, no, yeah. Correct.
Falling backwards and spinning, by the way.
Well, that's why you're falling. Yeah. Your spin is making you just stand on the earth. Dude, but just think about it. We've all seen them. Sunsets are beautiful. The sun moves in the sky and it gets down towards the horizon. It sets. Like that. Imagine that you're just free falling backwards, basically. Is wild.
Crazy.
And I've posted a
Typically, when you're watching a sunset,
as the sun sets, if you zoom in, you'll actually see that it's still well above the horizon, even though initially it looked like it's already half occluded.
typically when you're watching a sunset with somebody, you're falling in love with them, not falling backwards, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to call them Earth fallbacks.
Let me fix the satellite,
It's getting
guys.
sillier and sillier, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know how they don't get it. They don't get this, crazy deception that they're playing against you.
Yeah, bro, I can do you one better too. Let's say we go back in time a few thousand years and we look up at the sky. It's like, oh, there's this star. It's in the middle and all the other stars move around it. Okay, and it resets over top of our Earth over and over and over. So we're going to record it. All right. Now let's fast forward to now, Clown World 2021, quote unquote. The star's still in the center and all the stars still go around. They still do the same thing and they're cyclical and they come back around at the same point in the sky, around the center point, over and over and over for all of recordable history. So they tell you, in fact, the sky isn't moving. The Earth is moving. And it's spinning and it's revolving while the solar system's shooting through the galaxy, which is also shooting through space.
Yeah.
Yet the sky keeps resetting, and we don't feel any movement. Dude, the Earth isn't moving, and you look up, and the sky does move, and it comes back and it resets. And the sun and moon have a cycle too. They told you everything is actually the opposite. So when you feel like you're not moving, you're moving. When it looks like the sky's moving, it's not moving.
What about Mr. Isaac Newton and Einstein?
Plus, you can't prove anything from the heliocentric model anyway. There's no proof. You can't prove anything. Terrible.
I mean, that doesn't prove either way, right? That could go either way, but the point is just there's no evidence at all that the Earth's moving. Like, you would see the effects of that.
But the apple did fall.
Distinctive shape. That distinctive shape, man. Where is it?
Yep.
You have something called the semicircular canals in your vestibular system, which is a system in your ears that helps your body establish equilibrium, spatial reasoning. So it detects angular motion. And
What is it again?
Semicircular canals in the vestibular system.
Okay.
In your ear.
Yeah, in your ear.
Yeah.
And it helps you establish equilibrium and spatial reasoning. So if you were spinning, you would feel it. I mean, that's literally how your freaking equilibrium's established with your body.
Or if you lean
So you're saying that there's no spinning at all?
Yeah,
No,
man,
the
it's
Earth's not
stationary.
spinning, man. The sky moves over top of the Earth, man. Like, have you ever felt the Earth move? Can you show me any evidence of the Earth moving? If I put a drone and if I fly a drone up high in the air and I leave it there for a day and I come back, is it going to still be in the same exact place? Like, is it going to still hover over top of the Earth in the same place, or is the Earth moving underneath it? We have everything we ever do is the evidence is the Earth is never moving.
Canon, have you ever tried making the Polaris time lapse?
Sorry?
Have you ever tried making the Polaris time lapse?
No, I have not.
Can anyone explain him, please? Because it would be difficult for me for explaining him. I just came here.
Yeah, I mean, it just.
I just know
like I was telling you earlier,
how
there's a
it
center
works.
star. There's a center star, it's Polaris, and if you time lapse it, it's just going to be a concentric circle around that center star, perfect circle, and it's always been like that. So.
Okay.
How could that happen, bro? If we were spinning and shooting through space, like what we would see in the sky would change drastically.
Yeah,
we even have reoccurring comets. The cycle, the Saros cycle, which predicts the eclipses, was long ago discovered, and NASA still uses it to this day. So it's nothing to do with spinning.
Yeah, long before heliocentrism. And if you look at certain like monuments around the world, like these like the Great Pyramids, they're aligned with certain celestial like
stars or something. Yeah.
And our sailors all throughout history have used star maps to navigate, and those maps have never changed. All of our orientation has been based off of the stars all throughout history, and it has never changed. If you are on a ball that is floating through space and everything is floating in its own direction, that stuff to change over at least, maybe not much in your lifetime, but over many lifetimes, it would have to change. But it's always stayed the same. All of the star maps are the same.
Yeah. You can still navigate by the same stars all the time forever. You're not going to get lost.
That's true.
This is all proving to you that the Earth is not moving and somebody is lying.
Like, dude, how could I take a drone and fly it out there and hover it above the ground and it just stay there? Or same with the hot air balloon. Or
can you repeat?
Anything. Yeah, why can't I just take a drone and hover it in one place? And if I were to just keep hovering it there, it's just going to stay there. Well, are you saying if the Earth is spinning, it has a spin with the Earth? They even say that. But that's not what they say. That's not even what the model says. It says it spins separately.
And if that was really, really happening, we would have satellite videos of this thing. This Earth spinning with aircrafts flying upside down, ships sailing upside down. We'd have it. We'd have these images.
Yeah, we'd also see like a full, uncut, beginning to end outside view of a rocket, like re-entering the atmosphere.
Yeah. We'd have these images. It's unacceptable that we don't have these images, actually.
How could we not have that golden footage of just videotaping the rocket re-entering the atmosphere from space? and then having cameras all within the atmosphere, all the way down to the Earth, ready to record it when it gets in, and have it all recorded when it re-enters. You would immediately do the first time you did it. You would have that shot.
Yeah, it's a must-have shot. It's a must-have.
We've never got one. We've never. Got one.
We've already paid the money. The taxes have already been paid.
Hello.
Satellites have been deployed apparently. So by that measure, we should be having, it should be peppered all over your computer screen, all different angles.
Yeah, they could zoom in on something upside down on a ball.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
I'm demanding that. Next time I speak to NASA, I'm going to demand the damn thing.
That's a question to ask NASA, like an employee. Like, how come we've never gotten footage of a rocket re-entering the atmosphere?
Yeah, if you will. Thanks. Can I have that right away? You must have some on record. Yeah, give me a copy.
What about the second law of thermodynamics?
What do you mean? They'll ask you, what do you mean by that?
Oh yeah, this
What do you
medium
mean
your
by what I
agency
mean?
lies about going to defies natural law, bro.
Well, no, you're going to get a letter back saying something along the lines of NASA hasn't had the ability to go to space for over a decade, so you're writing the wrong people. Like they, even if they were going to space, then we're still paying taxes. They're getting budget increases, and they don't even have a means of transportation to get there.
Yeah, look at that. How
yeah,
rude
but they
is
say
that?
SpaceX does,
The audacity.
Yeah, Lou, did you hear before the budget committee trying to justify their want for the budget? And the congressman asked him, do you have a viable plan for this mission to Mars? And dude from NASA's like, no, we don't. But blah, 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 blah. I was trying to justify this budget.
Yeah, well, NASA doesn't have a shuttle program. They don't have, they don't own SpaceX. Until SpaceX a few years ago, they were relying on the Russians of all people. You know how we're supposed to be enemies with Russia? Yeah, Russia was our taxi service to the fucking ISS for like 7 years, 9 years, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in the meantime, without even having a mode of transport to space, they created an entire new force, the Space Force.
Yeah. And one of my friends rang him up, to try and join, making out he was an ex-Marine, and he tried to be recruited, but they weren't ready. They said, not yet. We're not actually recruiting yet. That was 2 years ago.
Well, it's just a branch of the Air Force, and it's people who literally sit behind a desk looking at a computer screen. Nobody's going anywhere. That is what they call the Space Force.
There you go.
Bro, you didn't know that we were going to go to space? Bro, chill. So we should go, what are you saying? Fine, let's go find SpaceX employees? Is that even a feasible task?
Yeah.
If they're sitting behind a computer screen, then maybe we should call it the Cyberspace Force.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and NASA also gives money to SpaceX anyway. They donate.
Yeah, of course. So where are these goofballs? Does anyone know?
Yeah, I mean, everybody here knows somebody who either is a veteran or in, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. But what about the Space Force?
I think I would have a feeling that. Oh, that could be great content, dude. Flat smacking Space Force members. Oh man,
I'm in the Space Force.
How do we get to the Space Force group?
It's still pretty new, so there's not that many of them, but they're out. They got to be out there.
Wait, I know Jose's got to connect in that area, bro. The stars may align, bro, and I'm flat smacking the shit out of Space Force. What do they call them? Guardians.
The Guardians of the
Galaxy.
They straight up came out and said that the name of the people in Space Force is Guardians.
Well, and then look at their logo too, and then compare it to the Star Trek logo.
Yeah, and they have this place that they train on Earth. It's just
dude, it's straight out of Super Troopers.
Yeah, or yeah, exactly. The Guardians of Domeland Security.
How about instead of Guardians of the Galaxy, we call them Guardians of the Fallacy?
Yeah.
What I don't get is how come if CNN can just always get this passed to the White House and Trump supposedly hates them, why can't I just be an independent journalist and get up in the White House and ask Trump a question? I mean, I'm not saying I'm just asking.
They don't.
That's the
thing is they don't take independent journalists. They are hand selected by the president, the people who are allowed to be in there.
Yeah.
Think about how wild that is.
Well, that is wild, and then especially seeing as how the way that Trump made it, like he would always have people that he would pick on, like he hated that person, but he like picked that person to be there.
That's what I'm saying. I guess you would have to say it's like somehow he had to pick the mainstream ones. I don't know. It's hilarious because he always talks about it, and it's like, bruh. Well, then why don't you just have people come in there and ask you like awesome questions? But actually, my question wouldn't be awesome in his opinion, probably. Let's be real. I'd find a way to have. Can I ask a couple questions? You know, we'd have to get to the bottom of some stuff. I don't know what I would even be able to do though, but it was just a point. But I'm interested in the Space Force thing now, big time. But I bet none of them know anything about like the intricacies of the physical claims of this realm of space, right? You know, but maybe they do. Maybe they'll surprise me, and then they'll get like just eviscerated within their own religion or something. But we need to. We're gonna put that on the objective list.
All right, on your next video, title it "A Call to the Space Force," like or something like along those lines. Like try to grab their attention. You know, looking for the Space Force. See if you can get somebody who's in the Space Force to talk to you.
Okay, that's not a terrible idea.
I've just had a flashback of the reporter who threw both his shoes at Bush, and Bush was quick at the duck. Do you remember that? Anybody remember that? A reporter taking off his shoes and throwing it at George Bush.
Yeah, dude was. Hey, Bush is a spry old man.
He was quick,
dodging those fuckers. Like he's smiling the whole time. He's like, "You got another one?"
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of the potentially pending psyop, have y'all seen that video of George Bush's funeral, George Bush Sr.'s funeral, where certain people in the crowd have this envelope in their brochure or whatever you call it, their pamphlet that you get at the funeral. This little booklet. Certain people had an envelope in it, and George Bush included. And then besides George Bush is Linda, I guess, and then there's Jeb Bush, and like a Secret Service dude leans in after George Bush gets back from his speech, hands him this letter. George Bush is like discreetly grabbing the letter, hands it to whatever her name is, Linda, I guess, and then she shows Jeb, and he has like panic on his face, and it's just like all of these confused, bewildered reactions to certain people that had an envelope in their
in their brochure.
Yeah, and their thing in the George Bush funeral.
In every one of those envelopes was a picture of them having sex with an underager.
Some say the rumor is I can show a picture that's rumor. I mean, I can't verify the picture or anything, but it's like they know everything. Period. Sorry. Period. And then signed George Bush Sr. It's like a little card. I don't know.
You're next.
I'll find the picture in the video though.
Anyway, taking your shoes off and throwing it at someone in Islam is the height of the disrespect. Okay? The highest disrespect you can pay anyone is to take your shoes off and throw it at them. Okay? So I thought it was really funny.
I'll throw my shoes at you when I see you, Jim. I'm sure we could do wiser things than throw shoes at people, but yeah.
Ducking, don't you worry.
A well placed loogie from long distance would be my cup of tea.
it's true though, man. Like you got to ask yourself the questions. Like, what they're not showing you. Like, I mean, I was listening to Wits earlier talking about why don't they re-enter the atmosphere and show you sort of re-enter footage coming back into the Earth. You know, it's not just about what they are showing you; it's what they ain't showing you. It's just where your focus should be more at, really. You know, because the stuff that they're throwing in your face is to convince you of the lie. But then, what about everything else that comes from it?
Also cameras on the rocket.
Well, don't you know they're showing you what they have thought? Like everything they've shown you was extra. They didn't even have to give you that. They're not there just to address the naysayers, a corner of the internet who don't believe them. You know, like that's that whole argument. Like we could ask for more cameras, more transparency, but that's not their goal. Their goal is for science and you know all of that.
And they're just the byproducts of showing you these launches, and you know that ain't their goal to prove the Earth. It's just that's a byproduct of space exploration. And yeah, I've heard that as well. You're totally right. It's also a double. It's also the way of never really just. It's like an excuse why they don't just give us something concrete and something that's just just blatantly. Obviously, that they are doing what they are doing. Put some camera equipment on the moon. You know, just sending probes to Mars and then sending us little satellite images of the Earth behind the moon, and it's just not good enough for me. Like, show me the moon, the sun, and like give me some good footage of like the sun and the whole. Give me like a 360 parameter view of the solar system. You know, and just give me something great rather than these like cartoons.
Well, a good argument there would be they're always complaining about not having enough of a budget to do what they want in space. So why not, you know, if they supposedly put retro reflectors on the moon when they went back in the 60s and early 70s, why not put cameras there and give us that 24/7 view from the moon of Earth? That would bring up like views and people would have more of an attachment to it and more of a reason to fund it. They could do it privately, which would earn way more money than taxing people. They could literally get donations from, you know, just crowdsource donations from all these space fans and everything else. You know, so why not do that? Give us something to look at, and then get the fans to donate. And
every time you think about it, every time you look at the Milky Way galaxy or the solar system, it's some 3D image. Like I want something raw. I want to see it. Like, you know, I don't want you your virtual reality solar system. I want to see if what you're saying is true, and there's nothing there to see because like you say, budgets, excuses, and satellite imagery from the back of the moon. It's so piss poor. It's actually it's like evidence against them. You know, like when I watch that, I'm like, I can't believe that.
It's always an obscured angle. It's never perfect, ever. Not once. You know, not once can you get a good, decent image and an angle. Not once can you. It's always something in the way of that camera. Do you know that? Always something that shouldn't be there. It's there.
And say, the only reason you can see the back of the moon because the sun illuminates it, and you know, we'll spin around. Let's have a look at the sun, and then spin around, look at something else, and look into the cosmos and back down. I want to see like a whole 360 parameter look of space, you know, so I can piece it together.
That's a pretty good point. They send these
bracket in a way, though.
They send these, you know, probes and stuff out, but they're all going across the ecliptic, right? What about sending something straight up and looking down on the solar system?
Oh yeah, now you're talking.
Yeah. Exactly. But even then, when they do that, there'd be some mounting bracket in the way of the camera lens. I'm telling you.
The aperture and the light doesn't reflect because, you know, the camera's in deep space, and you know. But all right, I can see the Milky Way from Earth, but you know, you send the camera up into space. Like a nice look. You know they can do these 360 balls that you can throw these balls and they take pictures from all 360 angles, and you can give you like a nice 360 parameter view. Something like that, man, where you could just get the entire look of space, like a freedom look into space. It's just not there.
You're really there. Yeah, exactly. They can't do that. That would cost too much money.
Well, the balls themselves are only like $100, But I don't know if that would be good enough equipment. But they could do something in the budget, just send all this other crap up into the International Space Station. They send like jelly tarts and all this other food and all that. But I'm sure they could send like a 360 camera thing that they could throw out into space that would get reports back like periodically. Like gives them photographs of like every hour. It takes like a 360 panoramic view of and does it like periodically all the way. I mean, look at the Tesla car. I mean, that's pathetic, man. Like they can put a car in space and give you this one view of the car. And where's the view of the car now? Is it run out of batteries? It doesn't transmit back anymore? What's going on with that? Like,
it's on its way to Mars.
Died months ago, mate. They died.
It's on its way to Mars, right?
It's on its way to Mars now.
Can we get
on its way to Mars? Fascinating.
That car's on its way to Mars.
Elon Musk is something to drive when he gets there. But hey, I have an idea. Instead of sending like jelly donuts or something to the International Space Station, why don't they send them some of those plastic make your own freezer pops in your freezer thing, and then demonstrate how they can put the liquid in the container and then put it out in the vacuum of space and then pull it back out and be like, hey, look, we made freezer pops with the vacuum of space. It's so cold out there.
Yeah. Another good one.
That's a good point, man. And they're not here. Yeah, you're right, man. You're right.
They haven't begun to show us anything yet.
Or they could save electricity instead of having a freezer inside the International Space Station. They just keep their ice cream on the outside of it.
I've thought to myself as well. When they keep saying that. Sorry, June. Go on, you go.
That would give them a good reason for a spacewalk. Yes, I can get me ice cream.
I've always thought what the excuse they're going to give everyone when they say like there's going to be commercial flights to space, they're already priming their excuses for why that space travel will be impossible in 30 years. Or so let's say they get the technology for it. There's going to be some sort of space crash between the satellites or the International Space Station, and that debris is going to burst out into a billion pieces, and it's going to be circulating around the atmosphere. Around the Earth, and basically it's going to make space uninhabitable. Like there won't any rocket that goes up there is going to get hit by space debris and explode. And that's what I think. That's how they're going to close space down. When it comes to the point where they make everyone believe, yeah, we can go there, we can do this, we can do that. But I've watched a video talking about space debris and obviously satellites crashing and the probability of it eventually shutting down space and all the space junk that they put up there. So all they need to do really is get one event in space of stuff crashing into each other, and then they can just give you the excuse that it's on. We've got too much space, we can't go up there.
Reasons the same as the movie Gravity, right?
Yeah, exactly like that, bro.
In the movie Gravity, 100%. It was space debris, and
Or maybe they'll use this as an excuse. Maybe they'll say, the aliens don't want us invading on their turf.
Nah.
That's another good one.
Space debris sounds more gullible for the blue-pilled normies, right? I can go with that, space debris.
Yeah, of course. All they have to do is they'll make it an event. They'll go, oh no, things have crashed into each other, and just blow the fucking International Space Station up, and then that's it. Everyone knows, like, you've seen the movie Gravity, and all these particles are infinitely going around, so it's made it uninhabitable. It's too dangerous to make it commercial.
I think there was a near miss in October last year between a Russian and a Chinese satellite or something.
So they say.
That's them priming you up. They're priming it up. So if it does happen and people go, that's a bit convenient, and you say, no, these things are always possible. We always knew that. We, all these near misses were all reported, and it was always, a possibility. But this actually happened, and now, so that's how they all the lies. For example, when you try to pick out things about the globe, they'll go, this was known thousands of years ago. So it's like space debris was known a long time ago, but it just didn't happen. And then it's kind of like it's more. That's how they get you to believe their bollocks. So they have to prime it up and set these things up in the future. They have to be steps ahead of the bollocks.
It should have happened by now anyway. It's amount of crap they're supposed to be up there. that we never see from these satellite images. Never see this stuff. You know, never see this space debris. Ever.
What about this space station going on for 20 years now?
21 years, yeah. Nearly 21
It's
years.
amazing stuff, man. We need every building made from the same material as the space station. Every car. Never need a new car. 20 years.
Yeah,
What do you mean by that, mate?
New parts, anyway. You've got to have new parts.
Oh, I see what you mean by the same car going round and round, getting exposed
sure.
by sunlight and radiation.
No,
and it's just
nothing like
reflective.
that.
Oh, they painted it white so it reflects all the the sun's light, and it's traveling at 17,000 miles an hour in a vacuum.
Exactly, and nothing's fatiguing. Nothing's fatigue. No fatigue on anything.
That's
what I meant.
Perfect harmony.
And yet,
They keep adjusting it.
to piece. Aeroplanes are crashing and smashing into smithereens here on Earth. Right. Amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it kind of funny as Flat Earth gets more popular, eventually the government will have to send in spies to like infiltrate the Flat Earth Discord. Like a spy will have to like pretend to be a dumb blower. Like,
don't be surprised, they already have. They already
that's
have.
crazy to think.
Yeah, I think they're well ahead of that, mate. Because the mech out like every flat earther is completely stupid. Are people that just are doing really bad science? Because there is some people out there doing some really bad science and saying some really bad things, but they become the front line. So most people think that there isn't no scientific arguments against the globe, and you get what you get is 90% of the people that come in here, they already come with these preconceived notions that you guys have a model or you don't answer questions because you're trying to obfuscate. It's just not the truth. It's not. They clearly have a misunderstanding because of what's being perpetuated in the media. Now, all the people that do get the attention, they just look crazy. I remember when I looked into Flat Earth, I thought these people do look crazy, and even say we're not crazy, which is just like insinuating that you are crazy. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
They've come in here to gather intel, and they've come in to test our metal. How sure are we? They've come in and they've asked. I'm sure they have, to find out how committed are we to telling the truth, and we're not unwavering. And they know that now. They know. They know.
And the only way they can justify it. Sorry. Only way they can justify it to themselves is by attacking the character and the person and the credentials, and that's why and all the people that, like, for example, the professionals and people that have the equipment to do that. I mean, they could never do it. Their whole job, their whole career would be taken away. So they can't be the critical thinkers. I mean, it's like a doctor, for example. He'll always say to you that, let's say you break your thumb, and he'll say, make sure you rest it for 8 weeks, but your thumb will be all right in a few weeks, But they say that to cover their back, so they can't really even give you the real advice. They can't talk to you man to man, woman to woman, and say, yeah, it'll be all right in a few weeks, but give it 8 weeks. They can't say that. They have to say robotically, because their profession. 8 weeks. It's a fucking 8 weeks, mate.
That drug. They have to prescribe the drug that they've been told to prescribe.
Yeah, they've got to follow procedure.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to think that, like, I mean, we could just be talking to like high level security clearance, 20-year-old, like 20 years trained spies, and do the 3 questions to them. Like, that's just so funny to me to think that, like,
well,
yeah, but
I mean, they're going to have to do that anyway. They're going to have to do that because the secret's going to come out. It's going to come out. It's come out.
See, there are some people who are just stuck to one thing, and they are so stubborn that however many proofs you give to them, how many evidence you give to them, they won't believe it. They just stick to one thing.
Yeah, weak individuals they are, aren't they?
It's the right type of evidence you need to deliver. Everyone has different standards for evidence, and some people are able to see past the bullshit. For example, we can both look at a picture from the International Space Station. One person will tell me that's categorically proof, and the other person will say it's clearly CGI. So not that bullshit's not gonna convince anybody or everybody. Sorry.
Well, hey, do any of you have anything to say about Project Bluebeam, which is the I think American military project to use holograms in the sky to simulate an alien invasion?
Yeah, Yeah, that's they're working with the Japanese on that technology, you know. Yeah. That Project Blue.
I think, just in case, I mean, I don't necessarily think it is going to happen, but at least I've said it to at least one family member of mine and maybe a couple friends that, basically what I've said to them is over the next 2 years, as of a few months ago, if such a crazy thing were to happen, just make sure you recognize that I told you first, it's fake,
Yeah, it's
I think
speculation, man.
Japan has the technology. I think when I was there, I went to this really cool museum where everything is like projected, and it's out of this world. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, they can,
post a
they can
picture of
do
it.
fireworks in the sky for you, planets crashing. They can do all sorts, man. So
It will seem out of this world if so many people think it's an alien invasion from out of this world.
that's the one. That's the one they're working towards. They want to improve the technology so they can convince everyone that the aliens are coming. I mean, look at how dumb they are at the moment, running around wearing masks, rushing to get the needle. Oh, it's like a godsend. Yes, I'm glad. I'm so glad I got it. Oh, I'm so relieved I can go out now. But you still got to wear your mask, and it doesn't protect you anyway. You can still spread it. Bloody nuisance. Ain't got no idea.
Hey, maybe the evil aliens are already here. Let's take a long, hard look at the Queen of England.
Yeah. And Area 51. What's going on there, eh?
So where do these aliens come from? I mean, can't be out of space, right?
Yeah, it can't be from outer space.
Beats me.
That's
Right.
unless they have some way of violating the second law of thermodynamics.
Maybe Admiral Byrd could answer some questions.
Yeah, he's dead.
Reject the injectable.
Earlier on, a couple people were talking about the vaccine not actually being a vaccine; it's a treatment. Is there where would you refer someone like myself if I wanted to read more about that?
What about how vaccines are made, you mean?
No, well, I guess that's part of it too. But whoever was talking about that the COVID vaccine is actually just a treatment and it doesn't legally actually count as a vaccine.
Yeah, that was Flat Earth Solar, I think. Maybe he can DM you.
That was
stuff.
many of us were in agreement with him. Yeah, it's not really a vaccine. It doesn't fall into. It is nothing like any other vaccine ever before in history. This is something completely new.
Yeah, completely new. mRNA, isn't it? And brand new.
Right.
Right.
Changing the whole of your DNA. Wow, do you want that? The thing is, yeah, I think it's just going to be some kind of lick salty water. It's nothing. So there's not going to be any side effects.
Vitamin shot.
They could play that game, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked about that also. Especially in these first cycles of it, they're just trying to. Right now, they are trying to build up the public confidence for it, and so even if there is what's the right word? An insidious intent for the vaccine in the long run. In the first cycles, they may as well use a placebo so that there are no real side effects, and in order to gain that public confidence. And then once people start taking it, because they're gonna make it's not going to be a one and done thing. They want you to come in on a cycle, and that's what we're going to be seeing over the next years. They're going to be convincing the people to come in on a cycle every few months or at least seasonally, like every year.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't even matter, right? Because if they say, well, you don't have to take the vaccine, we have some pills you can take, like medicine. So they earn money either way, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, who was asking for more information on that?
Nico. Me.
Oh. Nico.
Me.
Yeah. It's a guy called Dr. David Martin. I was just looking for a post that I'd read that I was trying to basically repeat to you guys.
Yeah, the fact that the reason why they're able to do it that way, where we were talking about they could just release a placebo, is because the illness itself is just a placebo. They've literally there is no new virus and no new deaths. All they've done is hijacked already known illnesses, the flu, the common cold, pneumonia, so on and so forth, and basically made it so vague that to any symptom that you could describe can fall in to being classified as coronavirus. And so there is nothing new.
Just recently,
therefore the vaccine doesn't have to vaccinate against anything whatsoever.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know what other people's news is like, but I noticed them again using even more vague terms in the last couple of weeks. First, it was people have died to COVID-related deaths, and now it's COVID complications. Well, what does any of that mean?
They're really getting technical.
Yeah, you know, when the police beat you up and beat you to death for not wearing a mask, that's a COVID complication.
Yeah.
Not a misunderstanding then.
And I even saw that they referenced a couple of them as natural death or natural causes after that's been missing for almost a year now because all causes were COVID.
So in some lighter news, I found out where the Tesla Roadster is.
Oh, go on. Where is it?
It's 58 million miles from Mars. Wait, it's 35 million miles from Earth, moving towards Earth at a speed of 2200 miles per hour.
That's a lie. He drove it back to the lot.
22. What is it moving? 22,000 miles per hour. Yeah.
2200 miles per hour.
What, 2,200 miles an hour? That's all.
Yeah, I've posted the link.
Oh, it's a slow car. The ISS is moving at 17,500. 17,500. The ISS, and that's going around a curve. Whew. That car's moving bloody slow. I want my money back. Wow.
It's crazy, right? It's making orbits around Mars and the Earth. Come on.
It would be more impressive if Elon Musk was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah,
they mock you, right? They mock you because. Sorry,
doing it over and over. Yeah, he wants to retire on Mars. Like I say, like let's help pack his bags. You know,
Yeah,
like,
man. That's what he said. That's what he said.
I mean, does anyone believe that Tesla car is real? Like, it's evidence. That's flat Earth evidence. That is flat Earth evidence. Not even.
I think the car is real, but everything around it is CGI.
It's fucking. It's completely, isn't it? It's complete graphics. It's like a big blue luminous graphic ball. You know what I mean? And you've got. It's just so like it's like double. It's like double bluff. You know what I mean? It's like
yeah.
going all in on a pair of deuces.
Yeah.
It's like this, Oh man, and the whole world buys that, and I go, yeah, man, look, car in space. You know what I mean? It's just fucking ridiculous. Just give me a. Why didn't they put no mirrors on the car as well? If you got, they took all the mirrors out. You know what I mean? Wouldn't you want as many reflections and different directions you could reflect from the mirrors of the car? Why take all the mirrors out? Why not put cameras all over it? Up, down. Why just the car one side, no mirrors, just the reflection of the ball on the actual car itself, but no mirrors. What?
Somebody said hello.
Hello.
Hello. What?
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. Thanks.
No worries. What do you want to talk about? You interrupted the conversations. You must have something you want to talk about, right?
I'm on that.
Yeah. Is Saturn flat?
No, I don't think any of the planets are flat, but none of the planets do have water on them. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed how unlike they are like the rest of the planets? Have you noticed there's no life on the other planets? You notice there's no human beings on the other planets. So why would we suggest that we're just like the planets? Yeah, of course, it's a point, right? Because you're coming in and making a point to say, well, things are round in the sky, therefore we're round. But that you're not looking at the things that we're not similar to, right? You're not thinking properly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your next question?
That's my only question.
Well,
that was deep,
that
man.
was your question. Your question was, why do things round in the sky and why aren't we round? That's your underlying question without really saying it. So I'm getting the truth out of you. So what's your next question?
If Saturn is flat, why isn't the Earth flat?
So you're just here to troll? Okay, no worries.
Your anus is probably flat. So.
It's a good rebuttal.
And his penis as well, no doubt.
Sorry, guys, I just had to say that.
How does GPS work? The Earth is flat.
Cell towers.
Well, it was actually. No, sorry.
Yeah, cell towers.
Yeah, that's a good rebut. Oh.
Cell towers?
Yeah, man. Cell towers.
Yeah, but they're not programmed to communicate with cell towers. There's people that work on it. I know people that work on it. I worked on it myself.
Ever heard of the Lorenz system?
No, what's the Lorenz system?
No, that's before GPS. It was a ground-based system, right?
Yeah.
So these people are working on them. Are they actually following the signals? Are they? Are they following the physical signals of these of this correlation to the satellites? Do they actually follow this? Is there any way for them to track this actual signal going from the satellites to their stations? Is there any way for them to know?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, is there? How do they do that?
I mean, how?
Yeah, man, how?
You seem to know that. You seem to know. You've just told me that they do. So I'm curious for you to teach me how that actually happens.
Everything leaves
these signals up into the sky?
because everything leaves a digital signature.
Okay, so these are digital signatures of going to space and going to the right altitude into the air and coming at the speed of light. It leaves like a track of like signals, and they can read it and follow it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. If you say so. I mean, you can't prove that, can you? You're just saying it.
I can't. I can go over the literature if you want me to.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear how you know these signals are going up into space, into a satellite, coming back down into Earth. I'd like to see that. How you know for a fact this is exactly happening, or you're just saying it's happening because you punch a few numbers into the computer. It gives you a reading.
Well, actually, the way the signals are calculated, the calculations only work if the signal is going to something in space.
Okay, so what calculations are they? Do you use values and ratios and certain formulas?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, of course. Yeah.
Can we
these
see
formulas. What do the numbers actually mean inside these formulas? Do you know the actual number, the decimal to the point?
Yes.
Is there a value? Is there a time dilation formula?
It's like geometry, and you use longitude. Like you can
radius.
Do you want me to explain how GPS works technically? Like we could have hour-long discussion about it.
No. We're just all I'm asking you is that do you not think that these values and these formulas have certain numbers in there that presuppose the radius of the Earth and the time dilation, and basically when you convert them through these formulas, they would give you the numbers that you think that would give you the answer that you need to know. and then maybe reverse engineered the actual numbers.
You can't reverse engineer numbers on a reality that doesn't actually exist.
You can't do it. You don't know how to do it. It's not mean they can't do it. That's a different thing. You're saying that you can't do it because you don't know how it's done.
I mean,
you don't even know the value.
Do you have any technical background, or?
Yeah, of course I do. I'm not a fucking idiot.
Like computational background or any kind of mathematical background.
I've got a mathematical background. Yeah, I've got so what isn't? So now that I can't think for myself and realize that how people could reverse engineer how things work, I'm asking you to explain to me how it's done, and now you're just going, well, what do you know? What do you know? Well, you're the one who's telling me this is definitely coming from space. So realistically, it's about you proving to me how you understand these GPS signals to be accurate.
Because all the calculations are based on Earth.
You told me this. Yeah, you've said that. We've gone past that point. You've said there's certain values. Now I need you to explain how these values give you this number. When you put for example, when you get this the PNS waves from the earthquakes, there's certain little squiggles on a paper that come back, right? This data. Now you put them data through a certain model and a certain thing, and it transforms it into what you think is consistent with the globe. Now you can transform any data into numbers that correlate to what you presuppose, right? That maths is very clever, you know. You can work out 10 times 16 in about 15 different ways. Doesn't mean that any which way is particularly possible. You can do a lot of things with maths. You can do a lot of tricks with maths. You can work things out in loads of different ways. Do you not agree?
When it comes to modeling physical phenomena and physical reality, there is no tricks. You're modeling.
Oh boy.
Are you sure about that?
Boy.
You think you've only been taught one way to work something out? How do you know?
So,
you've never been taught how to work out in a flat model, have you? So how do you know?
What kind of question is that, dude? How do I know?
The question is called because you don't know.
Because if you try to plug in a model in which the Earth is not spherical into any kind of GPS system, it will literally not function.
Yeah, because it was designed that way, right?
It's impossible to design it any other way. It's literally impossible.
How do you know? How do you know?
What do you mean? I don't. Because do you understand how it actually works?
Oh my God! Are we really going to entertain this dude?
Can I chat with
So show us
oh
the
my
formulas.
God!
Show us the formulas where it shows that it used spherical geometry. Show us.
I'll pull it up.
Wicked, finally. All right, brilliant.
Hey, Cube, have you ever been outside and tested the Earth?
Tested the Earth?
The surface of the Earth. That's what we're here talking about? Yeah. Have you ever tested
I was talking about GPS. Can we stay on that topic?
I know you want a red herring and talk about metal.
I'm not going to red herring. I'm not going to entertain
our argument. Listen, your argument is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Space is all cartoons. So you're arguing an imaginary hallucination you're having, and no, I don't want to talk about it.
So you believe in Isaac Newton's second law of thermodynamics, but you don't believe in calculus, and you don't believe in everything that he discovered.
This is not a religious chat. This is a scientific chat. Science is subjective.
Yes, but how do you believe in the science of Isaac?
I want to see these calculations. I do want to see it. I don't want it to do
so
that too much.
Hugh admits he's never tested the surface of the Earth, right?
This is a red herring to the cop. When you want to see the calculations,
I want to. Yeah, exactly. I want to stay on topic and on discussion about GPS.
You were getting the data. Go get it and post it.
Yeah, I was getting it until you interrupted me and started yelling.
No, I didn't interrupt you. You were getting it. What do you mean interrupted you while you were getting the data? Are you crazy? Go get the data and post it. All I did was ask you a question. That triggered the fuck out of you because you're not the one yelling, bro. You're the one yelling. Trying to red herring an argument about metal boxes in space when the surface of Earth does not curve anywhere. I've tested it for 5 years.
We took the bait here, people.
Yeah, you guys took the bait.
Me talking GPS is bait? Okay.
Quag, have you posted the data yet?
I'm pulling it up right now, man.
So while we wait,
Nathan brings up a good point though. The space, it's all fake anyway. So what you're proposing, we can attack from a different angle. But I do think at the same time, Nathan's right. It's fake. Space is fake altogether. So you're already presupposing that it's real, and you haven't proven it to be real yet. So the data you're bringing is already going to be false from the get go.
Yeah, reasons.
I am interested in seeing these calculations. What
reasons?
You're begging the question.
He did very difficult about the black swan image, right? wiggling
what
away
about it?
around it.
What about it? Yeah.
He knows about the black swan image, and
Okay.
The guy's never
So yeah,
tested
he's
the
ignored
surface
that
of
as
the
well.
Earth. Who cares? Does
Well,
he think it
let's see
moves
these
too?
presupposed values.
Does he think it moves too? Quite, do you think the floor is moving?
Have these arguments. I want to talk about GPS.
Yeah, I know. We don't want to talk about your imaginary fairy tale, bud. We're here to talk about observable reality. Do you think the floor moves or not?
Have you ever used GPS? Do you observe the reality of using?
Do you think the floor moves or not?
When you're in a train that's moving at 100 miles per hour, do you feel yourself moving?
If you're in a train that's not moving, do you feel yourself moving?
I have a question. Just answer my question.
I did answer your
moving.
question.
I feel it.
It's it has nothing to do. It's not analogous to the Earth. So is the Earth a train or is it a spinning ball?
It is actually analogous. You can think of the Earth as a train. Yes, so it is analogous. But anyways, I want to talk about GPS.
So the Earth is a closed system.
Jesus Christ, dude. The Earth is a closed system. Yes, it is a
okay,
closed.
got you. So we can't leave the Earth. Nobody ever went to the moon.
You can leave the Earth if you break the Earth's atmosphere, just like you can leave a train by walking out of the door. I don't understand what you're saying right now.
You just said Earth is a closed system. I know you're confused, but could you define a closed system?
Closed system is a system which is closed. You can leave a closed
You guys
system.
hear that?
It's impossible
You guys hear
to.
that?
How do
Are
you
you guys
leave a
soaking
closed
this
system?
in? He said a closed system is a system that is closed.
Closed. So how do you exit it to go to?
How do you exit a train that's moving? You jump out.
Oh, well, then it wouldn't be a closed system, Quag. Are you retarded?
Is the train not a closed system? I don't understand.
You just said the Earth is a closed system. That means we can't leave it. Nobody went to the moon. You realize that, right?
Closed means you cannot exchange mass or any physical matter or energy.
Well, can I get these calculations though, Chig? I'm interested in seeing these.
Yeah, did he post that data yet, or is he still getting it?
You're the one that keeps saying shit. If you want to stop talking for 2 minutes so I can pull up.
What do you mean? You can't get data while I'm talking? You fucking clown show? Are you joking?
I feel like multitasking.
I would have the data, but Nathan keeps talking. Shut up, dude. Go get your data, you clown.
Why are you so triggered and insulting me?
Why are you such a moron? Why don't you have any data? Why do you make empty claims? Why do you beg the question and assume a fairy tale and then ask us to explain it?
You know.
What a baby.
Yeah, his father worked.
Go outside.
His father worked 30 years at NASA.
Test the Earth. You're boring, bro. You have no arguments.
Could I address the GPS claim?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're waiting for the data still. Just.
Well, let me
I mean, there's no claim to address. You mean the empty claim that he made? Yeah, address his empty claim with no data that we're waiting for.
All right. I found a decent enough academic article that explains it in detail.
Oh, okay, but nothing you've done, right? Nothing you verified. This is just religious shit you believe, right? That's part of the globe religion, right? Don't test Earth. I'm talking about GPS. I found an article that looks good. You found a fucking article that looks good? You retard. Do you think that pull has any pull here?
Have you stepped in dog shit
Kind of
recently?
joke. Someone asked me for the calculations. I provided the calculations.
Oh, you went and Googled them. You Googled a bunch of shit you haven't verified. Cool story,
I
bro.
actually have worked with GPS systems, so.
Cool story, bro. I love it. Can you tell me another story for bedtime?
Another story? I don't understand.
Oh my god.
Well, why? How am I telling the story? Is it that crazy that I worked out?
There's very little specificity right now what is actually going on.
Is that Jedi?
All these pilots.
Hear your voice.
Look at all these
It
pilots.
is.
Nice one, Jedi. Welcome.
A whole
Good to see you,
page of
bud.
bullshit. A whole PDF of bollocks.
Yeah, I'm looking through it.
I mean, yeah, I wanna go through all the calculations with you guys. If you guys have the time, I can explain everything to you.
Oh, we got the time. We got the time, mate. The time.
Are you guys gonna keep it
Show me where the presupposed radius is in there. Show me where the radius of the Earth is taken into account in these calculations.
Give me a second.
Yeah, dude. If you could come
I'll
back
find
with
that
some, empirical evidence that verifies the radius of the Earth, I'm gonna be impressed, bro. I'm the first to tell you.
Yeah. But then again, what about them proving it physically under your feet as well? Yeah, because it's okay having the numbers on paper. But what about the physicality of it?
Yeah, sorry. True, Jin. It's absolutely true. But the fact is, if he's claiming this is to be actual proof, then he should be able to cite exactly in all these calculations that he just threw at us, which part of it takes into account the radius of the Earth and how it works. So I would like to be taught how he understands these maths. So that, because obviously that he must know it because it's proof to him that it can only work on a globe and how it will work. So now he's provided all this leap of elephant of bullshit that he should be able to dig through this elephant shit and show us exactly what part proves the radius of the Earth, which will be interesting because all I'm seeing is X, R, Y brackets. It's just bollocks. I don't care how fancy you draw all this shit on a piece of paper. You need to decipher it and explain that you're the one providing it. This is your evidence, so you need to be able to explain it intricately and don't say that you can't cite the radius of the Earth in it because it must take that into account.
I don't see any radius here.
Neither do I. No, I don't see none.
I don't see any proof, guys. It's just numbers on a chalkboard.
Right.
It's not. There's no evidence there. There's no data.
He presented nothing, right?
It's just words. It's just doctrine. How pathetic is this,
bullshit,
bro?
don't they? They're trying to
I don't want to talk about Earth's surface. I don't want to talk about Earth rotation. I want to draw numbers on a chalkboard and then hear you guys explain it. What a fucking joke, bro. Hey, can we go out in reality and find out what's really going on? Not talk about your numbers on a chalkboard where you imagine we live in a ball in space? Wow. This is insane, dude. Clown world. Welcome to 2021.
Is that guy even still here?
No, yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Still here, yeah. He's stepped the dog shit and then his other foot's put in a bucket. He's in trouble, man.
Do you get the point that these guys are trying to make to you, though? Sorry, I don't know what your name is, Glober, but before we can even talk about GPS, we need to talk about the Earth curving, right? That's important because if the Earth is not appearing and not being measured how they tell us it should be, that's a problem. Okay. GPS system is just a sprinkle on the cake. We got to get down to the fundamentals.
Because if the geometry is not right on the Earth, then all these calculations mean jack shit. You're right. Yeah. You're totally right. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. Yeah. So I get why you want to talk about GPS, but you need to understand that we have to lay the foundation down first. And if things aren't adding up there, then your calculations are just going to be very obviously silly to you once you realize that, like, for example, the Earth is not curving, like Nathan said. We don't measure it anywhere.
We don't have any real pictures of satellites in space. So he's going to try and convince us, no, this math supports these cartoons that I have. Look at the chat, guys.
It would appear you've stepped into quicksand at this point because you're just sinking, man. I don't see you coming out yet. You're deeper and deeper into trouble.
Pulling everything up so that I can explain it to you all at once.
Okay. You must be confident.
Bro, I'm so excited.
You must have a good life jacket and some good boots because you're not sinking then. Okay.
His father worked at NASA for 30 years, he claimed.
Yeah, I heard that. I did hear that.
He couldn't explain what a horizon was. Keeps pointing at objects, height of objects.
What did your dad do for NASA? Was he a contractor?
He was an engineer.
He's a clown tractor.
What specifically did he work on?
A lot of things because he worked there for a long time.
You can't get any more specific than that?
I mean, I guess what he worked on specifically.
You don't know. He sat in front of a computer and he interpreted what, like temperature data. What did he do?
Maybe hung out with dolphins. They do that sometimes.
Yeah, they do a lot of swimming.
Mm-hmm.
So he definitely did that.
But he wasn't a scuba diver. He's an engineer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Underwater engineer.
Was he involved in putting the snorkels in all the spacesuits? Because somebody did that. Was that
Yeah,
maybe?
Quig, we hate to burst your bubble.
That happened to just pop up in this second law-defying medium.
Still waiting for that R value, bro. Where is it?
Oh my gosh, bro! I forgot.
I feel sorry.
I'm pumped.
I'm feeling sorry for him, man. I'm under the table. This is a joke.
Imagine coming here and then claiming GPS does something and not having anything to show, right?
Yeah. Like I said, he's in quicksand at the moment, but he's confident. You're in quicksand. You're sinking.
Well, here's the deal, dude. Your dad probably believes that the Earth is in fact a ball. He probably believes that other people that work at NASA do in fact go to space, etc. I mean, has he supposedly been to space?
No, he's not an astronaut. He's an engineer.
Right. So, I mean, that's no big deal, right? He believes what NASA claims to do. He doesn't do it, though. So, is he an aerospace engineer, or he's just an engineer that works at NASA interpreting data and helping lay blueprints or methodologies to train, or what does he do exactly? Do you know, or can you not say?
Does it matter?
Well, kind of, yeah. Pertinent to the discussion as to if that is to hold some type of validity. If we're going to just address the elephant in the room, obviously, if it's your father, then it holds quite a bit of importance in this entire discussion. You think there's no way that we can know what we're talking about. Your dad, for years, has worked at a agency that goes to freaking space and sees that what we're saying is wrong firsthand.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to use that your dad works for NASA as like some kind of ammunition, you're going to need to.
I actually didn't use that right now. Someone brought it up.
No, I'm not even saying you did, right? I'm just asking about it. I mean, it does matter. But because do you understand my point that I'm trying to make? It's that your father can very easily just truly believe what they say at NASA. And it doesn't mean that they're actually going and doing the things that they claim that they're doing when they claim they go up into space. Or when they claim the ISS is 252 miles in the air going 17,500 miles per hour in the part of the atmosphere that's 3,500 to 4,000 degrees.
Like my stepdad works for NASA. My stepdad works for NASA, and he has no idea. I mean, he's a contractor, so he just does what he's told, you know. He works on recruitment. So, like, most people at NASA don't know about what's actually going on. Just like most people at, a grocery store have no idea what the CEO is up to. Part of the machine.
There are people that help build these satellites, right? Aerospace engineers, and they have no idea. But they also have no idea of any form of verification of what they believe they're helping build or what it's going to go do or what it supposedly then goes and does. They're supposed to build their part or whatever. And there's a person at NASA sits there and he's supposed to just, literally just observe the temperature recordings. There's another guy that's going to look at the magnetic flux, like live readings or whatever. So, they just think they're all doing their part in the overall agenda, and there's a select few that actually go up there, and no, they do not, my man. Where they claim they are, they cannot be.
That's also why there's hundreds of videos of them failing with bloopers and augmented reality failures, ghosting out of screen with CGI lighting errors, bubbles in space, hairspray, things falling to the ground because of pockets of gravity. I mean, it's a joke, bro. Total joke. Anyone who buys it is super gullible. Not thinking critically.
Yep. And I'm a former United States Marine from the VMFA 323 Death Rattlers on deployment on several occasions in the Mediterranean. There is no curve on an aircraft carrier. You can see that plainly.
Yeah, so welcome to Flat Earth, Queg. Sorry that didn't go how you expected.
Oh, wait, I'm still reading.
You're still reading what? Your data?
Yeah.
Yeah, study it real good, bud.
Well, I don't want to say something incorrectly one time.
Yeah, we'll
You already have.
let you know. We'll let you know. We'll let you know.
You
Bro, so
you already have numerous times.
You know that we did in fact study this religion, and when we call it a religion, we're referring to heliocentrism. You know, who is Helios? It's the sun god. But anyway, and then you call the planets like the names of gods, and that's kind of weird. But anyway, the heavenly luminaries, and you deify this belief system that has no empirical evidence. It's built upon the doctrine of men solely. So it is in fact a religion. But my point more so is, you know, we read the religion, bro. Like we researched the religion. We do know it. So what's going to happen is we'll know if you're bringing the best argument for your side. In fact, because that's the reason that we're here, is we actually went and looked into the depths of it. So I'm sitting in anticipation. You know, let's see if you bring something that somehow we haven't in fact already heard and researched the depths of.
All right.
Yeah, and while
So
you're-
first,
sorry, go ahead.
so first question I have is in your model is the Earth 3-dimensional in terms of, so like there are 3 coordinates on the Earth, correct?
Well, we don't claim a model. For one, we're not allowed to freely traverse the Earth to go to the center or outside of that. And beyond that, yeah, the Earth has depth. So of course it's 3-dimensional. That it has depth.
Also, models are just concepts. It's not science, not reality. It's not an observation of Earth curve. So I don't know why you want to keep talking about things we imagine in our head, like space and models. But can we get back to reality? Quake, can we get back to our argument?
Yeah,
is reality. The reality.
Go ahead. What you got? I thought you were trying to come back with an argument or something, right? So what you got? Hit us. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Yeah. The Earth has depth. What do you got as some proof? The whole point is that we need some proof, man. We need some empirical evidence of the Earth being a ball that spins in a vacuum.
Do you guys have the article open?
The numbers on the chalkboard, yeah.
All right. So starting with the introduction. All right.
So we're going to go over all this stuff you haven't verified because you have no evidence, right?
Wait just a sec. Let me get over here.
He wants to read us his religious scriptures.
But I can breeze through it. I mean, just
yeah, no, it's just numbers on a chart. There's not even any data or evidence. It's just look.
Go ahead. Go ahead and present what this is supposed to be as I work my way over
here. Go for it, Quag. Let's hear it.
Don't leave me hanging, man. This is anticlimactic thus far. You know, I've been really waiting for you to come and bring the evidence. The original thing that was requested was simply evidence for the curvature, the radius, actually. So can we just get some empirical evidence of the radius claim? Is that what this is? Is that what you're wanting us to look at?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. What is it? Okay. What's your name? What time did you post it?
Again.
I'll repost it.
Okay.
He's literally got someone there standing with him. He's literally muting his mic. He's got someone there with him, and they're trying to tell him what to say.
Okay, so this isn't about the radius at all, is what you're saying. So, accurate solution of navigation equations and GPS receivers for very high velocities using pseudo-orange measurements. This is what you're bringing about. So, GPS is a satellite-based navigation system. All right. GPS is a satellite-based navigation system, although 99% of all transmissions, if not more, are strictly towers and underground cables and wires, including undersea cables, that is able to determine the exact position of objects on the Earth, sky, or space. Okay, so yeah, there are things that are up in the sky that coordinate transmissions occasionally with towers. Again, it would fall within the 1%.
and they have to use high altitude balloons to do things like get internet in remote areas. By increasing the velocity of a moving object, the accuracy of positioning decreases. Meanwhile, the calculation of the exact position and the movement of high velocities like airplane movement or very high velocities like satellite movement is so important. In this paper, 7 methods for solving navigation equations in very high velocities using least squares method and its combinations, the variance estimation methods for weighting observation space and the quantities are studied.
Yeah, but Austin, did you hear? Austin, but
did you understand what it says there?
It's saying the faster you're going, the less accurate it is. But that's why we know they're going 17,000 miles an hour, Austin, in space.
Yeah. So what is I want you to formulate your postulation that you think this is supposed to support.
I didn't care about the actual paper itself. I was just using the introduction and its explanation of how GPS works.
That's convenient because I just read that part. So what does this have to do with determining the radius value? You do know the functioning practical usability of GPS, quote unquote, predates what they call GPS, where they just say the word global. You know that, right? It uses a Cartesian coordinate system. All that you do to assume a globe Earth is add a z-axis. You just assume it and add the vertical axis, the z-axis. It uses a Cartesian coordinate system. Its practical use case, has been fulfilled long before they started to call it this global positioning system using the z-axis. So I don't think you even know that. But the point is, do you have evidence? Do you have evidence for the radius value, though?
How do you have a z-axis if it's a cell tower?
You imagine it.
I don't understand. Why would you have a z-axis if it's a cell tower?
Are we going to get the radius in these calculations or not, mate? Because I've been waiting for 10 minutes.
Look, across the flat Earth, you have the X and the Y. Okay, but what they do is they make up a story. They bend that XY around a central z-axis, a vertical axis around a hypothetical presupposed ball. That's all it is. And what supposedly GPS does, right? Like, that's been done for a long time without assuming that z-axis or the Earth being a ball that defies physics. GPS has nothing to do with anything anyway, because we're trying to figure out, do you have any empirical evidence of the radius value? That the Earth is a ball with this radius value. Can we get some evidence for the radius value?
For the
what happens if you take out the z value in all of these equations?
It works the same or better. It works better, in fact.
It wouldn't work.
It works better.
It wouldn't work.
Yeah, it says
if you went into the software behind GPS,
why wouldn't it work, bro?
Break. What do you mean? It just literally wouldn't work.
It just wouldn't work.
I don't even know why this guy is using this article when it literally says pseudo orange. The pseudo distance between a satellite and a navigation satellite receiver. Pseudo.
Yeah.
Bruh.
It also says the faster it's going, the less accurate.
Wow.
Hey, genius! It is working. So what do you mean it wouldn't work? It is working.
Hey, do you even know what the radius value is?
Duh.
I bet you don't. Look at it.
We're still waiting.
I don't think he does.
Look at what? We just answered your question thoroughly. Things that you should be researching yourself. Hey, do you even know what the radius value is purported to be in your globe Earth model?
Radius value of what? The Earth?
I'm
the
curious.
Radius of the Earth. Yeah. What's the radius?
I'm curious if he knows what the word, what pseudo as a prefix means. Do you know what pseudo means?
I know what pseudo means, yes. I also know what pseudo means. Can we go back to my argument now, please?
It'd be really simple for you to answer that. What does pseudo mean?
Pseudo mean?
Yeah. What does pseudo mean?
It's kind of like, how do I explain it?
Kind of like.
He's hitting Google. He's hitting Google.
Google it up.
Getting that
Google the radius too while you're at it, Quake, because you still haven't told us.
Yeah, what's the radius? Because you invoke GPS or whatever. Supposedly
3,000 miles, but anyways.
Hey, is this a geostationary satellite? Supposedly.
Satellite geostationary.
Yeah, is it geostationary?
Satellite orbits the Earth.
Is it a geostationary orbit?
Just answered your question.
Pseudo means
you don't even know the answer. You don't even know the difference.
Pseudo means fake. Okay, so fake distance, fake orange. That's what you're talking about in here.
Yeah, you don't have an argument to go back to, bruh, so it's time to move on.
Wait, because you're supposed to be invoking this to prove the radius value. Do you know what the radius is yet? Have you Googled it yet?
Of the Earth,
I thought you reacted more.
1,000 miles.
Wait, say again. What is it? So, reasons.
some change. I don't know the exact number. I said 23,000 for the 100th time.
23,000 is what you think the radius value?
Well, you're off.
Wow. Okay, so I'm thinking he's close to the circumference, but do you know the difference between circumference and radius?
The difference between a circumference and a radius.
Yeah. What is a radius and what is a circumference?
Are you going to repeat every question back to us, or just answer them?
You're asking me inane. You're asking me inane questions. Like I don't understand.
No.
What is
know the answer to the basic question he just
we
asked
are
you?
pretty sure that you don't know what you're talking about. We need to make sure you know what you're talking about before you use those words. Okay. So
what
the radius is, and your answer pretty much helps to clarify to all of us that you don't know what a radius is. So now we're going to ask you what a radius is.
Yep.
A radius, a line from a center of a circle to the outer edge of the circle.
Okay, now that you Googled it, do you still think it's 24,000?
Now that I Googled it. I'm sorry, I didn't have the fucking
It's no big
exact
deal.
knowledge.
Let's just move on. Look, check this, dude. So the supposed circumference is 24,901 miles, okay? And the purported radius is 3,959 miles. We're asking you, can you provide any evidence that supports this purported radius value claim?
Why are you asking me this? I'm asking you about the GPS and how it uses a axis. Why do you keep going?
Because the GPS couldn't establish a geostationary orbit or any other type of orbits, nor could there be any type of orbit or space travel achieved without an accurate radius value.
How do these calculations work in all of these computer systems?
Because it's just something that floats up in the sky and maintains a general positioning.
How does it float up in the sky? What makes it float up?
Why does NASA use 90% of the world's helium? Well, why do we have to use balloons?
Helium,
why are you laughing?
I have videos of them launching helium balloons, clown.
Okay, well, the thing is, first you told me it was cell towers. Now you're saying it's helium balloons.
Why are you spiraling, bro?
I'm not spiraling. You guys are just going everywhere.
Yeah, you kind of are.
Look, watch this. We're gonna prove you're a pretender clown at this point. I should have already given you the secret key, girl, dude. Do you remember anything that's been said to you at all so far about the satellites? What is Cartesian coordinates?
Cartesian coordinates?
Yeah.
Why are you asking me these questions? What is the purpose?
That was what the rebuttal was to you bringing up the GPS. It's how they work, and you don't even know what they are. That took long.
Don't know anything by the sounds of it. Don't know anything.
I keep asking you simple questions.
You don't even know what Cartesian coordinates are.
Hold on.
How do I not know what Cartesian coordinates are?
I explained it to you already.
In order for you to save face, what you could do right now is say, look, clearly I am not qualified to have this conversation. I didn't come with the information that I need to have this debate. I'm here only defending a belief, and I don't know anything about the subject. You can say that.
Again, I am asking a simple question. How do these equations have a z-axis?
No.
He ain't gonna say that, Lou.
Just admit what that guy says, man.
That's all I'm asking, man. All I'm asking.
I don't think we just had to teach you what a z-axis was. So point out exactly where in the equations the z-axis is accounted for specifically.
Accounted for specifically? What do you? Yeah. Dude, look at the first part of the equations, man.
Do you need the r value for these equations?
You mean why would you need an r value?
What?
You
just asked us that?
Did you really just say that, bro?
So
This guy's
really just gotten it the whole time. Yeah,
this guy's 2015 with it. This guy's 2015.
He hasn't understood why we were asking for the r value.
What you need the radius for?
Hold on. What is the r value? What is the r value?
What is the r value?
Yeah, what's the r value?
You've asked me this question like 15 times now. Can you answer my question?
No.
You don't know the answer. 1 second.
You can't hear.
Bro, you joined earlier. You joined earlier with two of your friends, and this is the time for them to come here and prove the globe. Because earlier, they were. I mean, you've been here arguing and asking questions back, but your friends had more fire than you. Where are your friends that you joined earlier with?
The fire.
All right. Anyways,
yeah,
back to the
his
R
friends,
value.
his friends were really trying to cause a wreck. Like they even went to cook this for a little bit, but we brought them back. But they're not here anymore.
Yeah, but we're trying to get him on the R value though. Go ahead, Lou.
So
Get him on that R value.
pertaining to this
He's been
conversation,
here since
when
the
I asked
morning.
for-
Yeah, 1 second, Gypsy.
Pertaining to this conversation, when I asked for the R value, here's a multiple choice. Am I asking for refraction? Am I asking for R as in the insulation properties of something? Or am I asking for the radius? Which one is it?
You guys told me 2 minutes ago that the R value was the radius, but now I'm sure you're going to tell me that it refers to something else.
No. Okay, so
Yeah, we're not here to lie to you.
Does what these equations that you're talking about require the R value?
Require the R value.
Yeah, does it have to use the R value? Do you need another R value?
Do you know what the R value is?
We just covered that part.
Like, do you know why the R value is important in this conversation, especially
That's why I'm
for you?
really struggling here, honestly.
Okay, look, check it.
How are you struggling right now when you're trying to present GPS as whatever the fuck? I just got here. I don't know. But you said you don't have a radius?
I mean, if the Earth were flat, you wouldn't have a Z value.
Dude, you said
The equations
you're
that you're
asking us
the
why the
equations that
radius
you
is
are
important. How do you not know how the radius is important for you? Where do you think the curve of the Earth measurement?
What's the value of the Z-axis, dude?
Hold on. If he
Wait,
thinks
wait,
that
wait,
a
wait,
flat
wait,
Earth
what's the-
wouldn't have a Z, if he thinks the flat Earth wouldn't have a Z, then he's saying that we live in a two-dimensional reality, or that we're claiming that we live in a two-dimensional reality.
Right, but we already covered that. But on your globe Earth, what is the Z value? What is that? Oh, it's through the Earth to the center, which is the R value. Then it continues to the other side, which is the diameter. So you need the R value. You're talking about the R value.
No, when you're talking about GPS, the Z-axis is the distance and height from the satellite to whatever object is on Earth.
Anybody hit him up with the 3 points?
Oh, we're
I just want to ask this guy. Whatever your Q, whatever your name is, what are these equations calculating? Because it says in the article, what are these equations calculating?
Calculate the location of an
The
object on
pseudo
Earth.
orange. The pseudo orange. It literally says in the first equation. The
It's
pseudo orange.
It's a pseudo range because the range is an estimate, and the estimate is eventually destroyed by way of mathematical averaging. Like I don't understand.
Okay,
like,
so you just
I don't
admitted that your equation is coming up with not genuine numbers. It's coming up with fake, inaccurate guesstimations.
a number. It's just not perfect and exact. It becomes perfect and exact.
You need to let go of this. Then you need to let go of this, and now let us ask you some questions because you have just evidence abroad has been shredded. Okay.
It's called pseudo orange, a pseudo distance. Yes, that's what it's
Yeah.
All right, three simple questions to Kewig, and the first one is: how has the curvature of the Earth been measured from ancient times all the way up until today? Do you know, Kewig?
Generally, at first, sometimes it was a sun reflecting off of an object, and they made calculations based on that and their knowledge of geometry at the time.
All right, so it's very vague, the answer that you just gave me right now, so you don't really know, right?
How is it vague? Can you give me a more specific answer then?
No, I said, can you give me a more specific answer? I'm asking for specifics from you.
You want to know the actual geometry behind how they calculate it? You want me to go
What
over,
I need to listen.
Let me go over the
Okay,
Pythagorean
listen. Yeah, Kewig, calm down. Listen to the question. I need to know the method in which the curvature of the Earth was measured. The method, sir.
I heard about a guy named Pythagoras, man. He was a great dude.
All right, that's cool. Now tell me the method, please.
You want me to tell you the Pythagorean theorem? You want me to read it to you?
No, I don't need to know the Pythagorean theorem. I need to know the exact method which the curvature of the Earth was measured.
The curvature or the circumference, first of all?
No, the curvature of the Earth.
Measured mathematically? You talking about in ancient times or today? Today it's measured with.
We're starting from ancient times because they said that for at least 1,000 years the Earth has been known to be a sphere, right?
They never measured the curvature of the Earth in
ancient Greeks found it out, right? So how did they do it? How did they measure the Earth?
They didn't measure the curvature of the Earth in ancient times. They measured the circumference of the Earth in ancient times.
So they didn't measure any curvature. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so no measurement of Earth curvature in ancient times. So how did they measure the curvature today?
Hey? They probably used some derived mathematical formula.
Okay, so you don't know, right? So we'll just say that with this first question, how did they measure the curvature of the Earth? It's I don't know from your standpoint because you don't really know. You just maybe believe somebody did it, right? Somebody somewhere did it. Is that correct?
If I spent 15 minutes looking at how the formulas were derived, I could probably understand how.
Right, but that's fine. It's okay, right? If you believe somebody has done it, that's fine. I'm not going to worry about that. I just need to know
have you done it or
no? This is just information that I need to know how you know the Earth is a globe. Yeah. So you're telling me everything I need to know by what you
know. If you really want to know how I know the Earth is a globe, don't ask me these questions. Just ask me how I know the Earth is a globe. And if you want to ask,
but we gotta. These are the three. I'm sorry, Keurig. These are the three positive claims that the globe Earth makes as far as if it's a globe or not. So the first one is measurable curvature. So you don't know. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the second question because it's just a belief that you have that somebody somewhere has measured the curvature.
Yeah, I can measure the circumference of a basketball using a flashlight.
Well, we're not talking about a basketball. We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, but
now that QA, calm down, QA. We're getting to what you know of how they measured the curvature. Since you don't know, we're going to say that you just believe somebody has done it. Somebody figured it out, right? Well, not you, but somebody else.
Oh, correction, I do know.
Miggy, take him to 2, bro. Take him to 2.
With that, we're going to go ahead and go to the second question, which is axial rotation, right? The spin of the Earth. So I need to know the method in which axial rotation has been detected. How did they detect the axial rotation, the rotation of the Earth?
How did they detect the axial rotation of the Earth?
Yeah, that the Earth's spinning on its axis. Do you know?
He does that every time.
It's okay if you don't know, QA.
Seasons.
If you believe somebody has figured it out, that's fine. I just need to know that.
Told you the seasons.
What's that?
The seasons.
Okay, seasons have nothing to do with axial rotation.
Yes.
That's the Earth translating, according to the heliocentric globe Earth, it's the Earth translating around the sun. Has nothing to do with the Earth spinning on its axis.
I'm sorry, I meant time zones then, my bad.
Okay, well, how does time zones detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, QA?
Do time zones detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Because if you're in one place on Earth and it's sunny and you're in another place on Earth and it's not sunny, and then 12 hours later the inverse is true, that means the Earth moved on its axis.
Right. So the only thing that you're telling me of how people are detecting that the Earth is spinning on its axis is that the sun is moving from east to west from your location. Is this correct?
Wow.
Also the moon, lunar eclipses.
The moon. Okay, we'll add the moon and the stars, all the celestial bodies. Okay, so we're saying that because we see things moving in the sky, that means that the Earth is spinning.
Well, if the Earth was flat and it were reflected off.
No, that's not the question, sir. No, that's not the question, QX. Stick to the question. Okay. I need to know the method in which axial rotation has been detected.
Solar eclipses, various derived
mathematical. Stop. No, listen. You gave me the sun, the moon, and the stars that they're moving in the sky. So let's stick to that really quick and figure out how that is used to detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis.
No. Let's talk about lunar eclipses specifically.
Okay, we're not gonna go anywhere else until we answer this question. There's only 3 questions, QA. You just relax, but just relax. We'll get through it real fast, okay? So I just need to know how you know that the sun, moon, and stars is a way to detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis.
Sun, moon, and stars are a way to detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis.
Yes, that's what you told me. Remember time zones?
You gonna do that every time, QA? Just repeat everything he says?
Well, you guys operate on different actions. I have to think in the way you guys think. It's very difficult for me.
All right, I know. Listen.
Amazing.
I just need to know the method in which axial rotation has been detected. And you told me that the sun, moon, and stars are a way to do it, right?
Sure.
Okay, so can you please tell me how you know that the Earth is moving by looking at the sun, moon, and stars moving from east to west?
Well, I extrapolated from me sitting in the train and the train moving.
What train?
I extrapolated from a physical phenomenon I can also see with my own two eyes and feel with my own two eyes.
What train are you talking about?
Just
What are
a
you?
hypothetical.
We're looking.
A hypothetical train.
Why do we have to go to No, stop.
It doesn't have to be hypothetical.
No.
I've traveled in a train that was going.
No, stop, Hewitt, stop. If you don't listen, if you don't know how they detected the Earth spinning on its axis, just say you don't know. We're going to spend a lot of time from you trying to give me a vague answer, and I don't need that.
It's not a vague answer. I'm trying to give you.
Yes, it is. You're telling me to look at a train. We're not looking at trains right now. We're looking at the sun, moon, and stars.
Do you believe in extrapolation and abstraction?
No, I need you to tell me I need you to tell me the method in which they've detected the Earth to spin on its axis. If you don't know, we can go to the third question.
Newtonian physics, calculus, geometry.
All right, stop. You don't know. You don't know. So we're gonna go.
I just answered the question.
No, you didn't. You don't know.
I just answered it.
Everybody can hear you. Everybody can hear you. You don't know. So what we're gonna do?
How am I not answering your question? It's Newtonian geometry.
Have you given me the method? Have you given me the method?
Calculus. I just told you.
That's a very vague answer. That's a very vague answer. Yes, it is.
Vague answer.
Calm down. Calm down, Hewitt.
Calculus was invented to measure this stuff.
So you didn't give me the method. So we're just going to say that you just believe that somebody has done it somewhere. They detected that the Earth's spinning on its axis.
Isaac Newton invented the scientific method.
It's just a belief. Hewitt, relax. Hewitt, relax. It's just a method that you think that somebody else has done, right?
No, I'm not accepting your premise because I've taken.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're accepting it. You haven't given me the method.
Because I've taken up multivariable calculus. I know how this shit works.
I'm sorry. Okay, that's good. I'm glad you know how calculus works, but it's still not a method in which they detected the Earth spinning on its axis. QA.
So
that's why we're moving. That's why we're moving to the third question.
I'm not going to
accept. Thank you very much, but it doesn't matter if you can accept it.
I don't know. I'm not accepting it. I'm not accepting it. I literally don't.
Calm down. All right. So you want to talk about the method? I need the specific method in which they figured out that the Earth is spinning on its axis.
You want me to give you these specific equations?
Yes. I don't need to know an equation. I need to know how they know that the Earth is spinning on its axis.
We can test it ourselves right now.
Yep.
I've told you guys how to test yourselves. Take a basketball, shine a light behind it.
No. Did so that we can do it exactly like they did it.
Okay. Hold on, Q. You just told me. Q, relax, dude. I'm gonna have to mute if you don't relax. Relax. You just told me that using calculus, and then you went into showing me about a basketball and all that. You're bouncing around. You don't know what you're talking about. So what I'm telling you right now is that since you can't give me the method, I gotta say that it's only a belief that you have that somebody has detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis. It's all right. You're gonna be okay. All right. So by saying that, you're not giving anything up. You just believe somebody has done it. That's it. So we're gonna move on to the third question. Now, the third question is, they say that the vacuum of space is surrounding the air pressure in which we breathe. Now, how do we know the gas pressure is in an open system, like they say, next to the vacuum of space?
I'm not answering your questions anymore. If you're going to straw man me,
no, it's not a straw man, but you can dip. Listen, it's your call because everybody's listening to you not answer these simple questions, and so it's up to you.
You're just refusing.
Listen.
Nope.
No, you can refuse. That's fine. But you know what that's doing to you, right? Everybody's looking at you now, QEgg, that you don't have a simple answer to the question of how the vacuum of space exists. So it's up to you. You can dip. Yes, you can dip out of here. It's up to you, man. Do you want to leave?
How does the air you breathe exist?
I'm asking you a question. Do you want to leave?
That's our question to you.
No,
is there echo in here again? Are you echoing everything again, QEgg?
Or do you want to answer the question? It's your choice.
Hey, let me let me step in for just 1 second. Please just answer this one last question. All you have to do is say what if you know how it can be proven, tell him, but I know you don't. So if you want to make it easy, just say you don't know and this will be over. Then we can get back to like properly flat smacking the shit out of you.
That's simple, Kiwik.
Sorry, what was you're talking about the question about the vacuum of space?
Yes. How do we know that the gas pressure that we have here is uncontained from the vacuum of space? Because that's what they're telling us. It's an open system on the globe Earth.
How's it contained?
Yes. It's uncontained. There's no container containing the gas pressure.
Gas pressure of the Earth.
Yes.
What do you mean? Have you ever broken the sound barrier? Like, I don't understand your argument.
No. Okay, so because if anytime you have gas pressure, you need a container, right? That's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It's the container.
Yes, in the atmosphere.
Right. So what is the container for the Earth being a globe in the next to the vacuum of space? What is the container?
Atmosphere.
Okay, so you're saying so the atmosphere, that's the air that we're breathing, right? So how is the gas containing the gas? Does that make any sense?
Because some gas is heavier than other gas.
Which gas?
Down.
Which gas?
Which gas? What do you mean?
Which gas are you're telling me some gas is heavier? Well, what do you mean by that?
Are you saying that some gases aren't heavier than other gases?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you how you know that the gas is containing the gas.
Because oxygen is lighter than the gases which make up the atmosphere. Moving on.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? Because I measured it myself in a lab in chemistry class. Moving on. What's your next question?
You measured it in a lab in chemistry class?
Yes, that is correct.
So how do you know that the air that you breathe outside, not in a lab, is being contained by the gas, by the air that you breathe? In essence, that's what you're saying.
Gas? What do you mean, dude? It's a simple postulation. It's
a simple postulation.
If I can simulate oxygen being contained by another gas, why can you not extrapolate that to the atmosphere?
When have you done that? When have you done that?
Simple experiments, bro.
Okay, which one?
Demonstrate it. You're gonna have to point to an experiment.
Want me to demonstrate on a live stream? I don't understand, bro. What are you asking?
Just tell me who's done it. Yeah, tell me who's done it.
Explain how you do it.
You can do it. You fucking do it in basic chemistry classes.
Post a video.
How did you do it in chemistry class? How did you do it specifically? Walk us through the experiment that you done. Thank you very much.
Sit here and answer your inane questions. I refuse to at this point.
No, this is
Hold on.
Done in every chemistry class, then show us a video for it.
I can show you.
Pretend as if we're just some random kids.
You're telling us a story.
Explain to us what you did in chemistry.
We're not going to believe a story.
Explain what you did.
And why'd you start talking like someone's grabbing your nuts all of a sudden?
If you make a claim of doing something, gas-containing gas, of course we're going to question you on it. So what did you do? What gas did you contain oxygen with, and how did you do it?
You're questioning me on basic facts.
Okay, listen here. Look, I failed chemistry. There you go. I've never done this. So I was off sick the day we did this experiment. So what did we do? Because I missed it in class. Tell me what you did.
7 years ago. I'll have to look it up for you again since you...
Then go ahead.
Go get
Please, no, go ahead.
Maggie, let Maggie stay. Let's
All right,
finish
so
this.
Are you going to be able to listen, QA? Are you going to be able to present this information or not? So because if you can't present it, then yes. Did you say yes?
Right now.
You're cutting out, QA. Say again.
Yeah. Pulling it up right now.
She doesn't have it. He's got to go find it, Maggie.
If this is basic chemistry, shouldn't you be able to just say it if it's so basic?
Because I'm a software engineer that hasn't looked at this shit in fucking 7 or 8 years.
Just pull it up. Take your time.
Just pull it up.
You're here 24/7.
Live stream to voice text when you get it.
Also, just relax. I can feel your pain, dude. I feel bad for you.
Gas containing gas.
Yeah, that's what he's going to present right now, guys. So hold on to your hats.
What containing gas?
Gas.
Oh, gas. Containing gas. Oh,
yes.
Okay.
So he's going to
Can't
make
wait.
a balloon.
I'll go get a snack.
A balloon
in a vacuum. In a vacuum.
In a vacuum.
Okay.
It's going to be good. Hold on. I got to get popcorn. Anybody want popcorn?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay.
He
This
says
guy's
he's a computer
sponsored.
programmer. He should
Hey,
join
no,
the
he's-
cyberspace force.
He's sponsored by Orville Redenbacher. He's not a
Cyberspace Force.
Well, we've heard of gases layered on top of other gases, but containing other gases, not so much. To basically imply that the Earth is containing the gases with globe gravity is part of what we're trying to prove here, so that becomes begging the question, unless you have something from outside of this circle to break this circular.
Well, he said he's done it, Metal Arc.
Miggy, can you just seeing as how he's just spiraling, he's not going to get through it very well. Can you just wrap it up and just unleash the dogs
I
on
will.
him? Just
I
let
will.
him know
I
that
will.
It's a belief.
I will just
okay?
let me do it. Like I'm going to give him one more minute because that's what you got, Q-Egg. You got one more minute to pull it up. If you don't have it, I'm just going to go ahead and say you didn't have the information, and it's
We're
just a
gonna
belief.
release the hounds.
You're Q-Egg?
Release the hounds.
Give him a minute. I just want to say that he has 2 more friends, and one is gonna join later on, and he's a wizard just for Wizard Slayers, so he can probably speak to him. In his name is Wizard, so just to let Wizard Slayer know about that.
Q-Egg, you still there?
Cook Wizard.
Q-Egg.
Brave Wizard Slayer, as you go out and deal with their
Finding
souls,
his
slings
research,
and arrows,
hopefully.
Be brave.
He's finding his research.
They will try to warp your perception of reality with weird questions and strange scenarios. Don't let them.
Cook Wizard just joined.
Casting spells.
Cook Wizard is Kuek's friend, so there you go. Cook Wizard. Welcome back to the server, Cook Wizard.
We break spells around here, wizard man.
Spell.
Well, I put them in place, you know. I'm an enforcer of the pagan globe Earth.
We'll deal with you in just a minute. We're waiting for your buddy to actually pony up with this information of how gas is containing gas.
What
You're right. You're right in the correct direction. You know, it is a pagan belief, and it's all about Helios, which really goes way back before even maybe Romans. But
all right,
anyway.
Globe Earth is the most basic of pagan beliefs. I mean, it's pretty evident in the Bible that God created heaven and.
I'm sorry, Cook Wizard, but I need Q-Egg to respond right now. Q-Egg, you're running out of time, and I'm gonna go ahead and cut it off. So,
Miggy Q-Egg's been here for hours and hours.
It's funny that he's not answering me right now.
He said like hours ago that he was tired. So with you guys, he must be like almost dying.
Maybe he's calling his dad.
Basic science, right? Basic science, isn't it? You know, basic chemistry. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know.
It was so basic. It would have been like a 1
He was
second
exhausted hours ago with Wolfgang and Crypto and Crit. That was early today.
It all started in the text chat. We were going back and forth a lot. Quack!
He's not answering.
Calling your
man.
daddy. Tell him
This
I
is
say
a-
hi.
This is a debate tactic right here, man. Stalling, and
Nah,
he's doing that.
getting- He's talking to his friends, looking for the answer.
Let's Google it. Gas containing
God.
gas or
Yeah, go ahead.
By gas containing gas, please.
Yeah, he's in a pickle. Cut. So
No, can you please elaborate on that?
I think. Well, that was his claim. So you
That's
can
his
ask
claim,
your
dude.
buddy to elaborate.
If you're his man, like maybe you should go retreat into the background and help him out finding that out for us.
Tell him to
Like
check
how
off
does
his
gas contain gas? Help him out.
Go get your buddy. He's crying in a
gas
corner
is
like he lost
gas is
his
a
religion.
free-form liquid which conforms to anything.
Gas
Oh,
is a
gas
liquid.
is a liquid. Wow. Okay.
Oh wow.
Your friend made a claim. He said in basic chemistry, he did an experiment of gas containing gas, and when questioned upon it, he got defensive, like, I don't have to tell you this is basic chemistry, until we played it out for him, and now he's like, oh, I'll go Google it. And now he's not coming back. So do you mind like giving him a call or something and telling him to come back in here? Because this is quite
He
embarrassing.
probably fell asleep.
No, he's not asleep.
He's
No, he
listening.
definitely is asleep.
He's laughing
trust
in the
you.
background.
all right, we're gonna.
Poor baby,
Yeah,
just
we're-
trying to wrap up this last question, and this dude's got him waiting and shit. Like this is retarded. What's going on, man?
All right, so you guys can go ahead, Cook Wizard. I'm Q-Eggs. I'm gonna wait for him till he comes back. But as soon as he pops in here, we're gonna demand that evidence.
Evidence of what?
Gas containing gas. Yeah.
He said
Jupiter.
he did a trick or
Jupiter. Look at this guy. Jupiter.
You're gonna do it for him. You're gonna say, Jupiter, and that's your
Earth. Hello.
Because we
hello.
can confirm that, right? Because we can go to Jupiter and make sure it's gas.
Gas containing a gas, or are we begging the question and saying that it's sticking to the ball due to gravity?
What? The gas.
We're begging the question. So, gravity asks the gas to contain itself, which is a little weird because most of the time gas doesn't contain anything.
What do you mean by contain?
Keeping
you gotta ask your friend.
off, allowing it to
What do you mean by contain?
Is contain one of those weird words like you've never heard?
Is that a strange word for you? Contain?
Yeah,
Stop.
bro.
Why are you like having a freak out over this?
Come on.
Because you don't know the word contain. That's why.
All right, man, chill. Actually, if you okay. What you mean by contain is keeping it from going off. There is constant.
Again.
There is constant and continuous removal
just
of
make it up. Yeah, just make
atoms
up
from
what
the
we
Earth's
just said.
atmosphere.
Good job.
Hydrogen atoms.
Before we continue, I just want to know one thing unrelated.
And heavier atoms don't fly off.
Are you really a cuck? Do you really like watching your girl get banged by other
He
dudes?
just will monologue, dude. So yeah.
Yeah, no one's going to take him seriously with a name like that.
Well, we're talking about the Force doing the containing or keeping it from going off into space, but the Force doesn't appear to be very sufficient because you have air going 90 degrees
Lemon.
in opposition to other layers. So
Lemon, he said we're losing air.
Beetleark, do you know what buoyancy is? Yes.
Lemon, he said we're losing air.
Losing air?
Yeah,
Yes,
he said the
hydrogen
Earth is
flies
losing
off.
atoms.
Hydrogen leaves the Earth every day, dude. Tons
Okay,
of
we're
it.
losing
Literal
Every day, dude.
metric tons of it.
You don't even know.
You're just
I do
making
know.
shit up.
We wouldn't be here.
I do
if we
know.
were next
How do you
to
know?
Gas pressure.
How do you know?
It just does.
How
dude.
do you know? It just does? Oh, nice answer. It just does. Yeah, I know it leaves the Earth. It just does.
Good answer.
Well, philosophically, for the hydrogen to be going into space and or the Earth would need to, number one, exist, and two, be qualitatively different enough for, that statement to have meaning where it goes from the Earth into space. I go with a flat Earth model where there's a dome firmament covering, and that space at best is the space under that firmament dome covering. So basically, that statement's meaningless because it's still staying in the contained firmamental Earth and not really going anywhere.
Oh,
That's
Wikipedia.
going from one zone to another under the firmament dome on the Earth or whatever.
Meadow, do you understand how heat works? Heat is basically movement of atoms. Yes.
No.
Oh, no way. I never heard that before.
Yes.
It's a movement of energy.
Heat is movement of atoms. Is this
No
commonly?
way. Is it
Heat
really?
can excite atoms, but heat is a movement of energy, not matter.
Ooh,
no.
Well said, Nathan.
In the current paradigm, heat is atoms colliding and bumping together.
Do you understand understand thermodynamics? Do you understand thermodynamics?
Precisely.
I apply heat to weed and I burn it, and when I exhale it, it doesn't stay in one place. It doesn't fall to the ground. It disperses.
No, Orion.
Do you understand thermodynamics?
So in a place where there's limited gravity,
Chuck
aka
Wizard, do you understand
stratosphere,
thermodynamics?
the edges
Do
of
you
Earth
understand
and space,
thermodynamics? Hello?
hotter something
Do you
is,
understand-
the more chance it has of
Have you got me
escaping.
muted?
What are you saying?
Someone asked you.
What
Do you
are you
understand
saying?
what thermodynamics is, right?
Yes.
You-
dude.
So why would you say heat is the movement of atoms?
That's literally what it is. It's the collision of atoms.
What's the
No,
collision?
it's not. The collisions of atoms are kinetic energy. When things crash into each other.
LOL,
Right?
dude. I can't, man.
LOL. Well, I'm asking you. I'm
Let-
just checking what you know.
Let
Checking what you know.
the wizard speak to the wizard slayer.
Just explain to me the thermodynamics. Explain the different types of energy and how they come about and what they do and how they react to each other. Give me a little demonstration that you know what you're talking about. Because it's about energy, right? Do you know what thermodynamics is? Do you know what the title even stands for? Or you're googling it? Because you've gone awfully quiet. You've gone very quiet.
You're saying,
You've gone very quiet, my friend.
Do you know what second law is, bro?
do you know thermodynamics? And I've said what it is. You're not saying what it is. What is
Do
heat?
you know,
Give me a
how it's
breakdown.
applicable to the discussion of gas pressure next to a vacuum? What would happen according to the second law?
And you're talking about energy, so you should know about the thermodynamics, right? So don't Google it and pretend you know all of a sudden.
If there was gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, what would happen according to the second law?
What is?
If we're gonna use Google as a verb, we should say gloogle. Go gloogle it.
He's gone extremely quiet again.
Quiet.
Yeah, typical.
All right, Wizard Slave. I gotta go. I'm doing something.
I have 5 people asking me questions at once. What do you expect?
Yeah. Well, you don't know about thermodynamics. You don't know about Yeah, you don't. You're a failed pretender class.
Listen to this guy
Keeps
spiraling.
increasing, so gas pressure next to a vacuum would just disperse into the vacuum by the second law of thermodynamics. So you kind of need a fundamental barrier like the one in some of the flat Earth models, don't you think?
Meadow, that
flat Earth conceptions or whatever.
Meadow, do you understand that would be over time, though?
What, like 4 billion years?
A lot longer than that.
Oh, longer than 4 billion.
What would be over time?
How long?
A lot longer than 4 billion years.
At the rate hydrogen is escaping, it would be a lot longer.
I just laughed so hard I fell off my
you do realize how big the Earth is, hello?
Yeah,
you realize
so hard I fell off my I know how big.
How big is the Earth?
And,
how big is it?
How big is it? What's the radius?
Real quick.
Or
real quick.
circumference.
Hello? Are you there?
You just asked us if we realize how big
Come on,
the Earth
bro.
is.
Oh my gosh,
Don't let me
please tell
down, bro.
Actually, we don't know how big the Earth is because we're not allowed to travel to Antarctica to figure out how big it really is.
Chill there,
Just
but
wait,
hang on, Orion.
He's gonna tell us.
Said,
Hold on.
do you even know how big the
Googled
Earth
it.
is? So
Yeah,
how
please tell
big
us.
is it?
Wizard, please.
4,000 miles in
Wait,
radius.
really? I thought it was
What about the
39.59.
circumference? Because if it's how big is it all around?
What? The circumference? That's diameter times pi. So I guess fucking 25,000, 20.
Wow. Pretty much 24,901. Pretty much.
Bad.
Google saves the day, huh?
Googled it. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Google saves the day, baby.
But you do agree.
Very cool.
Okay. But you do agree that before.
What really worked.
But you do agree
LOL.
that in the future, before you're like, do you even know how big the Earth is? You should actually know, because we do know how big it's supposed to be, and we went out and tested that number and falsified it. So you're saying that the gas that's going incredibly fast, and it's in the part of the atmosphere that's 3,500 to 4,000 degrees.
No, it's not. It's not going incredibly fast. Who said that?
Oh, so you don't even know what your own model.
It doesn't have to go incredibly fast.
How fast is your Earth supposed to be spinning, buddy?
The hotter it is, the more chance it has of escaping.
The elastic velocity of the gas molecules in the highest part of the atmosphere is extremely fast.
Thermals.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. What a shocker.
So you want to talk about heat? That's thermodynamics, the dynamics of heat.
Heat is literally the movement of atoms, dude. You told me that.
No, thermodynamics is about the
reasons. What is heat if it's not the movement of atoms? No, tell me what is heat if it's not the movement of atoms? No, tell me exactly.
Bro.
Don't delay the answer.
Calm down. We're talking about how you're spiraling, dude. We're talking about how the second law of thermodynamics, that entropy will increase, how it applies to the claim that the Earth's a ball with gas pressure warping around this ball encompassed in a vacuum. Thus, you have a vacuum adjacent to the gas pressure. According to the second law, what would happen? Entropy would increase.
Yes.
That would result in what?
Yeah, hydrogen leaving. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. Dude, the second.
No.
Why would it?
All the gas leaving.
Are you saying the second law is exclusive to hydrogen?
No, hydrogen is
Of course not.
Hydrogen
So how does the hydrogen leave and all the other gas stays? How does that happen?
What's containing it? Well, how about this? What's the necessary antecedents to the pressure? Something has to contain it, right?
Buoyancy. Other gases are heavier.
Something has to contain the gas, though, right? Because you're saying just hydrogen goes out.
Oil floats on water, man. Same with hydrogen.
Listen, hey man, listen, buddy. If just hydrogen escapes, what's keeping the other gases here?
What?
If only hydrogen escapes, then what keeps the other gases here?
Buoyancy, dude. How many times do I have to say?
Oh, so what's the cause of the gravity staying? What's acting as the causal agent of containment?
And also, gases usually have this around the same usually have around the same density, no matter
You don't
the.
even know your own model
matter
of
the
religion,
atom.
dude.
Matter the atom.
Your model claims that gravity.
You're just saying. You're just saying I'm wrong, dude. Yes, of
Your
course, gravity.
model claims that gravity acts as the container of
Yes,
the
gravity
gas.
does keep it as a container.
Okay, so
but
do you agree then?
Why majority of the hydrogen escapes?
Why didn't you say that before he told you?
Yeah, he did.
Did you even know that?
No. He doesn't know any of his religion, man. But so if gravity is acting as the container for the gas pressure, so the hydrogen just ignores the gravity. Is that right?
It doesn't. That's why
it overpowers the gravity.
Precisely. That's why only. That's why only. That's why only.
Is someone hot micing? Is someone hot micing?
It's worth, dude.
It's a hot mic.
Okay, so is gravity in your model, is it stronger or weaker the further away you get from the Earth?
Well, what do you mean by weak?
Is the gravity stronger or weaker the further away you get from the Earth?
Gravity in relation to Earth, yes. Gravity felt.
Okay, so according to your religion, we'll say, is that as you get closer to the center of mass, gravity is stronger. Okay, so as you're at the surface of the Earth, that's the closest you're getting to the center of mass. And then if you go way up above
Actually,
that,
at the center of Earth, you would probably.
okay, but we're talking about that's accessible. Okay, so if you go way up above that, gravity is getting weaker as you go higher. So if I let gas out at the surface level and I remove the lid of a container that has gas in it, the gas will disperse in any and all directions, seeking equilibrium instantaneously, where gravity is supposed to be much stronger than way up above it, where you're telling me somehow it's actually containing the gas.
Yep, containing the gas.
Do you think that checks out?
Not perfect. It's containing the gas, not perfectly, like you said, because there's no lid.
Okay, so what you're saying is that even though it can't contain the gas at the surface where it's the strongest,
it can contain the vast majority, like 99.
No, when I let oxygen out of a container, it disperses in all directions.
9% of it, dude.
Hey, if I let oxygen out of a container, it disperses in all directions, bro.
Well, I was here earlier, and they were saying how smaller models couldn't be used to justify.
Hey, whenever I release oxygen at the surface level where gravity is supposedly the strongest,
I was actually told that models are.
Apparently, you're incapable of like actual coherent discussion, huh?
How am I having a coherent discussion with you, man? I'm telling you, buoyancy and gravity.
Yeah, okay, buoyancy is intrinsically reifying and invoking gravity. Your model's claimed causal agent, primary cause of containment, the container, is gravity itself. I'm now asking you how gravity, with a singular vector relative to the center of mass, so it has one vector down relative to the center of mass, strongest at the closest distance to the center of mass. So it's proportionate to the distance, right? So if we're at the surface, it should be much stronger than way further away from the center of mass. But where it's the strongest, it doesn't contain the gas, any gas. Let it out, it goes all over the place. So if it doesn't stop it and gravity doesn't contain it from going all over the place at the surface where it's much stronger, how could it do that 250 miles in the air, 100 miles in the air?
What do you mean by it doesn't contain it?
It goes whichever way it wants to, including directly up, dude.
It would only go directly up if it was buoyant. You understand? You understand there are gases.
You understand that the principle of buoyancy.
There are gases. There are gases on the floor. Have you heard of mustard gas?
Yeah. Does it stay there forever?
It doesn't float up, dude.
Does it stay there forever?
It floats to the side.
What happens? Does it ever start to disperse into the air around it over time?
What do you mean by that?
Does it stay there forever, or does it disperse into the air around it over time?
All gases, they roughly have the same density.
Does the gas stay there, or does it disperse eventually, gradually, into the surrounding air over time?
It disperses to the sides, yes.
No, does it continue just to disperse over time?
Entropy increases.
Like you said, entropy, dude. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. That you just invoked something that actually proves our point, which is that it's a natural law, meaning it always occurs. You don't have to do an experiment or anything. It's a natural law that always occurs, which is that entropy will increase. So if you have gas pressure next to a vacuum, it would increase. It would immediately fill the available space. So the vacuum would, of course, suck the atmosphere. It would fill in the vacuum.
Not immediately. It would not immediately. What are you saying immediately?
No one said immediately. Nobody said immediately.
Everything
It would
happened
eventually
immediately. What are you
increase.
saying immediately?
Just Chuck, listen to what he
No,
said.
it's
Listen to what he
instantly
said.
seeking equilibrium.
Okay,
Yes.
You drop mustard gas. It doesn't immediately disperse.
Nobody said
No,
it
but
did.
it instantly seeks. You need to listen and understand. It immediately, instantly seeks equilibrium.
Gas
Dude.
is a fucking person. It doesn't.
It's not sentient, of course.
It doesn't.
But it's
it doesn't
immediately
matter
in the process of find. It's immediately in the process of find. You're an idiot, dude. It's immediately in the process of finding equilibrium.
Do you disagree with the law?
You're drowning in sophistry and nonsense.
Give me a sec. Chuck, do you disagree with the entropy law that it will increase over time? Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
Dude, the second law does not imply a time scale of which it increases.
I'm asking you a question. Do you agree that entropy would increase over time? Even the universe itself is increasing in size. Entropy will always increase.
Can you tell me where in the second law it implies a time scale on that?
It literally tells you that entropy will always increase over time.
Listen, where in the law that you posted does it imply a time scale on that?
Oh, you
need to listen, dude. I'm trying to make so you understand the distinction. What's instant? Listen, dude. What's instant is that's relative to the environment. Okay, there's a process in which is finding equilibrium. Okay, establishing equilibrium. That process instantly begins to take place. Now, entropy increases over time. So, so we have gas pressure next to a vacuum of supposedly 10 to the negative 17 torr. How would that gas pressure not fill the available space of that vacuum according to entropy increasing based on the second law of thermodynamics, bro?
So only hydrogen and helium escape the atmosphere, Quag, and wait, the fuck, he left.
Are you talking to your boy right now?
Yeah, dude. Having a intellectual discussion with him. Just not getting called names for zero reason because they refuse to have it.
Bro. Listen, the second law states that over time entropy will increase. So no matter what you talk about.
Reasons. Where does that imply?
Where does that imply in the second law of thermodynamics? Do you know what the
where does that imply a time scale?
What do you mean? Well, it literally says over time. Oh, don't interrupt. Don't
over time, yes, over time. Over time.
Don't
over an
undefined Let me answer your question. Be quiet.
Over an undefined amount of time, dude.
Listen, it says over time, so it means that you can give it an infinite amount of time. Even the universe itself is forever expanding. The universe itself is a demonstration of the second law of thermodynamics. It's constantly increasing.
You're trying to say
hold on, let me answer your question. You've got to be quiet when I'm talking. When I answer your question, you've got to be quiet, right? The universe itself is forever expanding. Yeah, that's entropy increasing. Entropy will always increase. The more time you give it, the more it will increase, and indefinitely, and it will never stop increasing because that's the law.
Entropy is information, dude.
That is exactly the universe is entropy increasing, and it's giving more states of disorder, which gives it more. Hold on. More space gives it more chances for disorder, for more different random variations to happen. So you don't even know what the second law of thermodynamics is. Could you actually give me? Hold on. Don't interrupt me. Stop interrupting me, bro. Stop interrupting me. Can you give me an explanation of what the second law of thermodynamics is, and give me 4 different types of energy that it talks about, and how they
entropy has nothing to do with the expansion of the universe. What are you saying?
Give me an example. Tell me 4 different types of thermodynamics. The energy, how they all change. Give me an example of it, of what the second law of thermodynamics is. Do you even know what thermodynamics stands for?
Yes, it's an ice cube melting. Like, it's fucking heat dispersion.
No, it's not. It's about the heat transfer and the different types of energy. You don't even know what thermodynamics means.
What are you saying, man?
Don't talk to me about ice cubes.
That is precisely what... What do you...
No.
This isn't even an argument.
Thermodynamics. I'm asking you what thermodynamics means. What does the
second law of thermodynamics? Up, dude.
Just the word.
I named the most common one off the top of my head, and you're trying to insult me for it. Like, what are you saying?
I'm asking you what thermodynamics means. I'm asking you what does the word thermodynamics
mean? Dude. Here's the deal. What you need to do is we're going to need you to man up and be hyper specific to what's going on here. We've actually detailed and explained to you what the second law is, how it's applicable to this discussion.
All right,
what an actual law. You're interrupting me because you know I'm about to just expose what you're doing.
So we've consistently laid it out for you. You've consistently responded with diversion only, never specifically responding to what was said to you, explained to you. You then proceed to not ever even grasp it, it seems, certainly not retain it. You have no intentions of retaining it, which means that you have no intentions of having an intellectual conversation.
Wait, can you please explain how insulting an argument and insulting the person wins you the
I
argument?
asked you to explain what thermodynamics means.
Dude, concern trolling is for secret kings, okay, dude. And the truth is, listen, dude. For example, I probably shouldn't have, but I said you're an idiot. Well, dude, it's not like that's my argument to you. I've said my argument, numerous of them. You just don't ever respond with substantive specificity to my arguments. You have a predetermined response. How do you have gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr when, according to a natural law, the second law of thermodynamics, gravity doesn't work, though, because according to the second law, as it applies to the behavior of gas at the surface level, where gravity is the strongest, it doesn't prevent omnidirectional dispersion.
You feel gravity even in space. The atmosphere, when the gravity's
what
too
does
weak.
thermodynamics mean?
You're right.
Explain what that actually means. You don't even know what you're talking about. Explain the word.
You're precisely right. You have the right idea, man.
You don't understand. You don't get it.
Just explain the word. I want you to explain what that means. What does the word mean? What does the word thermodynamics mean?
And it's constantly changing.
Explain to me what the word means. Just the actual word thermodynamics. What does that word mean? What does the word thermodynamics mean? Explain what that word means, please. Just so I know you know what you're talking.
Explain how heat transfer is not the second law of thermodynamics before you try and insult me with another fucking.
Can you explain what the word means? Can you explain what the word means? Just explain what the word means, so I know you know what you're talking about. When you say thermodynamics.
Dynamic.
Yeah, heat what? And what does that mean?
Yeah, what's dynamic mean?
What does thermodynamics mean?
You don't even know.
You don't even know? He's an idiot. He's an absolute spastic.
Get on Wiki.
Means changing.
Google's right there.
Because it's a basically commonly understood mechanic.
Just use your phone. Google's right there.
It's okay. We'll move on. We're not trying to embarrass you. Yourself, though.
I am.
So, dude, do you understand the premise? Yeah, dude. If you were to,
it's a process. It's a mechanics. Like, why? What? Why are we arguing over semantics?
We're not. You're making it that way. Can you convey to us what our argument is? We've been trying to convey to you this whole time. Do you have any recollection of the argument yet?
Well, what's your argument? How does
still don't know?
How does gravity contain the gas?
Yes, dude. What I'm saying is gravity can't contain the gas because it doesn't contain the gas. Listen. Gravity doesn't contain the gas when we let the gas out of a container on the surface of the Earth, where the gravity is the strongest.
But it does contain it. It doesn't go to the stratosphere.
It goes wherever it wants to. It starts bouncing around and bouncing off of each other. And the only way that we have pressure is if there's a container.
Well, first of all, what did you release from the container?
Say oxygen.
Oxygen? Then it did not. It did not go up high enough to leave.
Did it disperse in all directions?
It's because it is.
Okay. What direction is gravity's vector?
Downwards towards the center of mass.
Right. So it has a single vector of down relative to the center of mass. So we have gas at the surface closest to the center of mass that we can use going straight up. Dude, going straight up though.
Okay, dude. Okay, look at this. So
you're not listening.
I am listening.
Listen. Gas has. I'll say this. This will help you. Gas has infinite vectors. But gravity has one supposed vector, and that's down relative to the center of mass.
All right, man. So
can I ask you a question? Just one.
Imagine you have a cup of water and you pour oil on it, dude.
No, forget the cup of water and oil. Can I ask you one question? Dude, hold on. Can I ask you one question? Can you said oxygen didn't leave the atmosphere. Can you just take a real quick look at the live stream 2 voice text? I'm about to post a link in there.
Well,
reading it. Scientists have known for some time that Earth's atmosphere loses several hundred tons of oxygen each day. They understand how this oxygen loss happens on Earth's night side. They're not sure how it happens on the day side. There you go.
Awesome. Another thing that he stated that he doesn't know about his own religion. And look, bro, I'm only asking you to explain the meaning of the word because it's obvious you don't have a firm grasp on the ideas. You talk about ice inside of a gas. That's you talking about entropy. And over time, that will, hot will always go to cold. That's dissipating heat. When we're talking about gas, is constantly expanding. Over time, they would escape out to the available space. So we do know what we're talking about. We're trying to help you realize something. Instead of doing that, you're just being very resistant to people that know more than you do.
Looks like the wizard is not responding.
He's saying oxygen leaves the atmosphere, so I'm looking this up. Chill, dude. Not everything in due time.
You said hydrogen and helium leaves the atmosphere.
All right, man. There's no need to be hostile about this. I'm looking it up. Let's take it.
How is that hostile?
Let's take it slow, man. Let's take it slow. Let's take it slow.
All right. So real quick, if anybody wants to jump into the other live stream and discuss, we could break it off into 2 live streams, and you guys can have more people talking in there if you guys want. So live stream 1 is getting more people. So if you want to go talk, you can do so on live stream 1.
Yeah, Miggy, we're gonna light some candles here and take it slow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
put
like
on
you're trying
some
to
Marvin.
date you or something.
Yeah. Send in the clowns.
Take it slow.
Send in the clowns.
Just checked in a few new guys. If you just want to ask, Flat Jacket Dude, or where's his friends? Myloney81.
Yeah. Take them to live stream 1, Wolfgang, or just pop them over there.
Well, actually, they were saying
over there.
They're kind of friends with this Sway and Cuck Wizard guy, hilariously. So I was telling them how much their friends were getting embarrassed.
Well, let's give them a show. Let's give them a show. I'll take that window licking Cuck Wizard down in the arena one-on-one.
QE, go do Cuck Wizard here for a little bit while his friends are in, just so they can see how it goes here.
Say again.
For it. You could speak to Cuck Wizard up here for. Just to kind of
he's got diarrhea of the mouth. I need one-on-one. I want Witsit. I want Witsit to be the moderator because he's so much enjoyed yesterday.
That's horrendous. Sweet.
Yeah, we could do that. You want to take my live stream then down there?
Well, you got to ask Cuck Wizard.
Cuck Wizard, you ready to have your anal cavity ruptured?
Hey, if you get absolutely dismantled, can you agree to change your name, dude? Jeez, Louise.
This is easy mode. What we're doing.
Yeah, drop the cuck, man. My goodness.
Yeah, you better. Get ready. This is the arena.
What's wrong with Cuck Wizard? I thought you were an open-minded group.
Yeah. We are. It's about to get a lot harder.
Okay, whatever.
Is this a place for discussion, or is it a place for mockery, insults?
No, all right, Cuck Wizard.
Dude,
if I'm a cuckold, what is wrong with that, dude? I'm sorry.
Have any of your friends who came in here came inside your girlfriend while you watched?
That's not something for discussion, but yes.
That was pretty funny.
Alrighty then.
Did he just admit?
Sorry.
But he's probably trolling, but that was pretty funny. That was well done. I give it to him. All right, bro. Well, do you want to just have like a intellectual exchange with my man QE? He'll take it easy on you. He's known for that.
This is where you say yes and we go to the arena.
Cuck, stop being a pussy.
Yeah, man. Fly up out there. Just swim up out that water of depravity and take a breath of fresh air for a second.
Yeah, your friends can follow you. Trust me.
So how does oxygen leave the atmosphere?
All right, let's go. I'll drag him down there to the arena.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
If any of your friends want to go, just tell them to DM me. I'll put them in there.
Yeah, unmute Des, French him with Flak Jacket. Just move on.
I'll DM me, Miggy, if you want to go to the arena. I'm sending everybody over there. Yep.
Everybody DM Miggy.
Yeah, DM me. I'll send everybody over there.
This Miggy guy.
Like, dude, what's happening with the game? What the hell?
1 second.
Hilarious. These boys have been getting destroyed for like 12 hours now.
Smacking up on
They've got some stamina.
Keep them coming.
Oh, man. All right, so if there's any other new people in here that want to ask questions about the Earth, flat or globe, put your hand up, send a message to a mod, or jump into VC check-in 1 if you don't have the VC verified role. There's also, I think, a more kind of chilled out beginners chat in live stream 1 for people who are wanting to check that out. And it sounds like there's going to be a further demolishing of Cuck Wizard down in the arena.
I DM'd the guy. He hasn't moved me.
Yeah, we're all friends from the same Discord. There's like 10 of us now.
Yeah, can you also with me? He's not
okay.
moving us.
So you'll get Coliseum seating, which means you should be able to access the arena, but you won't be able to talk in there.
Yeah,
you'll just be able to be in the text channel. Right. Des, you got Coliseum seating. Who's the other guys?
Me, my Loney. Black jacket dude.
Okay. 2 secs. Flat jacket dude. Coliseum seating. My Looney. Okay, was there any other one of you guys that don't have the Coliseum seating role that was needing it? Okay. Combined Syndicates of America. Could you speak? You there? See if we need to give you a role. Could you speak? Combined Syndicates of America. No. Okay, no worries. Well, if you do want to unmute and ask questions, just ping a mod or jump into VC check-in. All right, well, carry on, guys. I'm going to check in on this Cuck Wizard demolishing before I head to bed. Stay flat.
So, what do we got out of you? Are you a flat earther?
He's a flat earther.
Yes,
You got
sir.
the tag. Look at that. Good for
Ask
you,
him
man.
the questions.
I don't need to put him through it again. I just want to congratulate him for getting the tag. How long?
Yeah, for about 3 years, probably about. I don't know.
Okay.
I started watching conspiracies at the last election, and then somewhere in there they suggested flat earth stuff, and
Yeah, good for you. We're up for 3 years without coming here. Where have you been getting your information from?
I watched a lot of the Globe Busters and Jeranism, and then I'm a Christian, so I kind of got into the biblical side of it, the Robbie Davison and Dean Odell and Nathan Thompson, stuff like that.
Okay. There's a big jump from just watching somebody's YouTube videos to actually being like one-on-one with real people. You can learn a lot faster, by being here. That's kind of what I think, anyway.
Yeah, I've been listening to this for probably 3 months or so on YouTube, and I figured I'd just jump in. I can't talk much because I got 4 kids at home. So.
You don't want your kids to know you're a flat earther?
Oh, I don't really care. Like, I'm kind of a closet flat earther, but I want my kids to at least, I think I'll mention it to them, but I want them to make their own decisions. And I just kind of tell them at school, you're going to learn things that aren't true, and don't be scared to question things. So.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the same way I handle it with my daughter, but my daughter doesn't live with me primarily. Like, I've just got her on like every other weekend for a few days, right? So, but she knows what I do here on Discord. She overhears it, and I don't think she knows specifically that I'm like all about the flat earth, but she does know that I'm like, I've told her that there's different beliefs about it, or different ideas about it, and that there's a debate about it, and that it's not completely decided, and but she's young, I don't want to kind of like you said, she's got to pass the test at school, right? Like I want her to have the information from both sides and to come to her own opinion when the time is right.
Hey, I have a suggestion for you. When your kids go to school and the teacher says that they have to select a planet out of the solar system and do a report on it, you should tell them to select the planet Mercury. And when they say why it's their favorite planet, they should say, because Mercury is 26 million miles away from the sun, and Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun, and when we're facing away from the sun during the nighttime, we can still see Mercury.
I think I overheard you talking about that the other night, a couple nights ago, or days ago, whatever, sometime over the weekend.
Yeah, I said it to another guy about his kids the other night.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I would say the biggest deal is I just want them to be made fun of.